Open the doors to Val-Con.
All right, everybody, welcome to the stream. We are going to jump right in to another video because we have a few minutes to make up, but please stick around. We have this really interesting video coming up right now. It's about racing for trophies. It's a really cool video, and it actually has multiple parts, and we're showing the first part, and the other parts you can catch on the creator's channel. We'll have a short video after that, and then we'll go right into a live panel about accessibility and gaming with MorningDarkness and the panelists over there, and that will actually be a really fun discussion. They've got some really cool things to talk about over there. So check this out, and we'll be right back with more for you.
Everybody to the first race for the trophies. I don't know what we're going to call it yet, but we're going with race for the trophies. Objective is simple. Run the obstacle course side by side, collect all 4 trophies, and return them back to your displays. There are 2 displays, one on each side. The rules are simple. You run, collect the first trophy. You must get the first trophy back and up on your display before you can continue for the next. During this obstacle course, you are going to be given tools and weapons. You're going to be able to slow the other team by projectiles that you can either shoot or throw at your enemies. You can build as long as you are building within the course. Do not build around the course or up, but like if you want to build a bridge or something, you can if your course gets destroyed in ways. Yeah, you're only given limited resources, so if you fall off of the course, those resources are gone, so be careful what you lose. And I think that basically sums it up. The starting area is going to have everything from crafting stations to forges to everything you'll need to craft, so you won't have to do that, but you will be finding resources throughout which you can bring back to the start to craft extra weapons and stuff like that.
Okay.
Anything you find on the course, you are welcome to use to your advantage.
Okay.
There are hidden chests and hidden pathways. Yeah, I think that sums it up.
Okay. We
That's
got
good to
this,
me.
Blue. We got this, Blue.
Oh yeah.
Are we ready to go?
I'm
I
ready.
think so.
All right. Let's get ready to rumble!
You
That-
vanished.
That's on
Came
your mark,
back,
get set,
and
go.
I don't know where you went. Oh wait, where are we going?
Through
oh,
your gate. Okay, make sure you set your spawn in the bed here. Oh, I have apparently. Oh shoot.
You should maybe also. I'm on fire.
1 second.
You should probably. Oh, I died. I did set my spawns.
You did. You have Queen's bed right here.
Yeah, I know. I did set my spawn. I said. What's
Well,
in the
Hey, at
bed?
least the dead
Okay.
body at the start isn't mine this time.
There's some loot in the chest here. Oh, they're
Don't mind
probably
that.
going already.
How do we get down?
Ow.
Just go- I know. Ow.
Okay,
Ooh,
okay, here we have
10%,
rested.
10%. What's in the
We
present?
should claim our beds.
Okay, I got a headscarf. I got 3 hats. Here. Here.
We got, hold on, we have pants.
There's some hats.
There's some Queen's Jam
went
you're
under the
in the
bed.
barrel.
What's in the barrel? We got arrows,
Jam.
pickaxe, and okay. In this big chest. Sorry, I'm still.
We need to get wood.
Um,
I'm taking
yeah.
one of each.
Okay, I
yeah, I'm
got
taking one of each.
another twisted headscarf. Did you pick that up? It went under the bed. So here, let me throw this at you. I have 10
Oop.
lingering
hold on.
stamina needs. So I'm gonna break these down into 3s. And we can. Is there a portal nearby?
Oh, base stamina use negative 15. Where's this at?
Okay, there's a stamina mead. Why do I keep throwing them behind things?
Yeah, I was about to say. I jump now? Okay. I jump.
Oh
They
no, they're still in
started-
their starting area. I think.
Okay.
I don't see any of them.
What loot do we get? Okay.
There's a little bit of loot.
There's a chest there with a bit of loot.
Oh, yeah, I forgot we can't open the chest all the
Yeah,
time.
you'll get a bow and a pickaxe, and a slightly
Oh,
better
I-
tunic. That's
Look
why I
at
said
me,
it
I'm
doesn't
good.
really matter what your tunic is, because you're going to be getting a troll one right off the start.
And a bow and some arrows.
Eggs is already out here trying to shoot us.
So sneaky. I don't remember how to play this.
Oh no, my stamina!
Die.
Oh no! Oh, shit, I'm sorry.
Remember, stamina's a thing.
I didn't know you were going.
Oh my god.
Oh, look, loot.
Oh, I died right on
So
the
what do I
first
grab?
jump.
Ooze bomb. Ooh, a
Ah.
bomb! Throw it at
Oh.
people's faces.
Well, I've already lost my pickaxe.
Can I break their resources?
If you can shoot them enough. But
Wait,
they...
how do I get down? Where are we? Where do I go? Oh my god.
Ow!
messed that up again!
I should probably take an axe. I don't know.
I forgot that we could shoot each other.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Can't get me, Eggy Man!
Oh my gosh, I've died already twice.
I've only died once.
Anyway.
There goes some of the
Oh, there it is.
resources. Ouch! Phoenix!
Sorry,
Do
you
we
went
see
my way.
any of them? Oh, there's Creature.
There's a great
Eggs
door up
is
there.
right across from us.
Has anyone
there's
got a
Great Door.
pickaxe?
I have
No.
a regular axe.
Oh, here's the first trophy.
Can I build up and over?
It's in this
Oh,
barrel. There's also some food in this barrel.
Oh, is there? Oh, nummies.
There's a lot of trophies in there, babe.
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just gonna-
it's if you fall off with the trophy, you need to be
Okay,
able
I'm
to.
just gonna
I
leave
got a
the
trophy
rest.
over already.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm just gonna leave those. Do I eat these
Oh
food?
gosh, yeah, might as well.
Can I eat an
Just
ooze bomb?
only eat one. Don't keep any on
I
your
did,
inventory.
I did. Oh, they
Wait, where did we put the trophy?
have discovered
Back
their
at home?
trophy.
I got the trophy. What'd you say,
well,
dear?
I have one
They
too.
discovered. Oh, I'm out of barrel.
Covered that there's trophies there.
Yeah, they must have broke the barrel or something because I just saw a whole bunch of Ecathere
How
heads
do
on the
I-
ground.
Does everyone else have a mead? Any meads on them?
I just gave you some needs.
Oh, that's probably what I got.
Yeah,
I'm on
Creature-
fire!
Yeah,
No.
hijack. You should have 4, and then me and Creature should have 3.
There's food in the barrel. There's okay, I have a stamina mead and a lightfoot mead. That's cool.
I don't have
Queen's Gem.
Lightfoot. I don't have
Okay,
any
here,
food.
food is in the barrel. This barrel here.
Oh, okay.
There's some Queen's Gem. I don't think that there's
I'm
much.
just gonna take 1 Queen's Jam. I mean,
Okay.
I'm gonna
Oh
take
yeah,
1
just in
stack.
case we lose them. Yeah, that's what I have. I have
Yeah,
also one
I'm
stack.
gonna divide. I'm gonna take 3 from here though, and I'm gonna carry them, and I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave.
Exposed. The forge is too exposed. We can't use it.
Oh
Okay,
no!
It's probably fine. We'll find out, I guess. Okay,
Well,
you
if I
look at
can
your
get some
building
wood.
stuff.
Oh god, dang it! Oh
Shoot us off or something.
oh oh my god. Okay, I mean,
You
oh,
good?
I'm sorry. No cursing. No
Okay,
cursing.
okay, hold
I just
still.
gotta remind me.
I have things for you guys. Hold on.
Okay.
Axe.
Ooh,
Here is
we
a
have.
shield. Here is a throwy majigger.
Where is
Here.
Throwy Majigger? I
Here's
got you.
here's this. Here's a bomb.
Oh, is that our first? Is that our first
Yeah,
thing?
where's the
First
trophy? Where's the
Right-
trophy
right here.
stand?
I
We
don't-
passed them. They're all the way back at the back.
Oh, okay. Do you want me to go hang this?
I'll go hang it.
Yeah.
You guys stay
Okay,
here.
yeah,
or move
you
on.
hang it.
There's food. The mushrooms and the jerky. Is that? Did you grab some? Hijack.
Yes.
I'm gonna put the trophy back. I didn't get any more food.
In this barrel
Okay.
here, there's more food.
I'm
Left
pretty
there.
good with a. I'm gonna try to
Oh, we
shoot
have
one
to
of
build
them.
up there. Yeah, shoot them off. See if you can shoot them off. We need to build, huh?
I've got a bunch of. I have all of the wood.
Okay,
Oh,
cool.
I got queen. I got queen.
Nice. Spears. I should probably learn how to use spears. It sounds like we've got some great orbs up top. We're gonna have to build up over this wall. Oh, we have to dig through. I see him digging.
Oh,
Okay, I'll dig. I'll start digging. I'm
You
gonna
gotta
start.
start. Look, they're hitting this wall.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. Yeah, if you keep shooting them, I'll keep digging.
Okay.
Oh, you hit me. I forgot about
need
PvP's on. We gotta
wood.
be careful of that.
I only have.
Hijack has the wood.
I have the wood.
I don't have any more. I don't have any more arrows.
We should probably be
Oh.
relatively sparing. You all right? Did you fall?
Almost.
No, no, he got hit.
Oh no. Okay.
We're out of arrows, so
How do I get
Start smashing the wall.
through?
Yeah, you have to pickaxe through the wall probably.
Oh, Jakara.
Or we could try
You were
and build
very
one.
lucky
Is
there.
there a hammer?
Now we'll just smash through. Look at the Phoenix I have.
Ow!
Oh, I need more food.
I got this. I have stone. I am stone.
Oh my god.
I am stone. Rock and
I don't have a
stone.
pickaxe.
Ouch.
I think they're off to. Oh, they're shooting at us. Watch out.
Don't hit me.
I don't have any more
Oh.
arrows, otherwise I would shoot back, but
I should grab some weapon.
What,
Oh,
you don't
creature's
want to make it?
digging. Ow!
the stone
I'm
mine.
at 7 HP. Oh, we're through.
Run! Oh, I died.
Oh, jeez.
What is that? What ate me?
What?
Oh, Phoenix died.
Phoenix
Hey,
died.
Phoenix. Why did Phoenix die?
Phoenix found
Well, I
the
got-
first trap.
Oh,
What was that?
yeah.
Should
There
have
was,
made someone else go forward. Like
There was
naked
nothing there.
hippopotamus.
oh, I think I got the second trophy. Oh, and pants, guys. There's pants.
When was their pants?
No, there's pants now.
Yeah,
Oh.
Queen's got the found some
I'll
pants.
run the trophy back to Days.
I am naked.
Okay, you grabbed
Oh,
one or
that's
did you
weird.
grab two? Didn't you?
No, I just grabbed one.
You
I
sure?
think. Yeah. Oh, I did grab two.
I'm laying
I've
into
got
'em.
arrows. I still have 10. Yeah. You keep shooting. If you need arrows, let me know. I'm just digging.
I don't have any more
Not a stand
arrows.
there.
So why don't you give me arrows because I can shoot all of them right now. They're about
Okay,
to get through.
here.
Yeah.
It's 20 arrows.
Here also.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll go back to digging.
Yeah, if we can knock even
Oh,
one of them off, that's gonna
Jakara!
be huge.
I got Jakara.
Nice.
Oh,
I'm very surprised I haven't been hit yet.
I got the Grey Dwarf off
Oh,
of him.
we're
Ding,
almost through.
Ding! Ding!
We're gonna start having enemies in a second, I think, because we're almost through. There you go. Okay. Weapons
I-
at
Do
the
we have
ready,
an
just in
axe?
case.
I have an axe. Yes.
I have an
I need
axe.
to get past you. I have an axe.
Uh-oh. Watch
Oh,
out.
you're
There
I'm gonna go
is
down just to
There
see.
is a doohickey there. That's the best thing I can think of. You need to axe
Oh.
that doohickey.
I'm gonna help you.
The,
I got this tree down here
What
too.
are those thingies
Oh, I
called?
fell. I fell.
Oh no.
What did we
I
do?
couldn't see because the tree was there.
Okay, got it. Oh, that got me. Oh, somebody shot me. Put it
Here's more materials.
Okay.
And
cool,
a better
cool.
bow.
I don't have a hammer.
Lots of arrows.
Nice.
I don't have a
Some-
hammer.
I don't have a hammer either.
Let's
we'll
see if we
have to make
can. You
one
got an
probably.
axe. Can you break this down?
Yes.
This wood pile?
Yes.
Oh, got it. I got it. Okay. Okay.
Oh, nice. They didn't think
I
100%
need a
about
stone.
this.
Okay,
Yeah,
we're getting
I need
shot at.
one stone. Does anybody have a stone?
Yes. Here, I'm dropping all my stone.
Oh, better bow.
There's all my stone.
Oh no, is that a stamina?
Okay, so are you going to hang the elder? Or do you want me to?
We need to hang it back at where we came from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
Where's the
Two of them
swan?
are shooting at us. I dropped it. So someone should pick it up unless it... We're getting shot at by 2 of them.
Whoopsie. I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah, I need to be very careful not to fall off. Because I
fell.
have some loot on me. Ooh, that's a...
I fell and I had some. Not so much, but I had loot on me.
Don't try not to keep loot on you.
No, it was just like I had a bow and arrow kind of thing. Not like loot, but I had a bow and arrow and
Somebody should be shooting
trophies.
them.
Well, I ran out of arrows. There's some cloudberries here.
Where are they?
Surprise!
Also naked
See, there's
and-
hidden loot.
Don't light yourself on fire.
I cut our tree down so that we can see. Well,
Smart,
they're up there with their trophy as well.
I can say they've got. You want to chop their tree down then?
Oh, we need a swamp key. Okay.
Okay, let me see if I can make it back.
I
I
brought
fell again.
Hildir her chest. You can now buy loot from her.
Ooh. I did this so like fine last time.
Did you? Okay, so you lost the trophies then.
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
I'll try
I
and bring
fell
this.
again. I cannot do this.
There's so many bodies down there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I ran out of stamina. That's fine.
Let's see if I can make this jump. Oh gosh!
Wait, what key are we looking for?
Swamp
Gotta
key.
make key.
You gotta find the swamp key.
Oh, you gotta find.
How do
You
I do
can't-
that?
You can't craft
Where
it.
did you put it?
He hid
Hiding.
it.
Or was it down here?
Don't light
How do I
yourself
get there?
on fire.
Hi.
Doing.
Well, that was the
Doing.
pathway.
Whoa!
Yeah, there's root.
Oh no! Oh my gosh, I panicked. I hate this.
Oh gosh!
Enter? What am I entering? A troll cave?
Careful.
What is this?
A troll.
I don't want to be in
Don't
here.
get
by
eat-
myself.
I'm coming!
I hear things.
Just like the Morgan hole?
I got her.
I'm guessing we probably have to fight the jerk that's in there.
I mean,
They
we probably
just
don't
bombed
have
themselves.
to, but
Terrified.
Yes. I should have brought food. Oh no. Have y'all found new food yet?
Yes, over here.
No.
I'm trying to get back.
What's in the treasure chest? Oh, they're trying to get me. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna drop that Hildir chest. I was trying to see if I could set it somewhere. I just dropped it. I'm sorry, you guys, if somebody wanted it.
I picked it up.
Okay. I'm gonna put the And anybody have a swamp key?
No.
We're gonna need a swamp key.
I'm gonna take these 2 trophies back. Oh shit, this is way
Okay.
too much. Never mind.
I can. I'm coming to you. I can if you drop it to me.
Yeah, I need those rocks.
I dropped the
Or-
rocks.
Oh, I need 3 pieces of wood. Anybody have 3 pieces of wood? I got
Yes,
2
I put
rocks.
4 pieces of wood are in the box.
Okay, perfect.
Pass me the trophy. Egg.
Okay.
Oh, that's because I have core wood. Dang it. Tricky.
1. The other.
Whoa.
Hopefully, I can
Somebody
make it
keep
back.
him off of me. Keep him off of me. Oh. Oh, what the heck?
thought it was
Oh,
for the platform
snap.
What happened?
They bombed me.
I have never thrown a bomb. I can't reach. Okay, I can. So once we get bombs, it's gonna be
Died.
rough.
Oh no, I died. Oh, that
Uh-oh.
was so good. They got me so good.
Don't worry, you're not the first to have died. So
Oh.
Oh, I killed one.
Okay, so this
You
is
killed
just
one of them?
something in here.
Yeah. I shot him with a bow.
There's a chest out.
On the right. Oh,
No. Somebody died.
yeah, I saw them explode.
Food.
Well, how are we supposed to get? Oh, I don't wanna
Did
push one.
anybody bring
God.
the trophy?
Where'd you go?
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, there's back.
in
Yeah.
the end?
No.
Okay, good.
Who pushed me up?
Did you?
I think I got. I don't know. I moved off to the side, and then all of a sudden I went soaring off. I think.
Yeah, we went soaring.
Were there spikes on the side of that?
I don't think so.
Excuse me, please.
That or I
Don't
just got
shoot me.
shot in the ass.
It's possible.
We both got shot backwards.
Did you find the key?
No.
No.
Well, there's a chest that I couldn't reach.
Couldn't reach.
Oh,
Ow.
wait.
That
Why
hurt.
is she here?
Hang on, I'm going into the
Who?
troll cave. Who?
ValheimGal is in our area.
What?
How?
Killer!
What?
Where?
So how are we supposed to get a key for that door?
Oh,
I don't know.
Scooby-Doo.
I don't know.
We gotta find it somewhere.
Oh,
right?
it's down below. There's a. There's
Oh,
a
okay. I'll go below. Because I.
It's this way.
Oh, I got hit.
Yeah.
I've only got 11 health. I'm sure that'll be. I died. There's a spike fence there. I couldn't see it in the tree. Careful, there's a
Nighttime.
spike fence there. My stuff is alive though. Not that I had much of it. I dropped most of it when I fell first. Oh, we could probably break that spike fence, right? The trophies are hung though. By the way, trophies are hung.
Okay,
We have
cool.
two.
We
Two out
have
of four.
two. Okay. Maybe we should send Hijack. We should let you go in and sneak attack, like clear the way and. No, I don't know. Never. Bad idea.
Trying to see. They also have two hung, so we're in the same. We're in the same. I keep falling. I'm so bad. I really thought I was better at platforming than you.
Why are you hitting me? Oh, somebody's over here. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. I'm on the wrong side. Okay,
How did you get
I
over
get
there?
it. I don't know. I guess I went through the wrong portal. Sorry.
There's a portal.
I went. Yeah, I died and I went through the wrong portal. I guess.
Oh, did you not set your bed?
No. No,
yeah,
I
there's
didn't.
Yeah, you gotta set your bed in here.
Okay, I'm just gonna die.
I'm on fire. How am I on fire? I was going near the thing.
All right, we are back and we are in part 2 of our 24-hour live stream. Thank you everybody for joining us in part 2. And now I'm going to introduce some of our hosts and co-hosts who are joining us for, which is our shift 3, because we have 4 shifts, 6-hour shifts throughout. So of course we're into shift 3 now. So first off, let me introduce MorningDarkness.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are you this evening?
I'm glad to be here.
I actually had to look at the clock to remind myself what time it was. I was like going to say afternoon or evening because it's been such a long day.
I know. I'm surprised that you are just going.
Hey, I got my coffee. I walked my dog a few times on breaks, so I'm keeping the energy high.
Well, that's good. That's good. Even
Yeah.
in this rain. Oh my gosh, brave man.
Oh yeah. We're walking in the rain with the umbrella because the dog still wants to go. So we also have joining us on our hosting panel, Gooflump. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us and helping out with all this Val-Con goodness.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm just so excited to be here.
Yeah. We got a lot of fun stuff coming up here in the next, the next 12 hours.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're only halfway through.
I'm so excited.
And then we have another host. She's muted at the moment. So there she goes. And you know her from part 1. Say hello to Wadel.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning for you. Down
Yeah.
there in South Africa.
Yes.
Yes. Everybody from all over the world. Go Good. So we are doing well, actually. There's an accessibility and gaming panel coming up with MorningDarkness and a bunch of cool folks. And it looks like for our hosting panel, they have 5 people in there. So if one of you wanted to hang out with them, you're welcome to. You might find it interesting, or she's pointing to something.
We have a goof who's going to join us.
Oh, goof.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. So you guys already have that figured out. Just ignore me. So we do have one short video that I can play before we start that panel, because we're just a little early, which will actually help to make up a couple minutes of time that we have. So yeah, it's a very short video. So check this out, and then from there we'll go right into our panel. Here we go.
In a world ravaged by relentless floods, the very fabric of our reality has been torn apart. The terrain has transformed into an unrecognizable expanse, where once thriving cities now lie beneath the waves. But from this chaos, something extraordinary has emerged. Magic has begun to weave its way through the remnants of our world, reshaping the land and breathing life into the ruins. Mysterious entities now roam the altered realms of Valheim, guardians of secrets long forgotten. Welcome to Kattegat New Dawn. A rich and custom-made world with over 17 unique locations. NPCs waiting to share their stories, and quests that will challenge your resolve. The fate of this transformed world lies in your hands. Will you be the one to uncover the mysteries of Kattegat New Dawn? The adventure awaits.
Oh, that looks like a fun server to play on.
Very fun.
Looks awesome.
Yeah. Well, good. I think we're actually looks like we're just a few minutes ahead of schedule. Morning, do you have everybody here already, or are we waiting for anybody?
I believe we have everyone.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, then I will turn it over to you, and I think Wadel and I will get to take a short break, and you guys have fun with the panel. I'll be listening because I'm super excited to hear what y'all are talking about. So,
all right,
take it away.
See you in a few.
All right. So, hi, everyone. We are going to be doing a panel that talks about accessibility and gaming. And I'm just going to add the folks here. Okay, looks like we're having there we go. Okay, good. I was like, oh no, we have a complication, but no, we're good. Welcome in, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, we are going to be doing... Oh, hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I had it muted.
You're good.
Just making sure you can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So we are here to discuss different features about accessibility. Indie games have really revolutionized how accessibility is addressed in gaming, and many AAA games have followed their example. And so we're here to specifically talk about Valheim's efforts and how community input has changed how Iron Gate faces some of these different challenges, and how they've inspired more inclusive features and a future for all gamers. So first of all, let's go ahead and do some introductions. Let's go ahead and start with you, Gooflump. Tell us about yourself.
Well, I am a variety of challenge type of streamer. We do all sorts of things on my challenge. We like to build lots of big things, but mostly we get just very, very goofy over on Twitch in a very as inclusive as we get environment.
All right. Ash, would you go ahead and introduce yourself?
I am the Bull and FawkesAndBull. Fox and I are variety streams, predominantly Valheim. Part of the fun with Valheim for us too is we also like to do a lot of mutual aid efforts and fundraisers. He and I tend to do a lot of just nonsense runs, whatever kind of floats our boat. Whether it's a creative building or project deforestation, where we're trying to chop all of the trees on the map, and just whatever floats our boat at the time, because that's how it works.
All right, and speaking of your partner in crime, Fox, if you would introduce yourself.
So I'm the Fox and FawkesAndBull, and well, I'm pretty much just going to be piggybacking off of what Bull just said here. Yes, we are variety streamers here, and in addition, I also, well, used to cooking streams, also do reading streams as well here. So we try to. That's where the variety comes in. Really, we don't just try to hit just one wicket, but the one wicket that we really like hitting is Valheim. So that's pretty much us in a nutshell. You got both halves of the nutshell, so it's like a pecan.
All right.
Now you're picturing pecan pie, so you like us now.
Fable, go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Well, I'm Sable, old man gamer. I play a hell of a lot of Valheim. I am a moderator for the wonderful MorningDarkness and a moderator for Gong Show. I'm here as a newfie for giggles and all that.
Did we lose you or did you stop?
Wait, hold on. Do I have to push to talk or no?
No.
You're good.
No.
Okay. All right, and SereneHeart, if you would introduce yourself as well.
Well, hi there. I am SereneHeart, also known as SereneHeart BDD on Twitch. I've been a gamer for decades, and I occasionally stream it, but mostly I'm a musician, an artist, and an author who also happens to be blind. I started playing Valheim pretty much the same week that it came out on Steam, and I adore the world, the lore, the gameplay, and most of all, the community that surrounds it. I also happen to be having my wedding anniversary today, so happy anniversary to my dear wifeling. And just
Congratulations.
I'm Octogeisha. I use she, they pronouns. I stream on Twitch. I just mostly exist on there. I'm part of the Twitch Women's Guild, part of the Twitch Pride Guild, part of the Twitch Creator Clubs. I'm also an advocate for disabled, the educating people to, put their health first, and advocate for like ACE, trans, and the LGBTQ community. I am known for mostly like variety streams, and I'm an art. Just I'm the VTuber. Hi.
And so we will have a couple of recordings from Octogeisha, who could not be with us for this time slot, but does have some fantastic info to share. And then I am MorningDarkness. I stream Valheim on Twitch. I have a couple of YouTube tutorials as well, but I experience chronic pain, and I work to create an inclusive, supportive environment within my community. So that's us. And so let's go ahead and get started with our first question. So what one change has Irongate made to the game that made it feel more accessible for you? Ash, if you would go ahead and give us a start.
This is gonna be a little controversial, but the change to the Neonheim signs. So one of the things, and I really appreciated talking with one of the devs about it later on, was the problem was from a slight distance, it would start to flicker. I have a seizure disorder, and while mine are non-epileptic, they do cause stuff like that does trigger headaches, and headaches in turn leads to me seizing. So needless to say, Neonheim did cause that. However, I really appreciate the fact that they also recognize that, hey, being able to see the colors and being able to see the signs does matter. So still having the option to adjust, being able to see different, the colors of the fonts and whatnot still mattered. That really helped. There was a nice little balance there. I mean, I loved the Neonheim signs right up front, but oh, man, from a distance was miserable.
It was definitely a good change, yeah.
Especially during storms where it was just like constantly flashing.
It was a big problem for me too, because I have a very hard time light sensitivity wise. And the more light there is, the more my vision goes completely wonky. So that whole thing was definitely a problem for me too, just in different ways.
Yeah.
And Sable, if you would go ahead and tell us a little bit about your experience.
Well, I'll start by saying that I have really bad tremors in both hands, and the devs adding the Q and E swappable snap points really helped me out. Like, it was a true blessing for me.
I think that one feature alone made Valheim like my single favorite building game I have ever experienced, just because of the snapping points. It made it so much easier to use.
Fallout 76 could take some definite cues from it.
Yeah, it's like it made navigating things like I also get very shaky, and like finding that right spot when it was in free mode was just sometimes an absolute nightmare. That I would just have the jankiest bases, and then the day I found that Q and E swap, it turned my builds into good builds, and ever since then I've been obsessed with building just because like it enabled it. So that was I agree, that was one of the best changes I think I've seen. So
Yeah. Excellent. All right, we're going to go ahead and listen to Octogeisha's response.
One change that has Iron Gate made to make the game where it feel much more accessible for me. To be honest, I think the only Iron Gate game I've really immersed myself with in is Valheim, and I like the accessibility of the builds and the positioning of the building and placing items. I also enjoy that it was very easy to grasp the concept of being able to play Valheim, because I would never be able to punch Yag in the face if I did not know how to do it. And that's one thing I'm known for as well. Is punching Yag to death with only using my fists.
All right, and then Serene, I think you have something to say about this too.
I do, yeah. So the changes that they made to like the options when you create a new world has been a blessing for me, because previous to that kind of thing, we'd have to use mods for it. And I'm definitely not anti-mod. I love my mods. But having less mods means there's less like intensity going on in the CPU. There's less scripting errors that can possibly happen. There's a whole lot of other doors that kind of thing closes. And so having it inherently built into the system has definitely been a really good change for me.
Yeah.
I agree entirely.
Excellent. And then I was going to try to share an image, but I'm not not technically inclined enough to be able to do that. But I will say that one of the things that they did that was kind of a shift, they had some of these accessibility features already available. And then when they added the accessibility tab, that was actually really useful for making it so that people could, communicate, what they needed and also find what they needed. So that was a really fantastic thing that they added. And then the next question is, what feature of the game helps alleviate symptoms from your disability or disabilities? Fawkes, go ahead and answer this one.
All right. So you'll notice when you're shooting an arrow or a bolt or casting a spell, there's a good contrail for that. And my depth perception, thanks to this guy right here, is not the best anymore. IRL and especially in games, it's actually, no more shooters for me. But having that contrail as a visual reference helps me in range finding and helps me in tracking something that I need to hit. So that's something they always had, but it's a feature that, one, is aesthetically pleasing, but most importantly, two, it helps me a great deal with that. Now, I don't know if that was intentional or not. I don't know if they were applying the rule, but that definitely helps me.
When the rule of cool helps an accessibility option, it just makes it that much more cool.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
God, yeah.
All right. And then Ash.
The audio in general, it's not a lot of split, and while I would want more splitting options for the different settings, just the idea that I can, adjust my music versus effects, like that's a common thing, but it's also too like what falls under the categories of those. Like some things in other games, what's music, might fall under effects for some games, and I feel like they split that audio really well. The general music is actually so pleasant. Even some of the biome sounds are so pleasant. Usually when I'm in my virtual therapy sessions, I actually will have my earbuds in and then listening to my therapist with my noise canceling headphones. So, and I can still hear her clear as day while still hearing the game, and it actually has helped quite a few of my sessions, especially my more extreme sessions, making some breakthroughs that's helped control some, like made my seizures actually less intense. So yeah, the audio in general, not just the sounds themselves, but the way they separate and categorize them.
Yeah.
So you mean like the ambient sounds?
Yeah, ambient sounds and the music.
Cool.
All right. Serene, how about for you?
Okay, so a really big problem with games, especially this kind of game where it's an adventure kind of game, is camera shake. And for someone who is has visual problems like I do, camera shake makes a game almost freaking impossible. Like it completely makes it impossible to play. So having the camera shake being able to be turned off is always a blessing. When I see that option in a game, I absolutely adore it. I am so thankful for the devs to put that kind of option in for people that are like me, who that little bit of tremor, man, it can make all the difference in the world, to say the least. And I also enjoy how they did make, they did think about different ways to like make the ease of clicking a thing. When you're doing things in menus and in the inventories and that kind of thing, it definitely is helpful compared to other games. There are things that they could maybe do to help boost that, but we can go into that later. But yeah, a lot of the thought went into like, how can we make this kind of thing a little bit easier to manage, because we know people are going to be dealing with this for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. So
yeah. All right. And then I will say that for me, what makes Valheim super accessible is that it's natively in third person. I cannot play first person games. They give me an immediate migraine and motion sickness. And so the fact that Valheim is just like natively in third person just meant that I was like willing to even try it. But also the camera shake toggle for me, really important for that motion issue, as well as the motion blur toggle, as well as the pause feature. When Valheim first came out, I was the mom of a 3-month-old, and so the ability to just like hit escape and walk away and have to do whatever, change a diaper, whatever it was super helpful. And I know I'm reflecting some of the comments in chat as well. So
can I add a little bonus to that?
Yeah.
I am very grateful that they did not go the route of making it online only, even if you're in single player games, so that you can do the pausing in the game. Please, other games, take a cue from that. There's a reason it exists, and we enjoy it.
Absolutely. All right. So what are some game mechanics that you struggle with? Let's go ahead and then start with Sable.
For me, it's all building. When you have tremors as bad as I do, I at times have to use both hands to keep my mouse still. And it has brought me to tears more times than I care to count.
Yeah. But I do have to say, your builds have some of the most soul that I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that like you push yourself and like go for it anyway is just like so moving, in my opinion.
You do so well.
For what it's worth.
That meant the world done. Thank you.
Serene, would you go ahead and let us know what mechanics you struggle with?
The darkness is a big problem. Being able to like brighten the screen a bit more, especially during the nighttime, it would be a blessing in disguise. I get it, it's part of like gameplay, and they want to have like the, kind of lore. It's a darkened, world and that kind of thing, but it can be a pretty big problem. And kind of going with that on the side is the inherent haze and other graphical effects that happen in some of the areas that you go in, like the ashlands and mistlands and that kind of stuff, is a real bad problem for people that already struggle to see in a clear kind of a way. I have my monitor on an arm and I have it within an inch of my face, and I still can't see what I'm doing. Most of the time I cannot even go into the mistlands because it's just impossible for me to do anything there. So being able to like turn that kind of thing off would be a real blessing, to say the least. I know that we can technically do it with like console commands and that kind of thing, but that's also a pain in the butt to try to deal with, so if it's like an inherent thing that we can just turn off in the options, that'd be amazing.
Adding some sort of slider for that, and even like as content creators, that bleeds into just people in the audience being able to see what's happening, not just so
especially like YouTube purposes, it always is darker on YouTube anyways, for instance.
And Fox, I believe that you have some something that kind of reflects this.
Yeah. Well, for me, because my night vision correlates to my depth, my lack of depth perception. Like good example of this, not just this game, but also other games like Fallout New Vegas. Never couldn't finish that damn thing because it was too dark. A game you can have. The thing that throws me about it is that like you can have that dark, spooky, something's going to come out from the shadows and get you, but still enable your player to see, because you ultimately, I don't know much about game design. The closest I've ever came to game design was running a D&D campaign, but I'm pretty sure the logic is the same. At some point, I want my players to be able to finish the game.
Yeah.
And the example that Serene just gave, I mean, the Mistlands, that's, you got to clear that to get to the current content. So it's something that I hope that they take a look at, or maybe even, especially with the Mistlands, give an option to the Mists, add that to those difficulty and customization sliders. That'd be great. I would like that.
How about you, Goof?
I've got a lot of twitches and a lot of like joint issues, so I take a lot of issue with clicking lots and lots and lots. So I find myself needing to mod things and like make things a bit easier to like do easy harvesting or do this or that. So and like to play on like the building thing, not only is it sometimes hard to click the things where I want to click them, so like to actually line things up properly, but like sometimes I'll be building very, very tall and accidentally hit the delete button and break something essential, and then everything around me comes crashing down, and I'm like, come on, dude. So like something, I don't know, if I know other builds or other games have some sort of undo function, so I don't know how that could be implemented into Valheim. If you could like maybe put down a ward and have things like hold their structure for like a second longer, or you know, something like that, so I could undo a mistake like that. I don't know how in game, like with the lore, you could fix something like that. That's just a struggle bus for me sometimes. But hey, it's easy to build it back up.
Yep. Structure support from Odin Spirit.
Literally just a bunch of Dvergr just come running in and hold it up for you for a second.
Your own little mini army.
Yeah,
And then-
just like on call.
And then Ash.
For me, it's actually enemy speeds when I'm playing on easier mode. So like generally speaking, a lot of mobs, their abilities, like you'll have a second or two, but some mobs I find like the pause when you're dealing with the golems in the mountains, for example, it's such a long pause, and it's but all of a sudden so sudden. When I'm dealing with like post seizure days, or just because my other mental health issues, it really messes with my cognitive function, and then sometimes my seizures actually really messes with some of my mobility. So even on easy mode, while those mobs might not hit as hard, it's not so much the difficulty of the hit, it's the response time. So having a slider or for specifically like force the ability speeds would be great. Like the animations themselves are great. They've got like a lot of when like on my normal days, those notices, they're not obnoxious or anything like that, but it's that speed sometimes on certain mobs. It's just too much.
Yeah, I definitely hear that. All right. So the next question I have is, let's see here. What are some of your favorite game mechanics that may help you with accessibility to be able to play the game and enjoy it? Ash, since you're here and talking to us, I'm gonna just make you talk some more.
All right. Even though like I end up with similar issues, like Goof and Sable with the clicking over and over, just the ability to just casual build on my low functioning days really, and even just being able to farm materials for building is just, man, it's like no matter what you do in the game, you're making progress. So building, especially though, the snapping system I find in general has only gotten better over time, and has really made it for my low functioning days to just be able to move things around. And also too, like I like the fact that like with the building, it's not some really obnoxious bright effects every time you lay something down or something. You know, it's just a little.
And speaking of building, I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna bring Octogeisha to listen to what they have to say.
Mechanic, honestly, in the game would be the building mechanic. It is the thing I stick to in the games. Without using mods, I do not use the mod. Let me just express that again. I enjoy building for the fact it's relaxing, and I feel like it's easier to do than it would be to do in any other game that I've experienced. I'd love to have more building options, and I'd love to have more materials, but I know we are only limited to what they're going to release. and sometimes I just use the environment anyway, and just say, "Yep, that I'm building around this environment, and that's my space now."
All right, and then Serene.
Being able to use items that keep spawn rates down so that it feels less pressured when you don't want the pressure there. So like the workbenches and that kind of thing keep the enemy spawns down in a surrounding area. And I love being able to just plop those things down all over the place. I plop them in the woods everywhere around my places so that I can keep the spawn rates down and not have to worry about things coming in and attacking while I'm just trying to build something.
Haven't played with Serene. Yes, she does do that.
It works though.
That's something I need to do more in my worlds. Like 90% of the time I'll just be walking around and then just have like something come and whack me in the back of the head, and then of course I'll have 25 HP and then I'll just pop out.
I have workbenches just strewn all over the wilderness.
I need to make that more of a habit.
Dawn has taught me quite a few tricks on minimizing mob spawn. She has watched a couple of my struggles and was like, here's how you could work on that. It's a blessing.
All right, just for time's sake, I'm going to combine questions 5 and 10 for the last. So let's go ahead and move on. So what mods are out there that you have found useful? Fox, let's go ahead and start with you.
So Fuel Eternal, right off the bat. Remember I had mentioned my issue just dealing with the dark and not having to, I'm going to go over to my little workshop area separate from my main little base. Oh, crap. It's dark. Well, I better put Resonant. But with Fuel Eternal, I don't have to worry about that. So that... I know it sounds a little weird, but that one really helped.
Doesn't sound weird. All right, Goof, what about you?
By far, if I'm playing any server, I'm going to ask them if it's okay if I use the mass farming mod, because it both gives me the ability to like shift click something and get everything in the area. So it can save me a massive amount of time harvesting just in general, just reducing the number of clicks and making ease of access easier. And then also for farming, it lets you lay down things in a 25 by 25 grid instead of each individual plant. So again, that like cuts down my clicking time by a ton, and that saves a lot of pain in my hands. And then 2 other mods like that really help with my ADHD would be like the As You crafty box that like pulls things from boxes so you don't need to like go and find them in each box. It like helps my ADHD focus on one task and one task at hand, because as soon as I go and get something, I'm going to get distracted by something else and go do something else. So it helps me just streamline things. And then the smart boxes, which lets me like pocket dump everything into a box and then go get distracted by something else immediately instead of, again, the distraction factor. So that's my top 3. That would be them.
All right, what about you, Ash?
For me, thanks to Sable, actually, my favorite hoe re-uploaded. Similar for the re-clicking over and over and over and getting distracted, trying to balance it out to get proper support. Just I can do it on a normal day just fine, but days where my hands are just not wanting to cooperate, and it gets so caught up in like, all right, is it perfectly level? And sometimes like my depth perception after seizures is like a little kind of distorted. So it's like, all right, trying to see where things are leveled out so that I don't offset things too much. Just having this, all right, boom, one set area of a flat terrain, just so I can build, so I can save my hand for building is pleasant.
All right. And then Serene, what about you?
So I definitely agree with the crafty boxes and the smarter containers. My gosh, they must have been done with by somebody that had accessibility issues, because those things are just fabulous. But for me, the most would probably be better UI for Valheim, because having the ability to like mod the UI sizes and colors and all that kind of stuff, it really can make a really big difference.
Yeah, I know that there's a little bit of a slider for UI increase, but I think it only goes from 100% to 115%.
And you can't like arrange or like that, like individual sizes or like
Got it.
positions of things either. So
Okay. And then we're gonna hear from Octogeisha here real quick.
Good to use is an overlay. You have to like download a software on your PC to have an overlay on your thing, and it only works if Valheim is in the windowed option, and that allows things to be in colorblind mode. Because I have Tritonopia. It's a very good tool to have that I use for many games. If I can find a link to that, I will, of course, link you and share that knowledge.
Yeah, they didn't get to that part, but that's okay. All right, so how does Valheim stand out for you from other games in terms of accessibility? Let's go ahead and start with you, Goof. I think this was your question, so...
Well, yeah, this was mine.
Wrong one.
So it stands out to me because most other games, when they're offering some sort of world modifier at the start of a game, I won't really give examples. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, but a lot of games will give so many options that the options themselves feel like they need options. So like it just seems a little bit overwhelming, especially for someone who just wants like one or two small changes to the game. But other games themselves like will have no options at all. And I feel like Valheim's ability to just meet you in the middle, give you like a small little panel that gives you a quick access to different options for whatever you're feeling. Like, are you having a flare up today? Okay, have 3 times resources and no enemies. Are you feeling like you want to have a flare up that day? Have hardcore and no portals. Like you can adjust things very, very, very easily. And it's made it simple enough for someone who wants to adjust to how their playstyle is, but not so overwhelming that you get lost in it. And I really like that. That's how it stands out to me. I've never seen that in any other game, and I'd like to see that more. Just make it simpler, sweetie.
How about you, Ash?
Partially to piggy off Goof Lump, but to extend into something else. There is other sliders I would like to see, but outside of those, the sliders that they have are excellent, 10 of 10. Because there's other games that I really enjoy, but they get a little too complex, and also to the way it's explained in the sliders is really straightforward and simplified. It's not like this times this, but the way it's worded, it's actually in the negative. But also to the flexibility in gameplay style. If you like playing melee, there is multiple melee weapons, and it's viable. While it might be more difficult on other bosses than another, it's still viable. And if you don't want to go do any combat, you can go into a creative mode, and vice versa. And it's really just loops into the replayability, and it feeds off of itself over and over and over. That no matter what kind of mood you're in, the game has an option for you. So it's like by high days, I could be, blasting through, beating on stuff, and sacrificing myself to a yawl in my root armor. Or the next day, I could be building something with Fox.
All right, Serene.
The fact that it is as inherently mod friendly as it is, without like going all in and saying we're having the workshop opened up and so on and so forth, is really nice. And I definitely appreciate the fact that they went into the idea of at least making it available as an option for those that either would like it or actually really need it. For someone that's like me, who basically has to mod every single game I play because I need to have it be able to work for my limitations, it is really nice and friendly that way.
Nice. And then I will say that one of the more recent ads that they've done has the new world modifiers have made it so that people can really, really, really play the game that they want to play. If people want it to be harder, like I know Canaris will talk about, you know, lamenting about how they've made the game easier from the public test branch to now. And you know, some people just want to be able to build. Some people don't want to do the hardcore farming. And so, and whether that's for, you know, personal preference or accessibility, it doesn't really matter when people get to play the game they want to play. And depending on what kind of day you're having, that can affect, you know, due to accessibility. But I really do deeply appreciate that specifically Valheim has added those world modifiers because it has made such a difference for so many people. So I'm very appreciative of that.
Same.
Yeah. All right. And so we're going to go ahead into the last question. We do only have about, I think, 5 minutes left. So let's try to keep our answers as concise as possible. So sorry. If you could change one thing about Valheim that would make it more accessible, what would it be? And I invite people to chat in the chats and comments. Same for you. What would be for you? So, Bull, or Ash, let's go ahead and start with you.
For the text dialogue, like on the lore tablets and from the NPCs, whether it's actual voice actors or a text-to-voice option, because even though the text is generally easy to read,
for some,
even on my like vision distorted days, it's still there's no option to pick up. Like I'm fine that there's no real voice acting, but there, you know, that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But just you have to mod in order to, you know, in order to be able to know that it completely by not having that, it completely removes a lot of the lore from an entire player base by that.
I have to skip most of it myself. Yeah.
What about you, Serene?
Well, for me, having more options to separate audio. Like for instance, they do a good job with it already. But like, for instance, the rain sounds are so loud and you can't do anything to reduce it without reducing every other sound as well. So being able to separate things out on a more like individual basis would definitely be a big help for a lot of people, to say the least. So yeah, that and then other ways to interact with the inventory to make things a little less clicky would be nice. If they could figure out how to do that, you know, like via right clicking or double clicking, that kind of thing, just to, you know, make it a little bit more accessible for people would be great too.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and play Octogeisha's response real quick.
Change one thing to make things more accessible, then what would that be? Honestly, I can't just change one thing to make everything accessible, because there's going to be multiple things that will need to be changed to make things more accessible for different disabilities. Example number one is eyesight, and I'd love to see, like, maybe in the future a colorblind mod or colorblind adaptation for Valheim, for them to have that in there, so things are much easier to see, so you don't get confused between different colors and fall to your death, or just get confused on what's what. I mean, lucky enough, when Valheim things are labeled, is still would be nice to have that colorblind option to make things easier on certain people's eyesights. A second thing is again, I guess an eyesight situation where is if someone is struggling to read, maybe a text-to-speech or a vocal suggestion, or like of someone to speak out what the character is speaking. That would be cool. I know that's a lot of work to have that as a thing. I mean, I would absolutely love to be able to have a screen reader read that for me, but sadly the screen reader does not do that. I can tell you from experience, screen readers do not read the Valheim dialogue at all. It would be nice as an option, but I can see why it would not be an option for, like, it could be hard for someone to code that for speech to text or involve that into. But I was thinking of if they was to be speaking, like it would be the trader that spoke, it'd be like the witch that spoke, it'd be the just NPCs that you interact with that would be speaking.
All right, and then Sable, if you would go ahead and tell us what thing you would change.
In all honesty, I would add the left, right, up and down mouse arrows to the left of the number pad to position pieces better for snap points. If you have tremors as bad as I do, it would make it way easier.
100%.
Yeah, I hear that. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us for this panel on accessibility in gaming. And thank you, IronGate, for making all of the efforts that you have done so far in increasing the accessibility of the game. Ooh, that's not what I wanted to do.
Suddenly Serene.
All right. So yeah, thank you all for your time. And thank you all for everyone in chat for participating.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Thank
you
you,
guys have a great
everyone.
day.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the invite, Don.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Also, to thank you, IronGate, for actively listening. Y'all do a really good job listening.
Absolutely, yes.
Fantastic job, if you ask
Thanks
me.
for a great game.
Amen to that.
Amen. Hey.
Jarek, we cannot hear you.
Thanks everyone for that wonderful panel. And I think Kysen's here too. Let's pop him in. There he is.
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Welcome back.
Kysen.
Hi guys. How are we going?
Good.
Well, thank you, Morning Darkness, for hosting that panel. Very, very interesting and very important topic. And I can tell by the way the comments are going that everybody there thought the same. So I believe now we're moving into a short video, and it's going to run for a few minutes. Then we'll take a look at that. So this is from Mythic Builds. I'll just give you the title, Memorial of Guts Statue Tour, and I'll let the video speak for itself. And then we'll be back in a short time after that. And to be honest, I'm just stalling while I find the video. There it is. Let's go. Wow.
Wow.
It's, absolutely incredible.
Wow.
Beautiful.
I could never.
How do you
I
plan
could just
that?
never. Yeah.
That is the question. How do you plan that?
Like,
Amazing.
do you use
Not
like
only plan, execute.
yeah, like
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
use like some sort of chart to like you actually build something ahead of time, like on
Right,
paper,
3D,
like
like a 3D modeling program. Or
yeah,
something?
yeah, like MCAD or something.
Tons
Yeah,
of
that
experimentation.
Tons of experimentation, yeah.
I wonder how long it took him to do that.
I want to know a timer on that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much to Mythic for sharing that, and to all the comments as well. Everybody really enjoyed that. We got another streamer visit. So Bigton90, let's add you onto the stage. Hey, Bigton.
Hey there.
Hello,
Bigton.
Vixen.
And there's the link, twitch.tv/Bigton90.
And are you with us, Bigton? Do you hear us?
Yeah.
I get the feeling he may not. So we can give him a nudge in his stream.
Somebody go give him a follow and tell him.
Yeah.
To be fair, we have to have at least a few of these throughout the day to prove that we're doing this live, right?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Let's have a message.
Looks like his.
Yeah, but I can't hear y'all.
Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Hey, we can hear you though.
Yeah, dramatic entrance there, Bigton, making us think you weren't joining for a second.
You can hear me. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you. How are you going, Bigton? How's the stream going?
He can't hear us. We're talking to him in this chat.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right,
We'll get him in a second, I'm sure.
there we go. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Oh, we can hear you.
Hey, sorry about that.
All right.
Technical difficulties, the name of the show, right?
Yeah, it sure is.
Heck yeah.
How are y'all doing tonight?
Good.
Good.
How are you doing, Bigton? What's going on the stream? What are you up to today?
Oh, just trying to build a village. You know, always fun. Let me get up here.
Oh yeah, I think we
Yeah,
have
but I've
in-game
got-
footage of him.
Yeah, we can get your footage added up here to
Yeah.
show that.
Okay.
Don't everybody click it at once now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we
all
just
clicked it up and down.
But yeah, I'm just with the help of Umbrian, who's over here working on Witch's Hat and Witch's House. We're building a village. We've got right now the meat hall up. Which let me.
Yeah, awesome. I was actually watching your stream for a little bit before we brought you in, and some of the builds here look really incredible. Have you been working on this for a long time?
No, actually, with this particular build, I had stuff scoped out, but I didn't start actually building anything until tonight. Just wanted to do it all on stream, but
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
I've been
Wild.
been enjoying building ever since I started playing Valheim about a year ago.
Yeah, it's it really attracts builders. Why personally for you, Bigton? What is it about the building of Valheim that you enjoy?
Just the freedom that gives you. I mean, yeah, sometimes snap points can be a little pointed, but for the most part, it's fun and it's easy to do and it's not hard to pick up. And then once you've got something mastered, you learn, hey, you know, I can do something different with it, like the chimney here, where I've used stairs to make the angled rooftop for it to route the smoke out. So it's not hard to master, and then you learn, especially if you watch people like Goof that do a lot of building and stuff, and you just see some of the techniques that they use for building, and it's fun. It's relaxing.
So
it is. Do you like grind out getting the resources yourself, or you just enjoy the creative
Normally,
building side?
Normally I do. This one tonight, we're using dev commands and stuff like that. But normally, when I get a little bored with the building, go do a little bit of raiding and pillaging, and then cycle it around.
Like a true Viking should.
Yeah, exactly. That's all part of the name, right?
Yeah.
But,
There's some just as beautiful builds on the Big Ton main server I've seen. So, and that's all naturally harvested. It's got a thing for building villages. This one.
Yeah, I try. But yeah, up there we've got that, and then down here we're gonna have a multi-story tavern and inn, and then I'm actually working on the docks right now, which are just right on the edge of rendering. So.
Oh yeah,
that's about halfway through. It goes right along the coastline there. So
awesome. And you said that usually you will gather all the resources, and that kind of divides people about whether it's too grindy or actually kind of relaxing. Where do you stand on that yourself?
I think it's right at, for me, it's right at the cusp of being too grindy or relaxing. There are sometimes some material that you're going after, like black marble, it gets a little grindy sometimes, or tar especially, that feels a little grindy.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it feels to me like the devs have walked that line very finely there.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a good challenge, and I suppose with the new modifiers as well, you can always turn resources up if it's gets a bit too much. But Bigton, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it. Everybody, Bigton90 over on Twitch if you want to see more builds. And how often do you stream, Bigton?
I stream every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Sunday. Sunday is a full day stream, but the other ones are starting in the evening Central Time.
Well, that sounds like you cover a lot of time. There's no excuse for people not to find you now.
Appreciate it very much, and thanks for having me on.
Thanks so much for coming. We really appreciate it, and enjoy the rest of your stream.
Yeah,
have a good one.
All right, awesome. So I think are we jumping straight into the video now? Is everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
We've got the blind boss challenge, which sounds really, really interesting. Looking forward to that one. So this is going to be a video that is by a little palindrome. So let's cue that up, take a look, and we'll see you guys afterwards.
What happens when a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer team up for absolute chaos? Hey, I'm a little palindrome, your friendly Valheim streamer, and I joined forces with YouTuber Brendan Jeff to take on all of Valheim's bosses. But there's a twist. Our friend Dawn, aka MorningDarkness, has set up special chests for each fight. Inside, well, some questionable weapons, dubious armor, food and mead. And here's the kicker. We won't know what we're getting until we open those chests. This could only end well. Or, you know, hilariously.
Jesus.
So, welcome to my humble temple.
Humble?
Very modest. So, we've got all the bosses all ready to go. I have no idea still what's in these chests. The urge has been to open them, but I have resisted.
Oh, right. It's that's right, because each chest has been filled.
Yes.
Already,
so
and we
Dawn,
don't know.
Yeah. I was sitting in call with her while she was doing it and was just like standing at the stones, and the giggles that she was having as she was feeling them, I'm scared.
So we're in for a rough time. Oh, there you go. Rest buff done.
Sweet.
What
aggro is-
difficulty is this set to actually?
It's all normal combat. Normal combat, enemies will aggro. I turned off raids so that we won't get raids when we're here and whatever.
Yep.
But everything else is normal. And I think I did teleport all just in case it matters.
Actually, it's cooked then.
Yeah. I put teleport all on before I went and put dragon eggs on Motor's thing. So, alright. Okay. Let's see what.
What's in there?
Have a look.
Fishing hat.
She said she was doing themes. I understand what she meant now.
What's a fishing hat for?
That's because it looks so.
Alright, ladies first.
I'm not a lady, but I'll go first.
I mean, just in case it's there already, you can die first at least.
Oh, such a gentleman.
Yeah, that's me.
Alright,
Guys,
boy.
thank you.
Yeah. Ready?
Oh, I was born ready.
I'm pressing the right button, I promise. Why is he spawning there?
Oh, I am sorry, good sir. Caitlin, do you mind?
Oh, that's not him.
Ow.
Time.
Come on, stamina.
He's doing like 20 to 25 damage per hit on him. Poor guy. He's just sleeping.
There's one down, 6 more to go.
Yeah, I'll let you look before I take the things. I was just like trying to remember which way it was. Because I tried to set the ones that do a lot of damage and are likely to break the portals, I tried to set them up and put like barriers around them so that...
Yeah, because you got that one on the other side of that tower, which is a good call.
Yeah. Oh, I wish I had something with fire. Where's he here?
Nah, that'd be too easy.
Where's he?
Over here.
Yeah. Oh, I'm already out of stamina.
Get shanked, boy. Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't even bother dodging that. That was not a good choice.
Ow.
He's so close. Haha.
Chefed.
That was easier than using fire arrows, but way more risky.
This shield's actually kind of OP for this fight.
Recordings from here on out, because otherwise it's going to be pain. Oh, okay. This looks fun, actually. It could be interesting.
Alright, my minions. You will fight with honor. Protect me at all times. Sacrifice yourselves if need be. Especially you, Sven.
You ready?
He'll spawn right or left. Yeah.
I see.
Come here, minions. Get ready for battle.
Oh my god, he's on top of me.
You guys wanna... Why are my guys attacking? Attack! Damage me, bone mass. There we go.
I once built a base on top and didn't realize there was a skeleton stuck in the eye, and I couldn't figure out why I couldn't sleep for the longest time. This is OP.
Get them skeletons. Get them skeletons. Get them skeletons. Oh, never mind.
All my skeletons died.
Well done, my minions. No, one of yours survived.
Where is he?
Mjolnir.
Mjolnir.
Why do I hear a skeleton? Oh, like a... Is there another skeleton around here?
My favorite boss mass. Boss mass? Merry
Boss
boss mass. My favorite boss mass, I should say. Yeah, cracked. Oh.
Nothing like a Caesar salad and some spears to poke a dragon with.
Do you mind when we need it next? Alright.
Good luck. Come here, Toothless. Her legs were bugged out when she was flying.
Oh, really?
Why is this Gollum?
Why is everything going to you?
Right, chill, man.
Oh god, no. I am not in a good place. This is the bad place.
Give me my spear, dragon.
No stamina.
Oh! Just bumped into another rock.
Ow. That did not come from her mouth.
I'm confused as what's going on here. Oh, there we go.
Oh. Aha. Yeah, you totally said that.
Huh? Oh, flame metal. Oh, okay.
What is this combination?
It's like...
I'm so far off bone mass. We just kill them, I guess. Ow. I meant to parry. I'm not back. That's not how you. That's not a. Imagine our first deaths meeting. No.
He's about to be medium well. A quarter HP before he comes out of the ground.
Oh god, I'm slightly stuck.
Why are you going after me?
I'm hiding. Because I hid behind a pillar and we went right
I
next
know,
to
but it's
each
just
other.
funny when it goes after you. Funny for me. It looked very cinematic. Ow.
Oh no, I don't have the stamina.
No, don't vomit. Oh, I have no stamina. I'm very slowly running out of range of that. That was terrifying. Why do I hear a goblin?
There's a fueling as well.
Ow. Oh yeah, I see. Oh, there's quite a few of them. Hey, chill.
Oh no, I'm so low.
Chill, goblins. Let's talk about this. I said we could talk about it.
Alright, well, he's
Yeah,
chasing
there's,
me if you take care of them.
4 or 5 of them? There's a few of them. Ow. I got this though. Oh yeah, 5. I've got 2, 3. You're next. 4. Ah, Meteor! I'm not even near you for yeah, Blue. What's going on, man? Minding my own business. I just clutched up and killed a Descator.
I should stop taking that.
Who are you oh, you're going after me, of course. I was just thinking, I'm like, oh, if it goes after Pali, I'm just gonna hit the guy, and then I look behind me, and I just see 5 meteors just coming straight down my face. It's the worst time when you can't get it.
It's always when I have no
Or
stamina.
it's like in the middle of fire. Ooh, nicely done. Run away!
Ah! Oh god! Okay.
I don't think the troll stuff works inside the
No. What if we have a look at the previous crates and can each get one thing from the previous crates? I just want to interrupt here to say that we made terrible choices, and this was about to be nearly 3 hours of our lives. Enjoy. Oh no, I'm dead. Oh, the world saved. Alright. Perfect.
Oh! That is not good.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, I'm 3 health. Where's the exit? I need a...
What happened to you?
Oh no, I wasn't at the bottom. No. I fell and I had 3 health left and I thought I'd... Just the spew ones when it's like a whole heap of them.
Oh, yeah. I do. Oh, no, man.
Hold on, let me bubble. Oh, I don't have enough. 1 second.
Yeah.
Got it. Oh god. Yeah, you want to use yours now? Alright, let me just get these ads.
R.I.P.
Oh god, I'm stuck in a corner. Oh god. Yep, I'm dead. In a bad place. Make sure I get the stairs and not the... That was not the stairs. It's okay. Where am I?
Where?
I can see her.
I do, yes, but I'm at the top.
Do you have bone mass? Per chance? Alright, well I'm down here with her. It is the action. Oh, the sparkles.
Oh.
I think.
Oh. Oh my.
Uh-oh, I double clicked. That's the waste.
She's digging.
Oh, goodbye. I'm running because I'm like, I'm gonna die. I was poisoned. I know. It's fine.
Oh.
Oh no, I double clicked. I've only got 3 left.
Oh, found that one.
Oh no, 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 no! Stupid Seeker! Push me off the edge!
Whoa! She's spawn camping. I walked out of the exit and she just jumped me and killed one shot.
Oh my god.
She's spawn camping, leave me alone.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh.
Oh no, oh no, no! Here we go. Alright, where'd she go? She's right there on the stairs. Let me switch over to the stick. Oh wait, no, no. Where's her spear? Ready? I'm not. Ding dong. Okay, backing up. Alright, handy. Mistime that. Oh, I am. What am I summoning? Pottery. It's okay.
Oh, pigeons. Pigeons, chill.
Oh, the Aspen exploded.
Haha, L pigeon.
Not ideal. I'm dead.
Oh, let's not go towards the twitches. Yeah, with axes they are.
Yeah, just need a second. I'm gonna try and get a little bit arrested. Listen here, you little shits. You're really annoying. And he's standing in lava, so I can't get underneath them.
Yeah, Dip. I just sent in some bricks to distract them.
Whoops. I'm like, why can't I move? I was on the other side of it.
I do, but it doesn't let me. There we go. I have to pull my crossbow away. I have to pull my crossbow away to use it. It won't let me use it.
Oh my gosh. I need to run now. I need to run now. I need to run now. Oh, is. Okay.
Oh, Aspen. Jesus, man.
Okay, I'm gonna go kill him.
Oh, he's cooked. He's cooked.
He's so cooked right now. Haha!
Let's go.
Oh my god, the spikes! No, don't. I don't want to die now. Alright.
Did you die?
No, I very nearly did though.
Oh, I'm stuck.
I lost half my health.
Aspen, please leave me alone.
I'm coming.
Oh. There we go. We did it.
Oh my goodness.
What mother of what the hell have you done? Dear God. I'm actually... Can I jump? I can't jump. Hang on.
All right, wow.
Wow.
That looked like loads of fun.
Incredible.
Spoilers if you haven't been there, but it just looks like utter chaos, but it looks like so much fun.
Sneaky choices, MD.
I felt so bad about the troll staff in the queen fight combo. I felt really bad about that.
So I
Yeah.
should point out that was just part one of a 3-part series that they have, at least what they sent us, and we had time to show part one. So hopefully they get the other parts up on their channels, and check those out because I'm sure they're going to be just as much fun as that.
Oh yeah, I definitely want to see more. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say I haven't actually fought Fader myself yet, not properly. So I think after watching that, I'm like, yeah, I'll probably die quite a lot if I try that.
Well, that's the end of the game. I think.
I have thoughts. It's a given. You're gonna die. Accept it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a given for me in Meadows most of the time. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's always so embarrassing as well because people have an assumption that I've obviously played a lot of Valheim that I shouldn't die to things like necks, and I probably shouldn't. But
first 10 minutes, you're always just running from the wildlife.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And the trees.
And the trees.
Oh,
that's for the whole game.
Yeah.
Well, the meadows can be deceptively dangerous, right? You're there, you think everything's safe, you're not paying attention, you didn't food up because you're just doing something simple.
That's the thing.
And you look away for a second and you look back and you're like, oh, there's a tombstone there and there's a little neck going.
Pally was in the voice chat when I was like spawning those items in, and I kept going.
Yeah.
And then during the elder fight, like for the elder fight, I started humming the Superman theme. And she didn't quite. I don't know if I just didn't sing it well enough or it wasn't quite familiar enough. But like, anyway.
Awesome. So we've got another short video to move on to now from Scorcher Azura. The Bone Church build tour sounds very interesting. Let's take a look. Wow. There we go. Every time we see a build, it's crazy good. Jirok, I think you're muted again, maybe.
Yeah, the bones on that. Wow. I mean, they labeled it something bone.
Bone Church.
Yeah, the Bone Church.
That's so good.
Wow.
Yeah.
I kept wanting to pause and zoom in. How?
Right.
Yeah.
That was the best use of the Groston build pieces.
Literally
Like
perfect.
I love I love building roofs. And like that is the best use of the Groston roof pieces I've ever seen. Like that was
Yeah. That's what they were designed for. It was perfect. The shoe fits.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There were so many beautiful details, but what really stood out to me was at the end when the candles were at like different heights.
Yes.
That was a really nice pay attention to detail section.
So
I
good.
loved that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing as well how so many people come up with so many very unique builds for things. You know, there's only so many build pieces and kind of ideas you'd think, but yet so many people come up with these amazing things that you've never seen before. And it's incredible to see.
It makes me, every time I see a build like this, I just real quickly, it makes me want to go back to my wish list for Valheim and say, please do a blueprinting system in game. So have these and like have like an official repository or something for them, because some games actually do have like blueprinting in the game, and I know we have to use mods, but oh my goodness, when you see a build like that, you're like, that just has to be preserved forever.
Yeah.
Now, Creature, I think were you saying you might say goodbye to us at this point?
Yeah, I won't be on camera the rest of the night. I'll be around though. I'm gonna be in an egg hunt later on. I need to get some food though. I've been here all day.
You have. Thank you so much for helping out. It's been awesome.
It's been great. Thank you so much for having me. I've been having the most wonderful time, and like I said, I'll be here still. I've been here since 8 a.m. So I'll be here until I fall asleep. We'll see what happens. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Take care.
Thanks, Creature. Thanks very much. So we're going to jump into another short now. This one is the Demeter Cursed Ship, a short story. This is by CountBane. So let's load that one up.
Named Demeter, on charter from Transylvania to London, shipping mysterious cargo crates. Contents unknown. Out at sea, with no land at sight.
This looks like a bite. Evil is on board. Powerful evil. In the night it drinks our blood. He is coming!
Stop screaming. Your blood tastes better in silence.
All right, awesome.
Wow.
Chills.
No, that is so. Bane is from Transylvania, right?
Yeah, he's from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's from that
And
area.
so he leans into that theme so hard.
Yeah.
And he does it so well.
No, you should hear his voice. You should go to his YouTube channel and like listen
He
to some of
sounds
his
like
voices.
Dracula.
That took me a
Deep
second.
voice, and he's got that accent. Yeah, it's just amazing.
That's so cool. Like that took me a second to realize that was Valheim.
Yeah.
Like I was like, okay, so this is like a different thing showing us. Wait, hold on, I recognize those build pieces.
Yeah, what game is this? Do I
Wait,
need to
hold
wish
on.
list it?
It's like, wait. It was really good.
It's crazy.
That was fantastic. I feel like at the end of every video, we're all just saying "wow," but
Yeah.
it's hard sometimes.
What else?
Well, that's what they're saying in the comments too, right?
Yeah.
Like every
So
time
many
it's
amazing
something
things.
different. It's different but cool in a different way. Like it's just, I don't know. It's so cool. I'm excited.
Yeah.
So we have a panel now which is going into Expand World Prefabs, but Jirok, you and I have both uploaded a video for this and they look different. So I just want to double check which one's the right version here.
It looks like it just for our backstage, it just loads a different preview. Yeah. So I checked the names. You have both, so you can load either one.
No worries. I didn't want to start half an hour of the wrong thing. I thought I'd best check first. But we'll jump into that panel now and we'll catch up with you guys again afterwards.
Buddy, welcome to the EWP panel, or Expand World Prefabs. What is EWP? Well, that's what you're here to find out. For now, let's get started by meeting all of the participants.
Hello. Hi. Hello, greetings. Hi, I'm Dhakhar. I make some YouTube videos every now and again on building, and I have fallen deeply into the EWP rabbit hole.
Yeah, I'm Raaka. I'm I guess the wizard.
Yeah, Chief Wizard. And I'm JP Valheim. Raaka and Dhakhar taught me how to do all this stuff, and I've been making tutorials about it on YouTube.
Greetings. My name is StonedProphet. I also make some YouTube videos on how to do some mod things. And I'm here to learn about Expand World Prefabs and all that it can do.
I'm Bjorno. I'm the leader of the Plainswalkers, Valheim clan.
I enjoy playing Valheim, building, learning new stuff. And EWP is a bottomless pit of learning.
Now that we've met all of the participants, let's give you a demonstration, because I know people are visual, and you're not going to believe us if we just tell you about this stuff. You got to see it yourself. So, Raaka, what is this? What's happening here? Tell us about it.
It's the armor stand female from the base game. It's like a leftover developer thing, and it can apparently do all the player animations.
Apparently. Now you say apparently, but how did you figure that out?
Well, it has that posing button behind it normally, but these have been turned invisible by using the little model change. EVP is sending them a script that changes the pose every second. That's how they're kind of like dancing.
Right. It can now dance better than I can. Damn it. So yeah, whether we've got mods installed or, in my case, none at all, we're all seeing the same thing.
And that's all we're wanting is the simplest way to achieve something without having to bog down your computer with so many unnecessary client mods.
Yeah, it seems a lot easier to troubleshoot one server than it is to troubleshoot every single player's computer.
Exactly.
So what do you think, Dhakhar, the main advantage of using Expand World Prefabs is?
Wow. I mean, it's just, you can make whatever change you want. You know, if you've ever thought like, I love this game, but I wish X, Y, and Z, like you can do that with an hour's worth of learning, maybe, rather than learning a whole programming language and how to publish a mod and all of that. You know, that's just mind blowing. And you can take it as far as you like. We've made some like very far-reaching and expansive scripts at this point, and the limits of what you can do keeps getting wider, and what you can't do keeps getting smaller. So, yeah, if you've ever wanted to change the game in any way, Expand World Prefabs is probably the answer.
It's way easier to learn than the more complicated things. Like Infinity Hammer and Expand World Prefabs are like I didn't even need to understand some of the things to get started, because like I could just copy things that other people had made, or I'd ask Raaka about something, and he'd make like the confusing part, right? And then I would just like reduplicate it like for 60 different monsters or something like that, right?
And at that point, you then understand it because you're like, I see all the different pieces that I've changed around and fixed and adjusted here, and then you see how all the moving pieces work.
Exactly. And it really does make learning and getting into these things easier. And also it's easier for other people to get involved because you sort of are incentivized to do it on a server, right? And then you're one step away from anybody without any mods just joining that server, you know, and it's a slippery slope.
Well, you know, I have to say, if I may, it's a very interesting correlation because I have a very similar story from when world edit commands first came out and expand world first came out, and I was starting to play with the tools, and I was like, oh, this is great. And the only way I learned was by looking at the documentation and just like changing little things like you're talking about, like you just tweak something and you see what it does in the game and you're like, aha, now I know how to do this one thing. Now I can do 10 more things, and then you learn how to do the 10 more things and it becomes 1,000 things. So I can only imagine that with all the different things, you know, the limitations that, you know, the early versions of those mods that, you know, Yeri produced, we now has birthed this thing that is so much more comprehensive and capable.
Yeah. If you've spent any time with his mods at all, it helps as well. There's a lot of the same types of like language and formatting and
well, thank God he does such a good job of keeping consistency. It's a lifesaver.
Yeah. So you learn one thing and you learn them all pretty much.
Yeah.
And because they YAMLs the live update while you're testing them, so that's helpful as well. You don't have to restart the server, kick people off necessarily.
Okay, you had one other one. What other server mods are vanilla compatible and with expand world prefabs? Could you elaborate a bit? What did you mean exactly by that?
More to do with what other mods you'll go to toolkit essentially for combining with EWP to get the best outcome.
Do you want to go for that, Dak?
Well, you and Raaka have done much more like on the server side. So in terms of like better networking and Discord connector and all that stuff, you'd be better off speaking on that. But yeah, in terms of the other things, any mod made by Yara, so Infinity Hammer, World Edit, Server Dev, like all of that is just out of the box compatible straight away. And then yeah, it's a small list for me, you know. It's like config manager, Gizmo. I think everything else is a Yara mod. And then obviously like the server specific stuff, if you guys want to comment on that.
Yeah, and so it's worth mentioning. First, we should talk about like what stuff is useful to develop EWP scripts, because there's certain things, for example, like one of the things that I got confused about is, while yes, you use expand world prefabs, that's the main thing you're using, there's certain other mods like Infinity Hammer and also world edit commands that are pretty much fundamentally necessary, because without them, your ability to teach yourself is really limited. Like you need to know what all the right things are, but how do you know that if the game doesn't allow you to look at them? So world edit commands would be a big one there.
The fact that most of Yara's mods autocomplete with a tab, so if you're typing something in, it offers you the available options that are correct for what you're trying to do. And if it's not offering it, you've probably got a spelling mistake or a space in the wrong place, or you're missing something.
Yeah, I was just going to agree and say I think that autocomplete is a huge feature that makes learning easier, because immutable command or prefab name or input, you just have to remember a bit of it, and the autocomplete is going to help you out a ton.
Yeah, that's a really big deal.
You can also troubleshoot that way too. If you're not getting autocomplete, there's definitely something going on with your mod. So in terms of applying expand world prefabs, and we know that, pretty much the sky is the limit as long as it's a prefab in the game. Could you possibly apply that to a server? A lot of servers run carve races. Is there maybe a script you could write up to maybe automate the race to let players know who's in first place by like checking or poking the player?
Something that like reacts to the proximity of the player.
Yeah. I would think you'd have a finish line piece, and that pokes one carve within distance, and it's automatically going to poke the closest one, and that can have like a name, and then print this card name as winning or whatever. But with all of these things, it starts to get more and more complicated as you try and make it only apply to that specific carve race.
Right. So it really depends overall on how you design it.
Yeah, exactly. There's many ways to get a cat.
I guess an easy way to think about it, the limitations Dhakhar is talking about are the fact that once you put a lot of scripts on a server, that can work. Let's say you have 100 scripts that interact with 100 different prefabs, it's going to be fine as long as they don't touch the same prefab. But then the moment you have a script touching the same prefab, then when it runs, it's going to pick. And that's going to cause inconsistencies that maybe you didn't plan for.
For example, when this box touches one of those flags, a goal is scored. But that doesn't happen when any box touches any flag, because Raaka has put a little piece of information in the box and a little piece of information in the flag that the game is checking for this to happen. So it's very easy to make box touch flag and goal is scored, but then, you start to add a little bit more complexity to make it only happen on the football pitch in this situation. I've learned a lot through making mistakes, and I would say it's almost important to make bad scripts and wrong scripts to figure out why that's not a good thing to do. Like for the type of reasons you're saying as well, with like confliction things. To start with, you might think, oh, I can use when skeleton is destroyed. That seems super easy. But then you run into these problems, like you say, of, oh, well, now when every skeleton is destroyed, this is happening. So now I need to rethink and have maybe a different approach. But you have to go through that learning process and make the errors yourself. But that's the fun of it, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the fact that it's like live developed, you're in a game, it makes it fun, right? Like genuinely fun.
So we're playing football here, but is there a way to make it to where there's a leaderboard for red and blue and maybe have that update on a runestone?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, runestones, signs.
Something like Discord Connect, you could throw it out to Discord channel, which can then go to a web page if you really wanted to use webhooks and all that nonsense.
Is there a possibility of maybe making it to where the losing team maybe gets a status effect and the winning team gets a status effect?
That's more a limitation on what or how status effects work in the base game. Like, for instance, we can't take status effects away. So there are some that if you give them, they're permanent until death.
Let's hope patch adds a monster that will take away your
yeah.
guts.
If they add anything like that in any format, we could use it to take them away. And that's kind of one of the things that's really fun to learn about EWP.
I have to say, this is a really interesting practical example of this event being at the event. This is really entertaining.
Well, considering I'm in New Zealand, there's a couple of people in the United States and a couple of people in Europe.
It's working great.
Yeah. And there's half a dozen of us here.
Pretty good.
Proofs. Self-evident proof there.
Yeah, I'm like surprised that it works this well with all of us here.
Let's move on to a question by StonedProphet. He wants to know how we can access the fields in the game while we're in Valheim.
And when you do grab that data, what do you, are you just interpreting it just on the fly? Like, even just like if I wanted to take this wall panel and when I walk to the wall panel, it does blank. How do I even know how to identify this wall panel, tell it to do blank,
I'm going to talk to Professor Oak.
So like for saying I wanted to be this specific wall panel.
Yeah.
That's what we call a filter. And you can filter by any piece of data that you like. So a really obvious one for this would be the prefab name. But you could get even more specific and say this in particular wall by giving it a piece of what we've called custom data, which is basically just anything you like. You can write like special one and have it be an int and look for that. And then it will only ever trigger off of that wall that you've given the data to.
Grabbing the basic data, like Raaka just said, an object copy, like, once I do that, where am I, I know, is it in the YAML file? Like, does it dump the data, the actual printed data somewhere? Like, I remember there was a command for like, there's a door, the functions of this door. If I only knew what the commands of this door were, in raw data form, can I like look at this door and say object dump data or load or copy or whatever it is? Like,
data save door 1 would give you
there you go, yeah,
test, or there's data dump door 1, which gives you absolutely everything,
right? And that's what you're figuring things out from, by looking at that data.
Mostly, I would guess. Yeah.
Raaka made a demo, and he actually has the scripts, so they can see it on the screen, basically.
Now it's on the Ashwood wall.
They got taken out.
So now it's...
So I have to be looking at the wall.
Supposed to be...
You have to be within a certain... If you look at the script Raaka showed...
Distance 5 meters. Yeah, okay, got it. Yep. So I could be over here and say, thingy, nothing would happen. So I'd be over here, say thingy, something happens.
Yeah. If I change the max distance to 50 and say YAML, here, except it's going to take a while.
It's going to update and take forever to update.
Come on, we want Pixmod.
There we go.
Hey.
Yeah, it takes a while for it to save because I'm already on Discord and we are in game and so on. So I'm kind of lagging a bit.
Yeah, it does extra per player. Because I've done a lot of like live development on Palm while there's like between 1 and 5 people playing, and it's like they compound. So you can make a little file change. Maybe you're changing 20,000 bytes.
This was 1 kilobyte.
1 kilobyte.
1 kilobyte, and it took like 10 seconds to update. Yeah.
So there's one other thing that I'll say that's very helpful that Raaka has shared actually in the config share. There's like states and other things that you might not know. Like, how do you know what the name of the monster's state is when it attacks so that you can add something to the monster's attack?
So I just wrote this kind of script. Targets player, checks for state, and does the command say and parameter. So now any state the player does is broadcasted to the chat on kicks, dodges.
Wait, what doesn't jump work?
Yeah, why doesn't jump work? Oh yeah, I probably have some script that's taking over. Yeah.
There's an example, JP, of what you were talking about.
Yeah, so I'm gonna add in weight 1e30. So it's infinity and
jump.
Yeah, let's jump.
So this is how you would find different states. Let's say you want to adjust the magic weapons, or you want to adjust one of the melee weapons. You might think that it's just the weapon type, but it's actually all about the animation state, right? So like certain swords all share the same state and other swords don't. So you have to basically try it out yourself. Yeah, and this one's Great Sword 0, Great Sword 1. So you can see in the chat that it's not even just the one attack. Each swing is a different state. So in this case, when I swing once, it's Greatsword 0. But if I were to swing twice, then it'll be Greatsword 1. And you can use this to adjust the attacks and react to things. And so now Raaka has adjusted the script.
Not scrupt. Yeah, now it's just a player name.
Hell, the script.
Now Raaka's adjusted the script so that instead of just the state, it tells us the name of the player that did that. So you can see it says Dhakhar admin does jump, Raaka does jump, JP Val does Greatsword 01, 02, etc. One of StonedProphet's other questions is about doors and like secret entrances. So he's wondering if we can animate things or make like walls slide over, etc.
So in the example JP is talking about, I have like a button here. Let's say this is the button. And the player presses the button to open the gate. And then the wall like repeatedly respawns itself a little bit lower. Oh, I made too many walls. Like this kind of thing. At a certain point, I have another piece under the floor. Let's say it's this. And I've given this piece a specific piece of information like Raaka was doing. So this is my thingy. And I have a script saying that when this other thingy, that's the gate, when gate thingy is made within certain range of pole thingy, stop. You know? So if I didn't have the pole there, if I took the pole out, it would continue on making itself down into the void below
the
map. Yeah, so there's a lot of like MacGyver type thing going on where it's just about understanding what rules you can make and then how you can, you know, apply those rules to different situations.
It really is like a mechanism in that way.
Yeah, there's like an object of the thing that stops the gate from going further down. I mean, there would be in real life too, but here it's just a bit of data that's stopping it essentially.
No, it's perfectly, that was very well explained.
Yeah, so this is Raaka over here has got his speak friend and enter door.
Yeah.
So this is like a say command opened door.
So it starts with it shut, and then you say like a magic phrase to get it to open.
From Fellowship of the Ring when they're trying to get into the Mines of Moria, and the riddle on the big door with the glowing tree in Elvish says, "Speak friend and enter," and it's Melon.
You'll get the rough framework done in your script, and then you add the like visual layers and the sound effects on top of it, and you can make it look super smooth, even if it like didn't look smooth at all in the beginning. All right, then. Is there anything that anyone wants to bring up while I'm still recording?
I think there's a lot to even just starting out. I can just tell you from my perspective, it's hard for it to feel to not feel daunting a little bit still, to kind of delve into even just the basics of it. But I do think that this has helped a lot for me personally and made it a little bit more accessible to kind of try things on my own when I'm ready to do that.
It really is something that a lot of people definitely feel. And they sort of, the thing I'm learning, that they overcomplicate things for themselves. Because really, like, if you want to get into Expand World Prefabs, you need, like, basically a list of things you care about changing. And that's where it starts. Because the moment you actually, like, you're playing and you want to change this, or you have a player and they want to change that, and you make that change, that's when it feels, like, real.
So one of the things that's always annoyed me about Valheim is people chop down all the trees, and then they don't plant any. They leave all the stumps. So there's a few different ways that it's been dealt with. JP's got a good one. which is you chop out the stump and randomly trees regrow in the area. I think that's how yours works, eh?
Yeah, and Raaka also has one that regrows the tree in the same spot. So there's lots of different kind of ways you could go about it.
And that's a really nice, simple quality of life addition, which usually requires a mod. And then with JP's addition of making it more randomized, that becomes more organic and natural feeling. More like the way nature is. You chop a tree down, it doesn't grow back 10 babies right in that one spot. It grows back somewhere. There's a seedling that grows, takes over that space. And that gives you almost like an evolution as you're walking through. Oh, this tree wasn't here last time. You don't, the world keeps changing.
You bring up a really good point that, like, when you're going to be more able to get into Expand World prefabs, if there's a specific thing that was bothering you or a specific thing that you want to adjust, well, most people can just put Expand World prefabs on the server, browse config share, and just find a couple like 10-liner scripts and pop them on the server, and that'll adjust their experience enough to do what they want. That's like the more realistic use case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I agree. They'll do what we're doing.
Or yeah, well, I mean, they'll end up doing what we're doing.
Yeah,
you gotta start somewhere.
But don't try this at home. We're professionals.
Don't try.
Everybody should try it.
We just take the jackass.
But don't try and do your like grand idea first. If you have simple ideas, do them for sure. But like the dumb thing I definitely did was like, okay, right, I know how like this works at the super basic fundamental level. Let me try and make something really complicated straight out the gate.
Well, there's a nice one on here on the Raaka's world, which is you throw down a stack of berries and you get a berry bush grow, which is not something normally you can do in vanilla without a mod. But it makes sense thematically. It makes sense that you would be able to. And the condition's good. Like it's a stack of berries. You run around, collect them, then you can put one down by your house.
And you mentioned stumps, regrowing trees. Like if you leave them as stumps and they turn into a tree later on, that fits thematically as well.
I think we touched on a mixture of basics and intermediate and some of the stuff you guys are starting to get advanced on, which is a good basis.
Now Expand World prefabs, server-side modding, no client mods necessary. It's a whole new world. You put a script on your Valheim server and boom, your Valheim server has a quest that's available to the vanilla players that log into your server. Gone are the days where mods were only available to PC players, not Mac or Xbox. Now we can mod servers that have crossplay, and Xboxes and Mac players can join and experience something different. It's a whole new world thanks to Expand World prefabs. Thanks to Yer for making this beautiful mod, and I hope that all of you have a wonderful rest of Val-Con.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you some other time. Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
How fun. Wow. That's so cool that mods can come to consoles.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's so cool.
Yeah.
And the crossplay as well is awesome. I know that a lot of us are involved in different servers and communities and things, and having crossplay to open that up is awesome, isn't it?
That's incredible.
Yeah, we get a whole group of people who couldn't, play or don't play on the PC, and we've had some great people in our community. So I'm sure everybody's like, "Oh, you're a console player, come on in. We'll make it work." And now, you get mods too now because the server runs them. You don't need them. It really is an amazing mod. It's so powerful. But start simple, like they said. Because it makes sense once you start doing it. You're like, oh, I just do a couple of simple things. You're like, wow, it changed the experience. And you could do a whole playthrough with a couple of simple changes that you're like, wow, that's a different experience. And then if you want to go crazy, like some of them do, and you have the time and the interest, you really can basically create like your own game out of Valheim.
Right.
Yeah, literally. I think some of the things you can do as well once you get into that is really awesome. And it'd be nice if there was more of that happening. We talked about it before about, if the multiplayer in Valheim was optimized a bit better, you could do so many things like that, servers that people could join to just do like a game of soccer, for example, in Valheim.
Yeah.
But we'll see with that. I don't think they're going to add too much multiplayer stuff. What do you guys think? 1.0, we're going to get some multiplayer updates, or probably not?
Oh, I hope so. I really, 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 really hope so.
I would hope for 1.0 there would be a bit more multiplayer balance than what has, like, stability, I should say, than what they've got right now on just regularly hosted servers. But like, honestly, I'm just excited for the completed game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So,
Sure, we all are.
There's going to be.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go.
Oh, no, there's going to be updates after. So, like, if it doesn't come immediately, I'm sure it'll be something that is worked on. Like, everyone's been asking for it, so I can imagine that it'll be on the forefront of people's minds. So,
Yeah, I definitely hope so. I think that when the 1.0 comes out, though, it's a really big point in any game's development, and there will be a lot of eyes on Valheim. And maybe if there's not at least some kind of better optimized multiplayer experience, they may miss the boat on it a little bit. I don't know.
I think it might actually require like a huge engine update, right? The engine that they're using is, the way the game's configured now. I think the physics can only handle a certain amount of players. So I think they sort of have to reconfigure it with, a different approach. And I mean, that sounds like a lot of programming work, and whether they keep it in Unity or go to another one, or like some games, like what was it? MD Enshrouded was its own game engine, if I remember correctly. Like
Yeah.
Like they weren't happy with whatever was out there or what they wanted to do. They're like, we're just going to make our own so it does what we want it to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure they're going to do whatever they can do.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, like they are aware of some of the latency and netcoding issues that are current for multiplayer, and but they're doing what they can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, there's only so much they can do.
Well, just like everything in the world of economics, if there is money for it, if the money demands it, then it's very likely that Iron Gate or Coffee Stain or even somebody else. I mean, Minecraft isn't owned by the original creator, so somebody said, wow, that's an amazing thing. Do you want to sell it? Here's a truckload of cash for you and the next 10 generations of your children's children's children, so who knows? I mean, Valheim, it just really depends on if there is a desire for it and people are willing to say, here's money, let me play with, 1,000 people on the server, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that ever happened, if it got bought out. I think that there's definitely the potential after the 1.0 for them to take a look at that. And even if it was even some sort of part ownership deal or something where they get investors in to develop it further, because there are many ways you could expand on it if you wanted to increase the world size and biomes and other dimensions and such. So we shall see. Fingers crossed, maybe.
Well, yeah, and I mean, that team at Iron Gate, they're probably going to be ready at some point for whatever the next Iron Gate game is, right?
Right, right.
They've been Valheim for so long, so like I'm actually like whatever they do in the future past Valheim, because of their scope and their perspective and the way they approached building a game, I'm like, I would be excited to try it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Valheim 2, maybe.
Yes, there's always.
No, I'm pretty sure they said that they're moving on from Valheim once Valheim is done. Like there will be updates and stuff, but like, yeah.
They've been polishing this gem for so long. They've got they got to have some more ideas in the bag.
Well, and I mean, they're going to be, their interest is right. Like can only work on something for so long. You're
exactly.
Like, okay, I want to work on something else, right?
Like Vikings are cool and all, but
Yeah,
I'd like to see just personal thing, but like a pirate sort of game, pirate themed. Like I think that could be awesome.
I've looked for a really good pirate survival game, like in the Valheim or some of the really good survival games out there, and I just haven't found one that's out there that's quite like it. I mean, there are sort of versions of a survival pirate game, but not quite the right thing yet.
Yeah.
No, I think
But
sorry, I was just gonna maybe jump on to the next short and then come back in.
I was going to remind you, like, hey, timing says.
Thanks, Morning. Yeah. All right. So we've got a short here now, just a couple of minutes. The Val-Con free build area demo.
Greetings, fellow Vikings. Bjorno here from the Val-Con staff, here to give you a little walkthrough of our free build area. The Valheim Convention free build area, sponsored by the Valheimians, will have a continual build relay pitting regions against each other for the ultimate glory. The relay has 2 plots per server, and only 1 player can work on each plot at a time. Players can spend as little or as much time as they would like building. The rest of the free build zone is split into the separate biomes. You will find portals to each. Choose your canvas wisely. Last but not least, should you venture out into the wilds, you will find repair stations for all your crafting needs. That's it for me. Happy building!
Very fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. Has anyone been on to the service and checked out this yet?
No.
Don't know if
Well, we did a tour at the very beginning of the part 1 stream, and I think we went in once or twice for live events that they had going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, if anybody wants to get in to the game and experience some of that, there's our website, val-con.org/join, and it's going to be up. It's running right now. There's modded, there's unmodded, and there's an event server, and the website will talk all about it, how you can get on and experience all the cool stuff that so many people put together for this convention.
Yeah, it's it's so overwhelming. So many people have done so much work for what's happened here today, and Jirok, you being one of the chief among them. But it's great to see how the community is really getting together today, isn't it? On just everything that's going on is insane.
Yeah, again, one of the reasons why we all love Valheim is, because we have our communities, we have our, our streamers and, our YouTubes, our Twitches, everything in our servers. But look, this event brought so many people, and there's so many people doing so many different things to make this convention amazing, in-game, out of game, the people behind the scenes, and then us who have to put our faces on screen and stay awake for 24 hours. Well, some of us.
Yeah.
It's very impressive, Jirok. I can't believe how it feels like you just woke up 5 minutes ago. You're already like buzzing with energy still, and I know you've been going forever. So
I know.
I had a little, let's just call it apple juice, to keep it friendly. No, but the next video, I just noticed the next video coming up is, hey, don't cover your face. Hey, I'm poking you.
Ow!
Can you tell us like a little intro before we see it?
Well, if you have to use one word to describe a South African, what would that be?
Friendly? Well, all the ones I've known have been friendly.
Zep style?
Yeah, true.
Rugby?
Close. Something that goes with rugby.
Shorts.
No. Usually after a rugby match, you will go
shower.
sit outside. No, light a fire.
Good
I don't know.
The homies.
Braai.
Oh.
You braai. You tan the meat on the fire.
Oh.
Most people know it as a grill or barbecue.
No,
But
yeah.
if I'm around, it's a braai.
All right.
It's a braai.
What's
And
different
that's
about a
basically-
braai than a barbecue?
Not sure, really, but
Just lingo? Rad.
lingo.
Yeah, it's probably
It's a lingo
a
thing.
regional
That's all you
term
need.
that they have.
It's
That's all
a
you
lingo
need.
thing. It's a lingo.
And so that's all we need to know to introduce your video. Let's bring it on screen, shall we?
Please do.
Okay, here we go.
Hello there, everybody. My name is Wadel. I will be building a braai for us today, amongst other things. Now, as most of you won't know, I'm a South African, and one thing we love to do is braai. Now, in other countries, it's called something else, a barbecue, a grill. It basically does the same thing. So, I will be showing you my rendition of a braai and how I build it. So, to be able to even try this or do this, you will have had to reach the swamp biome, as you will be needing iron for the stone cutter, apologies, as well as for the grid I'm going to use on top of the braai. Now, for those of you who have not played Valheim for that long and has not reached the swamp biome, the stone cutter is what you need to be able to, first of all, build with stone. And actually, iron and stuff you need the forge as well for. But yeah, let's not go there. This is what the stone cutter looks like. So I'll be using dev commands. I won't need any of these workbenches, but for you to start this build, you will need the workbenches set up. And I would suggest that you do that on all the corners to give you better coverage. I'll be using the stone floor pieces as the base for my braai. For the sides, I will use the arch pieces, which I would use the glitch to put it in. And to do that, I just press shift and I align it to exactly where I want it, as you can see here. Now, for the braai, I would like to have a backing. This has more than one purpose, as I will need something for the iron grids or the stone floors or the iron floors to glitch on or to snap on. We won't be doing that right now. We will first need to get the item stands in place, as we will be using circling trophies for this to get the fire effect. Now I'm going to approximately use 20 of them. Because I've built this out before many times, I know exactly where I want to place them. In this case, 4 on each stone block at the back, 2 in the middle, 4 in front of each. That gives you a total of 20 circling trophies. For those of you who've not played this game very long, you will also get the circling trophies by the circling spawners in the swamp. It does take some time to get all of them together, but it's not that rare, so they drop pretty regularly. Let's go get them. I've already had them here already for this build. Now, to place them, you will have to put them in your hotbar. As you can see, the item stand asks for a number from 1 to 8. Now I've pressed 9 on 5, so I'll be pressing 5 when I attach them. As easy as that. But now we have a problem. The fire effect is to the back. And that is not what we want. We want the fire effect to be forward, which means the item stands are placed the wrong way around. Now, to get stuff placed with an item stand, it is a tricky story. It's trial and error. It depends on what you want to attach. Now, in my case, you see the line is facing me. For the certain trophies to be placed the way I want them to for the correct effect, these lines will have to face away from me. I prefer to pan out a little bit so that I have a better idea of spacing. There you go. So let's try this again. Perfect. Now the trophies are facing the correct way and I have the desired effect I want. Now I'll be using the cage floor. Just remember to swing them around because you want the straight edge facing you. And these will automatically snap to one another after it's snapped, the first one snapped somewhere. In this case, it would be the wooden backing. Now you can, if you want to, put some trim on. I'm not going to do so, but you do it as you want to do it. I'm going to keep it plain for this build. Now, before the Bog Witch update that came recently, we had to attach food to the Braai using item stands. Now, this is a test, as when I built this Braai, I was not certain if we were still able to attach food to these item stands. And as you can see, I turned the item stand around to get different directions. Now let's test. You attach the item the same way you would usually do that I did the circling trophies, but in this case we cannot attach food on this item stand anymore, which means we will have to use the tray. I'm not sure if it works on the Braai though. That remains to be seen and tested. There you go. This is my first rendition of a Braai. Now, I'll be showing you one of my good friends, Sarah410, had a similar idea. This Braai gave me an idea for a hearth, not a hearth, a fireplace. So I have her permission to show you this, as it gave me the inspiration for my fireplace. But then also, it's a second Braai idea, so why not? And it's pretty easy. Use a stone wall at the back, 2 by 1 meters, and the cage floor. Just turn it around. There you go. Light the fire and there you go. It looks awesome. Now, the fireplace. As you see, I dig down a little bit as I need the hearth to be further down or basically exactly at floor level. So I place the hearth a little bit deeper down. In this case, it was covered in sand a little bit, so let's take a tiny bit of that away if we can. Again, same as Sarah's Braai, I will also be using the arched build pieces on the stones. There we go. So this part will be pretty standard. The two sides and on the other side, and they snap pretty easily. You can use the normal auto snap points, not a problem. Let's place a stone at the back. And I'll be using the tar wood arches for the piece that faces into my room. It gives it a little nice trim. I'll be adding some walls for the sake of this, so I can show you what it looks like. Let's place a beam there to lift it up a little bit higher. And here I'm using the new snapping points we have by pressing Q. Add a little bit more trim. No. That one didn't snap correctly. Using snapping points. There you go. There we go. Now, to make sure that your fire keeps burning, even though it's raining, I will be using the, well, it's called the door trick, the wooden door trick, but this will help you get more snapping points. And as you can see here, I have spaced them out a little bit more. You can snap them closer together depending on the effect you want. Now for what I'm looking for, to place the 26-degree beams, is just a little bit of coverage for the fire, and that's more than what I need. Perfect. Close up the wall again. Okay. Let's close this off. Okay, the fire lights. Good. But this one didn't snap in the right place, so let's just replace that. There you go. Okay, so the fire extinguished itself, is smoked out. Even though you add more wood, it won't light. So which means the fire is not getting enough air. Which means we'll have to have a look at the back side, remove some of the build pieces and see if the fire reignites. There we go, fire's back on. Which means I will just have to move the build pieces a little further out, which means I'm going to snap it on the outside instead of on top. Close it off and have a look if the fire still runs. Perfect. Now, one of my good friends, Kyle, called this fireplace idiot-proof. As you can see, you cannot reach it. If you have the fire effect on your server, on your world, this fireplace should not make your place catch fire, same as the normal campfire does, because it doesn't shoot sparks. And there you go.
Hey, we're back here. That was awesome, Wadel. I really like the personal touch of that being a South African thing that you covered there for us.
Yeah.
All
Also my
hail the
first
door
and
trick.
only video.
Oh, really? So how did you find the process of doing that for the first time?
Well, I had help. I did the recording, but the voice did not record the first time, so the voiceover was done twice. But a very good friend of mine, Splash, did the editing for me.
Awesome. Honestly, I've been doing YouTube for about 8 years now. You'd be amazed how often I forget to hit the record voice button as well, and or my mic's muted or something, and I mess up. So, yeah. It happens a lot. I'm sure Jirok has. Well, Jirok's having the same today a lot, actually.
Yeah, I'm doing that all throughout the stream. But so frustrating. You're so happy with it. You load it in. Like I use your editing program, and you get ready to start editing, and oh, wait a minute. There's no waveform on the audio. Oh, I gotta go do it all again. No.
It would be a heart sink moment.
Yeah. It's pretty bad, that one. Have you ever had any that have, where you've been doing it for like an hour or something, Jirok? Like a really long one?
Yes, we've actually had a few podcasts. One recently, a couple of months ago, where like no audio was recorded, or then you have some weird technical problem, and like the files gets deleted, and you're like, no, I didn't mean that one. I meant delete the other ones, and then you can't get it back. Like. Just like, you're like, oh, that was like an hour and a half of work. What the heck?
Yeah, I don't know if OBS still does this, but there used to be a bug back in the day where if you ran out of storage space whilst you were recording, it would just kind of delete the whole thing and not stop first and tell you, hey, you're low on storage. So I remember losing a couple.
Oh, no.
Yeah. It just keeps going. And it looks like you're recording.
Video editing makes me cry every time, 100% of the time. There is no avoiding it. I cry.
It is a lot of work to like really finesse it properly, and you can put in a lot of work or a little, but to really refine it, so it's like almost any art piece. You're like, at some point you just have to call it done. Like I could work on this for 10 more hours, but I'm just gonna call it done.
Yeah,
I have to say as well, like personally, some of the videos I've worked the hardest on, I've done the absolute worst performance-wise once I've uploaded them, and that can be pretty difficult emotionally sometimes for creators. So if you're out there watching and that happens to you, it still happens to me 8 years in. It's just something new happens sometimes. Don't get too disheartened by that. It's hard sometimes. Okay, so we've got this short video lined up here from ValheimGal. Just let's say a short one about a minute, not a million. And it's another commercial. Let's take a look at that, and then we will jump back in.
In a cart wreck, there's no way you can handle everything on your own. Name a portal, get coin, and let Ragnar get you paid.
After my cart accident, I didn't even have the money to repair my hammer. Ragnar got me 3 times more coin than the insurance company was offering. Thanks, Ragnar. Just build a portal and jump right into GETCOIN.
If you have a portal, you have a lawyer.
These adverts are great.
I love it.
That's so good.
They are. They're so good. It's. I think a lot of us are going to have those adverts stuck in our head for quite a while after Valheim ends.
Yes. Yeah.
So we are a little ahead of time, but I think we could probably start queuing up the next panel now. Time we get everybody in and out. So we do have an upcoming live panel to go through, which is challenge playthroughs. Thank you to anyone who's leaving us right now, which is Wadel, I think. And we'll get the others in. I think everyone's here. Jirok, are they? Just having a look now. So we need to add in a couple of them. Yeah, we got them all here. Okay, so let's see. We got Canarus Design, Kongveal, Brendan Jeff, and I don't think I'm missing anybody, am I?
Looks good.
And cool. I'll jump out so you guys have your panel. Enjoy.
No worries, Jurok. Have a nice break.
Yep. Thank you.
I think if anyone deserves a break right now, it's going to be him. So Canarus, just so you know, you are currently muted. Oh, there you go. He's in. He beat me to it. Awesome. So yes, challenge playthroughs. Like all the panels today, so much we could talk about. But I suppose a jumping off point might be to talk about some of the kinds of challenges you guys do. Brendan, would you be so good to answer that one first off?
Anything that shortens my mental, or actually makes my mental health worse, I guess you could say.
Yeah, the torture element's something we're going to come on to. Kongveal, how about yourself? What do you like to do?
Basically the same. Just torture myself. People like to watch me die, so anything that helps me die more.
Okay, well, I'm sensing a theme of torture coming up very early on here. As we're with you, Kong, what is it about the torture that you? Why do this to yourself?
I mean, why not? I mean, it's entertaining. People, as I said, people enjoy watching me die. People enjoy watching me suffer, and it mixes things up. I enjoy making things hard, but I don't want things just to be hard just for hard's sake. So you're just increasing the difficulty, increasing the hit points. That doesn't do it for me. I want to step it up a notch and have the torture, have the challenge be something different, have some extra obstacles to overcome.
Yeah, I get that to an extent. It's an interesting way of going. Goof, can I ask you the same thing? I know you're a bit keen on the torture yourself.
Well, I do all sorts of challenges that just like to limit the amount of stuff that I have, either like clothing wise or portals or lives or what have you. Like the most recent one I did was a punch only challenge run, and like it just fist weapons, and that was fun for me. So the only thing I've got more hours in than Valheim, I think, is the Soul series. So I like using those skills to transfer, using the specific weapon sets, using very specific limited amount of things to do like naked weapon runs and like try and focus in on doing specific like weapon challenges. But at the same time, like sometimes it's just chaos tricks where it's just absolute mayhem, and that in itself is the challenge. And it's just, I don't know, it's just a good time. Like it's good content. It's fun to try and survive.
Well, yes. I do see a lot of people doing these challenges, and they take varying amounts of time. MorningDarkness, you've done a few challenges. How long do you typically spend doing these? How long does it take?
Well, it depends on kind of what you're doing. I mostly do community challenge runs, and so I've done 2 no map community challenge runs now, and we're currently doing an Oregon or a nomad run, which I'm affectionately calling the Oregon Trailheim run. And I'll say that one's going real fast. We started back in September, and now we're in Ashlands. Like we're maybe 2 episodes away from the end. But both no map runs took forever.
Yeah, I can imagine that would be quite difficult. But I suppose along the way, you sometimes discover, different things about the game as well, maybe that are a bit unexpected. Canarus, maybe we could bring you in actually for this one to hear from yourself about anything you might have discovered, the unexpected strategies, glitches, exploits, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's one. I'm very sorry that I'm bringing this on stage, and now Aaron knows of this one. So I'm very sorry if it gets patched.
Oh, no.
But this is one that I found where if you stand on a boat on water, you don't get any base rates. So apart from the bat raid, you don't get any of the other raids. So, do with that information what you will.
That's interesting. I didn't know that actually. Does anybody else have glitches and things? I feel like you guys probably discovered a lot while you're playing. There must be a few things in there, are there?
Well, I wouldn't say like glitches that I've myself discovered, but like I've learned things from like doing a playthrough. I'm like, all right, I want to do this faster, and learned like a glitch, like the clipping through the iron dungeon gate with a fine wood chair, like glitches like that. I've learned like burying beehives to make them safer so you can conserve space, things like that. Like,
right.
Not a lot of glitches that I've myself discovered, but I've gone and deep dived and actually found a lot of people because of wanting to find tricks and tips and things like that. So,
and you started this quite a long time ago, didn't you? Your adventures in Valheim. How long ago was it when you got started?
I started a year ago today, actually. Today was
birthday.
my 1 year. Thank you. And like I started straight into challenge runs. Like I just wanted to immerse myself in like something that I knew how to do. And like I started with the most ridiculous possible challenge I could because I need to make content immediately. So it was like a naked, no map, no portal, no sleep, hardcore permadeath shenaniganry that I tried for a few months, and I was like, this is too much for me. I'm doing a simpler run, and then we swapped it up a little.
Yeah, you have to give yourself a little bit of a break sometimes there. And I think, like, I know a lot of you have been around for a while. KongvealSurvives, though, I believe you've been doing this for quite a long time. When was it you started on this?
Yeah, so let's see. I started Valheim about 2 weeks after it came out, and then I started doing challenge runs about the time Hearth and Home came out. So not that long after Valheim came out. And I started out fairly simple, just limited the armor I could wear and the weapons I had. I limited myself to only troll armor and only knives and bows. And now, of course, there was no Mistlands or Ashlands I had to deal with, so Plains was the last thing. So it wasn't too bad. I don't know if I could do that today, but yeah, and I've just gone from there and just tried all sorts of different things, limiting the foods I could eat. I tried a vegetarian run that didn't go very long, so I tried a pescatarian run. That was a little bit better because I get a little health, but I'm doing a bunch of no maps and various types of no maps. Trying to do a permadeath currently.
Right. Okay.
We'll see how that goes. I'm good at dying, so we'll see.
It sounds like you've tried a whole range of different ones. Is there one that stands out in your mind that was maybe the most difficult?
I have a feeling that the permadeath is gonna be my most difficult. But of the ones I've done, then I did a nomad run, probably similar to what MorningDarkness is doing. But yeah, basically, no map. I could have no permanent base. If I was going to a different area of the map, I had to break everything down, load it up on a ship or on carts on a ship, and what couldn't fit in those carts or on the ship got left behind and disappeared. And that was a lot of fun, a lot of challenge, especially near the end when I got into the Mistlands and y'all destroyed half the carts on my boat. That hurt.
Yep, I can imagine that.
But yeah, that was a fun one. That was a challenge, especially once getting to the Mistlands, but it was a lot of fun.
I think probably a lot of you have had some very difficult ones. Maybe we could get some other shared experience here. Brendan, does anything come to mind for yourself?
Oh, the most difficult one I've done, which is the one that actually I did for Val-Con, which is the build only challenge. And it wasn't so much that it was difficult, as weird as it is. It's just like the patience that was involved with it. Like it took me like 2 months of pretty much non-stop. Like that was my life for 2 months. So it was pretty painful. I have personal beef with Mistlands as well. So yeah, that one's probably the most difficult one that I've done. But I have some stuff planned on the pipeline, which is going to make that look easy. So
I love that. Great teaser. Everyone's got to go follow Brendan Jeff, guys. It's coming up. There's some big stuff.
I do have to say, Brendan Jeff, I'm so sorry.
Oh yeah, no, literally when I saw it, I was like, I don't think this is gonna work, but
I'm so sorry.
We made it work.
And other difficult ones, guys. Maybe Goof. Do you have any difficult memories coming to mind?
I mean, the punch-only run fighting Motor was interesting. That fight taught me a lot about Motor's hitbox and where to stand to punch her wings while she's flying. So that brought some interesting challenges for that one. But honestly, I think my starting gambit with streaming with like just the permadeath, while also not being as good at the game as I thought I was when I started. Like was way too confident going into challenges. So like, don't do what I did. Take it a bit easier when you start. But like, it was a fun challenge to like trial by fire myself into it. But I do think that is like the hardest challenge I've done so far, and I do want to get back to it and eventually conquer it. Like we made it to the mountains a few times, which I am impressed with myself for. But yeah, like I'll get back to that one eventually. But yeah,
I suppose as well, when you're doing challenges like that, as difficult as they are, there must also be some fairly euphoric moments, some really good memories of times that's gone well for you too.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, sorry, not to cut you off. Go on, Keith.
The motor fight is memorable.
Yeah, right. I can imagine. And I think there's a few people that had memories to share on this. Canaris, you had some memories on this, I believe.
One of the runs I did, which was I think the most chaotic one I've done so far, is I had the mobs set to 2 stars. Like they started from 2 stars, and each star would go 150 boost in health and damage, and they would go up to 5 stars, and everything else was vanilla end game. So that was like anytime there would be a raid, I'd had to run out of the base just to be sure that they don't destroy the base, because even Nex and Boars and the Meadows raids would destroy the base completely.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can see MorningDarkness nodding along here as well. I think she might have a memory coming to mind as well.
Oh my goodness. So many different things. I wasn't prepared for this.
Sorry, I put you on the spot a bit. We can always circle back if you'd like.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I think one of my most challenging, I did a rogue run, which is basically, it's like a legacy run. You use the same character, but if you die, you ditch all your gear, you ditch your world, you spawn in a new world, and your character moves forward. Or I guess it's the opposite of a legacy run. Anyway. And so I don't do permadeath because I am absolutely terrible. I normally don't do challenge runs because I cannot do permadeath. It's just not a thing. And I was desperately trying to take on a burial chamber, and I walked in, and I think it was a 2-star skeleton shot me with an arrow, and immediately my armor broke. So literally the single arrow just ripped off my character's clothes, and I'm like, well, this isn't gonna go well.
Yeah, well, I think that happens a lot. It's those unexpected things, isn't it, that always catch you off guard. Is that something to try to avoid? Do you guys prepare for these challenges? What advice would you give to someone looking to do a challenge run themselves? We can open that up to anybody if anyone wants to jump in there.
I think the best challenge run the people that I have seen do practice. They practice and they practice and they practice and they practice off stream, and they check things, and they do all kinds of things.
That's why I'm not one of the best challenge runners, because I don't prep. Prep? What's that? Come on, I just do things on the fly.
Exactly.
But as far as advice, I do have some advice for anyone who's considering doing any sort of challenge runs. Choose a run that will be fun for you, because if it's not going to be fun, you're not going to complete it. And even if you do choose one that will be fun for you, it's going to be hard. And that's the point of it. And you're going to run into obstacles. You're going to run into challenges. You're going to lose your patience. You're going to want to quit. Don't give up. Just keep going. The whole point of the challenge run is to overcome these obstacles. So keep going. Don't give up. Just keep fighting. Keep pushing through.
That's good advice. Does anyone else want to share advice to anyone watching that might be considering getting into it?
I'd say just embrace the suck. It's 100%, like Colin's 100% right. Try and have as much fun as you can with it, but there's going to be moments that just everything goes bad for you. Just embrace it. It's part of kind of what makes the challenge run so much more fun. Just let it be a part of that, the chaos kind of thing. Just be one with it. Just roll with it, and before you know, you'll be onto the next biome hating that.
Yeah, and I suppose every time a new biome is released, it's a new challenge for every Valheim player. But for you guys, it opens up a world of new, potential, even more difficult challenges that you then come up with.
It was real fun when Mistlands came out. Grimcore said, "Yeah, I don't think anyone will be able to do that no map," and I took that as a personal offense. I'm like, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah, doing community
no.
community no map in the Mistlands when half of your group of people have ADHD and just go, whee!
Yes. Yes.
And I suppose sometimes the challenges that you're doing as well might change the way you see Valheim, maybe change the way you play Valheim afterwards. Canaris, can I ask you to jump in on this one to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, this is like since day one, Valheim has actually pushed me into challenge runs. I say that because my first ever world had meadows and plains. I legit thought that plains was the second biome in the game. So, by the way, I do have a background in Souls games and all of those. Like, I do have that mindset. So I took it as a challenge. Like, oh, this is like Souls games survival. You know, I just jumped into it, and then I had no clue what to do with the stuff I was getting, like the black metal, the needles. I had no idea what to do with them. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm so glad that the plains isn't the second biome, because I can't imagine what would have happened after that.
Yeah, but it did change the way I play the game. So now I treat all the biomes equally. So I've done that thing where I go day 2 into Mistlands, you know, try to get the black cores. I've done that on a hardcore no map run on Warsaw's server. So I did that like day 2. I was in the Mistlands trying to get black cores from mines. It was just like a thing. And that kind of makes me sad that I can't do that with Ashlands, because they've kind of put a hard lock for me. I tried, you know.
You need a really good seed for that.
Yeah, that's true. I suppose seeds can be a big thing, but how about yourself, Goof? Has any challenges changed how you've looked at the game?
Being one of those people with ADHD that will just go Neum, I've found like the no map trick of like putting things pointing in the directions that you want, like as like little markers for yourself. I do that now anyway for if I'm logging out or doing something, because I will just forget what I'm doing. So that's helped me out. And I guess the challenge runs have made me feel a lot safer. Maybe it's just a me thing, but I hate digging trenches and like terraforming and stuff. So I've learned to build like safer bases and bases that are more raid proof, as opposed to like building terraform defenses. So that's something that's changed for me. But other than that, it's mostly just applying like no map strategies or like tips and tricks that help be efficient in other runs. Just apply them to whatever run I can make. So nothing really ever goes away.
I think it's amazing you guys come up with so many different challenges, and I want to come on to that in a moment about where your inspiration comes from. But just before we do, Morning Darkness, did you have anything to say on that topic as well?
Yeah, I will say that in terms of the challenges and how it makes me look at Valheim, a couple different things. Our second community run with no map, my first experience with Ashlands was chaotic at best, and then when my second time was entering it with the community and no map, and I will say that Haffengrim was part of that run, and he's actually one of our green room coordinators for Val-Con, so major shout out to him. He came in, got some ashwood, and started putting down spikes immediately, and we survived. We survived the absolute onslaught because those spikes kept going down. And, just that sort of defensive strategy was really, really incredibly successful and helpful. Additionally, though, with no map, I find that I build more conscientiously to where the sun is rising, where the sun is setting. You know, I've always heard and said build for the views in Valheim, but now just like everything I see, oh well, Yggdrasil grows out of the east and always stretches to the west. So if I point my build towards the north, then certain things are going to light up better. You know, it's very interesting that how no map has completely shifted how I look at Valheim.
Yeah, it's just a small personal thing, but the amount of times I've built something for a video and then gone, damn, I can't get the right lighting for the thumbnail now. I wish I'd built it pointing in a different way. So 100%, yeah, with you on that one. And in terms of you know, how you come up with ideas, while you're here, Morning, would you like to start us off on that one?
Sure. I mean, the Rogue Run was something I had seen other people do. No map was actually something that Jirok convinced me of. I said, no way, no how, not ever. Do I ever want to do a no map run? And now I've done 2 of them, and I've dragged my community into both of them. And so that one I blame on Jirok. And I will say the most recent one, the Nomad run, a community member actually came up with it, mostly because he wanted to torture me, because he knows I love to build, and he knows I'm a little bit OCD about creating storage with really good signage and you know, plenty of space, and you know, and I think he just wanted to, you know, see me absolutely cry. And so he created this Nomad run that is no permanent structures, no permanent storage. We can only have carts. So we've been using Azumat's Crafty Carts mod and Odin's campsites. So we have tents, sleeping bags, and covered carts that are also workbenches, which has been neat in of itself. It's given the run its own flavor, but
yeah, it's interesting.
The challenges come because the audience likes to watch us suffer. We love you.
And it's fun. You make up all these, you know, custom rules and conditions and stuff to make these unique challenges, which are obviously fun for you guys and also very fun to watch. Can I ask, Brendan, you've done a bit of this yourself. How do you come up with these kind of custom rules and conditions?
Usually like light bulb moments during a separate challenge. Like I came up with the build challenge while I was doing a naked run challenge. And I was like, because I think I took out Ecthea with campfires. I'm like, I wonder if I could beat the entire game with just using a build hammer. Like light bulb moment, let's do it. Like, why not? So I have a few, like I said, on the horizon that I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty horrible. You know, I wonder if that's even possible to do, and just run with it.
Yeah. That's it. And when you say the naked run, this was your character. It's not an OnlyFans you've got on the side or anything like that.
No.
Just checking.
Not promoting that, so you know. But yeah.
Sounds like you've got a lot of ideas. How do you choose one? Is it just an instinct thing, or?
I like probably everyone that's watching enjoys YouTube. I mean, like, you know, growing up watching YouTube, having your YouTube, the people that you watch on YouTube, and you kind of have that niche of the stuff that you enjoy watching. So the best advice that I ever got from a mate who is in YouTube, he just said, just make stuff that you enjoy doing.
Yeah.
Don't make something just because everyone else wants you to do it or because it's the trend. Just make something that you want to do, because then you avoid burnout and you have more fun doing it that way.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think it's a great way to look at it, especially for a challenge run, because as it was said before, you need to have that enjoyment, I think, to get through it. And KongvealSurvives, yourself, can I ask you the same about these custom conditions and things? How do you come up with yours?
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of what I come up with is just limiting what I can do in the game, whether it's limiting food or limiting armor, limiting weapons, limiting aspects of the game like portals or maps or structures or something like that, or just trying to come up with some obstacle that I'll have to overcome that isn't in the base game. And as Brendan said, I've got some ideas of potential runs in the future, though it might be a while, because as I said, I'm just started a permadeath run last month, and I just got to the Black Forest, and I haven't died yet. 15 days into the server, so I haven't died yet. So we'll see, but that might require a lot of restarts. So I expect that one to be a long one. So we'll see when I get to my next one.
I suppose with these challenges, especially with some of them are as tough as the ones that you do, you know, you're going to have setbacks like that at different times. I'd like to ask this of everyone who's here, actually, if you're all okay to answer that. But we'll start with you, Kong, as you're here. How do you deal with those setbacks when they do occur?
Try not to rage quit. I mean, it really depends on the setback and depends on what's going on. But just again, that's the point of the challenge is, you'll have these setbacks, and the point of it is to overcome these challenges, to overcome these setbacks, and just have to find a workaround. If you run into a wall, got to figure out a way to go around the wall or over the wall or under the wall, and you just gotta keep going. And sometimes if necessary, there are other people out in the Valheim community that are willing to help out, and if you're really in a pinch, so reach out to people if you need to.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's a great attitude to have for life, actually, not just for Valheim.
For sure.
Canaris, I feel like we haven't heard from you in a little while. Could I ask you the same? Do you have anything to say on this particular topic?
Yeah. I think it also depends on the type of mindset, because going into challenge runs, you have to have the mindset of solving rather than anything else. Because if you're trying to do like the problem solving part of it, it's easier. Like you don't feel bad if you lose something or if you die or whatever. It doesn't come across as okay, that happened. It's more like a learning experience that okay, so I did this, and next time I can avoid that and try something else. It's also my curiosity where I go into the game trying to learn the mechanics and how things actually work. So it's the same advice. Like if you want to do challenge runs, approach it as you're trying to solve a problem and not as what would cause you stress, I believe.
Yeah, I suppose it's that balance. It needs to be difficult enough to be the challenge, but not something that's going to ruin your life if it's over and over. I think a lot of people watching today might be newer to challenge runs than yourselves are here. So if anyone else wants to talk about handling setbacks, we have time for that. If not, we can move on. I'll just open that up.
Yeah, I can. I can touch on that. The big question is, weigh how much are you having fun? Because regardless of it's we can say not a knock against what KongvealSurvives was saying, but you can say don't give up, but honestly, if you're not having fun, first of all, why? And second of all, what would make it fun? What can you add that would make it fun? And the worst thing about Valheim is that you would have to start over. Like if you are in a death loop and if you're not doing a permadeath and you can't get your stuff back, you can always just go make more stuff. So don't feel like you are limited or attached to what you have done so far. You can always get more.
Yeah, that's good advice. And actually something I wanted to ask is when you do these challenge runs, obviously you set parameters at the beginning, do you change them throughout often, or, how does that work? Do you ever change the rules, or is it once it's set, you got to stick to that?
I think it depends. It depends on kind of, how you are with your own choices. If you learn something that really is a big change in like, oh, I didn't know that you can't use the troll staff in the Queen's in the Queen's area, I guess I'll have to change how I do this. I think it really just sort of depends on a lot of different factors.
So for new people out there, what would the rest of you say? Like, is it maybe a good idea to allow yourself to change things on the way through when you're starting out with these challenge runs?
Say absolutely, do what's fun. But like, if I were to give advice, like I've been mulling this one, pick a challenge you're happy, or if not, like okay to fail. Like if you're gonna get connected to a build or like items and you're sentimental, don't do a permadeath run. Like one of the things that I got asked a lot in like 30 something attempts into my permadeath runs was like, how do you just keep doing it? I'm like, I do not care about restarting. Like I've got 90 other worlds save files. Like I've made so many of these, like I'm okay to just start again and do it a little bit differently. I just get to play more of my favorite game. So it's like you get to find something that you're okay to fail at, that the process of doing the challenge is fun, not winning the challenge is fun. Like if you do it out of vanity, it's not going to be fun. I've done that. It's not fun at all. So do something that is fun for you to just partake in, not something that you want to, that you think would be fun to have as an accolade, you know? So
yeah. And you guys have all made a lot of content about the challenge runs in different forms, be it videos, streams, that sort of thing. I wonder, how does that change things when you're doing the challenge run? Do you find that it's almost like an extra support layer? They're helping you out throughout the runs?
Mm-hmm. Like having people be able to laugh and like being like, oh man, that was wild, man. That was crazy, after like you're reeling after getting bonked by a golem off the side of a mountain and you're ready to delete your character and you're like, well, at least you think it was funny and that feels okay. So
yeah, you've made someone happy even if it wasn't yourself.
Exactly. Someone made a clip of that.
Does anyone else have content-related stories for challenge runs they'd like to share with us?
Yeah. So I actually 100% agree with Goof. I mean, doing it, especially doing it as a live stream like I do it, is great because I get the live reactions of people when y'all destroys half of my stuff, or when I'm about to fight the queen and in the run, my nomad run, and y'all attacks me, kills me, and destroys my bed, and I appear back at spawn. But the flip side of that is, in addition to them enjoying that, and I get to see their reaction. I got some help. I had a couple of people come on and help me finish that run because there was no way I was going to be able to do that on my own without it taking another 6 episodes to get back there. So I think doing it for content and doing it as especially a live stream for me has been so much more enjoyable than the runs that I did and that I continue to do off YouTube.
Do it for the Vine.
And in terms of the future, when it comes to future challenge runs, some of you might not want to give too many spoilers away or anything, but are any of you able to talk a little bit about some upcoming runs you have planned or anything like that?
Well, I have go ahead, Kong.
Well, I was just going to say, for the no map permadeath run that I'm doing, I had considered also throwing in things like making it hard or hardcore, and also like no portal. So I might do something like that where I'm just go all out, full immersive, no portal, no map, permadeath, maybe even remove the HUD when I'm away from base, and you just go all out. And give that a shot. And I fully expect to die multiple times on the first day of that run. So we'll see how that goes. But that might be fun to give a shot for a little bit. I don't expect to ever succeed that, but we'll give it a shot.
It sounds interesting. And anybody else want to talk a little bit about the future there?
I got a spear only run going right now. That's literally only projectiles, like spears and bombs. It's a throw only vibe. We just finished up a punch only run, so we're going through the gauntlet of mono weapons, I guess.
Wow. So you did a punch only run, like literally just bare fist punching?
Yeah. Well, we got the flesh rippers, and so it was like punch weapons.
Right. And you beat all of the bosses?
Yeah.
It's insane.
We did get mods to be able to upgrade knuckle weapons, so we could like tier up with each environment. So we did have a little bit of help. Otherwise, the fodder fight, which I already have beef with, would have taken significantly longer. So we did scale up a little bit and make it a bit easier on ourselves. But we did. The punch only run was a lot of fun.
You're very humble. But yeah, it sounds like some interesting runs there. I still want to open this up in case anybody else has anything to say on that.
I will say that I've been enjoying the community challenge runs. It really does seem to bring people together, and I depending on how much they hate me, I've been really wanting to do a Yellow Fork challenge run, which is Yellow Fork foods only.
Right.
And so there will be a lot of farming on that, and hopefully that'll be something that people are amenable to, because I've been wanting to do a Yellow Fork run ever since I saw, oh goodness, ever since the first one I saw.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. And not to gloss over anybody else, just in case Brendan or Canaris wants to say anything, I'll open up to you guys.
I mean,
sorry.
No, you're good.
Because I think when Deep Knot comes out, I might do something new, because like I've been doing some research for a different kind of video and kind of spoiled myself with the intimate workings of the mobs and mechanics of the game itself. So I feel like I have an unfair advantage when it comes to the challengers up to Ashlands. So maybe when Deep North comes out, I might do something again, because it's like,
yeah, I hope for the update will bring lots of new challenge potentials for you guys to keep you busy. And sorry, Brendan, back to you.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say it's interesting hearing everyone's ideas, because like a lot of the stuff that people have mentioned has been stuff that I've kind of been toyed about. One that no one's, well, actually two that no one's mentioned. One being a vampire challenge, so you can only go out at night.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
thinking of a way that you can kind of restrict it via eating like food. The other one is a one weapon type only challenge, and possibly just making things horrible for myself and picking something like an axe. So.
Axe is a great weapon, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
So when you guys are doing all these crazy challenges, if you ever just play normal Valheim without these crazy challenges, is it too boring and too easy now?
I haven't played normal Valheim in a very long time.
You guys just don't play normal anymore.
The only time I played normal Valheim anytime recently is on my community server. So it's, it's still a bit different because I'm playing with a bunch of people.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And so, sorry, Morning, go.
I have 4,900 hours in the game. I will play this game in any way, shape, or form and be happy. So.
That is a lot. That's more than double what I've got, actually. That's impressive.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to playing it normal vanilla. Again, as MorningDarkness said, I love this game. It's one of my favorite games. I'll play it any way I can, as long as I've got time.
I'm not actually a thrill seeker. I just want to play.
Like, even if we play, like if I play in a normal vanilla server, like I'm just not gonna wear armor or something and just like make it a challenge on myself. Like I just can't bring myself to play normally. It does just feel boring, I think. So it either you need to like mod it up or like throw in like the Crumpack mod set and like start something fresh, which is a challenge of its own, or just do something weird to it, I don't know.
Unfortunately, sorry. No, after you.
No worries. What I was saying is, like, if I play normally, I usually go for the build challenge. So if it's vanilla, it's build challenge. So that's what I usually do for it.
Also, yeah, I was just going to say, it's sad to say, but the time goes so fast when we do these panels, and unfortunately, we are going to have to bring this one to an end. A massive thank you to all of you guys for being here today and sharing everything. I'm sure everyone watching from the comments, I could tell, have enjoyed it a lot. And if you guys want to see these people put themselves through all this torture, their names are all on screen right now. Is Twitch, YouTube, what's the best place for each of you? Brendan, where do you prefer to be?
YouTube.
YouTube for Brendan.
I'm exclusive YouTube though, so.
Okay, and MorningDarkness, I think you're more on Twitch.
Yep.
That's where I tend to see you. Canaris, you're everywhere, I think.
Yeah, but these days mostly on YouTube because my poor laptop cannot stream anymore. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe back on Twitch in the future. And Kongveal, yourself?
I'm exclusively on YouTube.
And finally, Gooflump.
I am a Twitchy baby.
There we go. That's where you find all these wonderful people. And thank you all again so much, guys. I really appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. I learned
Thank
a lot.
you.
I'm looking forward to doing some of these additional challenges I've learned about today.
All right, we're going to jump into a short video now, guys, and it's a farm a build tour. So I'll get that on screen, and we'll see you guys just after that. yet another awesome video there. It's I really like the smaller builds sometimes, the quaint builds with the rivers and farms and things. Yeah, I don't know about yourselves.
That little boat is so good.
I was looking at
Just
that
a
myself
delightful,
now.
just a delight. I was kind of expecting, based on the couple last builds, it to go like creepy at some point, but no, it's just lovely.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to see. So, sometimes it's weird with Valheim. You see these big, impressive builds, but the little ones can sometimes be just as nice in different ways. You know. Yeah. Now, Jirok, your mic is off again. How much apple juice?
Of course it is. You see me saying, "Of course it is off."
Yes, we did.
I was just saying, yeah. I've seen tiny house builds. We've had competitions. I know a lot of beat servers have had tiny house competitions, and oh my goodness, the things they come up with for a tiny house, it's just as impressive as a giant cathedral. I'm just like, how did you even think to do that?
Yeah, sometimes I'm almost not more impressed, but I guess impressed in a different way, because you make like a little decorative thing and it's got all these intricate little pieces, and I have no idea how they managed to do it and get it to look so perfect. And that's probably my own failing as a builder, but still, it's awesome to see it.
Yeah. So you see what's coming up next there. I'll pop up the screen for you if you want to read that for us, Kysen.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this is my first one. I wasn't sure what to do, but I just got to read that out.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah, if you've got the screen, thank you very much. Obviously, this event is sponsored. We hugely appreciate the sponsors for today. So a massive thank you to Heroic Replicas and LizardDoggo.com for sponsoring Val-Con. They have amazing officially licensed Valheim merch that you guys have seen, and you definitely want to check that out, get your hands on it. So you can do that at LizardDoggo.com to check out their Valheim merch. And a massive thank you to them. Please do go check them out and support them in that way.
Yep. Awesome.
How was that? Do you reckon our next stop Coca-Cola, or maybe not?
you get a pass from me.
The yes from me. You're through.
Yes from me, Coach. 10 out of 10.
All right. We should probably jump into the next video as well. So we have a video now, a 15-minute video, and this is Valheim Weapons of Mass Destruction. Really looking forward to this one. Let's cue it up.
Hello to everyone watching. I originally wanted to make a completely new video and premiere it now. The problem was that this video was meant to continue another one that I made last year called Building 25,000 Traps to Destroy Valheim. So while working on this new video, I found myself constantly referring back to the old one, and in the end I thought it would be easier to play the previous video first, and then after that show you some of the new things I've been working on. So apologies if you've seen this first part before, but let's take a look at it now. And you're going to see that this is a very relevant ad. Enjoy. In Valheim, when you build a line of traps and then arm all of them, triggering one will cause a domino effect that sets off all of the others. I've done this a couple of times before, the first time blowing up my bed, and then after that, my entire house. But I felt like these didn't go far enough. So this time, I've set up over 25,000 traps all throughout this little town. Today, we'll look at how I built all of this, how I managed to record it without my PC catching on fire, and, of course, what happened when all the traps were set off. I really hope you enjoy. This all started by taking a backup version of the actual world I play on with my friends, but this time I decided to really try and push Valheim to the limit and build as many traps as possible. To do this, I needed more space, so I replaced our home with all of this. Now, building this town followed by setting up all of the traps took me a lot of time and effort, especially since, believe it or not, I managed to make all of this legitimately without using any cheats or dev commands. Nah, just joking. So after all of that, it turned out I'd set up a little over 26,800 traps. I didn't have a goal for the total number of traps I wanted to build, but by the time I was getting this buttery smooth 10 FPS, I was getting more worried about whether I'd even be able to set them all off without crashing the game. Not only that, but I'd noticed some strange things that were starting to happen more often. Sometimes the game would stop calculating the stability of structures, so I could make floating platforms that would stay there for days at a time when they would normally break straight away. It turned out there were a couple of traps that were doing this as well, meaning that instead of breaking right after being built, they broke after all the other traps had been armed, triggering the others around it and crashing the game. I also found this weird quirk where placing grass on the ground could cause traps at the top of the tower to break, with the same result. I ended up having to revert to an older save, removing some of the traps I thought might be causing these issues, and not arming any of them until everything else was built. And when it finally came time to arm the traps, I discovered a new set of issues. Firstly, I had wild creatures randomly walking into traps and setting them all off. I didn't capture footage when this happened, so instead, I'll recreate it for you now. Anyway, to deal with this, I first tried flinging the creatures away.
And liftoff of the Delta II with Grail.
But new ones would appear in their place, so I started building workbenches everywhere to try and suppress the spawns. Eventually, I did find a better solution by using set key commands, giving all creatures 0 speed and size. This made creatures that had already spawned in unable to move, which finally let me get revenge on those annoying deer who had run away from me far too many times. For new spawns, they were so small that they could only be seen when they died, as this made their bodies return to normal size. Can you see the extremely small Grey Dwarf that is on screen right now? I'll give you a few seconds. Okay, it was here. Did you get it right? Let me know in the engagement section below. Also, if you want to learn more about set key commands and some of the other crazy things they let you do, I'll leave a link to a video in the description, along with all the commands I used in the making of this video. Now, I haven't mentioned the greatest threat to this whole project. Me. While I took great care to leave spaces in the buildings so I could get in and out when arming all of the traps, there were of course a few times that I accidentally hit one of them and set everything off. Not only that, but I also triggered the traps by doing things like opening a door that I'd accidentally closed, or by picking up something from the ground that was barely visible. Most times something like this happened, it would crash the game and set me back to the last time I'd saved. In the end, I made around 150 local saves for this entire process. But eventually, after all these setbacks, everything was ready. You might be wondering how I was actually able to blow this all up without crashing the game, since it crashed many times when just some of the traps were set off. And, well, it did crash. Many times. But I'll explain that afterwards. I first want to show you over 25,000 traps destroying this small town. Enjoy. In case you're feeling sorry for the victim of the video, keep in mind that he'd been caught numerous times by his friends not removing the stump after cutting down trees. The way I recorded this was by running the game extremely slowly using the timescale command. Not only did this help stop the game from crashing, but it also let me get smooth looking footage once I sped up the video in editing. For the most part, I ran the game at 0.5% speed, and it worked okay. Well, except for this part here with the towers. Even at that speed, the game would still crash. I ended up going slower and slower until I was leaving the game running overnight, each time waking up in the morning to see whether or not it had crashed again. But eventually, after over a week of trying, I managed to get this single 8-second shot, which took me over 18 hours to record. So excuse me if I leave it playing on repeat so I could make it feel like it was worth it. It wasn't worth it. Even before speeding up the footage, the actual audio in these recordings was unusable, so I had to make my own. I went into my sound recording studio and then took the sounds of the structures being destroyed and traps being set off. Then I copy-pasted them a billion times while editing. If you want to hear an example of what the audio sounded like before the video was sped up, I've got one here. Hey, so it's future me again. I hope you enjoyed that, and now we can look at what I've been working on more recently. In the comments of that video we just watched, Local Farmer 69 suggested that I add unstable lava rocks as well. These rocks are found in the Ashlands, and if you thought they'd make a good, solid base on which you could build a house, well, you'd be wrong. Now, just like the traps, if these rocks are lined up, triggering one will set off all the others. So I wanted to replicate what I did with the traps using these rocks instead, evil chicken story and all. However, unlike with the traps, unstable lava rocks are not something you can normally build. Instead, I had to use dev commands to spawn in each rock. I first started by testing out the physics of these rocks, and then seeing what happens when you spawn them stacked inside each other. For example, here is one unstable lava rock, and here is 15. Each lava rock does up to 75 damage, so it takes 8 of them to kill a troll, 67 of them to kill bone mass, and 166 to kill the queen. Actually, I rounded down there. It should have been 167. Anyway, the building process started extremely slowly. I had to press F5 to open the console, quickly paste the command to spawn the rock, press enter, move a little, and then do it over and over again. Then things got worse when I got myself stuck. In an attempt to free myself, I used a command to remove the rocks around me, but I found out that deleting them also makes them blow up. There had to be an easier way to do this, and there was, as my main menu went from this to this. Using the Infinity Hammer mod, I could build these rocks just like anything else. Not just that, I could copy over entire stacks of them. At first, I went overboard, making this monstrosity. Unfortunately, as much as I tried to record myself blowing it up, it would crash the game. In the end, I landed on a more modest design of over 5,000 unstable lava rocks that you'll get to see now. So, let's go back in time and blow it all up. So I hope you enjoyed that. There were a couple of other interesting things that I wanted to quickly share. I did try to blow up some other designs, which crashed the game, but it still looked pretty cool. Also, when slowing down the game too much, the explosions would just disappear and you could only see the buildings collapse. It also looked really cool, but it defeated the whole purpose of making a huge explosion. So I'll leave it there. I just wanted to give a huge shout out to everyone who has helped organise or contribute to Val-Con. If you like this, you can check out some of my other videos on YouTube. Anyway, thank you so much for watching. Cheers.
Cheers.
I think he had so much fun doing that.
That was insane.
Yeah, that was a really great video, actually, wasn't it?
Yep, I know you couldn't hear me. But how many? He said hours and hours for 8 seconds of footage. Oh my goodness, he's so patient.
That's insane.
It's dedicated.
Yeah, and like maybe or maybe not getting the shot after waiting overnight.
Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. That's that right there. And I've done not to that extreme, but I love like the way that Valheim and with some mods, you can just goof around and try stuff. It's just like you can't do that with other games. Like you just it's not there. They're not built for that, or there aren't the mods for that. I don't know. Like just Valheim, you're able to do just about anything you could imagine.
It feels so much more sandboxy than other. Yeah.
No, I was about to say that. Yeah, that you can do anything you imagine, and I've seen some things on YouTube that really changed the way I thought about Valheim. One that comes to mind is Dhakhar, his channel where he's made certain videos, and I have no idea. You know, if you gave me $1 million, I wouldn't be able to figure out how to do that stuff. It's incredible.
Yeah, exactly.
But the for science part of Valheim is so much fun.
Yeah, there's just so much magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's really cool.
Well, I think we have another short coming up, right?
Yep, indeed.
Oh, a science video. I love science.
Well,
Speaking of science.
Yeah.
Science! Yeah. So this is the short here from Emma T. Potato. Anti-creature bridges Valheim science.
Science time with Emma. Bling! So I put all of these doors right next to each other. They have lovely snap points. And now I'm gonna take these beams and I'm gonna place them like so. Should I place them a little bit closer? I think I'm gonna. Like right there. There just needs to be a little bit of space in between them. No, I'm gonna leave that one be. Gotta make sure that you connect these edges. Nope, that's not the right snap point. Yes, that is. Now I'm gonna remove the doors. I can walk over this, but NPCs cannot really find a path along this. And it makes a pretty bridge. Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what it does with the cart. Man, my voice is just all over the place today. Okay, yeah, not a problem at all. Oh, they're trying to get to me? Oh no, quickly get over the bridge. Ooh, that is interesting. Because, I mean, this can actually, you can make something that looks really nice with this. Ooh, whoa, good suggestion. I'm glad we tested this. Like, what if I do something like this? It's just very quickly now. Nothing with detailing or anything, but I mean, look, you can make something cool with this. Kind of make it look like it's like a hanging bridge or something, even though there's no curve.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if we'd hit the end there or if something wrong with click. Emma's, I've known Emma a little while. She started in my community years back and always does a lot of the testing and stuff. And personally, I really like doing that in games when you don't have all the answers and you kind of test things out. I don't know about you guys, but...
Oh, yeah. I learned about that trick embarrassingly recently, like within the past couple of weeks or so. And I've been using it a couple times and it's very convenient. And if I'd been watching Emma longer, I guess I would have been more aware sooner. It's on me.
Oh, there's so many tricks.
It's a great plug for Emma there. Yeah, well, I mean, Wadel, you showed us some earlier as well. We're building a Braai. Apologies for that pronunciation. I probably killed it.
Yeah, the R is a little bit difficult to pronounce for most people. So.
Yeah, especially when you're English. Yeah, we don't do any kind of foreign accents or language well. We just expect everyone to speak English. You know.
Well, I typed that word into the Braai word into Google, and oh my gosh, the images that it started showing me is making me hungry. It looked amazing. If you don't want to get really hungry, don't type Braai. What is it? Braai, right?
Yes.
Yeah, don't type that into Google because it's going to show you images of delicious food.
Yeah, no, definitely don't do that right now.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, someone was telling me recently actually about a South African dish. It's like a giant sausage or something, and it curls round and round. What do you know the name of that one, Wadel? I forget the name of it.
You need to explain it a little bit more.
I've put you on the spot here, haven't I?
No. Instead of round and round, it's round and round. It's just it's forced.
Yeah,
it's
like a spiral shape or something. Oh, okay. But apparently the South African
packaged,
one's very good.
It's just packaged like that.
Oh, okay.
But
all right.
it is.
Yeah, I'll have to try it sometime.
Something like a Cabalsa sort of thing.
So we have another build video as well for the people who like building coming up next, and this one is building round roofs, which is always great in Valheim. So I'm sure this video will be awesome. Let's get it going.
Hello everyone, it's Sarah here, and I am doing a revisit of a previous tutorial that I had done. In a previous tutorial, I had covered how to do a circular roof on a tower this size. And as you can see, I've already built myself the tower to save a little bit of time so that I can show you how to put a circular roof on this. Now, for this revisit, we are going to use the snap points. When I released the original tutorial, they had not added the snap points yet. And I am in creative mode, so I don't have to go get supplies and everything. Counting this, or not counting this. Oh. Let me show you what I've got in my pockets. Alright, so this is the amount of wood that you need to do this stairway and this. I'm in creative mode, so it's not taking anything out of my inventory, as you can see. So this is the amount of wood and tar you would need to create a ladder to get up there and to put a roof on this tower. Alright. So, because we're using a 26-degree roof, it's actually pretty easy to do. A 45-degree would be a little trickier because you would slide off. So, we are going to do this using snap points. Now I'm going to switch to bottom 2, which is going to be the side closest to me. I'm going to point at the beam that I want to attach it to and make sure it's rotated into position. And we're going to do this all the way around. We're going to snap to that beam and make sure it's rotated in position. I'm going to switch sides here. So that beam and in position. We're going to do this all the way around. This is obviously a lot easier than trying to do this and get in the right angle to get the right pinpoint position, because you're able to be on this side of it, not that side, and so you're not really blocking your way to be able to do it, or you don't have to get into some weird tricky position to do. So the snap points definitely help for this one. Now on this round, I kind of like doing the snap and then rotate. However, on the very last round, it is actually easier to rotate and then snap. I like to do it the other way around for this first couple of rounds. So the next level I did was I did these 2 meter beams, and you want to make sure you're snapping to this point, not this one. So make sure you're snapping to the correct point. And when you do, you'll get that little bow tie like you would get in the first tutorial that I showed you how to do this. So make sure you're snapping to that piece and rotating it in so you get that little bow tie looking cross of the pieces. Now, one of the things that in the first tutorial you had to really point at very specific spots because you didn't have the snap points, and the way that they would snap in, you really had to be very specific. I do like the new snap points in the sense that you kind of just point at the right piece, kind of in the general area where you want it to snap, and it will go to the right position. So as you can see, I wasn't pointing at this roof piece, I was actually pointing at this one, and it snapped into place. So next we're going to go back to our 26 degree. We're going to go to bottom 2 again, and we're going to slide it over until it snaps to that corner. This is pretty similar to the way that I had it for the first one. I think we still had to point at the same point to get this to snap with the first tutorial. It's been a while since I watched that first tutorial, so I'm not positive, but I feel like it was still a very similar way of positioning this one. And we're going to slide it over, making sure we get it all the way to the end of that beam. I do think that this the snap points are a lot faster with this positioning of the pieces than the doing it the first way. So again, we're going to snap to the end, and we're going to make sure we're getting that piece. Now the way that I found to get these lined up is this is the piece that I just lined up to. So if I slide over a little bit, I see the next piece, and then I just point at the pretty close to the same general area as that, and make sure that I'm getting that in that next piece. So this is the one that I snap to, slide over a little bit, and it'll highlight the next piece. And I make sure I get to that end piece right there, and then slide it in, and you're going to get that pattern all the way around. So this is the piece we did. Slide it over a little bit, and snap it in. That's the piece we did. That's the piece we want. This is the piece we did. That's the piece we want. And so that being able to just kind of slide it over and highlight, this is the one we did, and then a little bit further, and you get the piece that you need to snap to. And then you just rotate it into the position that you need it once you get it to the top. We did. We need. So. And you can double check yourself because you're going to get that pattern all the way around. And that way it'll tell you when you're finished with all of the pieces, because you'll have that pattern all the way around. And it'll also tell you if you've got it in the correct position. So that's the one we did. That's the one we need. This is the one we did. That's the one we need. All right, now we've gone all the way around. We've got that pattern all the way across. So this next one, I definitely like doing the rotation first versus trying to find the snap point and then rotate it, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to snap the first piece in, and then I'm going to rotate it once, and then I'm going to slide this piece over until the center points right there. Cross. So if I rotate once, and then just watch the center edge of this piece that I've got here, this one here, and match it up with the center pieces that I've got going where they're crossed up there, I can just slide this over until it touches the very center, just like that. And so then you're gonna rotate once and slide. Using that snap point, I know that it's gonna snap into all of the different snap points along that beam until I get to the one that I want. So we're gonna rotate once, and we're gonna slide it along these beams until they cross at the center. Rotate once, and we're going to slide it along till we cross at the center. So it definitely makes it a little easier to not have to be pointing at a specific piece. You just can slide it along without actually looking at where you're pointing until you get the piece to slide into the right position. That way you're not really paying attention to your snap point on the beam that you're trying to snap to. You're just watching the top, and that makes it a little bit easier to find that point. So rotate once, and then just slide it along the beams until you find the snap point. So rotate, slide, snap. Rotate, slide, snap. And again, we've got just a few more pieces left here. Just sliding it along till it snaps into place. And placing it down. Now, as with the first tutorial I did on this roof, there's one way you're going to be able to tell when you're done. Now, I'm going to put my hammer away for a second. You can see this pattern right here. See how it's a little different right here? It's not complete. That means that we're not quite done. So we're going to take our piece out, our roof piece out, and we're going to slide it along until we hit the next point. And we're just going to keep going until we've got all of that pattern completed. And that looks like that might have been the last one. And there you go. There is a revisit of this roof tutorial. A lot easier with the new snap points. And I hope you have a good one wherever you are in your day.
How she does that. How she does
Some
that.
roofs are always hard, aren't they?
Yeah, I've struggled a lot with them.
So real quick, because we had something special come in, I've been dealing with it off to the side over here while things are going on. I have a modder who has something exciting that they asked to share. They weren't able to join in the Val-Con signups, but since we have just a few minutes here before we're going to bring MD on Morning Darkness for a live stream, and my phone is talking to me for some reason. No one's talking to you. Stop talking. It just hears things and it thinks I'm talking to it. Okay, so real quick, I'm gonna pop this up right here, and I'll talk you through it a little bit. Okay, boom. Check this out.
Is this Crumpack?
Yes, it's Crumpack. Isn't this amazing?
Yes.
So this is the starter area for Crumpack's mods, and oh my goodness, there is so much detail. I mean, look at these trees here at the beginning. I mean, like every single element in the game is new. There are new mechanics, there are new things, new places. If you want a new Valheim experience, if somebody could pull up the banner for me, there's in the folder of miscellaneous, there's a website address in there. I think it says something Reforged in there. That's the link to the website. So he's got a beta test for this. You can sign up at his beta test. I mean, look at this. If you are looking for, this is just the starting area. And this, there's content all throughout the entire world in every biome.
It's insane.
I mean, look at this. These little creatures down here by the water, right at the start area.
And next.
I mean, look at this. Oh my goodness, he can't see me because I'm in ghost mode. But yeah, I just wanted to show this because one of the things I've been doing is previewing new games. I just like to give them a try and throw them up on my YouTube channel to try new stuff. Like, because I want to try new stuff, and new Valheim stuff I'm totally in for. So this is the starter area, and like I said, there's a whole world here of new stuff. But let me show you real quickly one of the dungeons. This is and look at these load screens. There you go. The artwork is phenomenal. So much work put into this. And how are we doing on time? We're good. I got like 2 or 3 minutes here. So this just takes a second to load, and I'm gonna go falling through the trees here. Well, I mean, look at this structure here that I came down on. I mean,
there should be a dungeon entrance here. Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at this. This is a dungeon entrance. My goodness, giant boar statue. Let's just get a kind of a view of this. Wow. I mean, I do love running around on the ground because it's just like it's so much more majestic as you walk up and you're like, what is this? Let's run in real quick and see what one of the dungeons looks like. I don't know. I have not been in. I just got access to this beta version of his mods, and oh my gosh!
Oh, this is so cool.
I mean, what the heck? This is like no more, those little burial chambers that are really cramped. I mean, look at the detail here. I think I need a torch. Let me spawn a torch in real quick if I can. Did I pick it up?
This is making me want to go and play this right now.
I know, right, Kysen? Like, we got to start a stream series of this.
It is honestly, from the ground up, completely new. I got a chance to do this for like a week while it was while this itself was getting developed, and it is from the ground up. Brand new.
It is insane. This is so cool.
It's so challenging. It is. It is so good. I cannot speak highly enough about this mod. Like, if you can get the chance to do this, do this. It is amazing.
Maybe I can change the time of day.
It is a whole new game.
I mean, look at how this is just. It's so dark, but yeah, it's so amazing. There's one other dungeon nearby too. Let's just give us a quick sneak peek of it. I got 1 minute to show you this one other dungeon. I'm going to fly real fast over to it, and it's right here, or whatever this thing is here. Oh, this is an altar. Yeah, check this out. This is an altar for something. And Baldur's altar. And look, there's some ruins over here. Like, we don't have ruins like this at the game. And this is just amazing. So yeah, shout out to Crumpik. Please check him out. Did we get his website up? Oh, we did. Please check out his website. Sign up for that beta test and come in here and try Valheim Reforged. All right, so I'm gonna dump out of this so that we can get MorningDarkness onto her stream. And can we pull MorningDarkness into the and Gwen? Hi, Gwen. How was your 3 hours of sleep?
Good. I've got my refuel of coffee, and I'm excited to be here just on time to join MorningDarkness on her stream. Hey, morning.
Nice.
Morning. Are you with? I think you're on mute at the moment.
Oh, yep. She's like I was.
Yeah. She's doing a gear up.
I don't think she knows. You can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm not sure she even sees that we're okay. Let me just hop in.
We'll get her.
But yeah, so she is live streaming, but only for an hour. If you want to check her out, you should go over there. Let me load her link real quick while Gwen's trying to get her attention. So twitch.tv/MorningDarkness, but with 5s instead of S's. We can't hear you, MD. No, here.
There's a nod.
Yeah.
Right, of course. because I'm muting myself here.
Hi.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hi.
So, what are you doing over there on the Twitches?
I'm being gifted subs. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, but we're gonna intro. So we are doing an egg hunt. Of course, everyone right now is absolutely doing shenanigans and goofing off rather than actually trying to find eggs.
What's wrong with goofing?
Nothing. Is someone pulling up your stream or shall I?
You're on mute. I think he was saying something there. I don't know if he has it.
Yeah, I don't have it up. If you could,
I've
sorry.
got it.
Yeah.
I
Telling
got
us
it.
what you're doing. What are you doing over there, MD?
So we are doing an egg hunt. We have a starter island with over 600 eggs hidden on it on item stands. And oh, okay, that was too fast. So sorry. And they are hidden high and low. I don't know if anyone has found these over here yet. Nope, they have not. But over here, I don't know what they're doing. They are doing some shenanigans. All right, guys, come on, hunt eggs. Go hunt eggs.
Everyone's like, but we're just here for the memes, Dom.
Legion dies. But yeah, so there are all kinds of eggs hidden on this island, and there are some surprises. There are some slightly complicated moments. Oh, see, someone is taking advantage of the fact that everyone else is back at base. Oh my gosh, they all have died. They all died. Oh my goodness. But I will say that some people have secured a few eggs, some more than others. Ooh, some way more than others. Rune is looking to be doing pretty well over here. Yeah, I think Rune is in the lead. Someone did take... Okay, there was a dragon egg on this table. Ooh, I'm on fire. How exciting. There was a dragon egg on this table, and someone decided that when I said all eggs were game, that they took that egg, and that is totally fair game.
I mean, it's an egg on a stand.
It is an egg on a stand, absolutely. And so this is the absolute chaos that is happening here, and we have 42 minutes left.
Ooh, oh, wow. So wait, how long has it been up? 20 minutes or so?
Yep.
And people have already found that many eggs?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so like if you look, hold on, let me do nope, not that one. Yeah, they want to add chaos tricks to this, and it's so all the eggs are on item stands. And so they are literally everywhere, littering this island. They are out on rocks. They are in Yule Clap packages. They are in chests. One of the players already found a trolley troll. Where's the troll? And it killed them by knocking over a tree. But as you can see, there's the trolley troll. He is a good troll. He's hiding in the bushes. But there are some extra little challenges that they can face. Like I said, there are things that they can find. Presents, shall we say? And all kinds of fun.
MD, is there like one or two places that you hid eggs that you're just like super proud of that people are gonna have like a fun time finding, something that really stands out? Could you give
Absolutely.
us a teaser?
Well, yeah, I was just there.
Oh, okay. What were we looking at?
The little eggies on the rock there.
Well, no.
Let's see.
There's a burial chamber.
Oh.
Hopefully they're not watching the stream or they're all
Oh,
going
I'm
to
sure
rush
they
the burial
are.
chambers.
I'm sure they are.
They're probably looking for the burial chambers.
And it's
But they're-
especially juicy in here. We'll just say that.
Mm.
I don't want to give away any too many spoilers, but it's especially juicy in here.
Mm. How many people are just beelining for there on the map now?
I see 2 of them. So yeah, this is a very fun event. I will say when I got to be a part of this event, my husband actually built a blockade on that burial chamber and then kited this troll over to me and had it kill me through the walls because he built a blockade in front of that burial chamber and then broke the workbench. So I couldn't get through. And then the troll came through and just logged me.
Mm.
And I had 80 some odd eggs on my body. So the rules are there's no PvP. But it is fair game if you sabotage someone
Evil tackle.
and pick their carcass.
Ooh.
You can loot graves.
So you can loot bodies,
I know,
but
right?
not
Little
their
like
home
carcass.
chests.
Thank you guys for the level 2 hype train.
Ooh, trolls getting involved.
The troll is in fact getting involved.
New player has entered the game.
Frank has arrived.
Frank says hi.
I'm pretty sure it was. Oh,
Oh,
Conchonnery just died to a bunch of boar.
why is there fire? Oh,
Well, it looks like Fun MD. We do have to jump over to the next segment, but so everybody,
understand.
this is going on for just a little while, like another half hour, right?
Yeah, just about a little bit more then, and then I will be back with you, lovely people, to continue hosting the second half of Val-Con.
Yeah, awesome. So if people want to watch the last half hour, jump over there. There's the link down there at the bottom, and yeah. So yeah, next we have a panel that's pre-recorded, and it was hosted by our very own Kysen. Kysen, do you want to say anything about this before we kick this off?
Just a big thank you to everyone who participated in the panel. It was an awesome discussion. I'm going to be jumping out as well. So when we come back, I'll be gone unless I'm needed later if there's any issues, like if G-Rock passes out or anything. And I know we're pushed for time, but I just want to very quickly say thank you so much to everybody who's done so much work organizing this, to everyone who has been here viewing today. To be honest, with the Valheim journey I've had, seeing everything today has made me a bit emotional in a way, like in a really good, positive way. And it's just lovely to have so many supportive people for the game that we all love. So thank you all very much for being here, and best of luck with the rest of the Val-Con event, guys.
Thank you so much, Kysen.
All right.
And then as for me as well, gotta go
Yeah.
prep for my stream, so it's
We'll
adios
see
from
you
me as
soon.
well. Yeah,
Not on
but not on
this
cam
one.
for
Yeah.
reasons.
No, the other way.
Come on.
No,
Okay.
There you go. Boom.
No, wait, I'm doing the elbow. What am I doing? Clearly not enough coffee.
There you go.
There we
Both of
go.
you.
No, that one.
All right. Have a good time, and host, feel free to take a 20-minute break, because this panel's like a good 30 minutes and lots of fun discussion. And Kysen, have a great rest of your day too.
Thanks
and
very much.
Wadel also.
Go have
All
a nap.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, let's get this going.
I'm Kysen, and welcome to the Valheim speedrunning panel. With me today are people who can complete Valheim in just a few hours. In fact, they're so good that they actually have multiple world records between them. I honestly have no idea how they're able to do it so fast, but today we're going to find out. So please join me in welcoming Nick, Archie, and Thread Menace. Nick submitted the first ever Valheim speedrun and even created leaderboards for the event, and then went on to dominate those speedboards himself, getting a number of world records, both past and current. Archie also has a number of world records, but also is the organizer of every trophy hunt event, which we will talk about a little later on. And we have Thread Menace, who is actually the current world record holder today, so probably a bit of competition between these guys. Let's get into today's panel. So guys, thank you all so much for joining me. Nick, I know you were kind of the first one to post a speedrun and kind of get this whole thing started many years ago. So could you explain, what speedrunning actually is, Nick?
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously just from sort of a base concept from the beginning of speedrunning, it's just been, when somebody records themselves playing a game, and as long as there's a timer going, it's kind of it's a speedrun. They're trying to beat it as fast as possible. But where it gets kind of complicated, which I think can be confusing for maybe people that aren't so experienced in the speedrun community, is that typically nowadays when we say speedrunning, we're kind of talking about the leaderboards on speedrun.com. And that can be for any game, really. And over on speedrun.com, it's pretty simple. Basically, communities just get together and agree on different rule sets, and you can have lots of different rule sets in the same game, and those are all separated into categories. Where then you're just competing for the leaderboards there. So that's the basics of it. And I think it could be confusing because for all games, there's always gamers out there just sort of putting a timer on the screen and trying to beat the game as fast as possible. And that's still technically a speedrun, of course. They're all like part of the community. But typically when we talk about speedrunning, especially competitively, we're talking about the leaderboards on speedrun.com.
Right, okay, so that's kind of the governing body for speedruns across lots of different games, is that?
Yeah, basically, there's a small handful of games that, for whatever political reason or another, which I'm sure Archie probably knows one or two things about, decide to not use speedrun.com. It can become a political thing sometimes. But yeah, like 99.9% of communities decide. And yeah, basically, if a game doesn't have a speedrun, you basically kind of do a pitch. You can like submit a form to the site, and someone who works there reads over your submission, and if they think it sounds like a good run, they'll accept it. And that's kind of what I did initially. Lots of us were already running the game at the time. Most of those guys aren't around now. I think Archie, you may have still been doing it before they were up there, right? I think.
Yeah, I was doing a couple, or like the early game stuff a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, and so we already had a Discord, and I was just asking, like, are we going to submit to speedrun.com? And no one had done it. There was some confusion over the rules where we were allowed to. And I just read it and saw that we would be, and so I just did the pitch, and that's how we got on there, basically, and got started.
Right, so it started by, once it was accepted on there, it became a bit more official, and that's where the records are set, and I know that you guys have a few records between you, which we'll definitely touch on later. But you mentioned, I know, Archie, you've done speedrunning for a number of years in Valheim. So could you take us through a bit of the journey, the history of it? Because a lot of people won't know about that. Nick's touched on it a bit, but perhaps take us through, where it started till today.
Yeah, I would say like in the beginning, we would skip most of the metal process and like really focus on finding all the boss locations as quickly as possible. But like after the addition with like the Mistlands and Ashlands, we've had to gear up a bit more to handle the difficult mobs and bosses. So like nowadays, not only do we have to find the bosses quickly, but also get the minimal gear requirements to handle the new biomes. For example, you might see like an early Arbalisk or Carapace Spear due to those items not requiring any bosses to be created. I am excited to see what the Deep North will bring in the future, and I'm ready to figure out what we can add to make the speedrun even better.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose that's the thing about speedrunning a game like Valheim, where it keeps being developed and new things come out. You guys are probably having to constantly change strategies and adapt each time, which it's probably challenging, but hopefully fun as well. And I suppose as well, it seems like a very competitive community with all the records being set as such. I don't agree. Thread, you said you're the current world record holder. Is that right? What exactly does that mean as the world record holder?
It's hard to say that there's a world record holder. I currently hold 7 bosses, new character, random seed. There are a million categories, which I'm sure we'll get into. I mean, you can speedrun who's the fastest to pick up a piece of flint if you want to.
but Archie has me beat, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's the categories you mentioned. Definitely something I want to look into later because, like you say, there are all kinds of different things with that. But that's, I guess, where we're at. We've talked about the history. Thread, for you, the future of speedrunning. Is there anything you're hoping that will bring, or a direction you see it going in?
Well, I definitely hope that the community kind of continues to grow. We've been kind of putting the speedrunning Discord out there a lot more recently, and we're getting some fresh blood, and with that, kind of fresh strategies. The current run to defeat 7 bosses is it's a long one, and you wouldn't exactly expect this, but as the game kind of finishes development, I'm sort of paraphrasing something I've heard Nick say here. As they finish the game, there'll be credits that roll. Basically, currently there's no you won Valheim, right? You can just beat the 7 bosses and then you're just hanging out.
Yeah, sure.
But it's possible that as they add more content, and the game has an end, that it will be possible to skip lots of steps on the way there and just make those credits roll. So, like, ironically, as they add more content, we may see that the run becomes faster than it is currently.
Right, I get you, because if there was kind of like a final boss, you might not have to complete every boss on the way. You're just trying to kill the final. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, we don't know exactly what to expect, but yes, yeah, basically.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And I think that's one of the nice things. The sub-communities in Valheim kind of evolve with the game, and speedrunning is probably the top among them because it changes so much if there's one new biome or boss, which is very interesting. If there are people watching this who are kind of new to speedrunning, do you guys would you share some of your favorite strategies and things for them to be successful?
Work. Sure. I'll go first, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, fire is kind of going to be your best friend if you're just starting out. I mean, Eekday is obviously going to be your first hurdle, and just learn to spam those fires to take care of him. Just put down a lot of campfires and bring enough mats so you can, destroy them and keep placing more. And, just that one strategy, it could carry you out of a lot of trouble throughout the run, actually, if you get good with fires.
It's interesting. So even because a lot of people who play Valheim are probably aware that fires can really help, especially the first 2 bosses. But even beyond that, you think they're a significant help for speedrunning?
Oh, yeah. Like, because you're trying to do the game with, like, such little gear. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of a bit more notorious out of the 3 of us for trying to do some of the late game with even less stuff. And I find that, even when you're in dungeons in the Mistlands, spamming a lot of campfires can kind of help clear out a lot of the enemies there. So, yeah, like, fires stay useful throughout the whole thing, for sure.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. It's good, actually, because I don't know tons about speedrunning, so hopefully I'm asking a few questions that people at home watching are also unsure of. I didn't realize that was such a big thing. Archie, Thread, any additions to that as other strategies you guys use?
I suppose there's one other big one. When you're playing casually, you're trying to avoid death as much as possible, but in the speedrun, it can be advantageous to allow your character to die on purpose, essentially. And people don't realize the power of the corpse run buff that you get when you pick up your corpse. It reduces stamina consumption from running and jumping by a gigantic margin. When it's paired with the Eikthyr boss power, stamina consumption for running and jumping gets reduced to actual 0 for almost a full minute. So you can do things, and also your health fills very rapidly. So you can be just out there on the mountain in your rag tunic, for instance, and cover a whole lot of ground without, freezing and stuff like that. So
yeah, that's interesting.
Turning death into a benefit, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely something I hadn't thought of, and naively I actually just kind of assumed that you had to do these speed runs without dying, but obviously that isn't the case. Is there like a hardcore one like that as well, though, where you're not allowed to die?
There is. There's actually on speedrun.com kind of two different entries. It displays as two different games for Valheim. So we have the main runs just at Valheim, and then there's what's called Valheim category extensions, and that's where you're going to find dorky stuff like who can pick up a piece of flint the fastest, and that's also where Deathless resides. So.
Right. Okay. So it's more of a subsection than the main focus isn't about not dying so much. It's just the speed of the run, and that's a subcategory. Also, I think, definitely. I personally wouldn't have known either of those strategies. Archie, I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add there.
Yeah, I steal yours.
Oh no, you're all good. In general, I would say like my strategy is just like trying to get the upgrades quickly. I'm just trying to rush the flint spear. And then I try to get into the swamp as fast as possible, get my iron spear and iron buckler upgrades. That way, once I get into the mistlands, I can handle the mobs a little bit easier. I might get some ooze bombs because ooze bombs are pretty insane right now. You can kind of just kill 6 bugs through the wall inside of a mistlands dungeon's kind of crazy. But from there, I'll use those ooze bombs and stuff to get the Carapace spear and demolisher, and then the demolisher helps me take out the queen. And then once I get to the Ashlands, I try to get the Berserker axes as fast as possible. So that helps me defeat Fader and kind of, if I need to, go backtrack and then I'll kill Yagluth with the axes. So it's a little bit quicker with the axes.
Yeah, you seem to have quite an organized process there, and I imagine it's probably the same for most of you guys. And is that quite important to memorize certain things, that you have to do things in a certain order? Is each speedrun different, or is there a formula that it follows, would you say?
Well, it being random seed, it's always going to be a little bit different unless you're running the set seed category, of course. But in general, like, I'm sorry, say the question again. Sorry, I messed up.
Sorry, I put you on the spot. For people at home, we had a few questions arranged, but there's certain things that you guys are piquing my interest on. I was just wondering, when you were talking about your approach, it seems fairly systematic, and I wondered if it was kind of, you always do the same sorts of things each map. You have a general system that you follow, I'm going to do this, then this, then this, or sometimes you do a completely different order, or how rigid that is.
Yeah, I try to follow the same path. I'll try to get into the mistlands quickly and then hit a couple dungeons. If the first couple dungeons aren't going that well, I might just go into a reset from there, because I kind of want my first couple mistland dungeons to have like a lot of seal breaker fragments or a lot of black cores. So if I don't get those couple things that I'm looking for, I might just reset immediately, kind of thing.
Yeah, interesting.
It can be very useful. It can be very useful to have like a pattern to stick to, especially when you're learning the run. And practicing a lot, but it weirdly can be kind of a trap sometimes as well, because when you look at something like Minecraft speedrun, which has kind of got little similarities with the randomness, they kind of have a strategy.
Hey everybody, we're gonna load up a new version of that video here. Right now we have one that might not have the same audio glitches. Let me just.
I was enjoying the work.
Yeah, work. Yeah. So we're at 1347, and let me pull up the other version of this interview that I have that doesn't have the extra processing to it. And there it is. And I'm going to add that one.
I'm Kysen, and welcome to.
And we're going to just forward it about to where you guys were. And let's give this one a try. Sorry about that. Hopefully this one sounds good.
She's kind of got little similarities with the randomness. They kind of have a strategy for almost every random outcome, so that you're constantly kind of on the fly changing it up, like what the route is and what the strat is. And a lot of the times, the reason why in Valheim runs things seem kind of systematic is kind of just a sign of us not really having all the strats figured out yet, it not being fully optimized and not being enough stuff figured out. Because in an ideal situation, every run would look crazy different because we'd have a strat for everything. But the reality is, we're still figuring it out. So yeah, being systematic can be useful to learn and to practice and stuff like that, but in the long run, you kind of need to be as flexible as possible, and that's why like figuring out new strats or learning every strat under the sun is like mega important.
Yeah, that makes sense. And, you know, I'll just jump ahead a question here because we kind of come onto this naturally about the difference in between and obviously the RNG, the randomness of different maps and events and that for people watching at home. Obviously, that's going to play a significant part. Do you guys have memories of when a time it might have really helped you or really hindered you, when things went really good or really bad? You know, what sort of things can happen with that?
I've got a good helped recently. It's the current 7-boss record right now, and I defeated the Elder, which is very early game. You usually find the Elder fairly easily, and oftentimes after Elder, it's sort of no other bosses on the map. You're just going out there and exploring the map, and I think I was on a raft, and just before I set foot on land after the Elder, I spy the Yagluth arena, and that can be an enormous time sink, just roaming around plains. You know, many a run has died for not finding Yagluth. Call it Yaglag.
Yeah,
but
I can definitely
in
see
the most
that.
recent one, yeah, just stumbled upon him. It was nice.
I had a similar situation to that exact thing, but it was like years ago now, back when we were doing like 5 bosses. And I think like at the time, even for New Game Plus, like the run was like over 5 hours. And I remember at the time my community was like saying that like, oh, if Nick breaks 5 hours, they'll send me a nice bottle of tequila or something like that, something like insane like that. And I remember I was like just sailing through the ocean, and just like the silhouette of the Yag Arena just like pops up right in front. I was like, no way it's gonna happen. And that was so crazy because it was so early that like when I got that sub 5 hours, there was news articles in like every freaking gaming news website about that run because
Gamer
at the time. Yeah, it was PC Gamer, and then like basically everyone just copied PC Gamer basically after that. But that's the most surreal experience I've had, just from like some good RNG with the Yaglag. Kind of led to really bizarre situation for me with like journalists, and yeah, that's definitely the one where RNG sticks in the head the most for me, because that was a really weird experience.
Yeah, I can imagine that. You guys must have a lot of patience. I assume for every run that is a successful one, there's 10 or more that are very unsuccessful, right? It's probably a small percentage that are good runs. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say so. Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagined. And yeah, I think with a game like Valheim, you definitely must be very patient people to do that. And obviously, but there are, as you've mentioned, there's a lot of other categories as well that aren't necessarily as long and killing all 7 bosses and such. Do you see any particular categories that you think have a lot of future potential?
Potential, like kind of like Thread was saying earlier. I think with the addition with the Deep North, having a category where we kind of just beeline it to the final boss, hopefully with the credits ending, that might be the new most popular category essentially. So hopefully we get something like that. That'd be exciting. Yeah, I mean, I guess considering we're already kind of talking about it, you know, I was gonna save this to the end as sort of a call to arms to the community, but considering we're talking about it now, we might as well talk about it now. So, you know, in my personal opinion, and I'm pretty sure these guys would agree with me, but, you know, maybe not, we'll see. You know, I think the most important, you know, phase in Valheim speedrunning is about to begin with 1.0 coming out. You know, we've confirmed now Deep North's going to be 1.0. And so that means the game is going to be quote unquote finished. And Iron Gate have said there's going to be an end. And so therefore we should get some sort of credit roll. That's what we need to happen. When 1.0 comes out, as a community, we need to, you know, come together and just start figuring out, like, forget all of the rules that we have for all the categories now. Yes, it will be fun. It'll be nice to still run some of these categories for an extra boss, but I just think it's so important
that we try and focus up on finding all of the strats and all of the routes, whether you're a speedrunner or whether you're just, passionate about watching everyone's.
I was about to say, I love how passionate you are about it, and I don't disagree with anything you said. I think that it's great. In the kind of preparation we were doing for this, another thing was mentioned was like speed games. Archie in particular, this is kind of you, I think, where you've been doing these trophy hunt tournaments and things like that. Is that different to speed running? What does that entail? Could you tell us a bit more about that type of thing?
Yeah, the trophy hunt is a community event where I hold every 2 weeks with the goal of collecting different trophies in the game within a 4-hour time period. Each trophy has a point value. For example, trophies found in the medals will give you 10 points each, and defeating Eichler will net you 40 points. At the end of the 4-hour event, we will tally up all the different trophies you've collected, giving the participant their final point total. The Viking with the highest point total at the end of the 4 hours will receive $50 cash. And then we're going to be holding these trophies all year long, going into the deep north, with the next one being on the 25th. Check out our Speedrun Discord for more information if you'd like to get involved.
That's also, we'll definitely link that in my video, and we'll try and get the links for the Val-Con stuff. And we'll put other links wherever we can to promote these things, because that's awesome. And I probably should have asked this earlier. What is the current world record for the 7 bosses random seed on Valheim?
I think it is 13 hours and 39 minutes. It's right around there.
Wow. That long, is it? Wow. Okay. For some reason, I thought it'd be like half that, but shows what I know.
6 bosses was about 8 hours, I think.
Wow. So
that's as fast as that got.
The newest boss, the Ashlands boss Fada, that's added on quite a significant time then.
Yeah, and Mistlands almost doubled the previous 5 bosses, or it more than doubled it actually. So much metal is required, and moving metal around the map is really difficult. And yeah,
so we're all sub 5 before Mistlands.
Yeah,
right. We got like everyone that we all got down to sub 5, and then
we've all sub 5'd. Yeah.
Mistlands.
Wow, that is pretty crazy. And so with this exponential growth in the time it takes with each new boss, are you guys concerned about the Deep North? It could be a 2-week speed run at that point.
Yeah, that's why we're hoping to make those credits roll, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm excited because it's 1.0. I mean, that's more important than everything else. It's frustrating, some of the stuff we're talking about, but we all love the game, and like, I'm still mega excited for 1.0, and hopefully it brings new things.
One thing that I don't think we touched on much though throughout it is why you guys actually got into speedrunning, what it is about that draws you to it.
I've always just wanted to go fast. My dad always kind of like made fun of me, not like in a good way as a kid. Like he always would challenge me, like go do that fast, because he knew I would I'd be all over it kind of thing. But I do like just to play like my favorite games, and just kind of finding a way to replay my favorite games in a way that is fun for me, essentially. Like RE-Men, like I get bored of it if I just kind of run through it normally, because I've played it so many times now that it's just too easy for me, essentially. So I have to add like an additional challenge to make it a little bit more fun for me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
With Valheim, I also kind of used it as like adding an extra axis of difficulty. I started out just saying, dang it, I'm going to beat this game without dying, and, died a bunch of times. But eventually I kind of got it down. And then it was, okay, well, how can I add some spice here? And this was, I kind of arrived to Valheim speedrunning later than these two guys. So I was doing my own like quote unquote speed run, and then I was like, wait, are other people doing this? So from there I kind of searched and found Nick and Archie and stuff like that. So yeah, it began as adding another axis of difficulty, but then something about it just really grabbed me, and it's fun to just be a wild man running out there in your rag tunic where you don't belong.
It's actually funny because speedrunning didn't click with me right away. As somebody that's been like really into games my whole life, and like kind of grew up around computers and stuff, it's like my best friend always loved speedrunning, and
we shared an apartment in Leeds City Centre for like a year, and Games Done Quick was on the obviously famous speedrun event, and he would like always religiously watch Games Done Quick. In fact, like when we were kids, I remember him watching Games Done Quick when it was like some bizarre sort of quick time feed or something embedded on a website, like before Twitch or anything or Justin TV even existed. And I don't know if the viewers actually will know this, but like Games Done Quick and the speedrun community is a big reason for the advent of live streaming, whether people realize it or not, because it became kind of one of the most watched things on Justin TV before it became Twitch. And so right around the time Justin TV became Twitch is when we were living together, and that's how I discovered Twitch and speedrunning. And I never really got it. I kind of found it sort of like annoying. Like, why are people like rushing through these games that are like awesome? Which is like such. It's funny because it's such like a, it's such like a annoying Twitch chatter thing to say in the chat where people will stop by and it'll piss me off nowadays. But I can relate because I used to feel like that. And really what happened was I was making an assumption that all speedrunning was the same, I guess. But once you start to find different categories and different games, discovering as a big Minecraft fan at the time, like the Minecraft, because Minecraft was still kind of new because that's how old I am, I guess. Seeing that speedrun community evolve and the random seed glitchless Minecraft runs, that to me, I was fascinated with it because there's like so much, they're crunching so many numbers and figuring out like so many different strats. That to me was really interesting. And then seeing Borg for Soup like grind for Nemesis percent and to actually take part in Games Done Quick, because that's a big thing in the speedrun community. Games Done Quick is such a big way people get discovered that people kind of choose a game to submit that will take part, they'll showcase in the event. And if they get in and you get set a date, right, whatever, September 24th or something is the event is, something like that, then people just grind that super hard because then they're, shitting themselves basically, because hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people are going to be watching them do it live, and it's all for charity, right?
Yeah,
so
true.
Seeing runners grind for their GDQ submissions was really interesting.
Maybe we could sign off with just a brief thing about how guys watching can find more out about each of you. If there's a particular place you want to direct them to, and hopefully then people who are watching will come and get involved with your future runs or whatever. So would you guys like to explain where you want people to come find you?
Sure. Both YouTube and Twitch are great for me, whichever your platform of choice is. I tend to do most of my stuff on YouTube. It's just youtube.com/threadmenace, all one word. There you go. And same on Twitch. So look forward to seeing you folks.
Awesome. Easy. And Archie, Nick?
Yeah, for me, I do most of my Valheim stuff on YouTube, and then I might do some of my like Nintendo speedruns on Twitch. So if you like, follow me on both. My name is Archie2Cold. I appreciate you guys for having me, and hope to see you guys there.
Awesome. Thank you, Archie. And last but not least, Nick.
I make speedrun content and guides and challenge videos and stuff mostly for Valheim, but looking to do some other games soon. You can find all my stuff on youtube.com/NickRawcliffe and twitch.tv/NickRawcliffe. And also, I am making a game, so stay tuned for more on that in the future. It's going to be a while off, but I just wanted to let people know because I'm sure a lot of people listening to this might be aware of me, but not know that that's what I'm doing. Stay tuned for more on that as well.
Do we have a rough ETA for that one when that's going to be released, or
not for release? But I hope to have a Steam page up pretty soon where you can wishlist it, like in the, first quarter, let's say, of this year, and then maybe some form of playtesting applications to allow people to play something within about a year or something like that.
Okay, awesome. Well, I guess people can stay tuned to your channel to find more out about the game. I'm sure you'll plug it when it gets released. And just remember, Nick, my rates for sponsored videos are very good if you need a bit of promotion.
Guys, all of you, thank you so much. It's been really awesome to talk to you all today. And I just know that the Valheim fans watching this at Val-Con and in the future and what have you will really, really enjoy that. So thank you so much for your time and explaining this to everybody. It's been great. It really has. This conversation actually went for over an hour and a half, guys, and I'm going to post the full conversation on my channel. It is super interesting. I've just had to cut a load of bits out, and it was really difficult to do. These guys are awesome. Please do make sure you go and show them support, and thank you very much for supporting Val-Con by being here today.
All right. Well, that was really cool and a really interesting panel from obviously 3 of the best in speedrunning Valheim. What did you think, Goof?
They're incredible. Like, I've watched a few speedrunners go, and just the efficiency, like the forethought, like everything is planned out. Like how many of each thing they need at each stage is like consistently so thoroughly thought out. And like the ADHD in my brain is like, I could never do that. Like I would get distracted so many times between one stage and another. And yet these guys do it so well, in like on each of them in under 5 hours, I think.
Yeah, that's insane. Totally.
Like, I can rarely fight fodder in under 5 hours.
Yeah, I can barely like just get a basic shack up in 5 hours.
Yeah, like I'll just be sitting there building, twiddling my thumbs, see like day 45 pop up, and like, oh, I should go deal with Elder, maybe. I don't know. Like unless I'm really trying to push, and I'll usually just die a lot while doing that, then it's just nice and slow is the way to go, I find.
Yeah, but what always impresses me is to get to that point where you can get the game done in such a short amount of time. You have to spend so many, like hundreds of hours testing all the strategies. It's all that background work that we don't really see if we're just checking out a speed run, but it's like all the grinding of all the strats and all the testing and the experimenting that they have to do. I'm sure they have like big notebooks like this of like notes of where they can get shortcuts and stuff like that for any speed run of any game. That always amazes me how people are so like dedicated to get that like down to a T. So yeah,
it's always so impressive, especially with, like they mentioned GDQ, games done quick. I would love to see. I don't know if there is a Valheim run in GDQ. I wonder what it would take. I wonder what it would take to get a Valheim runner in games done quick, because they definitely have runs that last longer than that, like 5 hours. So
that would be quite fun to watch. Okay, well, we are going to play a short kind of Val-Con promotional video of what you can see if you join in the servers in-game. And by the way, we have a cool event coming up. We've got a PvP tournament that's going to start very soon on the servers. So if you're in there already, just make sure that you go and check out the Discord announcements to take part if you want to take part in the PvP tournament. And if you're not yet in the servers, here's the link over here. Make sure you go to val-con.org/join to get your free ticket to get on the servers. Everyone who's been on has said they were so amazed by all the builds and stuff. It's definitely something you don't want to miss. So go in there and quickly sign up for the next PvP tournament. But for now, let me play this cool little video that you might have already seen. These are all the mini games that you can enjoy in game. Let's go. Oh, no, wrong one. Sorry. That's the one.
Welcome, my friend, to Val-Con. Your journey starts here.
Open the doors to Val-Con.
Hey, hey, hey.
That looks so cool.
Uh-huh. I love all the play on words like Mario Kart and the Grayling Hero.
Grayling Hero looks insane. How are you supposed to... That looks crazy.
Yeah, it's so fun. Have you had a chance to log in the servers yet and have
No,
a
I
tour
have
of the
not.
in-game con?
No,
Oh,
I
yeah.
really should. I've been just watching the con, really.
Yeah, fair enough. We at the very beginning when we did the server tour, we did have a chance to go check out the hoverbox. We played a bit of hoverbox, which is essentially football, soccer.
Amazing.
For the Americans.
Yeah,
Football is the right way to say
was
it.
that the one that the modders were talking about, like that was in the background for them, that they were knocking
Mhm.
that box around? Right.
Yeah, that was fun. So I will be playing another quick video. This one is from Emma T Potato. More science, more Valheim science for you. And after that, we'll have a build tour video. And then we're getting into our live event. So let's get everyone on, the participants onto the servers for that PvP tournament. And
Go sign up.
yeah, it's a really cool one, and there's even a short intro video to it and everything, so don't want to miss that. So yeah, let me go and play Emma's science video.
Science time with Emma. Bling!
We can finally do some science with you, sir. This was a hard one to find a way to test. But we found it. Okay, so the troll. Okay, I know you can hit that one, and you hit me on top of that one, but can you hit me on top of this one? Okay, yeah, that one. I'll clear out the way. No, okay, you don't like this one, but what about me? Hit me. Hit me. Oh, bam, right in the smooch. 14 meters makes you safe. Same with the Grey Dwarf. You can still be hit at 13 meters, but at 14, you are absolutely safe. And then we've got the Twitcher. There he is. You can see this very, very long line. And at the end of it, you can see at 29, he gets triggered by you. You can see he is not triggered. He is not triggered. And I go over this line. He gets triggered, but oh, this one is even further than this beam. But this beam, he hit before. So they can still hit when you're further than 30 meters, but he doesn't get triggered by you if you're at 30 meters. He doesn't seem to want to throw anything at you. He's not yeah, it's just looking at you, and then you bam. Oh, I'm quite far away. I'm completely safe. Okay, this is super cool. How far away am I? I got hit once. That is super cool. I'm pretty safe at this distance. Okay, I'm gonna put a ward here so we can check it how far this is. It also moves along, but it can be at the same distance. Yes, it goes horizontally. But if I stand in the same location, he can just stand still and keep pointing his finger at me. Not a single hit at this distance. That is really cool. That is...
That is really
And
cool.
we're back. I think I must have clicked on something. We lost audio for a second. Sorry about that. And I can see some of our co-hosts are getting ready to rejoin, which is nice. What did you think of these tricks? I never thought of that for the Elder fight.
I mean, standing far away, usually there gets like some sort of trees in the way for me, and like usually that I'm just cowering for my life if there's lots of things going on at that point, so I don't really pay attention to the distance. But like, it's nice to know that I can just sort of beeline it away and be relatively safe at that distance. What got me was the Twitcher range. That thing, like, that explains a lot about the Ashlands, about why I'm constantly in combat and getting smacked around by Twitcher rocks. It's just, there's a lot of them getting flung around, and like, if there's so many of them, it's just gonna be rough all around.
Yeah.
With 30-meter range.
Yeah, I actually like that fight. That's one of my favorite, not favorite, but one of the boss fights that I quite enjoy, because you have to kind of dodge and duck, and the location for it as well has those pillars. So even as a new player like me, you can still figure out that, oh, if I hide behind the pillars, I might be okay.
Yeah,
So
the pillars are key for learning that fight, I've always found.
yeah. Oh, I can see a MorningDarkness has
Hello,
joined the party.
Dawn. Hi, I'm back.
Great, just on time for the intro to this next video. So it's Berserk the Builder with his
Yes.
Heart of Elvenlands, which I think you will both enjoy. So let me put this on, and it's an opportunity to take a quick 10-minute break for us, and we'll be back with the PvP event shortly after that. So let's go.
Hello and welcome, I'm Berserk the Builder, and today we're gonna make a trip to the heart of the Elven Kingdom. And today we're gonna skip the Warcraft 3 Elven Village and this huge Temple of Water, because today we're gonna cross the Elven River and we will go to the mighty Elven Forest. Before we get in, I would like to say something about this island. Because this island is not only filled with many different elven structures and creatures, this place had been changed completely to make this fantasy elven vibe. Starting from the coastline, where many different trees stepped into the water, creating dense wall made with branches and leaves, leaving only mystery in sailors' minds. Shores had been curved by the nature herself, carefully created over many years. Round ponds and elven paths emerged from the water while the time passed. Magic forest embraced by elven gods, with multiple magic stones and shrines illuminating the island through the night. Soon every plant and tree from over the world start growing here and change the land over the years. With roots connected and twisted together, forest began to live by its own, creating warm and mighty elven home. Island was safe from every threat, lurking evil souls for unpleasant end. Many had tried to sneak through the trees, but there is no place to hide when the trees can see. After this short lore explanation, it is finally time for our tour. And if you want to see more details about any particular building from this video, then go ahead and check on my channel. So let's go. After countless elven tasks, we can finally cross the sinking stones and step into the elven lands. At the front we can see small gate with deer statues. This is basically indicator for the border of the elven lands. Next we have elven bridge made with grausten that have many different arches and unique green floor. Bridge is reaching over round pond, closed with rows of stones, great ancient arches and the circular path. Behind the bridge we can find small pool of water in front of stone tablet and bunch of wisp fountains that start to glow red when they feel threat. Then we have small opening at the middle, leading us to the green room, with the walls made with nothing but the trees. Where you can find only the portal for elder elves and the path for anyone else. Path is narrow corridor made of fir trees and it leads us to the crossroad, where two majestic griff-like figures stand and guard, patiently examine everyone who is passing under their eye. If we take left turn and go down the road, we will eventually find the Ancient of the Wonder. He is sitting at the pond with multiple exotic fish and he is guarding his own spread with his huge jaws that can snap the night in half. Now let's get back to the crossroad and check what's on the other side. Here we can find the whole food supply for the elven land, where thousands of bees have infinite feast. Elven lands are well known, from tasty fruits and it's a wine home. Everything is guarded through day and night by many trees and the tree of life. Okay, so once again let's get back to the crossroad and this time we go forward. And after just a few steps we are in front of the heart of the elven forest. May I present you the biggest ant from the elven land, the Tree of Infinity, with magical fruits glowing at the night and majestic roots spreading out and helping elven life. Behind the tree we have celebrational part, where paths and terraces decorate the yard. With elven palace placed in the skies, waiting every morning for the first sunshines. Port is guarded by the sitting ant that looks at the crow and have tree trunk in the other hand. Here we can also find small magazine for every elven staff, with the door hiding the roots of the oak from the end of path. If we get back to the pond area and we turn right, we will end up on the rocky island, illuminated with the moon through the end of the night. But if we travel down the road and we choose different path, then we will get to the Temple of the Light, located on the opposite island side. Round platform with embedded sun, illuminated every morning with the first sunshine. From here there is only way back. through narrow path with elven arches back. Right after corner, down the track, there is a tavern under a huge mushroom cap, with many seats and the bar. Tavern keeps elf full and happy at the tour that they had. And that would be it. You've seen almost every place at the Elven Island. Almost, because there are 2 magical shrines at the island, but elves always keep them in secret. There is also a secret path, but I can't say more. Maybe someday someone will step into this land and solve the mystery. Who knows? There is something more that I want to make, and you can help me with this. You see, there is one spot left that I would like to use, located far from the island between the Temple of the Sun and Temple of Moon. You can help me by placing your idea in the comment section down below. What sort of building should I build there? So that would be it. I hope you have a great day, and if you like my content, feel free to subscribe and hit the like button. Also, I'm on the way to start my Patreon profile, so stay tuned for more building stuff.
Well. Welcome back.
That was gorgeous.
Yeah.
It really was.
Let's see. Do we have Spazzy and Easy also, and Emma? Yeah, everyone seems to be ready. Let me pull them back on stage. Welcome back, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How y'all doing? Skull.
Skull.
Oh,
ooh,
look at that. We've got a whole room of co-hosts again. So what did everyone think of this this wonderful build tour? I love the lore behind it.
I'm in awe every single time I see the builds this community puts together. I especially liked how people are using kind of the natural environment around them and incorporating those into their builds. It really love that.
That's definitely true. Yeah. Like I keep losing words. Like every build is great. Then the next one is even better. And then I look back at the previous one that's gotten better.
Yeah. Big shout out to Berserk the Builder, whose channel link is below. Always doing amazing builds. We've shown, I think, have we already shown it or not? There was another video. I think we did at the very beginning.
Yeah.
The medieval town. That was also really wonderful.
Yes. Oh, with so many rooms and secret rooms. I love secret rooms.
Secret rooms.
Oh,
you gotta have a basement.
Who doesn't love a good secret room? Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah. Secret tunnel.
Secret
Every
tunnel.
time.
Yes.
It's ingrained.
I cannot sing with you right now, but
It's lore.
I was there in spirit.
We know you want to. It's fine.
No,
Yeah, that's
I've
the difficult
actually
part.
injured my throat. Not
Oh, no.
last night, but the night before. So I'm going to be taking a week off after this.
Oh yeah. You gotta
Soldiering
take care of
through.
your health for sure.
Oh my goodness.
But hey, I'm just noticing we're matching.
Oh,
You got the
Hey.
t-shirt version, I got the hoodie.
well, I got
That's so
the
good.
community hoodie. Hold on.
Oh yes, I got that one too.
Nice.
I splashed out a little bit.
I could
We
not
haven't gotten
afford
crazy.
2 hoodies. Oh my gosh. When?
That's
So-
amazing.
Everyone
I'm
make
so
sure you
jealous.
Yeah, go get your merch before it's gone. Especially some of them. Yeah, the one that Easy is wearing, that one is a limited
Love it,
edition.
though. That's fine.
for-
Yeah.
Colors are amazing. Just saying.
It looks
Nice
good.
fit. Thank
Yeah.
you. I'm very happy with the merch that's actually on offer.
Mhm. All the merches looked really,
Yeah.
really good. Like the hats have looked really, really
Absolutely.
good. Like,
Yeah.
Got this right here.
yo, it like the colors are
This is
so good.
So chill. Look, the underside
actually-
matches so nicely.
It's so crisp.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you don't want a shirt or some kind of clothing, you can always go for a beautiful mug. Also very nice.
Mhm.
Definitely.
I got the wolf one, the wolfy one.
Oh,
Nice.
cute.
And isn't it true that every print on the mug and you both guys' shirts are buildable in game
Yes,
with
those
beams as well?
Yeah, exactly. So big shout out to Canaris Design, who designed all the logo, the Val-Con logo, but also all these designs that are on our merch. Yeah, those little animals, the little tameable wild animals, are all the design is inspired by the beams in the game, so you can redo those designs in game, which is super cute and a nice touch. Yeah, he went crazy. He was like telling me he was measuring by the pixel to make sure that he could replicate those in game. So here's a challenge for anyone
Dedication.
watching. Try to redo the designs. Another quick thing also for anyone who might be excited about the merch and feeling generous but not really want merch for themselves, there is an option if you go to the merch website to gift gift products to Twitch chat, which is quite nice. So yeah, if you can go in, pick a product, and then when you open up the product page, there should be a little thing saying gift to Twitch chat. So let's see if that happens. That will be quite a nice gesture from people.
That is true, and not even when that happens, just maybe a little extra, because when you do that, it gets posted in Twitch chat, and it's sort of like an impromptu giveaway.
Yeah,
if you want it, you can join it, and it's yours. It's great.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
I didn't know about this until it happened. So
it did happen.
It did happen once with me. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's so cool.
Awesome.
It was really cool.
All right. So we have a PvP event coming up, and I think some of you are participating in. I think I see Easy is nodding there.
Do we have a video first?
Yes, I will be playing the intro video right now, so to bring up the hype, and then I have my screen ready to show everyone what it looks like, and we'll have Mythic join us here to talk about his event. All right, let's play the video.
Greetings, traveler. I am Mythic Builds. If you liked this build of mine, leave a comment and subscribe for more Valheim goodness.
I have seen this, and I was like, that is so cool.
That looks amazing.
But
Oh
I
my god.
didn't put 2 and 2 together when there was talk of the PvP event, and now I think there's parkouring too. Dang it.
Now you're regretting signing up, huh?
No, I just give everyone an easy target.
Well,
gonna be
easy.
okay.
Target.
Honestly, easy. Last year during the Hunger Games event, I thought the same thing. Really?
Yeah.
I thought I am an easy target. I'm just gonna go for fun.
Yes. Oh my gosh. Same. For the Hunger Games. Yeah.
See,
no.
and we all know how that turned out, so who knows? Anything can happen then.
Just keep running. Just keep running.
Yeah. It worked.
All right, keep
All
running.
right,
Check. Gotcha.
let's see if Mythic is ready to join us to talk to us about his event. So I'll pull in Mythic on
Contestant
stage
names,
now.
though, so I can fill out the.
Hey,
thing.
Mythic.
Hello.
Hi, Mythic.
Welcome.
Oh,
Hello, Mythic.
You're on stage. Sorry, I think you were mid-sentence there with the on Discord. Can you hear us? Hello.
Not sure if it's going all right. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I'm not sure he can hear us on stage.
Hmm.
All right, I will remove him from now and let the green room coordinators just get his attention. In the meantime, I can show the wonderful
world?
platform that we have
Oh.
seen in the video.
Ooh.
That it is it. It's there.
Wow.
It's there. It's on the servers, and you can go and check it out. Look at this amazing floating build.
It looks
Impressive, isn't it?
remarkable.
Yeah.
Reminds me of those Unreal Tournament 99
Yes.
kind of
Oh,
maps.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
People
So
getting dragged on this thing.
Oh, yeah.
That looks amazing.
That
Oh
looks
my
so
God.
good.
it looks scary.
It looks daunting. It like from this angle, it looks like a Super Smash Bros. Platform as well.
I know,
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
Like with the floating vibe. Like, can you
Yeah.
edge guard in Valheim? What's the shield
Someone will have
button?
found a way to. I'm sure.
Can you grab? That would be a fun PvP mod.
A harpoon?
Well, like just grappling. It's like button mash versus someone and like drain their stamina or something. Clinching.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Oh.
Give me an MMA mod. Where's
Oh
Azu
my
at?
gosh.
Azu.
Azu slams
you.
money on table.
I love the little details too. Like there's a lot of effort put in the decoration as well. You can see all the
Yeah.
people who have fallen to their death. It's giving me
didn't even
like
see that.
Squid Game vibes also.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. It's
I'm
really
into that.
cool. Let's see if we can get Mythic on if he's ready. Mythic, give us a thumbs up on camera if you can hear us and you're ready to come on. Not sure. Oh yeah,
There you go.
thumbs up. Thumbs
There
up
we
from
go.
Mythic. Hello.
Mythic, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome in.
Amazing
Oh.
build.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we
We
can.
can.
Thank you.
So Mythic, it's such a pleasure to have
Right,
you. We've been showing your videos.
I don't know
all,
if he
Um,
can hear. He can't hear
oh.
us.
Yeah, I don't think he can hear us.
Pleasure is all mine.
Oh no, there's just a lag. All good.
Yeah, I think it's a
Wait,
bit
hold
delay
on.
in here. Yeah.
Did I get pulled?
No, yeah, you're on. Can you
Yeah,
hear
you're
us?
live.
Should I switch Discord channels? Because
Oh, I think yeah. I think he can.
I'm still on main. Wait a sec.
Yeah. He's in Discord, but yeah, he should be hearing us here.
I can only hear you because I'm watching the stream.
Oh, I see. That's why there's
Oh.
a delay.
That's
Okay,
why the
well,
delay,
if you can
There's
just
a
check out
delay.
your StreamYard page when that's open. Just unmute and the sound on that, and you should be hearing us like without the delay. That should do the trick, hopefully.
Oh, wait a second. Oh, mute tab.
I love
yeah.
how we're figuring this out live. Like this
Yeah.
is
Okay,
This is,
is
how
it-
it goes.
This is primo stuff.
Yeah.
Is it good now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay, yeah. Turns out it's
Hey.
because I muted the tab from before and
Yeah.
I forgot to unmute.
I figured.
I
I
knew it
figured
was
that
It's gonna
was
be
probably
90%
it.
of the issues, I think.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
All right, awesome.
So yeah, so we've got your I have the screen up. We can see there's already a participant jumping on the platform. Tell us a bit about this event.
So this is a PvP event where, unlike other PvP events, the goal is not to kill your opponent, is to knock him off of this platform by using fists and kicks. Mostly kicks.
Nice.
So there's no weapons. The armor is provided, and the food is also provided. They're all in these two rooms, and they're identical.
So everyone gets the same food.
Yep. And there's Lox capes and Wolf capes to fight off the cold debuff.
I've already died. Oh no.
Oh no.
What?
Don't worry about it.
We have our first death.
Oh, it's the first one. Oh no.
Oh, I did. I literally just jumped to my death, and then Blueberry fell on me.
Oh wait, there's another one.
Oh no.
The knockdown.
It wasn't a
showdown is
decoration.
already claiming victims. I see.
Oh man. Wasn't even supposed to.
Ruthless.
I made the food so that people wouldn't die if they fall down from the arena, so they don't have to respawn.
Yeah, I didn't eat anything yet.
Yeah, but if you're a little bit too excited and you eat and then you immediately jump, I have never done this. I have never just eaten after dying and then jumped out of a window. Not me. Others might have.
It's definitely not on video.
Totally believe you would never do that. Doesn't seem like a
All those
potato
graves
move.
just outside of the window, that's not me.
You. That's a different potato.
You spawned them in. I see. Yeah.
It's a different spud.
Yeah, so Mythic, is there gonna be a match now? Are you getting two participants on so we can watch more people die?
I am. How is that gonna work? Do they just get
yeah, maybe just shout in chat. Oh, Crit just died. Well, there you go.
Oh no!
didn't wait long.
Okay.
Maybe just in the server chat while you're on here with us, you could just say, announce two people to go on the platform. That might be the easiest way. Looks like they're all kind of lined up, ready to jump on. Maybe we can get Easy Border on next since he's here with us. Let's see if we can get Easy versus someone else.
Sure.
First on the chopping block.
First we need a show of hands.
First in the pit. What are we calling the platform?
Yeah, good one.
The pit. That's nice.
The tower is named the pit.
Just call and you get kicked into the tower, which is actually the pit.
I'm suffering from a wet debuff, by the way, on my end.
Yeah, because
it's raining.
Yeah.
I reset the environment on my side so I could show the stream without the rain, but I think you guys have a...
Gotcha.
Yeah, have a...
I will not cheat then. I will not do that. Okay, cool.
So,
so who am I fighting?
I'm trying to get a show of hands. Okay, Crit.
Okay, so should we...
One sec.
Okay, should we get maybe Crit and Jules? Oh, they're all ready. Okay, so I think just tell two to get on, and then let's see them fight out. Wait, we have Jules, who's one of our green room coordinators, who has been helping out a lot in the background, getting all our guests on time. And then we've got Pangia, who is, I believe, one of our moderators as well. So we've got some staff here. And then we've got some other. So I saw Crit Pirate was there, one of the contributors, and Blueberry.
So what I'm trying to do right now is the first round is going to be a round robin, and the 4 people with the highest points will qualify for the semifinals. This way we don't need specific numbers like 4, 8, 16 to
yeah.
You can do it with however many people.
Okay.
Ooh, exciting.
So
oh my
that's why
goodness.
I'm trying to get all the... Okay, well, we can start, I guess. Jingles and Pangia. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually-
let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, Jingles is participating too.
Yeah, awesome.
I
Nice.
see it, yeah.
Sounds good. It's
These are gonna be
all
some fun
happening
matches.
live.
All right.
Crit and Jules on first. Dun,
Oh
dun,
my
dun.
gosh.
Hold on.
I don't know.
I'm gonna have to record
No,
this.
I...
One sec.
Let me get somewhere where I'm not too.
I've met Crit in real life, so I got to cheer for him.
Oh, at TwitchCon?
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, Crit's health bars. Oh, they just ate. That's why. They both just ate.
Oh no.
So they might be waiting a sec before they can get on. I mean, it doesn't matter because it's they're not gonna get damage points other than if they fall.
Yeah.
That's
I was
wild.
under the impression that environment would be clear for these areas.
I managed to do it on my screen, but I don't know if.
Oh, no, it's not for the participants. They're still. I can see
Yeah,
the wet.
I don't know if we can set it server side.
I thought we had the area mod. Oh, they placed beds. Hopefully we're not gonna need. Hopefully we're not gonna need them because then I'll have to build beds myself.
All right, let's see.
Can anyone use the command? Sorry. The command to get back here?
I think it was posted in somewhere on Discord.
Yeah, like
you can
no,
you can
I know it's-
teleport.
Yeah, everyone has that ability.
No.
Okay, so
beds would not be needed necessarily.
I'm gonna start the first round.
Dun,
Is
dun,
that okay?
dun. Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hype, hype, hype.
Go, go, yes.
Crit is ready to go. He's like,
I know, right?
Where do I go? Where do I go?
It's ready to throw hands.
I love how the swamp is in the background and it's like
Yeah,
fading a little bit.
I feel like I've
menacing.
got the wrong time. I've got the wrong
Oh, yeah.
environment for this. Is there an environment thunderstorm?
Oh.
That's gonna look a bit more hot.
Oh, they're in. They're in.
They're in.
There we go.
Go, 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 go.
Down.
Okay.
Jill
Crit wins this.
Wins the first round.
GG Crit.
Woo!
GG.
Ooh, Gwen, a cool environment I think for this one would be environment motor because it looks
yeah.
like going,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, yeah. There
yeah.
it is.
The red sky. Da-da-da. I'm
Oh.
freezing though. Whoops.
Is there
Oh,
one?
well, we're
specifically-
dying now.
Is there one specifically for like the Mistland storm with like the red lightning and
Oh
all
yes.
that?
Okay,
That
well, let's
one's
try
great.
all the
I think
environment.
Next we have.
Thunder.
That one's my favorite.
Oh, it's so
But
beautiful.
this gradient though is so good.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it
say,
is.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's rain again in this one.
But
The
it only
thunder-
affects
the
Gwen,
sun.
right? If she
Yeah.
does the
Yeah,
motor.
yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't affect us. Also, she
No.
can just grab a cape. Like,
I think
It'll be fun.
motor looks better to be honest. That
Yeah,
gradient.
yeah, because the rain
Yeah.
is kind of
definitely.
environment murder. It's
Okay.
fun. We're all we're all learning here.
Yeah, and funnily enough, motor's environment setting is not, it's so difficult to see it sometimes, but for this setting, it actually, you have all that
It's so
extra. Yeah. You can
Yeah.
really see it very well.
Oh, that's menacing. That's
Yeah.
good.
Okay, who's
Get
on?
ready to fight.
Who's on
Go.
next?
Yeah.
No. Jingles. Sorry, I was on the J and I'm like, what? I thought he was asleep.
Jingle versus Pandia. Is it
Ooh,
on?
okay,
They're getting
let's
ready.
go.
Okay.
3,
Hey,
2,
countdown.
1, go!
And it's Jingles and
Oh,
Pandia.
Oh, there you go.
Jingles ejected himself.
I blinked. I missed it. What happened?
Jingles, are you a potato?
Wow.
Backflip off the platform.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Pangea
awesome.
wins this in a very questionable manner.
Punches like I didn't even need to throw a punch. Oh, that's
I can
hilarious.
see just a question mark, like what just happened?
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Jingles is back on. Jingles is
back.
Revenge.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Is it an actual fight time?
Yes.
Oh, the crouch strats.
Well, since
With the crouch, actually, do you take like less impact damage if you're crouching?
Wait,
or
did you guys
something?
turn PvP on? Oh god.
Oh, they forgot to turn
hold on.
PvP on.
No. Jingles just had damage from falling.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
I mean, he lost that either way.
That
was good.
yeah, with PvP on, it's gonna be a lot easier to really like impact someone and push them. If PvP is off, you're gonna have to push them rather than attack them and push them that way with knockback.
Yeah. I wonder.
does the
I'm
person-
wondering if.
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Ping versus. Let's see. Who else do we have?
Easy headbanging in the background. Yeah.
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 Egging them
I
on.
think they're checking their settings.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
there's
gotta
one
get
thing
the
we
hype.
didn't rip their head off. One thing we didn't take into account is like with Jingles, it's his admin profile, so he may have God mode and stuff on. Yeah. Good
Oh
point.
yeah.
I want to see blood.
See that blood. Blood for the blood god. Blood for the blood god.
All right.
Oh my goodness.
Well, this was fun, but we have to move on to the next segment. So, Mythic, you're still running the event. I know you're going to be probably jumping back on Discord with everyone to keep running it. Let us know how it goes. I hope it goes well and you have a final victor. We'll be looking for
Okay.
screenshots in the Discord. But
right,
yeah,
then.
thank you so much for joining us. And again, big
Thank you.
props for all the videos that you have been that we've been sharing on here. All your videos
Absolutely.
have been amazing, and
It's my pleasure.
yeah, we'll be looking forward to some more. All right,
Absolutely.
Of course.
thanks, Mythic. Have fun with the event.
Yes.
Thanks, Mythic.
Thank
See
you.
ya.
Have fun.
Bye.
Okay, so that was fun.
Oh.
Love the Jingles backflip off the.
Just even
Unexpected.
He just noped out.
I can wait to actually play
Strategy.
this.
The pacifist run.
Yeah, the pacifist. I'm going to sacrifice myself. I volunteer as a tribute. I'm just
Do
going to. All right. So we have another video coming up, which is another tower build, but very different type. So CountBane, we've seen some of his videos before. Always amazing builds with lots of lore. Let's check out his alchemist tower.
Haven't we all been there?
Never, no, never happened.
Physically jumped when that happened. Like,
I heard the zing, and I was like, oh.
That's when you know. Mm-hmm.
Just that moment of clarity. Like, oh yeah, why is that ballista bolt getting bigger?
Or placing the ballista the wrong way around and loading it.
Yeah.
That would never happen.
Like, oh.
That was awesome. You know what? That last shot of the troll attacking and stuff must have taken hours to record to get the troll facing in the right direction and stuff. It must have taken a lot more than what we think. Yeah, really, really cool video again from CountBane. Let's see if we can get his link up here. There you go. CountBane, go check out his channel. Lots of amazing build videos. And next we have a little spawn portal hub tour with Trust Anyone, who was on a bit earlier in the stream. Let's go to that, and then we can chat a bit about it later.
All right, it's gonna be cool.
Everybody, this is me, Trust Anyone, with another short tour for Val-Con 2025. Check it out, Val-Con event over on Twitch and YouTube on the 1st and 2nd of February 2025. This is our portal spawn point hub. We basically have a map, a very complicated map, which I can't show you because I'm in this view, in no interface view. Basically, the four main players that came onto this had north, south, east, west. I came and had northwest, and then another player came and had northeast. Player in the north being slightly less active. So we've basically got this this wooden structure around the central spawn point with the portals off. It's basically a big portal hub. Basically portals off to the directions and bearings of, so that's off to the northeast. This is off to the east. Lord of the East is Slythe. He's got a little map table, little ante-room here, map table, etc. We can jog around here. We're going to get to Theo's area here, as his area. So he's got a lot of the boss portals for Bone Mass Moder and Yak, his home, plus one of our main Ashlands places through the stone portal. And then we come back round here. We've got Yak's and I's and mine, although we've integrated these together, so this save file doesn't really show you. We've built a new building out there to have our own stone portals in, so we have slightly modified it. But I thought I'd share this with you all, and yeah, hope you enjoyed it. You take care, stay safe, and I'll catch you next time. Have a good one.
I love a good spawn build.
Love a good spawn build.
Yeah.
I love a good round build. Just anytime it's round and like circling something, like just having something in the middle on the ground, just there's something viscerally satisfying about it.
To me, it's so difficult to make a perfect circle without, you know, using commands or something to be able to measure from the center.
Oh, well, MorningDarkness, you're
Morning,
muted. And Spazzy too, in case you're trying to speak.
Yeah, I've done it. It's hard. I should show you guys. Actually, we for the International Women's Day event last year, I did a circle spawn build.
Nice. I saw that. And that was amazing.
Emma was there.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. We like also did like the elder fights. That was so crazy. There were so many people.
Yeah, I find spawn builds and those circular builds are the most efficient ones.
Yes.
Like in terms of practicality, because you can get to any point pretty quickly. And also you've got this kind of like courtyard. So you're enclosed, so you're protected like when you're in your base. And yeah.
As long as you can find the center, the best length for the circle pieces is 6 meters.
Ooh,
good
Thank
tip
you.
there.
I'm noting that down right now, honestly.
Yeah, it's a 4-meter core wood beam and a 2-meter core wood beam.
Yes. Awesome.
Emma's getting her notes out.
Taking notes.
Legit taking notes.
I have actually been taking notes. It's been so interesting. Just also like all the different like ways that people can be so creative with this game. You have like really cozy builders that make these tiny, really cozy places, and then you have like giant castles, and yeah, just the amount of creativity, yeah, it's been crazy. This event is blowing my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like lots of inspiration, lots of things to try.
For sure.
Way more. I want to play the game way more.
And I am so sorry, but before we dip out to the panel, I do want to say good night to everyone. But it is time for me to go to bed. It is 2 a.m. for me.
Good night, morning.
Good morning.
It's rare we're in the same chat usually, so I like it, appreciate it.
See you later,
All right.
morning.
See you morning. We're going to actually have an opportunity for our host to take a little break here because we've got a 30-minute panel coming up that JP Valheim pre-recorded. It's about using mods in Valheim. Should be an interesting conversation. He's got some good guests and mod creators on there. So let's play that now and see you on the other side.
All right.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Val-Con. I hope that you are all doing well and that you've been enjoying. Today, I have a panel for you all about modding. We're hoping to get some of you more comfortable in this scene because modding is something that really helps people get a couple more 1,000 hours out of this incredible game. And a lot of people have frustrations with mods. And in this panel, we want to address some of that and to address why that might be the case and encourage you all that mods are actually something that are wonderful and there's a mod for everybody. Let's get started with some introductions. Why don't we start with you, Balrond? How are you doing?
Oh, I'm fine. Thank you for having me here. Well, I'm Balrond, 34 years old, programmer from Poland. Been with Valheim since it came out and became a mod developer very soon after it came out. Nowadays, I don't really play much the game itself, but I'd rather create stuff for the people to enjoy.
Yeah, I'm Gigi. I'm a bit of a mod developer, more of a content creator and a community host. I was originally a Valheim vanilla purist myself and delved into the world of modding, mostly for anti-cheat and anti-grief, and that just went down a dark hole from there.
And so you were involved in the alpha, right? So that was before...
That's correct, yes.
Because most people learned about Valheim when it went early access and then got viral, right? I learned about it after that point. But so anyone involved in the alpha, just for those listening, they were involved with testing Valheim before it became early access. And I think that means you get that special cape, right?
Yeah, we have a special cape, special hood, and a drenching horn that we got for being part of that. Yeah, and I started about 2 weeks after he started developing the game back in 2018.
I'm Dhakhar. I make content on YouTube. I do not have a special cape or hood, unfortunately, but I did start playing in the early access. And I played through the game as a vanilla purist as well, and then eventually went looking for mods when I wanted to do some creative building, and found them very easy to install and use, and kind of haven't looked back since. And nowadays I'm making scripts to enable sort of modded gameplay on a vanilla server.
Hey, yeah, I go by Warp. My Thunderstore name is Warpalicious, but most people call me Warp. I'm a Valheim mod developer. I've been building mods for about a year now. And yeah, my whole goal as a mod developer is to make the world feel more alive and increase the amount of points of interest, dungeons, and just interesting things to find in the Valheim world. So a lot of my mods revolve around that concept.
So I think why don't we get started? Let's talk a little bit about something both of you mentioned, Dhakhar, and also Gigi mentioned. Why do people feel that is important to do? Like, why is it common to hear, like, oh, when you first start playing the game, you should play it without a mod? You've heard this thing before, right? So could you elaborate? What's the mentality here? I kind of agree with that statement, to be honest. I would say if anyone's trying Valheim for the first time, they should play it without a mod. That's certainly how I felt, and I only wanted to start looking into mods after I completed the game at the time. I think there's something very valuable about the vanilla experience, and for me it felt important to play the game as the developers intended before I then went looking for other things.
I agree with that as well. I mean, I feel like you should experience the game as it's intended the first time through. And then, depending on, for me, the luck for the game was hosting a community, getting a lot of people involved. And, when you get above 10 players, you need a mod in order to make that work. So, and then if you want to protect your server, protect your builds, make sure people aren't cheating, there are mods for that. So it started out as a necessity for me, but I do agree you should play it through vanilla first to experience everything.
I could agree on this myself. I think like it's always better to first understand the game, because later on, if you even want to get into the mods, you understand what you're looking for, what you want to experience more of the game itself, rather than dive it into someone's experience first that they created with their mods, with their setup.
That's an interesting point, because there's sort of a, let's call it a culture or a direction mods can take. They can take Valheim more to a different game, or they can take Valheim to more Valheim.
You've got players who maybe want to focus more on the building, so there's a ton of excellent building mods or world development mods. And then you have people who just, maybe they don't like crafting 600 arrows before they go out, so they want a mod that's more of a quality of life mod that'll just streamline the crafting processes for them.
And then I think there's people who just want to find a little bit more of a challenge. So for example, just tick their monsters a little bit up, right? Make the game a little bit harder, not extremely, not that different game. Just make that playthrough a little bit longer, extending those little encounters.
Along the lines of what Dhakhar originally said, I think that's a really common reason, this concept of I want to play the game as the developers intended. A lot of mods revolve around changing, like you said, JP, these small game design decisions in the game. And I think the most obvious one that we all know about is that portals can't teleport metals. That was probably the story before world modifiers came out, but I think that people just want to change, and that might change the way the game is away from as the developers intended. I think that's generally the way that the modding scene has been portrayed in Valheim. But I think on JP's second point, from my experience in other modding communities, such as Skyrim, I've seen DLC size packs of content that are added to the game that are, perfectly fit inside the game. What I really want people to know is that there are mods out there that you wouldn't even know aren't vanilla. So I don't think that all mods adhere to this idea that if you install it, it deviates from the developer's vision of the game or their intention of the game.
Well, and it all relies on the individual player's perspective, right?
Yeah.
You can have two players who fundamentally feel one way or the other, and it's up to what they interpret.
Oh, I did hear that one too many times with my own mods, that I changed some of those rules in my own mods, and I had mixed opinion altogether, not knowing what to actually do with it, or just follow up with what I already did, or change it back, because so many people didn't agree with those changes because they were so fundamental, so well known and understood that they felt like this is a game changer.
That's come up a lot on Palm, and in general, I've found that if I change important mechanics during someone's playthrough, they're not going to like it. So I'm wondering, Balrog, do you think in your case where that happened, could it have been a timing thing with the players who were playing it? Or do you think that was going to happen regardless?
I think that some of those issues I had, one of was mentioned by the Warp, the portal. I changed it slightly, the rules of the portal. They said like a lot of people didn't like going with the metals, so it's like, okay, you can bring the metals through the portal, but you cannot bring items to summon bosses through the portal. And that flipped the rules upside down in this topic. But then I added one more thing. You're not smelting scrap metal in the forge anymore. You need a special receipt for it on a table on a specific level. And those two rules together about metals flip the game upside down. And I think some of new players who just started a new server, a new playthrough, they were fine with it because it felt fresh. But some that wanted to just extend their playthrough or are really hung up on those rules didn't enjoy it. It's like what you said. Wrong timing, wrong space, wrong user, wrong target.
Too drastic of a change.
Most players, they want to play a certain way and they want to have control over being able to play that way. And this is something maybe we can help people understand a bit regarding the modding situation. Let's transition a bit. Each person will talk about how modding has enriched their Valheim experience. And I think this will help those who are listening understand that mods aren't just one thing. There's loads of different options.
I could start then. When it comes to me and modding, when I first played with the Valheim, I was like, it's fun, it's great. But me and my friends go through a playthrough based on 2 days, and it's like, we wanted something more. We wanted a little bit to extend the game, make it maybe a little bit harder, so it takes longer. So we first tried some mods. That was early on, so we had like Valheim Plus early version and just few other little configs here and there, no additional content really. And still, that wasn't really enough. So I deep dive into modding to try to get us just that little bit more content and that little bit more fun. We've seen the roadmap early on about great ideas, about sailing, about new dungeons, new stuff, and it's like, okay, that could be more interesting. I really enjoy sailing in Valheim, so I wanted to make it better. So that's how I ended up making the shipyard mod that I'm mostly known of, and I enjoy it to this day myself. Whenever I go for a little playthrough, I'm still always sailing my ships. I don't use portals in the game. I don't really enjoy portals. They take a little bit of that enjoyment of the world, of exploring it, or going deeper into it. So what I gained from modding was, well, knowledge, fun, and meeting a lot of people and being here in the very end. So modding became a big part of my life, actually.
I've definitely gotten the impression just from listening to you that you have a lot of fun with it. You seem like you really enjoy it.
Both way, using it or playing with this or playing without it, meeting with people online to even chit-chat a little bit, create mods, get bad comments about my mods, fix the mods, do it all again. It was a journey, and it still is a journey, and I'm very happy that I ended up here.
That's beautiful. What about you, Gigi?
I started out mostly a vanilla purist, but when my community started getting bigger, our concept that I had worked on since early alpha was this clan wars concept, and it's this RP PvP type of world. And it's based on having clans of people who fight over resources, who fight through progression. And we quickly learned that there were a lot of things that the game just inherently did not support. Anybody who's tried to PvP in Valheim knows that it lacks a lot. So, we have mods that tweak the PvP a little bit to make it a little more balanced. The sword is very imbalanced in PvP. You quickly find in a world where you're trying to get everybody fighting at the same level that people know how to cheese the bosses and get later game gear early on. So we started implementing progression restriction mods to make everybody go at sort of the same pace, or at least you had to fight all the bosses to get, to point B, and so on and so forth. And I think that's where, for us, the mods are most important. And then we started finding that, the world feels a little empty. Even with all these mobs you have to fight, where are the other Vikings? Why are we the only ones that exist? So we started delving into like other NPC mods and stuff like that. So, I think, but for us, the core is always, our clan war system. So we're always trying to figure out how to make PvP better, those interactions better. You know, we use the guilds mod, which allows you to clan up better. That way, when you're fighting in those environments, that you're not killing your own clan mates, you're only killing the enemy.
Let's move on to Dhakhar. How did mods change Valheim for you, Dhakhar?
Pretty drastically. I got into them mostly when I'd sort of finished my playthrough of the game and wanted to do creative building. And the main thing I was looking for was to delete trees and rocks en masse rather than mining and chopping them down. I wanted to create a big free open area to do some building in. So I went looking for a mod to solve that and stumbled upon the Infinity Hammer, which in hindsight was kind of like using a bazooka to kill a fly because it's way overkill for what I needed, but it did the job. And it did the job so well, I decided to look what else it could do. And then Valheim kind of became playing that mod and finding out what it could do. And you can just build anything with it. It's really crazy. If you're into creative building and you've not tried Infinity Hammer, I very strongly recommend you give it a go. And then I looked at the other mods from that creator, Yera, and got really into those as well with world edit commands and server dev commands that just allow you to use Valheim as the true sandbox, create your own worlds, your own areas, and really fiddle with the game, do any kind of creative building, break all of the pre-existing rules. It's really just a fabulous development toolkit in a way for playing the game. Yeah, so I've got a few extra 1,000 hours out of the game just from sort of playing those mods, even though they're not really content mods. They're building assistance mods and tools and that sort of thing.
Dhakhar, for example, has made with 9byte and the others this adventure map, right? Which is arguably the most popular customized Valheim world. And like, could you have done that without Infinity Hammer, Dhakhar?
No. Or like, if yes, then it would have taken 90 times longer. The speed at which you can build things with Infinity Hammer when you get used to how it works and how to use all of its functions, it just blows away what you could do with anything else. Being able to place multiple blocks at the same time, copy, select areas, repeat, mirror. You can just construct entire areas in an hour that would take hundreds of hours potentially otherwise. So yeah, it's really invaluable for that sort of thing. If you want to do any type of world building, for sure, give it a look.
Is there anything else about Infinity Hammer, Dhakhar, that made you really feel like that enabled that adventure map stuff? You said things can be built faster, but is it really just faster, or what made Infinity Hammer more fun for you?
It's so deep that it's a multi-stage process. There were things in the beginning that absolutely blew my mind that you could do. But I'd say every few months I stumble across something else that it can do, or even things that were not intended. So if you've seen some of my videos, I do like animations in them, which is done through using Infinity Hammer as well, even though it's completely unintended. I'm just taking a copy of something, so all of the pieces are on the hammer, and then using nudging or move of that object. So I'm sort of animating stop motion with pieces. So that was not intended at all. And I think that kind of thing, and also really all of my builds, since getting Infinity Hammer, I've not built anything remotely Valheim-y, Viking-y. Everything is just, how can I push this tool to the limit? Like, can I actually build something that's completely unintended for this game universe? Yeah, like I said, it's been playing the mod has become the game.
I see. So it's the depth came from the fact that you couldn't just learn Infinity Hammer overnight. There's more things that you can learn, and that adds depth, which then makes the whole building experience more rewarding. All right, so what about you, Warp? How has modding influenced your Valheim experience?
I'd say that my favorite thing about Valheim is the procedurally generated world. So, I played a lot of games growing up, and I really loved Skyrim, but I just didn't love that it was the same world every time. I think it's an amazingly designed world, but I love the idea when a game is procedurally generated, so it just offers limitless exploration. And so that was my favorite thing about Valheim. And, playing Valheim, I really love to explore. I love to find new areas of the environment and find new biomes and find new things. But I started to notice that as I explored more, I would see a biome, and eventually you kind of see all the content in a biome. And then you start to get this unfortunate feeling of, well, I've already seen everything there is in the meadows or the Black Forest. There's a Black Forest or meadows here far out in the world. I'm just going to skip it because I know what's in it. And I've seen this problem recurringly spoken about on Reddit. And personally, I'm somebody who I love to solve problems. I love to build things. And when I build things, I want them to solve a problem. So I wanted to build mods that would solve this world exploration problem. I wanted to build mods that would encourage people to explore more of the Valheim world. I wanted to give them a reason to go to the meadows that's, far, far out, or the Black Forest bordering the Mistlands out in the world. Over the last year, I learned to build mods, and I had a lot of help from a lot of community members in the modding community to teach me how to mod. I think I have now like 18 mods. Most of them are a part of what I call my More World Location series. In total now, I've added 86 new custom locations, dungeons, and traders. And the whole idea here is to give people more reason to go out into the world and find them. One thing that's so cool about the Valheim community is that people love to build things. People like Dhakhar, build these incredible builds, and we have this whole infrastructure in the community to share that, like Valheimians, where people post these builds. And actually, every single location in my mods is not built by me. It's built by a community member. And I used it with their permission, of course, but it also acts as this amazing sort of flywheel effect of there's people in the world who love to build, and then there's people in the world who love to explore. And my mods can sort of connect those two. It can act as a connector between those two people in the world, where I can take the build that somebody loved to make, and then I can put it in the world for somebody to find in exploration.
And in doing so, you enrich that builder's experience as well. Because a lot of builders, they want to build things that get used. And so I'd like to piggyback off of what Warp said here and pose this to one of you as a question. Why does Valheim become predictable?
I could start. I think it's a very good question because even if it's a procedural generated world, right? Even if we have the randomized map, to some extent, there is affinity amount of options that are still there that need to create some kind of a road, needs to follow a certain pattern. Even if it's randomized, there's still a pattern that will repeat every single game. So it becomes predictable to very big extent. What you're gonna do, what is the next step, how you're gonna go forward for it, what you're gonna see, what you're gonna experience. And that limits the playability to some extent. In the bigger picture, it's that predictability that stays there.
What do you think, Gigi?
I think, like Balron said, the intention of the original developers, you've got situations where, you know how the raid dwarfs are going to move when you fight them. You know how every mob is going to move once you've played through it enough. And, I think it's by design, really. You can create some variants by, saying, okay, this run through, I'm not going to use a bow. I'm only going to use a spear, or I'm only going to use a sword. So you can sort of trick your own mind in the predictability of things there. But circling back around, that's kind of where mods come involved because they can change those predictabilities up.
So would you say that you feel that you can't find something new in that meadow because you've already observed what produces a meadow?
You already know what's going to be in there. You know it's going to be gray dwarfs. You know it's going to be boars. You know it's going to be, it's always going to be the same elements in there. And you do get a little bit of variance as you progress through the bosses because, like eventually the fuelings show up in the meadows. A little bit more variance to that might help break up the predictability a little bit. But yeah, absolutely.
Well, yeah, I think that I think there are a lot of sort of linear design decisions in the game, such as, the progression of difficulty through the biomes. The gear is definitely very linear, as opposed to, sort of an ARPG design of something like Diablo or Path of Exile, where all the stats are randomized. So I guess it is kind of interesting that the map of Valheim is, I think, one of the most random and excellent executions of procedural generation there is out there. But other systems game aren't don't necessarily follow that.
They're fully linear. That is such, you just hit the nail on the head there. Yeah, that's the mismatch, because it is this amazing procedurally generated world. For the sense of exploration to be valid, the player needs to feel that there is something unknown. Without that, what are you exploring? Right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, and to a degree, I think I definitely have I think I've contributed to the problem in a big way. Like there's 86 new locations to find, and there's 20 instances of them in the world. So 86 times 20, you guys do the math. But it still actually suffers from the same problem of, like somebody might discover all of my locations and then the same problem exists. I guess, I understand from, having designed all these locations, I get it now. It takes so much time as a game studio to build this level of content. It's why Starfield by Bethesda was in development for so many years. And it's why these massive RPGs take so long. So it makes sense. But, I think that to a degree, mods can sort of contribute to the randomization that people experience in the game. And so I hope that my mods have, and they add to the new experience of finding a meadows.
As Warp mentioned, the same things will still occur. Just because you have a really cool dungeon doesn't mean it's rewarding for the player to get something there more than once, right? Because once they've explored it, what?
Yeah.
Right? So what do you think? How can that problem be addressed?
Well, one thing is quite interesting. A lot of what Warp was saying with the extra locations and that sort of thing is something that Nineby and I considered a lot when creating the adventure map, but also coming at it from the opposite direction. So because ours is not a random generation and all the locations are pre-built, we're sort of hijacking the single player RPG procedurally generated style. So we have some areas of the map that were pre-generated, but then a lot of our locations are custom built, and that again solves part of the problem because people are playing it and they don't know what's going to be around the corner because it could be any kind of build that they've not seen before. But then when they've played it once, they've seen it all, and it's the exact same problem. We just ended up there from a different route. So it's a difficult one to solve. And kind of on that point as well, with the procedural generation, you sometimes end up with these amazing parts of landscape, like really tall mountains with sheer cliffs or wide open plains. But when you've seen a plains or a meadows or a mountains, you know it's just going to be any other mountain. It's the same kind of thing, but it just looks cool. Whereas in other types of games, when you see the really tall mountain, your brain thinks, I wonder what's up there. There must be something cool up there because it's the tallest mountain. And Valheim lacks a bit of that, which it doesn't reward the exploration side as much as it could.
Yeah, so I think it's a really, really interesting question. I think that the way to do it, the way to solve this, like, how do you solve for the linear? I think if we actually look at a really popular board game, which is Settlers of Catan, that game is also, I don't know if people know it, it's essentially like a game of trading resources. But there is one goal, and you play against other people, but there's many ways to achieve that goal. So I think that the way to add dungeons and add locations is to take a step back and really address the sort of small micro decisions of finding a biome and what it's like, but look at the whole meta linear progression as a single story, and think of a full Valheim playthrough as a series of events and a series of problems and decisions that players are making, and then give them alternate pathways to achieve them. And I think that's what would really make, and what does make Valheim fun and other games fun, is you want to play it again because, like GGR Noob said, you can put these little restrictions on and, like, don't use a bow. So I think that the way to add custom dungeons and the way to add custom locations and just points of interest in general is to introduce alternate paths to the vanilla progression. So one of the ways that I did this in my Underground Ruins mod was, I know that I think we can all relate that Black Forest, copper and tin and ultimately bronze acquisition is very unpleasant. And so I offered in the dungeon, I put copper nodes in the dungeon. So it's like the swamp, an alternate or sort of a dungeon crawling way of acquiring metal. So to answer your question, I think the way to do it is to sort of step back and look at the whole picture of how do people progress, and then offer them sort of winding pathways. Because when you then tie together those pathways, it can then become something very unique. I don't know how to describe. You might think of it as like driving from point A to B. I took this road, then that road, then this road this time, but another time I took a whole different path.
To make sure I understand what you're talking about, you're basically saying that instead of just randomly placing things, you make the things so that they satisfy part of the game progression loop in an alternative way. So the first thing that comes to mind, a lot of Valheim building is gated by motor. So if the player knew that there is 3 dungeons on the map somewhere that give you motor's tiers without you fighting motor, is that an example of what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's actually a really good example, because I think you often see in multiplayer servers, there's this idea that we're going to schedule boss kills. Nobody's allowed to kill motor until Saturday, January 25th, But I think that it would be really interesting to have such an idea where, people said, hey, no, I'm gonna go do this dungeon. You're gonna go kill motor, and then, hey, we're gonna meet on the other side.
We cannot really go absolutely away from the linear pattern, the board game that Valheim is, but as Ward mentioned, we can add additional pathways here and there. Similar to his, I, for example, added that the scrap metal drops from different monsters on different biomes, so you can always find some extra metal. If you don't like mining and you find it boring, just go hunt for monsters. Eventually you will get the same amount of metal yourself. And it also solves the problem that you can dig up all the metal in your world and you end up like, I still need more. Like, what's next? I'll go slay some monsters. This problem's solved there. But also the pathways, as you mentioned yourself, JP, about tables and being gated there with the content. Why not give even, let's say, more content and more reasons for player to go do something, as I said, in a different way to get to the same point, but don't block it. Just give them an option. The goal is still there. It's just different ways to achieving the same goal and getting into the next step where, again, you have multiple choices to make.
I just want to say one last thing on this point of this pathways. I think that what really a sort of foundational principle in game design is that it's really exciting as a player to make trade-offs.
and to decide amongst trade-offs, to make decisions and say, I'm this type of player, I want to play this way, so I'm going to decide to go left as opposed to right, because left is better for what I want to do. And so I think that, finding ways to introduce more of that is great. And honestly, I think that Iron Gate, even in the vanilla game, is starting to embrace that more. The new skills from the Bog Witch, I think, are leaning into this idea that we know there's some people who go out and explore, and we know there's some people who are at the base. Let's give both of them a progression system to get better.
I've heard the developers internally think of it as ABC, adventure, building, combat, as like the 3 different groups of players. I think whichever one you fall into, you can find some mod that enhances your experience or fixes a problem that you think the game has.
Yeah, absolutely.
In this realm of like, there's people who may feel hesitant about mods. What do you want to tell them?
Take it from somebody who was a purist. Give some mods a try.
From point of a mod maker, go give it try some mods, see what suits yourself. Try to create your own gameplay. And if you still don't find everything fine for you, go try to make your own mod and create your own story.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with both of those statements. And you should check out some communities online. Everyone's super friendly in the modding community if you need help or guidance or want to know which mod might be best for you.
Yeah, I would say think of mods as like a DLC to add so much more content to your game. And it's free.
Free is always the best price.
Yeah. All right, everybody. Thanks for watching. I hope that you enjoy Val-Con, and make sure to check out some of the other panels. It's a great way to get a taste of what's possible in a modded Valheim world.
Nice. Finding that balance is not easy to find. Really, it's I struggle with it myself. I want to play modded, but I also don't.
I vibe with the purist a lot, so I get it. But I've seen these great mods as well, so
I know it's conflicting, isn't it?
It is super conflicting, but it seems too good to be true. After so many hours, see what's out there, right? You know, like make your own game, your own story. The best way to explain that, really, the best reason to try.
Yeah, and I mean, it goes so far, and it can also go so, I mean, not that far. You can have some quality of life mods that you add to your your game, and some communities even have this option, like if you don't want items stands all items, don't install it. People can still play together. I think that's a really nice way to bring different perspectives together, because not everyone needs to install that mod if they don't want to, and you can just play together. But you can also go just like super crazy, create a whole new game. Basically, it's so cool. There are so many mods. It's crazy.
Yeah, just look at the adventure map that's been talked about earlier, I think.
Yeah, Spazzy, do you play with mods at all, or are you also a purist?
I'm pretty pure so far. I've started to dip my toes in the water a little bit with some of the smaller quality of life mods, but I'm a little bit hesitant. I'm a little bit afraid. I almost feel like if I try those, it'd be really hard to come back.
Yeah, I know the feel. Once you get used to the some of the mods, it can be a little bit hard to go back to pure vanilla. But I mean, so I use, that's where I kind of tend to draw the line, is there are some quality of life mods that don't alter the game, that are just there like really as quality of life, and options that, you know, in my personal opinion, should be given in the game. So, you know, like some of them are probably a design choice. Like a silly one is like having the clock mod. That's super handy, because otherwise you kind of have to keep track with either the actual time or you have to keep track of the, you know, the position of the sun in the sky and stuff. And I get it, it's immersive. I see Easy Water is probably thinking, well, that's part of it, right?
Because I agree with some mods have to be part of the game. For me, it's the armor slot things, because it doesn't make sense to have less space when you have clothing on. With the clock, I'm like, old Viking times, you'd look at the sun, right? That's how I navigate.
Yeah, and a lot of people
love that.
actually create clocks in game to track the position of the
it's really
sky. So that's
impressive.
pretty
Yeah.
cool. But I think it depends what if you're doing a playthrough for the immersion and stuff. Yeah, of course you want to keep all those base settings. But if you're in the middle of building and all you want is to know like how long you have to wait until the sun is back up and you can see the stuff that you're building again, like I think it depends.
True, different story. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely lots of different opinions always on mods. I love those conversations, and it's really interesting to hear from the, some of the people who are creating mods as well, and why they create them. So yeah, thanks JP for leading this panel for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, so next we have another Mythic. We have actually 2 more videos from Mythic builds that are lined up. So there's going to be a Nashland's Cave Outpost build tour, and then another one, the Mythic's Bizarre Trial, first ever obstacle course. So it's going to be a lot of like parkour stuff, but in between we're also squeezing in a little video from Dhakhar that is mind-blowing. You definitely want to stay tuned for that. So let's first play Mythic's video, then we can have a quick chat again, and then we'll get into Dhakhar's Valheim Top Gun video.
Ooh,
all right,
Top Gun.
All right, enjoy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's go with Mythic's Ashland's Cave Outpost now.
Wow. I can't help look at this from a creative standpoint, honestly. But
I love the Ash Sons build pieces. It's just the refined look of them. I don't know. There's something about them that are just really stand out to me. And
give a
I've
very
never really
specific
considered.
vibe.
I've never considered building in that biome, but I'm glad people are doing it.
Yeah.
It seems the most sought after places to build in Ashlands is on top of caves.
Apparently.
Yeah.
So
like,
we're safe.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
If they watched my video on Ashland's base locations, maybe they like.
Everyone go check out Emma T. Potato's channel.
That's the first thing I thought about.
Honestly, from the whole video that I made then, building on top of the Morgan cave was like I stood AFK while taking shots a certain moment. And I also used it in the video, and you just had a lava blob that tried to jump up on the base, and he just bounced off of the Morgan cave. It was surprisingly effective to build on Morgan caves. They are indestructible, even if the lava blob explodes. It stays there. It's still standing.
Correct.
That is
And the rest is high
tip.
up enough.
Yeah.
Good to know. Now I'll turn to take notes. Thank you, Emma, for that tip. All right, we're jumping into the video I promised, Dhakhar's Valheim Top Gun. Hold on to your seats, buckle up, because it's a pretty cool ride, and we'll be back soon after this video.
Welcome to a Valheim video like you've never seen before. After discovering that I could create in-game animations by manipulating the building placement system, I embarked on a journey that culminated last October in my Spooky Scary Skeletons video. A project that took a ton of work to create, only for the algorithm to shoot it down. Partially blocked, copyrighted, views in the dirt. So the only sensible thing for me to do was to double down and begin a project with 40 times more work put into the animations. You could say I crashed and burned on the first one. It wasn't pretty. But without further ado, I proudly present Top Gun Valheim. Your target is a clear and present threat. Intel reports that the Queen is preparing to unleash her swarm. Odin has tasked us with making sure that doesn't come to pass. She resides in an underground bunker, nestled deep within the Mistlands. Your route of ingress is heavily defended by radar-guided surface-to-air missiles, necessitating a low-level strike. The eastern wind has blown in, clearing the mists, providing a narrow window to execute the strike. Your time to target is 1 minute and 30 seconds. Any longer than that, and you'll be exposed to any seekers currently outside the bunker. Time is your greatest enemy. Good luck, gentlemen. I really hope you enjoyed that. These projects take an awful lot of work, so I'd be extremely grateful if you could help this video perform better than the last one. A huge shout out to the genius author of the Infinity Hammer mod. I'm sorry for misusing your creation once again. If you'd like to see more, I did an animation for Kysen a while back, blowing up his server's Rivertown that you might not have seen. But let me know what I should try next. Finally, if you're mad enough to give this a go yourself, you can join my Discord, where I'd be happy to walk you through the process from something super easy right up to whatever it is you want to bring to life. If the interest is there, I could make a full tutorial of how this is done, so do let me know. Links for everything in the video description, but until next time, this has been the Valheim Mechanicus, signing out.
Just how?
I am in awe.
Amazing.
Right? It's
How?
incredible to see the stuff people come up with using, again, like, it blows my mind. Valheim is like, at this point, is just a tool for like those kind of creative projects that go way beyond what I'm sure even the developers have imagined. Seeing that people can come up with stuff like this, create like actual like cinematic universes and everything. And I think a lot of the stuff that we can actually see in Dhakhar's video there is using expand world prefab scripts. So when things are in motion, they're actually in motion in game. It's not him using clever editing tricks. So that's like, again, crazy. And we actually have some of the mini games on the servers are also using those scripts. So that like a Grayling hero, if you've seen the shots for that, the Greylings are moving, and so it's using the same scripts, and it's all using the code of the game. So even as a vanilla player, you can see all of that. So it's amazing work from Dhakhar and all the guys behind EWP.
What a legend.
Amazing.
Absolute legend.
Just absolutely amazing. It's just so many levels to it as well. I had never seen this before, but in this video now, the bunkers, when he gets his second airplane, there was grass on top of that.
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Why don't we have that? I want that now.
I want grass mats.
I think there is if you use like debug mode or something, I think that there are some roof pieces that have grass, and it's been like in the game since almost the beginning. Because I have seen like with admin commands, you can there's some build pieces that are, you know, kind of like Easter eggs at this point that are in console command, and I think the grassy roof pieces were at some point. I don't know if they're still
I'm
there.
taking notes.
Yeah. I want those.
They are pretty cool. They are pretty cool. All right.
Yes, a lot of stuff from like I guess Alpha that's not being used and not being used anymore.
Yeah, like the that spaceship.
Spaceship,
another little
like the old Draugrs and stuff. Yeah, nice, cool.
Yeah,
Very,
that was
very
a really amazing video, and I'm sure we all appreciate all the video editing and the crazy, you know, cinematic style and everything. It's
not just the animations that are literally done in game, but to get the shots off of a moving thing that's not even supposed to be moving, but it is, and then you get to be on there and then film, and then
it really feels like you're watching a movie. It really it doesn't feel like a game anymore. It's really a movie that he created. It's very cool.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right, I will play the next video and see if we can make up some time to squeeze in. Maybe we'll squeeze in a little giveaway after the next video or two. So let's see if we have time for that.
Stick around.
Yeah, stick around, and maybe in two videos. Okay, so now we're going to watch another video from Mythic, which is Mythic's Bizarre Trial, his first ever obstacle course. Let's go.
So,
nice.
Wow.
That was fun. That was. I love the little serpentine.
Serpent was
Yes.
nice.
Little
Mhm.
thing in the water. I've never seen something like that before. That looks very fun.
Yeah, it
Parkour
was
is really my weak spot in this, but so much to gain still.
Me too.
Yeah, and it looked very nice as well. And definitely the wall. For some reason I thought that the one of the Hilder's quests in the plains, that tower would be kind of similar, that you would need to try and parkour your way up there.
Mhm.
Well, you
I don't know.
can.
Yeah.
Some people do. There is a trick, so you can get the loot at the top without needing to fight everyone, but it does require parkouring up. So
I think I like Mythic's version more.
all right,
Cool.
so let's actually dive into the next video straight away, so that after that we can come
We can
back,
get
talk about it, and do a little giveaway. So stay tuned. So now we're gonna play KongvealSurvives Great Valheim Boat Race, and it's a really fun event that he's done on his server with a bunch of people. And we will play that edited video of his boat race. Stay
Exciting.
tuned,
Let's
and
go.
see you
Can't wait for this one.
after.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Great Valheim Boat Race, where we have 6 captains from around the Valheim community competing in this race to see who is the best boatist in Valheim. In order to complete this race, they'll have to start here at the starting line, navigate a course around the map through 8 gates until they get to the finish line, at which point we will crown the top 3 as the best boatists in Valheim. And the individual who keeps their boat in best repair gets title of the Fixer. So if you want to gather around the cartography table now, explain a little bit about what we're doing. So obviously today we are doing a boat race. We're gathered to see who is the best boatist. Yeah, we'll go with boatist because I don't want to say captain or sailor. So we're the best boatist in Valheim. So go ahead and read the cartography table for those who haven't already done it, and open it up, and you will see we are really close to the start location and the finish location. You'll also see that there are 8 gates around the map. So you'll need to go from start, go through each of the 8 gates, and to the finish line. The first one through wins the race. Obviously, second one and third get on the podium, but there's also a reward for the person who gets through with the least damage to their boat. There is no, you are not allowed to repair your boat during the race, but the person who gets through with the least damage of the boat gets an extra reward.
Question, am I allowed to damage other people's boats?
Yes, you're in danger, Scrum.
No, not intentionally. Now, if boats accidentally bump into each other, that's one thing. But no attacking other people's boats. No intentionally ramming other people's boats. But there might be some bumping and grinding, and that is acceptable. Think of it as
I misclicked a bit.
as NASCAR or Formula One racing, where if bumping and grinding happens unintentionally is one thing, but if you do it intentionally, that's just right out.
Fire hazard on?
A fire hazard is not on.
Oh.
So if y'all are ready with your now that you've seen the map, follow me. So come on out here.
Big boy boat.
The big boy boats. So come out here, gather right here in the middle, and I will give you a free motor buff to start the race. And then at any point during the race, you can use motor buff at any time that you want or have the ability to. The race should take about 30 minutes, so you might get 1 to 2 motor buffs in addition to my free one, depending on when and how you decide to use them. Snake wasted yours. Yeah, you did. That's unfortunate. Here's the motor buff, and head to your boats.
Somebody's moving already.
Hey.
We're supposed to do that. All right, I'm gonna back off then.
No.
I thought you said we waited till they were gone. So now
I haven't said go yet. Dang.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
All right. So, on your marks, get set, go, and may the best boatist win.
Of course.
Unless he's Captain Crumbs.
Hey.
Well,
All right,
I think Splash is not going to win the repair.
There we go.
There they go. Who's going to get to the choke point first?
Oh, we're gonna get choked?
Just a little bit up here. It looks like it might be Snake or Crumbs.
Oh, no, I think I see a spicy Frank up ahead. You have to be careful, guys.
Snake's barely in the lead, kind of edging Crumbs into the land. Oh, man.
Hey.
Kyle and Sarah aren't too far behind, followed by Lady Exington and Splash bringing up the rear. Oh, no. Oh. Sarah just got beached. Slammed into a rock. Oh, so much damage to the boats already. Sarah's at 69% health. Michelle's at 74%. Kyle is at 89. Crumbs is at 88. Snake's at 91. 90. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll try to avoid that. Oh, Sarah is strong. Oh, no, Sarah. Oh, Sarah got beached.
Oop, there's a rock.
Yeah, there are rocks around, that's for sure. And the leaders are approaching Gate 1.
How do I make my boat go faster? Damn it.
And Snake is the first one through Gate 1, closely followed by Captain Crumbs, who's slamming into a boat, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no! And Kyle is in third as we pass through Gate 1, with Michelle not too far behind.
Oh, here's Gate 1. Yeah.
And a Splash makes it through Gate 1. Is there a Sarah?
Nope.
Oh no! Sarah's still beached.
There we go. Now I got it going.
Oh, there you are. Oh, Sarah's bringing up the rear.
Land got in my way.
Ed tends to do that on occasion.
Especially when you can't sail where the darn. Yeah.
Absolutely. So let's head on back up towards the leaders and see what's going on up here. We've reached the open ocean up here in the lead, heading towards Gate 2. Snake has opened up a bit of a lead over Crumbs, though he's still hanging in there pretty close. Got about a half a boat lead there. About 2 boat lengths behind, we've got Kyle. And they start making their turn around the island, heading towards Gate 2. Snake asks, are we there yet? You're getting there, slowly. You're almost part of the way.
I'm just trying to get.
And Sarah
Get to where I'm going.
makes it through Gate 1. And the leaders are trying to approach Gate 2, but they're getting stuck on some rocks, apparently. And Crumbs is trying to make a push to pass to try pass Snake. There it is.
Captain Snack.
Captain Snack. Oh, we got a little bumping and grinding going on up here, but Snake holds on to the lead for the time being. See this boat over here by Gate 2? You don't want to do that. And Snake is the first one through Gate 2, very closely followed by Captain Crumbs.
6 minutes and 40 seconds, I will activate motor, and you will not be close enough to get it, Snake.
Uh-oh. And Kyle is in third. Oh, there's still some bumping going on up there, I see. And Michelle is in fourth. With Splash not too far behind. And Sarah just passed the Leviathans and is heading towards Gate 2. Heading out into the open ocean. Looks like Snake has opened up a bit of a lead again over Captain Crumbs. And Kyle is hot on Crumbs' heels. It looks like Kyle might be gaining a little bit even.
I waxed my boat before we started.
Smart. And for the repairs, let's see. We got Snake at 73%. We got Crumbs at 73%. Kyle's at 69%. Nice. Michelle's at 64%. Splash is at 98%. And Sarah is at 46%. Splash had a bit of a bumping going on at the very beginning, running into the starting gate, but hasn't hit anything since then, it looks like. Looks like we're splitting off into two teams to see who might have the right path. On one side, we've got Snakes and Crumbs who's following them. And then on the other side, we've got Kyle, Splash, and where did Michelle go? Over here. Sort of splitting the difference.
Well, Snake said he didn't know where he was going, so I can't follow him.
And Sarah is rounding the island, heading towards Gate 2. She's approaching the... actually, she is past the hazard zone with all the rocks into the ocean. And Sarah makes it through Gate 2. All right, so now in the lead, we've got Kyle. Looks like Kyle took the right path. Though we've got Captain Crumbs, who looks like he's about to ram him. Oh, Kyle pulls in just in the lead, just ahead of Captain Crumbs, cuts him off. And Splash is now in third, with Snake behind. And Michelle in fifth.
Who's sneaking up behind me?
That would be Splash sneaking up behind you, Crumbs.
Look ahead, we have a spicy Frank.
Oh, this is getting tied up here in the lead here.
How many percent does Kyle have on his boat?
I see. Kyle's got 69% and Crumbs has 73. And they are like head to tail there. I mean, it is tight.
We're stuck.
Looks like Crumbs might be turning to try to attempt a passing maneuver. Is Kyle going to play defense or just keep going for it?
Oh no, I'm no longer rested. We have to cancel the competition.
I can't bump anybody because my boat's on the nice number.
That is true. That is true. And Gate 3 is being approached by the leaders.
My boat has no concerns about the numbers. Move it to the side, please. Well...
And Gate 3 barely in the lead by Kyle, with Crumbs just inches behind. And Splash in third.
Goodbye there.
Splash and apparently her fat bum right behind. With Snake closely behind. And Michelle heading up towards Gate 3 as well. As we head into the second river of the course. Crumbs snuck in and got the lead. I missed the passing attempt.
It was very, very violent.
Yes.
Yeah, he went down to 66% health, and ooh, Kyle's at 53 now. Snake's at 73, and Splash is running into the rocks, and it's down to 82%. And it looks like Michelle just beached herself, and it's down to 52%. And Sarah is heading this way. She is starting to head down the path towards Gate 3. It looks like some people already passed through Gate 4. I missed that.
Oh no, missed fog. No. I hope there's. Take a break and fish for some serpents on the way.
As we head towards Gate 5, Crumbs is in the lead and opening up a bit of a gap over Kyle. And Michelle looks like she still might be stuck back in the land of Gate 3.
I'm a beached whale here.
Yeah, you
sorry for
are.
that. I got stuck on a rock there. I had to back. No, it's fine.
And Sarah is approaching Gate 3 and looks like she might have a shot at overtaking Michelle here.
I took the wrong turn, I see.
Oh.
Yes, you did.
I have to go under the arch. Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely took a wrong path.
Yeah, that's where I lost the competition. What a sad day to be me.
Oh, there it
So
is.
with that, Kyle retakes the lead. And Snake retakes second.
Erika, bye, Erika. I'm just gonna wave as you all pass by.
Oh, as I'm stuck on the same darn corner.
And Sarah barely passes Michelle, but gets stuck on the rock as the same rock that Splash got caught on.
Oh no, that not that rock.
And Captain Crumbs is starting his backtrack to Gate 5.
Oh, yeah.
Here I go.
And Kyle's already passed through Gate 6, and Snake just passes through as well.
I got one up on the other side.
And Splash heads through in third. And we head back out into the open ocean once more. So we head towards Gate 7. This is the longest leg of the race. Kyle's opened up a sizable lead here. As a reminder, at this point, people are using the motor buffs that they have as they have them. So things might change.
Yeah, the oddest thing is happening. The wind has been good the whole time.
Yeah, same here.
Wow, all right. That is odd. Wait, sailing in Valheim and you have good wind the whole way?
Yeah.
What is this black magic?
Yes.
Well, it looks like we've got a pretty clear top 3 at this point, as Crumbs just heads through Gate 6, and Sarah passes through Gate 4, and Michelle is finally free and heading towards Gate 4 as well.
Yeah. We need flood lamps on the front of the boat.
Yes. Definitely.
We need a storm.
Oh, and there's a serpent out here that we just passed.
Snake hair snack. What do you say about that one?
Yeah. Good thing we have friendly snakes on this server.
Okay.
There's one back where I am as well, but he's not doing anything.
Crumbs has a friendly snake as well. Yeah, here he is. All right, Michelle's approaching Gate 4 and passes through Gate 4 with ease. And Sarah's approaching the probably the most confusing part of the race here, as she approaches Gate 5 and Gate 6. And Sarah makes it through. What gate is this? Gate 5. Now let's head down towards gate 7 as the leaders are approaching that gate. Got Kyle in the lead, Snake not too far behind, Splash right on his tail, and Crumbs a little bit behind, but not too far. Not too far. Oh, but looks like Snake was off target as Kyle passes through in the lead. And Snake passes through, barely missing the edge of the gate there. And Splash is in third. Let's see how Sarah's handling this tight, confusing part. She went the right direction at least. She appears to be under paddling powers at this point.
Because I can't see where the rocks are at. I don't want to go too fast.
Understandable.
I got turned around.
And yeah, looks like Michelle got a little lost back there.
Got lost.
You're kind of heading in the wrong direction still.
I'm trying. Still? Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
see.
it's back this way where I'm pinging. Yeah, this bit here between gate 4 and gate 6 is definitely the most confusing part of the race. And Sarah makes it to gate 6 and is back into the open ocean where she can start flying. Let's see how the Captain Crumbs is doing.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Yeah, you're a bit behind everyone.
Yeah. A detour I took kind of lost me the lead a bit.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. That hurt you.
Yeah, well, I got to experience some beautiful scenery instead.
The Snake almost followed Crumbs. Good thing you didn't.
You spoke up. You spoke up.
Alright, Kyle's health is at 53%. Snake is at 58%. Splash is doing pretty good still at 78%. Crumbs is at 61%. Sarah's at 39%. Ooh, Sarah. Hopefully you make it through the race. And Michelle, as she is still working on approaching gate 5, is at 31%. And you're about to approach a tight, rock-filled area.
Oh boy.
So be careful. And we've got the leaders approaching the 8th and final gate before we head to the finish line. And in the lead, we've got Kyle with Snake close on his heels. And in a safe third, we've got Splash. Let's head up to the leaders as they start approaching the finish line. The leaders have spread out a little bit, taking slightly different paths to get there. Let's see who's gonna end up first. Yeah, we're at the finish line.
Is this the finish line or what? No, the thingamajig there. All right.
Yep. And it is Kyle crossing the line with 53% for first. And Snake finishes second with 58%. And
Just pile up.
Yep. Splash finishes third at 78%. And Sarah is approaching gate 7. Michelle is through gate 5 into the third and final river of the course. And it looks like Crumbs crosses the finish line in fourth with 61%.
Oh, well, now you don't have that anymore?
Yeah, don't have that anymore. You're down to 49%. But it's what you've crossed the finish line with, so. And Sarah is heading towards gate 8. And Michelle back here in 6th is deftly navigating the river with all the rocks. It's down to 28% health on her boat. And Sarah is heading through the ocean towards gate 8 at 39% health. It's pretty much clear sailing for the most part for her at this point. And as Michelle passes through gate 6, she will head out into the ocean and be mostly safe from rocks from here on.
Cool. Yeah, well, I didn't see that one and I was looking.
All right, there we go. Through gate 6. With barely any wind, it looks like. And Sarah's approaching gate 8, the final gate before the finish line. And Sarah is through gate 8 and heading to the finish line.
There's no way to get through there without hitting something.
I just have to get through the arch. And Sarah finishes 5th at 28%.
And hit a rock.
Crunch. And Michelle is heading towards gate 7, a little bit off track here. Well, it's a little closer to the shore. Make a sharp turn.
Yeah.
And Michelle makes it through gate 7. One more gate to go at 28%. Ooh, nice dodge. Barely missed that rock. You were heading right for it. Nicely done.
Whoopsie, wrong way. Oh, goodness sakes. There's another one. Okie dokie.
All right, Michelle is making it through gate 8.
All right, now.
Now on to the finish where everyone is gathered. Oh. And she is approaching the finish line.
Yay, I see a boat.
And
Yay!
yay! And Michelle finishes with 28% in 6th place. Well done, everyone. Well done. So, here we are at the podium. So, gather around so we can crown the victors. In 3rd place, we have SplashO'Pain or Splash Brain. Go ahead and take your place on the podium. And in 2nd place, we have Big Fat Snake. Take your place on the podium. Or catch yourself on fire first.
What a hot guy.
And in 1st place, as the best boatist in Valheim, we have Kyle Axington. Congrats.
Yay!
All right, and as reward, Kyle, you get a level 10 cultivator.
Oh.
And Snake, in 2nd place, you get a level 10 scythe. And Splash, in 3rd, you get a level 10 hoe.
Oh, that fitted very well. Thank you.
If you guys don't mind taking out your awards so I can take a picture. So, as the individual who crossed the finish line with the most health on their boat, SplashO'Pain is the fixer. So, head over to the fixer's podium and take your place there. Finished with 78% health on your boat. Congrats. And in reward for that, you get a level 10 hammer. Thank you all for joining. This is a lot of fun. I hope you guys enjoyed it.
I did enjoy this. I'd
Yeah.
love to do such a boat race.
Yeah, I love a good boat race.
Yeah.
And everyone go check out, oh, it's here. KongvealSurvives on YouTube, and he had a bunch of other content creators on with him, some of which we're gonna go and visit shortly in a couple of minutes here. Wadel, SplashO'Pain, and Captain Crumbs, who were competing in the boat race, are also doing a stream right now, and we will have them on soon. But before then, I did promise something, didn't I? I promised.
You remember?
I promised a giveaway, maybe something like that.
Yeah, we can back out now, can we?
No, we can't.
No.
Let's hope this time people don't think it's rigged again. But before then, let me thank our sponsors, our various sponsors, GTX, who gtxgaming.co.uk, who are have kindly provided the service that we run our Val-Con in-game convention on. So thank you so much to GTX, and thank you to Heroic Replicas, who have provided the giveaways. But before I get to that, they have also given us a very nice coupon for anyone who has been looking at the Heroic Replicas stuff and hesitant about purchasing some of their amazing Valheim officially licensed merch. They have given us a coupon Val-Con that you can enter at checkout on lizarddoggo.com, which is their website. You can get a free mini armory 6-pack for any Valheim wooden chest dice tower set that you purchase. And that's about $50 off your order, guys. That mini armory 6-pack is quite a good, a very nice freebie. So yeah, make sure you go check that out, lizarddoggo.com. And the prize packs to win for anyone who types in from right now, #VikingsUnite in chat, you will be entered into the giveaway to win one of these prize packs. So type #VikingsUnite in chat right now. I'll give you 30 seconds to enter. And in this prize pack, there is quite a lot of cool stuff. There is a dice set, a coin set, the ward, the sticker set, and the patches that you can see on the screen. All of those items we're getting. So make sure you enter. It's a pretty sweet deal. We've got.
How many are we talking on the set? I've been wondering.
All of them, like literally everything. Yeah. So the products are all sets already. So what you see on screen, like the gold coin set, is those 3 coins that you can see on stream and on screen, and the and same with the other stuff like the dice set and all of that. It's all everything that you can see, that like they're giving us the whole set. So for each prize pack, each prize pack, you're getting everything that's on the screen right now. So pretty.
And about the coupon, you'll get those mini armory thingies. Like,
yes.
How big would they be?
They're so
tiny.
They're like, hold on, let me turn this off so I can show you. Yeah, they're like little miniature ones, like doll size ones.
Maybe this is a wrong comparison, but you can arm your Barbies to the teeth.
Hey, hold that thought, because
that's a thinking guy right there.
Yeah, that was the first, I think. Yeah, first thought. Yeah.
Nice.
I literally had this this thing. I've had this project for a while. I'll just wait, just in case more people. There's like 200 people watching, and only 46 are entered in the draw. Come on, guys, you want to win this thing?
No,
right?
Don't enter.
I entered.
Let's go. Yeah. So for a while, I was thinking of. I bought a Barbie for it as well, of making miniature Viking clothing for an actual Barbie shield maiden. And I have a blacksmith friend who made me this mini sword, who actually forged it. I don't know if you can see it on screen. Hold on, let me put it back up here. So this cool little sword is forged by by my blacksmith friend, and I filmed the whole process and stuff.
Oh,
and
wow.
like this video is, I've been willing to make it for like a year and a half now. I've dyed loads of fabric myself with like actual Viking methods, so natural dyes with plants and stuff. Pink,
wow.
of course, Bobby pink, and everything. So it's like my process of trying to recreate Viking clothing, miniature one for a Barbie using like Viking era methods and everything. That video will probably show up on my channel at some point, whenever.
I would
after
love to see
Val-Con.
that.
Yeah, so be sure to subscribe to Gwen as well. Let me
Yeah.
see. Linky.
Can you throw that up?
Thank you. So we've got 52 entries. I think it's time to draw.
All right, we can't get to 69. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. People are lurking or have like fallen asleep because it's late in the US. Well done.
Nice.
Wow,
Congratulations.
Buffalo
Blanco.
Buffalo Blanco. Yeah, well done.
Yes.
Congratulations for winning this amazing
GG.
prize pack. Make sure to, if you're not on our Discord, make sure to reach out to one of the moderators who's on Twitch right now, and they will get in touch and ask you to send some details over, probably by email, so you can get your gift. So thanks again for sponsoring Heroic Replicas and for so providing us with these amazing prize packs.
Very generous.
All right. So what do we have next? We have thank you.
Linky to Gwen if you want to know more about that sword. Remind her in her comments.
Yes, remind me, like poke me until I actually make that video, because it's been on my desk for a while. But for now, we are, I think, getting some streamers on, aren't we?
We are.
Mm-hmm. So let's see. Do we have Wadel? Yeah, Wadel is here. Let's add Wadel to stage. Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
Hi again.
Hey, welcome in.
Welcome.
The other two are still on their way in.
No worries, no worries. Should I pull up the stream, or is
it's paused? It's paused. The
Okay.
stream is paused, so it's fine.
Are you going to be showing anything? Is it worth me opening it up?
We're busy building. Nothing really to show yet. If you want to come and have a look, I can start mine, restart mine.
Yeah, let's do that. Just because you're going to be showing off the longest longhouse, right?
Yeah.
Tell us more about this this project.
I'm already excited. Nice.
Yeah,
I love the long houses.
Well, it's still very short if you want to know. But there's a video coming soon that will explain a little bit more, give a bit more history. It splashes, what you call it? Yeah, there I am. That's our build we're busy with. It explains a bit more of the history, how long it is, and it's a little bit of a skit as well. I do see Crumbs in. Oh, Splash and Crumbs is here. You can maybe pull them up as well.
Nice.
Oh, yep. Splash and Crumbs. There we go. They're on voice, hopefully. Or Splash is muted, so.
Oh, Splash is still seems to still figure something's out.
Yeah.
That's fine. But can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Crumbs.
Hello. Yeah.
How's it going?
Oh wow, I love the sign on the ground, like north and west and every. Oh, it's so beautiful.
That's a nice Vegviser on the floor there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Crumbs is busy with this one.
I'm gonna have to steal that.
Tell us a bit about this longest longhouse. What's the project?
Why is that me? Okay.
Yeah, that's your cue.
Well, it started out as a stupid play on words, pretty much. Shortest short house, longest long house, roundest round house. But eventually I actually found a map that had the land masses almost connecting all the way from the north to the Ashlands. And it became sort of this can actually be done kind of a deal. So me and Splash decided to give it a go, and then we asked a couple of friends, and they thought it was a good idea too, apparently. And here we are, almost 2,500 meters of a longhouse.
Yeah.
Wow.
Currently,
That is long.
We've gone
Eventually,
10% pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can't reach the absolute north and south, but we're gonna be the house is gonna go from hopefully where you can see the deep north to where you can see the Ashlands if you're lucky, but all the way through over waters and across mountains and whatever.
You're
To
not
give you an
kidding.
idea,
No, I'm not
you
kidding.
should be seeing my map now.
You'd
Yeah, I
think
was
it was
gonna
a
ask.
joke, but no.
If you see where my pointer is at,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the LH begin, that's where we started.
Oh wow.
All the way down here till where we are now. And keep an eye where they are, where Hilda is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somehow.
I'm going to try to keep my cursor there. We still have to go all the way down and
Mhm.
from there all the way up.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
And
I
it's
did not
all
expect this.
one
zoom
long
out
build
to-
all the way. It's roof. Some parts haven't been roofed yet, but yeah, it's
We have a little bit left to go.
yeah. And right here we have a build over water, so it's roofed here as well.
Wait,
Oh,
so
my
you want
goodness.
to show us again how what's the end goal? How long you want it to actually be on the map?
Depending on
Oh,
if
but-
we can manage to build over a really large body of water in the south by doing this vanilla, it's very important that we can do this vanilla.
Yeah.
We
It's
want to
in,
get.
the survival
Yeah.
vanilla.
We should be able to. Well, I'm gonna ping this.
Yep, do.
We should be able to go at least down there where Wall is. Yeah, that ping there. Because we are a bit. Maybe we can't build a bridge there. We're not sure yet. Looks like we should be able to bridge that area, but it will be complicated.
If we reach our goal, it's going to be from this to this.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Incredible.
Oh my
How long?
goodness.
How long have you been building so far?
About 6 months, about
6 months.
I believe it.
What?
And just the three of you, or did you get some more?
No. We have a full team here. We have been around on this server. We have been between 7 and 16 different players all along. We try to keep it around 10 because this house causes a lot of lag.
Yeah.
And
I
especially
believe
if you
you.
try to keep everything vanilla. Yeah. So
Yeah, and
when
that's
you-
like an extra challenge to really do this in vanilla, like in the normal playthrough. That really adds a challenge. How impressive. Really amazing.
Yeah.
Troll raids were much more scary now than they ever been.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Like the building is not. The building is quite tall in and of itself, and then going over a body of water. Are you attempting to lower the build if you do that? If you have to go over water?
Some parts. I mean, this area we needed to make a tall bridge because this is the only area along the entire continent where we can cross with a sailboat. So we had to make this a tall bridge, this here. But the other parts, yes, if we can keep it lower, we will.
Wow, still insane. Much respect.
Yeah. So someone in chat is saying, please tell me you're going to name it Jormungandr, the world serpent.
That would be good.
That's an idea.
That's a great name.
As for now, it's called the line because of
the line.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Fair.
Well, on the map it is just a line. So.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
Well, thank you so much. That's awesome. And yes, you have a video coming up in just about an hour. We'll be playing that video where you show us the longest longhouse, a quick build tour. So stay tuned for that. And I hope you have fun on your stream. Let's put up the stream link again. And there you go. So we've got Wadel who's streaming here. And then we've got SplashO'Pain. We've got SplashO'Pain and then Captain Crumbs. Make sure you go and check out all three of them. Thank you so much and have fun.
Thanks
for having us.
Yeah, and good luck with the build.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Take care.
All
Bye.
right. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. So,
wow.
Emma, do you want to load the next video? We've got another this time very different, a cozy starter house, right? Like totally the opposite from this gigantic longhouse.
That's my jam. I love that.
So the
I'll
video
see if I
should
can
be
load it
already
in.
yeah.
I've not loaded in
Let
many
me just-
videos yet.
No, it's loaded in already. Just under easy border, he's been kind and loaded everything. So
He's
one from
looking at it for me.
Sarah.
There we go.
There we go.
Hello
Thank
everyone,
you.
Sarah here, back with a quick tutorial, or at least I hope it will be a quick one. This is like my 7th attempt at doing this video, and apparently I am completely tongue-tied tonight. So, I was playing with a new character, and I needed to create a little shelter for her, whether I took one over or whatever. The first building I ran across, however, was one of these. Now, this is not enough to consider as a house. You can't put a bed down in it or anything like that. You could put a fire outside conceivably and get a little bit of rested while you're in one of these, but it's not considered a house. This particular building is a replica of those buildings that you find. And the reason being is I couldn't find one that didn't have a tree blocking it or had a rock in the way or whatever. But so I replicated it as closely as I can recall how it was put together. So, having said all of that, I am in creative mode. So I have laid out a little bit of a floor plan. So this area back here, it's a 2 meter by 2 meter box. This is going to be our fireplace. So we're going to go ahead and take out this wall here. And this area over here will become our living space. So we're going to take out that wall there. These pigs really want to move into this, let me tell you. Okay, so that is the floor plan for our little starter house. So to accomplish this, we are going to snap to the roof here. We are going to go out 2 roof tiles. Like that. And then we are going to put a wall all the way around. Like this. All right, Mr. Piggy, I really need you to move. You are kind of getting in the way there, dude. No, no, no. All right, Mr. Pig. Since Mr. Pig is not going to cooperate, okay. Pig is out of the house. So we're going to put the walls around like that. That'll be our chimney. Now I'm going to go ahead and put another wall here. And the reason being is this is going to become the crafting area for our house. Now, as you can see, the piece, if it snaps, is going to go underground. So we're going to actually raise this up. And we are going to snap it in place like that. And then this will become our crafting area for our crafting now. Now you would have to actually set this up if you weren't in creative mode. You would have to set up a workbench beforehand, but because I'm in creative mode, I went ahead and start building, but you'll then move this into your little building. Hey, dude. Mr. Pig, you are going to make me have to put you out of my misery. Alright, so we are going to put a roof on this side too, like this. And we are going to go halfway. No, we're going to go halfway on this side. So we're going to snap that to that center part there. And then we are going to carry this roof line along this side over here. And then, oh, that's not in the right spot. There we go. And then we're going to turn it around here and go back down this side. Like this. All right. So now we've got our roof line on. And this little... That door really needs to be the other way. Okay. Let's take that out. Let's rotate this door because it really does need to be facing the other way. This way. All right, there we go. So we've got our little living space. So this is where the bed and a couple of chests and stuff are going to be. And then we've got our fireplace back here. So let's go ahead and put our floor down in here. And because we put those out there, it should just snap. Oh, sorry about that. Clipped right into that, didn't I? Alright. And then we're going to put one more here. Then our fire is going to go here. And because that partially is covered by the roof piece at the top, nope, this one. It will be protected from the fire, and in a second here I will set the environment to a storm so you guys can see that it is sufficient, but to keep it from smoking in here, I am going to go like that, and that should keep the smoke from coming into the house. And you can block that in any way you want. It doesn't have to be with an X. That just works handily for doing that. So now I'm going to set the environment to a storm. And there we go. And as you can see, the fire is protected enough by going halfway across that opening with the roof tile, and it will not go out. So let's go ahead and set it back so it's not quite so loud to clear. Let's wait for that to clear up. Because, goodness, that gets loud. Okay, so now that we have our fire in, we can put our bed, and I always like to raise the beds up a little bit off of the ground. So I just put one down, I put the second one on top of it, then I can put a chest at the end of the bed, and I can take out the bottom one. And then that way your bed isn't sitting all the way on the floor. Later on, after you get a few deer, you can add in a deer rug. Or, once you find, I found a shipwreck as I was wandering around looking for this spot. You can put a table and chair in here. Now, it is cozy, I will give you that, but it is also a starter house and is quite sufficient. If I could quit clipping into the roof tiles there, it'd be helpful. It is quite sufficient for a starter house, and you can add a little bit of details and edge things out and all of that, and you can come up with quite a cute little house. So with that being said, I will say thank you and have a good one wherever you are in your day.
Lovely tiny build. I love that stuff.
I think everyone can relate to the tiny, comfy build there in their first playthrough in the meadows, so it's nice to see that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
and the moment she was done with some of the ceiling works, that it starts raining and the change in sound. I really love that in Valheim. The very first time you play it, you start to build that starter house. It starts to rain and you can hear that it's outside. You can hear the difference in how the weather sounds like inside of your house. And I really love that.
You get a really cozy, protected feeling that way.
Mm-hmm.
Really great way to start a game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely, nice, cozy, and chill build.
I hope those pigs got a house in the end, because they seemed a bit scared of the fire.
Yeah, I love the boars interrupting or the mobs interrupting. It's like classic when you're trying to build in Valheim. It's either the mobs or the rain. Like there's always something.
Now, in all honesty, that's back in the day. I started like taming creatures you're not supposed to tame, and that's how it happened. Because you were building something, and you're like, "Why are you in the way? I'm trying to build something." And then like, "Oh, well, okay, you're part of the build now. You can't escape anymore." And that's how it happens.
All right. So we have a panel coming up, don't we?
We do.
A panel that the lovely Spazzy over here is going to be hosting, and I think we have all our panelists ready. Are we missing anyone?
I think they're all here.
Everyone's here. Everyone's here. So we might start the
yeah.
panel a little bit early. That way, you've got a tiny bit more time for this panel discussion, which will be about creating Valheim content for Twitch. Very relevant. We've got so many great creators here. So I will let Spazzy take it away. I'll add all the panelists. I'll remove myself and whoever of the co-hosts wants to stay on for this, because I believe both. Well, Easy, you're on the panel anyway.
I'm on the panel.
And Ever, up to you. If you want to take a break or stay on the panel, I'll let you make the choice. I will add our lovely panelists and
welcome in, everybody.
Welcome everybody.
Oh.
Wait, I'm not a host.
All
I'm
of you.
a panel member now.
You're a panel member.
Different.
You can act like one.
We'll see.
So welcome everyone. We'll get into a great conversation with some incredible Twitch creators here in a moment, but I wanted to give everyone a quick opportunity to introduce themselves and their stream. So maybe we can start with Queen Snail. Do you mind just telling us a little bit about yourself and your stream?
Sure. I'm Queen Snail. I work full time, so I pretty much stream on the weekends and late because I'm a night owl. And I stream multiple games. I love 7 Days to Die, Valheim, Farlight. And if anybody says, "Hey, I got a new game, you want to try it out?" Sure. As if I don't have enough space on my computer. But yeah,
I'm always looking for a new game to play.
Yeah. Whatever. If someone's ready to play something, I'm ready to jump in. So
yeah, and I can relate to the, I'm sure a lot of the folks here, work full time as well as trying to balance the Twitch streaming on the weekends too. So I can appreciate that balance. It's you can get very busy sometimes.
Yeah, I'm blessed. My job is flexible, so I actually work like overnight or 2 o'clock in the morning. I can't sleep. I'm up working. So I'm up all night on the weekends, just gaming.
Awesome. I love
constantly.
To hear it. Thank you, Queen Stel. So next up, we have Octogeisha, who is I think the first VTuber we've had on the stream today. So welcome, Octogeisha. Please tell us a little bit about yourself and your live stream.
Holy moly. Okay. My name is Octogeisha. I use she, they pronouns. Part of the Women's Twitch Guild, Pride Guild, and Creative Clubs. I do mixture like just variety games. I guess I started with doing Valheim very early in my stream area, and that's how I met like Queen herself through a lovely community. And I wouldn't have known about this if it wasn't for Queen.
She's my girl.
That is a wonderful thing, isn't it? The way this community kind of brings people together and lets you meet other creators and other people that otherwise, and from people from all over the world too, that you get an opportunity to meet is something special about this community. Absolutely.
100%.
Lasting friendships. I have friends for over 5 years, which is as long as I've been here. So it's great.
Incredible. Absolutely. Well, thank you, Octogeisha. And third, we've got Bexters here. Again, if you don't mind, Bexters, please let us know a little bit about yourself as well as your live stream.
Hello, my name is Bex. I have been creating content for over 9 years. I just celebrated my 9-year anniversary not too
9
long
years.
ago. So I've been streaming on Twitch for 9 years. And yeah, it's been a long journey. I do a lot of variety, but I specialize in survival and simulation. And a couple of years ago, I discovered Valheim. And yeah, it took over my life for a very short period of time. And I was like, okay, I need to play a couple other survival, but Valheim always manages to pull me back. It's one of those beautiful games that you could take a long break and then just go right back into it. And before you know it, you've lost 200 hours of your life, but you know, so, yeah.
Worth it, right? It was worth it.
So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Valheim is one of those games that almost feels like a big warm embrace or warm hug that you're always comfortable and ready to go back to. Yeah, no, I can totally relate to that. And we've also got Easy Border. Of course, you probably, those who are watching, we know Easy Border pretty well at this point. Has been a very welcoming host throughout the live stream. So welcome, Easy Border.
Thank you. I try. Loving it so far.
Awesome. So what we want to do today, we wanted to kind of give everyone's perspective, those who are watching, from what it's like to be, the good things about creating on Twitch and some of the bad things. So the first question I wanted to ask each of you today was, what is some advice or wisdom you'd like to pass on to someone who is interested in maybe streaming for the first time over on Twitch? What kind of advice do you think you would give them? So maybe I'll throw that back to you, Bex, if you wanted to start us off. What kind of advice would you give to someone who's watching?
Well, the reason why I started was literally because I wanted to make friends. And I think that's a really pure and lovely way to go into streaming. And I think with streaming nowadays, it's changed a lot over the years, but sometimes we can get a bit overwhelmed with making content and maybe the money and some other things. And really you should go in just to have fun and make friends, because that will, you'll have a long life with streaming. You will stay with it because you enjoy it, you love it. You've made some amazing friends. So yeah, that would be my number one. Just honestly, I know it's so generic what I'm saying, but it is true. Just have fun and go make some great friends, lifelong online friends, pretty much.
Yeah, incredible advice from someone who, as you mentioned, has been doing this for 9 years. So there's a lot of experience that they're drawing upon there. That's awesome to hear.
Yeah.
So similar question maybe over to you, Easy. What kind of advice would you give to someone who's interested in perhaps streaming for the first time?
Someone who's interested in streaming, I'd say flat out just do it. It's free, it's accessible. You can do it in any way you want. You can make it as complicated as you want. There's no real, I would say no real barrier, maybe just the social aspect of it, but technically not really a barrier. Just do it, live your life. I found, I want to say as well, lifelong friends on Twitch. Literally what the Twitch cons are for. We've organized our own Twitch cons as well. It's great. I couldn't imagine this starting off, so it will surprise you if you're thinking about it.
I totally agree with that. I said I was on a panel about creating content on YouTube, several hours ago now. But the advice I gave on that panel was, you just kind of, the best way to start, you just go ahead and do it. Hit the live button and go for it. And you're only gonna get more comfortable and better at kind of the act of streaming the more you do it. So. Yeah, and you're not going to get better unless you try. So I'd say that's
it'll never be perfect.
Put your head out there. Yeah, and it'll never be perfect. Absolutely.
Never. We were on the air, all of us, I think, for a couple of years. Definitely Bex. you're a veteran, I think. But,
I've made lots of mistakes, by the way, guys. So don't worry.
No progress without mistakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Truly.
And without something to strive for, where's the motivation? That's the best part of it, I think.
Yeah, and I really wanted to toss this question over to Octo as well, because I think you've got a really unique perspective that you could probably provide and share with a lot of other people on this panel, as well as everyone watching at home. So Octogeisha, what would you recommend to someone who's thinking of potentially streaming for the first time?
I guess as a VTuber, if you want to start off like VTubing, the best move to take would start off being PNG, and don't feel pressured on having a fancy dancy model because they're expensive and they're not exactly cheap. They're like they cost exactly the same price as like buying a new PC or buying a PC build.
Wow, I didn't realize how expensive they were. Wow.
It's generally the quality and the rigging and all the time that gets put into it, the skill that makes it's just so people can do like do this, and yeah, it's just a little thing to have. I also want to add in that same aspect. I started off being a mute streamer. I started off just not saying anything, just building, and that was it. And I think that's important to say, that don't always feel pressure to talk. Don't always feel pressure to have that conversation, but also at the same time have fun with it. And like just flow things naturally. People will accept you for you. And there's different ways to have that content to be shown and for people to enjoy that. So you'll find a way, and it will just keep going.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of wisdom there. I really liked how you said, kind of start simple, right? You don't need to spend a lot of money in the beginning. You can kind of just keep it simple at first until you get your feet wet, and then you can certainly progress from there, right? As you get more comfortable and get more experience.
And the content comes from you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
From your person. So yeah, that's definitely true.
Great. So of course, after you get started, there's really kind of two major approaches you can take to your live stream. You can kind of just hop in and go for it, or you can, put a little maybe more time and prepare, some kind of event or plan for your live stream. So one of the questions I wanted to ask was, how do you approach your live streams? Do you kind of just dive in head first, or do you put some preparation and plan for your live streams before you go live? And I wanted to send this over to Queen Snail here first. What do you do before you live stream? Do you put a lot of planning before you go live, or do you just kind of start your game and go from there?
I just start my game. It's all based on how I'm feeling, who's going to be joining me. Sometimes I have community members, and then at that point I know, well, you're going to have to go to the community server, so they go hop in, or sometimes this group of people wants to play vanilla. And so it really depends who's in there, what games they want to play, and it's typically last minute, because it's like, okay, who's on, who's here? Okay, I'm on my own, I get to choose, and so it's really seat of my pants what I feel like. And sometimes there'll be someone in chat will say, hey, you want to go play this, and I'll flip and I'll change to something else. So I'm real versatile on whatever the mood happens to be.
Yeah, flexibility is really important there. And yeah, I love how you said that you kind of listen to the folks who are watching, and they say, hey, you want to try this game? You're kind of willing to go do that too, which is great to see.
Yep.
So to pass it over to you, Bexters, too, and again, pulling on your, I can't believe 9 years of experience is incredible. Is that when you go into your streams, are you usually planning them in advance, or do you mostly wing your live streams?
I should professionally say that I plan everything, so I sound really cool. That 9-year thing that we're pumping up. Honestly, for a long time, no. I did something similar to like Queen Snail, basically just seeing the vibe, the mood. Sometimes now, I can't deny I do plan. I think sometimes it just helps a bit with the chaos. I don't know about you all, but I'm a bit sometimes chaotic with my streams, and I'm like, okay, I need a plan, I need organization, I need to know what I'm going to say. But I think for about nearly 5 years, I never had a plan. Never, not one time. I would just boot it up. And then, I'd say probably the last 4, I've started to, I don't do it all the time. It just depends on the mood. Like Queen said, you just got to go with the vibe sometimes. But then there's sometimes, I do plan. I do like strategy, or I think there's an event I want to do, or there's a certain type of content piece that I want to get, so that then I can make that into like a YouTube short later on, or put it on TikTok or whatever the case. So yeah, that's why I plan for future content, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of similar in a lot of ways. I try to plan as much as I can for my live streams, where I usually stream every Sunday as an example, and I try and have a kind of consistent playthrough on that day, so people know what to expect when they come and check out your live streams. But it's also a lot of effort to prepare and plan for these live streams too, so it can be difficult to do that all the time.
Yeah, I don't think people realize behind the scenes how much streamers plan. I don't think they understand how much we spend behind the computer planning, coordinate with community, and even like if we're going to do a collab with another streamer, that it all takes so much time. And sometimes I kind of wish we could show that to viewers, how much time we do give to content creation.
Absolutely.
If I can hook into that real quickly, because I've been thinking about that, like I think it was last year or something. I was really scared that my OBS setup would just fall apart, collapse, PC explodes, you name it. I was like, it can do two things then. I can just give up on streaming, or I can just boot up like a fresh, naked version of OBS, rebuild it live, show people the back end. I'm kind of
very cool.
I'm waiting for it to blow up, honestly, to actually do that.
Just pretend.
That seems like a really cool thing
Pretend.
to do.
Pretend, plan
No,
it.
I can.
It blew up. Now I'm going to do it.
I have to plan that.
Yeah, you had to plan it.
Yeah, and you touched on something really good there, Easy, too. And another question I did want to ask is, in the similar vein of, what should we tell people who are considering streaming for the first time? What kind of tools do you use, or equipment, software, whatever it might be, that helps you go live and helps your stream go as as well as humanly possible?
I see. Well, like I said, it's never perfect, but I think I focus on the things that make me be comfortable with it. And then that leads to what is most important about a stream. And I'd say, as long as your audio is on point, honestly, you're good.
Yeah.
I think Jirok said this earlier. You could be watching a 480p stream, and with good audio, that doesn't matter, because lots of people put the stream to the side in the background, or even if you're watching it, it's way more pleasant to hear good audio than the other way around, like a crisp image and crackling, high pitched or whatever have you audio. So I think that's one of the most important thing to focus on.
So right.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. OBS Studio, yeah, and the audio quality is something that I'm so anxious about all the time, trying to make sure it's as good as possible, and tweaking it every time I go live, and working towards getting that best, because it's so important that it comes across clean and clear.
I went a bit overboard with it, like with the studio mic. I got a physical box as a preamp, then goes into an audio interface. I got loads of things here, but I love to do music as well, so that kind of helps. So I want to make it sound good. The rest comes later. Well, yeah. Basically, that's just the most important thing to me.
Yeah. And so I also want to talk a little bit about just how everyone feels about this, about streaming. What were things that you love the most about streaming, and maybe even some of your favorite memories? So I wanted to send this over to Queen Snail again. Is there, what is it you love the most about live streaming? And if you have any, of your favorite memories that you wanted to share, feel free to share that with the audience as well.
I like the chaos. I like surprise. I like being, don't tell my community this. I like it when they scare me, and I hate it when they scare me. I like falling asleep on stream and seeing that my character continues to run, and then I wake up and go, oh gosh, I'm tired. Just the things you can't plan for, but yet it makes it funny. So I like that kind of thing. My most favorite time happened. It was a not over a 9-minute clip that I had put on my YouTube, but my friend, she made it up that Mistland Mountain, cliff just fine. I, however, had stamina issues, and by the end of trying to survive that 9 minutes, I had 3 locks, 5 or 6 fuelings, 2 Desquitos, I don't know how many Skelly Bobs, and I'm just running around, and she's like, I can't see you. You just have to get the stamina and just run up the mountain. I'm like, and where am I supposed to get this stamina from? And she's just like, come this way and, just do this. And I'm like, I'm sitting here like, I'm stuck in a rock or I'm under a locks. And somehow I lasted 9 minutes. And when it was over, I was just like, that is the best time I have had in Valheim in ages. And I was exhausted. It was great. So I laughed through the whole thing. I watch it still. Sickeningly enough, I watch it and laugh still.
These are the moments, though. Like a good stream is one you can watch back yourself as well.
Yeah, and just
how
laugh.
cringy it is. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there watching it going, I cannot believe I said that. And it's just things come out of your mouth, and it's just like, oh, I probably shouldn't have shared that, but it little late now, it's clipped, right? Prosperity will always know. But yeah,
that's the best. Yeah, I think that's one of the things I really love about streaming too, is just sharing your own experiences with other people. And it's just, you could play that game by yourself and have a blast, but then having the opportunity to share it with a bunch of other people and have them relate to you too, just gives it a whole other layer of, interest and excitement and fun. I couldn't agree more.
Mm-hmm.
So Octogeisha, I want to bring you back in here as well and ask you a very similar question again. What is it that you love so much about streaming, and if you have any favorite memories that you share with playing Valheim or even other games? I'm sure everyone here, both on the panel and in the audience, would love to hear from you.
Is everything all right?
It looks
my microphone.
There you are. I hear you now.
Yeah, my microphone just got out as you asked. I'm so sorry.
No trouble at all. No trouble at all. We can hear you now.
Cool.
Lovely tech issues. We all suffer from them.
We do.
Yeah. Sorry, brain. My favorite thing about streaming is the community I made, and the community that has been created through not just Valheim, but like every single bit of streaming that I've done personally, the community that I've personally made for myself, every single one of them are so lovely. They're so kind. They're so sweet. Always care about everyone's health. Always checking in on everyone, and I really love that. I really love the fact that I can have that as a community, that everyone cares so much about each other. And I know that's rare to get, but I'm glad that I have that.
Feels unreal at times.
Yeah. Favorite moment, I guess, in Valheim would actually possibly be like the very first time I did Valheim, and that would be in a server that from a streamer that no longer streams, and it'll be with Queen knows them, with that their name's Fuku Moimi. They no longer stream, but what happened was like every time I died, someone would like put stuff into my grave so I could have stuff. And it became like a whole like thing. And I like the whole experience of that server where I've like boxed him in, and I became shortly known as the Octogeisha. Because I had an axe and I was just killing people.
That's so good.
Just made a graveyard.
We all stood up. We were all ready. This is my grave.
That's the vibe. I like it.
Yeah, it was great. I actually just went in there earlier, so that was kind of cool to see. It's like, oh look, the graveyard. Oh,
incredible. Yeah, I think the community piece of it is probably the biggest part of live streaming, and it's not. There's very few opportunities when you can almost be, show your face and be face to face with your audience like you often do with live streaming, and really start to build a relationship with those people. Whether it's people who watch or other people you play with, it's yeah, the community building is incredible. And as we all know, Valheim has one of the best communities out there, as we've seen throughout the hours and hours of this live stream as we continue going through it. And I love this question so much. I've got to keep it going and toss it again over to Bex and kind of get, you know, what it is that you love so much about live streaming. And again, if you've got any special memories that come to your mind through playing Valheim on your stream, we'd love to hear them from you.
Well, I just want to agree with you that Valheim literally is the best community. I literally have played so many variety games, and there is no community like the Valheim community. I will say that with my chest to the day I die. It is a beautiful group of people, that is for sure. What I love about streaming, I think that I make a difference to someone's day. I've said it before on stream many times, but people come in and out of your streams when they're at different times of their lives, either happy, sad, stressed, maybe angry, confused, you know, a bit giddy, whatever it may be. They come at different points, and I feel like if I make a difference to them on that day and they remember me and they think, you know, Bex really made my day that day, she really made me laugh, or she gave me comfort, she just hung out with me and made me feel seen and heard. That's what I love. That's what I truly love, that I made an impact on someone's life, like, you know, hundreds and thousands of people. And then I think my favorite bit was with another Valheim content creator called Dhakhar. As some people may know Dhakhar.
Yeah.
He's a little scoundrel. We went in and he made me do a challenge run, and he was like, come on, Bex, you could show everyone. I was like, okay. And we were in a death loop, and it was real bad. It was real bad. We just both kept dying, and Dhakhar was like, we got this. And I was like, Dhakhar, we've not got this. We've not got this. And we were just both screaming at each other, but it was so fun. And that is my favorite moment, because, yeah, we were just screaming at each other in the most loving way. Can I just put out there? It was,
It was loving.
It was loving. We're still good, very good friends. But I was like, Dhakhar, how dare you take me into this, you know, bit, and we're just dying, and the portals are going, and it was just, yeah, it was a bad time, but it was fun.
Flipped?
Yeah,
I need evidence. I would like to see it.
There is clips. I can send them to you later.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Can I be on that list too? That sounds great.
Yeah, send it to all of us. Send it
Okay, I will send it to you all.
Group text there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we've all been in one of those infamous Valheim death loops before, and it's only made better by being in them with others in your community, your friends, what have you. It just makes it all the better. So I wanted to turn towards a little bit towards kind of our experience from the past towards the future, because we all know we've all probably seen the teaser video that came from Iron Gate just a couple days ago for the Deep North. It's coming. We don't know when yet, but it is coming. So I wanted to ask folks, who's planning on streaming the Deep North when it eventually comes? And I'll pass over to Easy. Are you looking forward to the Deep North?
Yes.
Are you planning on streaming it? Easy answer, yes. That's all needs to be said.
Very much so. I'm very much looking forward to fumbling my way into that biome and making everyone aware of what not to do. That'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. I know, right? How about you, Queen Snow? Are you planning to stream for the Deep North when it finally?
I always plan to do that stuff, you know, because I'm a planner. Now, I mean, I'll be doing it. We'll see. I like to wipe and start over, so then I have to work and build all the way up again, and then I go, oh, I haven't quite made it to Ashland yet, and that's been out a while, and you know, and that's like, okay, Deep North is coming, great. Yeah, I don't have Ashland down, you know, so it's like trying to get through to the next thing. I like to start all the way. I love to start over. I
know. I can relate to that. It's almost, you almost can get addicted to just the restarting a new playthrough, because that first Meadows Black Forest experience, it's so good. It's so hard not to
start playing. Okay, I'll start over.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to start playing? All right, let's start over. You know, so yeah, that's
I recognize that.
Yeah.
It's that's a vicious loop too. But yeah.
Yes, it is. One I never minded.
No,
Never
No.
it's
Because I
great.
love the start of the game.
So would you guys like to start a new?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, in the group chat. Let's
Yeah, why
play.
not?
Yeah. So Octo, yourself, are you planning on streaming the Deep North when it finally launches? And do you? And I should ask this too. Do you have any ideas or things that you'd like to see in the update when it finally comes?
There is a possibility. I would love to have more building options. That's one thing I really enjoy is building. I want more building mats. I want just something else. I don't know what I want, but I definitely want something else there. And definitely more enemies to take down. I would like to hope for a mini boss.
I love that. I'm really hoping for the Ashlands. I'm trying not to be too spoilery, but there's a lot of little kind of creatures that kind of might swarm you, maybe. And for the Deep North, I'm hoping more. Maybe it's going to be more, fewer enemies, but these enemies are going to be bigger and more menacing and kind of like little mini bosses scattered across the biome. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, but who knows what we'll see.
Well, they did say a thing. They, if I remember rightly, and feel free to correct me, you guys chat as well. I do think I remember them saying, like, of course, it'd be a step up in difficulty. However, they wanted to create a certain vibe that we had in the meadows as well, a place to feel home again.
Yes.
Right?
She's like,
I'm getting
And I'm
excited.
looking forward to that. Like a whole lot.
Meadows is perfect.
Yeah,
just have
like
to get
meadows,
there.
but snowy. Slightly less death. Great.
Slightly less deaths. Let's hope, and we'll see. And I'm sure there'll be more teasers that come across, whether it's more videos. I think they said that was the first of a series of videos we can expect in
once
teasers,
a month.
and we'll probably get screenshot once a month. There you go.
Yeah.
So we have lots more to look forward to, and I'm sure more details will trickle out from the Iron Gate studio over the next months, and I'm looking forward to seeing those. But I'll ask you the same question, Bex. Do you plan on streaming the Deep North when we finally get it? And is there anything that you're hoping to see in the final new biome and 1.0 release of Valheim?
I feel quite sad when you say that because it's like final and it's like, no, please. I think a bit like what you said about that. I hope that there's more just bigger bosses to kind of tackle, because as much as, again, I don't want to spoil too much, as much as it's good to be swarmed, sometimes that's putting it politely, sometimes it's just nicer to kind of make way and then kind of work up to these bosses. I think that's what I liked about Valheim with the other biomes. You kind of felt like you had to work up towards something big. And also I'm with Octo, the building pieces. Yes, because Valheim still to this day is one of the best games to do building. It does, compared to other survival games. Unfortunately, nothing else really touches it that I've found with all the ones I've played. Valheim is perfect for building. So I do hope they really blow us out the water with the building. So we'll see.
Yeah,
yes,
I have really high hopes for, it's the Deep North. It's a new biome, but it's also the 1.0 releases that it's all been confirmed at this point. So I think we can expect, in addition to that, all the new goodies and playthings with the new biome, maybe we'll get a little bit more kind of scattered throughout the game, whether it's new build pieces, an adventure to have, what have you. I'm certainly really excited, as I'm sure everyone here is. And I just want to do a quick time check. Do we have a little bit of extra time here? Are we close to?
I think we're up. What was it? Yeah, like 3 minutes. We have 3 minutes to spare as of now.
3 minutes to spare. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I can. I've got another question I'd love to ask you if we've got a couple more minutes. We talked a lot about Valheim throughout the day, but I'm kind of curious, what other games have really been capturing your attention in your live streams lately? And maybe we'll go in a little bit reverse order. I'll send this back to Bex if you don't mind. What other games are you playing lately that's not Valheim that you're really enjoying and want to share with the audience?
Well, I've been playing a lot of Once Human, actually, which is a survival and MMO. So it's a bit of a combination. It's a really good game, and I've also been playing a ton of Power World. I don't know if anyone else. Power
I haven't
World.
played it. I can't believe I haven't, but it looks amazing. I
You've got to
I know.
play it. Right, that's it. I'm expecting full videos, everything from you with Power World now. That's it. You've got
I'll
to
see
play
what I
Power
can
World.
do.
It's surprisingly nice.
It's really good. Very relaxing.
How
Except
about
when
you,
you're down.
Octogeisha? Are you what games have you been playing on your stream lately and have been really enjoying?
Octo, you're muted. I think
that would be that would be a thing. Yep. Being mute while talking, amazing. I say a game that I had been playing by stream.
Yeah,
that
are
I
there any other
really
games you've been
enjoyed,
playing that you've been really
but
enjoying?
enjoying.
I've been playing games, but I'm not enjoying them.
Then I just played. You don't need to enjoy it.
I played a game called Get to Work, and it's absolute pain. I definitely do not suggest it to anyone.
Maybe not enjoying it so much.
It's
Yeah.
like a platform, but you're on roller skates. You're trying to get this ramp, and you're trying to get really high up. It's ridiculous. That does recently, and I think I recently completed base Elden Ring as well. I think the last game I played like fully on stream would have been a Bloodborne gameplay, and I was doing a weaponless run.
Wow, you really tried the difficult challenges, don't you? It doesn't sound
I
easy at
completed
all.
it. I completed it. It was hard, but I completed it. So just enough determination. You can do anything.
Amazing. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
how about you, Queen? So what games have been capturing your attention lately? That, I guess, non-Valheim.
I play Farlight a lot. Used to play Apex, but I can't hit the broadside of a barn. And I will shoot behind me thinking they're there, and they're in front of me. And I get lost geographically challenged. I've got lots of issues. So I moved into Farlight, and it's like, hey, I can play this. So I like to play Farlight. I'm still into 7 Days to Die. I do play Once Human. So I bought that. Yeah, I bought that one before it was even out. I was just like, and so I do enjoy that. I did take one season off, I will say.
Me too.
That last one I took off. I didn't like the winter.
Yeah, neither did I. No,
that did it for me. I was like, I don't like this anymore. So as soon as I found out I didn't have to do that, then I was like, all right, I'll come back. I'll check it out. So it's still there. I play Beat Saber, which is interesting, I have to say, because I'm in a power chair. So I play seated, and I actually show myself playing seated. So you can play that game. You don't have to be, I'm an old lady. And
extremely accessible. That's
I'm
good.
a 50-year-old power chair bound woman, and I'm just, so I'm not a robot. I'm a normal person, and you can play that game. So it's kind of cool to highlight some of those things for people.
It's truly wonderful to see.
I can't play Beat Saber at all. No.
It's
folks,
a lot of fun. VR is fun.
I think I've got to conclude the panel. We are just over time here, but I just want to thank everyone very quickly for your time. It was a pleasure speaking with all of you. And for those watching, make sure you check out these fine streamers' channels. I believe they're making incredible content. So thank you all for being here. And I think we have a stream visit coming up next, Lala, I believe. So we'll be turning our way in that direction here shortly.
Thanks
Bye,
all.
everyone. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you for joining the panel, guys. Talk to you later.
Hi. We're back.
Go.
And we have Lola. If Lola's ready. Hello, Lola.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Lola-lation. who is streaming over on YouTube right now. Wait, no, on Twitch, on both, maybe.
On both.
We've got you. I've got your Twitch stream up. I see that you're. Oh, there you go. Okay, let me put your Twitch stream up so that we can actually see. Oh wait, no, we can see. Okay, there we go. We've got you. There. That way we can see you on screen with on your stream. You've got your webcam up. I see you're rocking the Val-Con t-shirt.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's such
nice.
good quality t-shirts, right? It's
Yeah.
really nice. Really
Awesome.
nice. I definitely suggest that people should get one if they haven't got one already.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
We'll get a link in chat.
Yeah.
nice.
Go to val-con.org/merch to get your limited edition. There you go. It's on screen now. Thanks to Emma. She's got it. So Lola, tell us about what you're doing.
Okay, so I am a serial starter againer. So
just talking about that.
We were.
Yes, yes. So I decided to do permadeath, but to make things a little bit more difficult, cranked up the combat difficulty. The raids are more frequent. Just adding things to my plate as if a permadeath isn't difficult enough as is. But gonna make sure to spend a lot of time just exploring and just taking my time, because I definitely need to build up my my levels and skills and things before I go and do anything too dangerous. Because I know a few people who've done permadeaths and they've got all the way to like the queen and then they've died, and I don't think I'd ever recover.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
It's a way of life.
Permadeath is not for the faint of heart.
I don't think I could ever do it. I want to try.
No, same.
It would be a really short series.
No, like hardcore is the furthest I have tried, and even that, just trying to find turnip seeds was such a
Oh god, oh no. Make me relive it.
and that's just the swamps. That's not even to the queen. Oh my goodness. Just no, the Mistlands. That's where it stopped for me. Like, oh my
I was
God.
going to say the Mistlands in any of those hardcore modes must be, something else.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine myself finishing this, to be honest. But let's just see how far we can get. It could be. I could have 300 hours of playing it. It might be 20. Who knows?
And do you use like strategies now because you're doing a permadeath compared to when you're doing a normal run?
I guess the strategy is to just really, really over prepare for everything.
Yeah.
Just make sure I've got like an abundance of everything. Like, want to just make sure that my skills are definitely ready to take on bosses and stuff. I've yet to actually fight any enemies at the minute. I did try and there was some necks, and then I kind of chickened out at the last minute. A bit worried. I'm gonna try and find a Greylin, but they don't seem to be running about. I guess maybe I'll have to wait until it's dark, but then I don't really want to be out when it's dark. I should really get and build a little shelter for myself. Actually, that would probably be a better idea than running around.
I was going to ask, like, have you done this before? And if so, how far have you come with it?
Have I done this before? I don't think so. I've started a over on YouTube. I started a permadeath no map run. That I have not played on that file for a very long time. I found Haldor completely by mistake. I got lost. I think I was fighting a troll, and I got all turned around, and I was like, okay, let's just try and find my way back to the stones. And I ended up finding Haldor instead. So I just set up camp there, just so I knew where he was. But yeah, that's about as far as I've got on it. But I was contemplating doing a no map again now, but then I thought, oh my gosh, no. I was contemplating no portals as well. And I thought, why am I punishing myself to this extreme? Like, it's hard enough doing a permadeath. Let's not be ridiculous.
Step by step.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and definitely when you're doing a no map run, finding the merchants, that still seems like something that needs to be addressed by the developers as well. No
I
map is
agree.
an amazing experience, but there is no way to find the merchants in the game at this moment. With the Wegviziers, you get pointed in the right direction, but you don't have that for the merchants. So it would be cool to see how they resolve that in the future.
Yeah, that would be good because you could be hours and hours and hours and hours and hours trying to find those merchants. You know,
Yeah, you would never know that you even passed one.
Yeah, exactly.
I wouldn't even know. Like, we've tried it, Emma, right? We tried it with Eri. Halder was there. It is just, I got lost more than Eri at one point. I'm not good at things. Could be 10 meters from my base. And I'm like, where am I? No idea.
Like, easy, just look behind you.
I just did. Oh wait, why is the base suddenly there? Like, yeah.
And that's the funniest part of all. You were not even the one that always got lost. It was Eddie. He always just ran off somewhere.
He
and
just ran. I tried to plan as well, but that didn't help me.
He didn't want to follow the paths that were made, and he just wanted to go off. And then, like 20 minutes later, he would be like, "Guys, I think I'm lost." It's so fun as well. Doing these is like solo is already such an experience, and doing them with other people, it completely changes it in some ways as well, which is super crazy.
100%, yeah. It's an experience. You need to have done it at least once, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we need to jump to another stream. We've got like 3 streams back to back, but thank you so much, Lola, for joining. Everyone go check out Lola Lation. The Twitch is on screen. Make sure you go cheer her on. So in her naked, in her permadeath run.
There you go.
So good luck,
Thank you,
Lola.
guys. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Bye, Lola. Take care.
So next we're bringing on Morwan Mai. Oh, I'm completely butchering this. Okay, let's get her on, and hopefully
I'll be right back,
she
guys.
can hear us. See you easy. Can you hear us, Mai?
Hello?
Oh, we can hear you. Perfect.
I can hear you. I don't have a picture. I'm sorry.
No worries. You are
worries.
actually, let me pull up your stream because you are on here. There you go. We
Yeah.
can see you on camera over here with a bit of
I got
lag.
to follow.
Yeah.
Thank you
So-
very much for the follow.
Perfect. How do we pronounce your name? I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. No, it's okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. A little bit nervous, but that's okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Hi, Emma.
So tell us a bit about your stream, what you're doing at the moment. Just hanging out in Valheim.
Yeah, well, not just hanging. I'm starting this from the very beginning to kind of try and teach or tutorial or whatever, give them. Oh, I'm that what? I can't sleep. Oh, come on, try up. Anyway, I'm trying to show them some kind of tips and stuff like that to when you start and you're all new, where you end up, what you should do. I know when I first got on the land and didn't know anything, I started running around and got killed by a boar. Of course.
Oh yeah,
no.
I think
All been
we
there.
all we've all been there.
And I was this close to get killed by a tree.
A tree. Oh yes, that's the other one. That's my favorite though.
It's a rite of passage in Valheim.
Yeah. So, and right now I'm out trying to gather stuff to get a better gear because I'm going to take on Eikthyr a little bit in a bit, I thought anyway. So I'm trying to find out a good place to start a base, and I'm just using the old houses that I have. So I have a shelter over here. This is where I started. So it's and I got a bit of a mountain here, and I got black forest all too close. So I'm just trying to figure out where to put a base, and running around and getting stuff. You know, the basic in the beginning. So that's what I've been doing, trying to be as what do you call it? I'm Swedish.
Productive?
Words. Yeah, that too.
Efficient?
Yeah, and trying to learn. People try to show people what to do and how to do it, and that you need really to pick up everything. I got the 8 tier here, so I was actually thinking of using this part over here.
Ooh. Now, before we move on, is there like the ultimate starter tip? What is the ultimate starter tip for you that you can give to people?
Pick up stuff.
Yeah.
Everything you see. Thank you for that follow.
Yeah.
Awesome. It is true. Just pick up everything. It's
I'm
definitely
sorry about this.
You're good. Let's
sounds.
make sure that we send lots of people your way and lots of love to your stream.
Yeah, thank you. Well, anyways, pick up stuff, learn stuff. I don't have much room in my inventory as usual. So anyway, and yeah, you can see the mountaintop on the other island over here when I just stand here. It's a little bit of a mountain. It's not much, but it's on the starter. I have never been experiencing that before. So you got a mountain, you got black forest, and you got the meadows on the same starter.
Oh yeah.
So that's yeah. For me, I have never. Has any one of you experienced that before?
I have also seen it. Mountain is surprisingly chronologically one of, like, after meadows and black forest. I've also bumped into it more often than swamps.
Okay.
Strangely enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but then you have to gather stuff. You have to hunt. You have to kill the boars.
Yeah.
Yes, even though we don't want to kill our piggies, we unfortunately have to.
Well, at least in the beginning, then you can start to tame them when you have a good place. That is. So yeah.
Well,
So
thank you so much. We do have to jump because we've got another guest coming up. But thank you so much, and let's make sure that we put your stream link again on stream so that people can go and follow and watch and cheer you on. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here. Take care.
Yeah.
Take care and have a great rest of the stream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So then we have Fairy to play. Let's bring Fairy on stage.
up?
Hello.
Naked
Hola.
hardcore challenge.
How are
Ooh.
you? What's
Can't wait
up?
to see
Nice
what
to
this
see you,
is.
everyone. I mean, I can't
Yeah.
see you because I'm in game, but I can absolutely vision. Like you, I put you
We
in my
can now see
imagination.
you too.
Thank you. Thank you. How are you?
Good. How is it going for you? You're naked. What's
I'm
up with
naked.
that?
Yeah. And his name is actually Val-Con. Okay.
Oh.
With the
Val-Con.
respect
Nice.
That's clever.
of this fantastic event. I'm doing good, thank you. Just like surviving and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, what a crazy challenge you put for yourself again. She always does the craziest challenges, and today is not different. Wow. No armor, hardcore, speedrun. Oh
This
my
is a Val-Con special. I'm sorry for interrupting. Yeah, this is designed for you guys
Oh,
today.
nice.
So yeah,
Cool. So how far are you into this? You'll
I've
be
just
streaming
started.
for a while, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be 5 hour long today,
Wow.
and I've just started. I've played like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, as you can see. Since so I kind of started doing the math with the difficulties. So it's hardcore, like very hard combat, no armor, also no death penalty, because I didn't want to torture myself. It's about entertainment today. That much. I mean, I'm torturing myself already, but not that much. And also, it's kind of a speedrun. I'm trying to do everything fast, even though it doesn't look like I'm doing everything fast right now, but actually I will later on. And as a compensation for me not having the ultimate death penalty, I set the rates to maximum. So that's like
Oh wow!
I don't know if the viewers know it, but like this means that every 16 minutes there is a chance that I get a raid, which is fun.
Wow.
16.
Yeah.
16. Yeah.
That
The
is
normal
fun.
number for raid is 42 minutes. Like that's the
Right,
normal
yes.
setting.
Yeah.
And it's 16 now. So
Oh
yeah.
my god. Yeah, I mean, you haven't built a base yet, and I mean, you haven't progressed to the mountains, so there is no event without a base setting. But the moment you put down like those 3 main items, a bed, a campfire, a workbench, oh my goodness.
It's already there. I'm preparing because on hardcore, very hard. So it's like a very hard combat and no
Oh my
armor. Like
goodness.
literally a brute can one-shot me. So it's yeah, I really try to protect myself, and I'm at the base, but anywhere else I'm gonna be fine. Like I just don't want to meet a 2-star troll, or at least not too early.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, most people will feel safe at home.
Oh, there is a troll immediately.
Oh no, you jinxed it.
Guys, you will absolutely see the fantastic. That's actually the perfect the perfect moment. Thank you, Grayling, for showing up. Can I actually kill? I don't think I have. I don't have the weapon. That's the thing, though.
Okay, with a club, that'll be hard.
To kill this guy.
Oh my
You'll kill that club before you kill the troll.
Yeah,
Sorry?
probably.
You'll break the club before you kill the troll.
Yeah. I can if it's like not a club in my hand. That's the thing. Look at my fantastic damage. So the damage, I don't know how if people know that, but the damage is working in a way that if it's gray, then it means that the enemy is resisted to that damage type. If it's white, then it's fine, and if it's yellow, then you're doing a good job because that's more damage because they're vulnerable and stuff.
Yes.
And it's as you can see, I'm absolutely destroying this dude, like melting his HP. It's pain with the club. So I usually don't fight these guys with the club because reasons.
I'm just so amazed by your composure, how you're just so chill and chatting to us and explaining stuff while also fighting this troll. I'm like literally panicking over here just watching it. I'm like, I
love fighting these guys. It's just I love when I have a weapon.
And so calm.
I know, like I'm over here sweating on your behalf.
Oh
like,
no. Yeah, Grayling. I don't like company though. That's
No, that's gonna be the end of you.
So I would love to kill him on stream on like Val-Con on the Val-Con channel, but I think it's gonna take like 8 years.
A while.
So yeah, I don't think I can.
Well, thank you so much for still showing us this, because it's truly so impressive how you take on these challenges, and your composure just, oh my goodness.
Right.
So chill.
Everyone make sure you go check out Fairy to Play live now on Twitch for the next 4.5 hours or so.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If she defeats that troll.
Have a fantastic time. I've been watching Val-Con all throughout. I mean, as much as I could be up yesterday, then I just collapsed. But I'm really enjoying it, and so it's such a great event that you.
Thank you, and best of luck with your run.
Thank you so much.
That is something.
I'm gonna have this pal with me for a while, I think so. Thank you. Have a fun time.
Thanks so much.
You too. Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
Yeah.
And everyone, check out that link, of course, because we wouldn't want to miss this. I'm actually curious how this ends.
I'm like,
Yeah, I know, right?
seriously, my heartbeat has gone up just
Yeah.
watching that. I'm like, "Whoa." But yeah,
like,
Emma, do you want to introduce the next video? We're gonna jump straight in. We talked a little bit about the longest longhouse, and Splash
Yep.
is doing the video. Well, I just did the introduction, so I guess you can bring it up, and then I will pass on to you for the next hour.
Okay, well, here we go.
Alrighty.
The fishing is really good today.
It is.
Yeah. What?
It seems that we have a visitor up ahead.
Oh, look.
Wonder who
Yeah.
that is.
Who's that?
Why, hello there.
Hi. Hey.
Hello. Oh, what's? Oh my. Oopsie. Oh, ouchies. That could have been more disastrous than it turned out to be. Hello. What are you doing? Who are you, and what is this place?
We are fishing, and this is the longest longhouse.
Longest longhouse. This abrupt end over here. There's lots of place to build longhouse.
Well, sir, this longhouse is still under construction.
And yet here you are taking a break in an unfinished build, claiming it is the longest in the world.
We can prove it to you. Come along and let us show you.
Yes, I have been out sailing on the yet unknown number of seas looking for the online. Maybe I too deserve a small break. By the way, I am Ragnar.
Oh, hi, I'm Splash.
Perhaps you've heard of me, I'm quite famous.
No, sir. No idea. And by the way, my name is Wadel. How do you do?
Well, I was doing quite well up until you said that you didn't recognize me, but whatever.
Apologies.
So, this longhouse you speak of, I'm quite interested. So, where does the idea of the longhouse come from? Didn't you have any real Viking jobs?
We do have real Viking jobs. Building the longest longhouse is a real Viking job.
We come from a long line of longhouse builders, going back to the first Crumbs and Splash, who, much like Rune, the bearded builder, had a dream about building the longest longhouse. The sad part with Rune was that he was nuts and instead built the shortest shorthouse.
We are, on the other hand, not nuts.
Really? So is it just the two of you guys who build this then?
No. We're right now we're 10 people here, and we have been up to 17 for a little while, and everyone has built their part.
Yeah, each of us have a section. We choose sections, and everyone builds in their own style, in their own way, decorate it if they want to, and that's how we add on to it.
Yeah, and we help each other gather materials and stuff as well.
Oh, this looks like a nice place. Hello, why aren't you stopping?
You wanted to see?
Can't you guys afford to give me a free drink?
It takes a while to go through the longhouse. You wanted to see it, wouldn't you? No? You want a free drink?
I know a place where you can get a free drink.
You know, I've been sailing for a long time and quite hungry. Is this food for everyone?
No.
That's a shame. With this longhouse and all these people involved, where do you get all the materials?
Like any other builder, taking down trees, mining, farming.
You're telling me that you're not looting and pillaging for a single thing, and you call yourselves Vikings?
Yes.
So, how long have you non-Vikings been building on this longhouse then?
Well, I have to say about 6 months.
6 months?
6 months?
6 months.
Wow.
Crazy.
That was
Oh
a
my
truly long
goodness.
longhouse, though.
That is a long
I'm
house.
still impressed with the entire project.
I love that joke about the short house.
Yeah.
And the music, really well done. I love the video that they made.
The acting, the subtle boat crash, I loved it.
Yeah. It's such a crazy project to work on, and I never thought of it before, like making a giant longhouse. I kind of want to try do it myself now.
Like, sure, big, but north to south? What?
Yeah.
It seems so daunting. I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever think to start something like that.
Yeah, especially in vanilla. Like, whoa.
Yeah, very brave.
That's the right word to use. Very brave.
It is truly very, very brave of them, and a very cool thing to see also during all these different panels, all these different activities. The Viking Longhouse is so well known, so many people have built it, and to see them give it a new twist, absolutely awesome.
I came back in because I realized I messed up. I was the one who loaded the video, and that's why the video got cut short halfway through. So
I was going to say, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to cut when it did.
Yeah, that's on me. That's on me. I apologize. I will bring it back on and go back to. I
Luckily,
forgot that it was mine.
Luckily, we're such great improvisers.
The materials. So
we
if
were
you ever
about
need to
here,
build
right?
anything, you just drop a pole down here and go grab your things.
Is this
pretty
where we
much.
were?
I believe.
My grandfather had a tame troll. It was very cute
There you
and
go.
fun to play with. I'm going to have a little quick word with this troll.
No, be very careful. It isn't tamed yet.
Not tamed yet. I'll take care of this. It's super easy to tame them. You just walk up to them and oh my god, that hurt my face. Usually I am much better at this. But we're in a hurry. We're sort of doing something already. Yes, stupid trolls. Ooh, a red carpet. Is this done for me? Of course it's for me. Oh, and gold. And more gold.
We are community here, and we share everything.
Oh, so if I lived here, I would own this gold?
Well, I guess part of it would be yours.
Interesting. By the gods, look at all this stuff.
Well, this is the cocktail bar. Would you like to have a seat?
Cocktail bar, yes, I would like to have a seat. I have been sailing and walking for days now. Maybe sitting down for a little bit wouldn't hurt. Oh, yes, this longhouse is pretty long. How long does it take to walk from one end to the other?
When you walk, it takes about 40 minutes.
Oh, so do you ever get lost in here then?
It's straight. You can't really get lost.
Oh, even more gold. So this is all the community's gold as well, I guess?
Yes, this is the community's goal.
Interesting. And again, with all the drinks back there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the community's drink?
Yes.
I see. Oh, by the gods, all this food, is that also for the community?
Yeah, as part of a community, you would have free access to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Well, this isn't as impressive as the other stuff. Who lives here? Captain Dirty?
Yes, as a matter of fact, yes, pretty dirty.
Yeah.
A dirty mind, at least. He likes great words.
Yes.
This is a pretty massive bridge. You could actually sail underneath this whole thing, which would be great if you wanted to go pillaging on the other side of the build. This is actually quite nice. I could live here. My last house was destroyed by the Danish Air Force.
Danish Air Force?
So we're planning a little village on the other side of this bridge here.
Yeah, right across here.
Dorm was planning this build, so we are helping him rather than the other way around. He had a really cool idea here, and we decided we're gonna build something together here, like a full village. Let's go out here. This is Wadel's little place out here.
Mm-hmm.
Is this also free for the community?
Yes, it is.
Interesting.
And here we can get clean drinking water all year round with all these pumps going on here.
Really? What kind of magic is this? Oh wait, I could throw my enemies down into this huge hole here.
That would destroy the drinking water, so please no.
Yeah, uh-oh. I see here. Oh.
Where's he going?
What's going on?
Where the heck's he going?
What is happening? Yeah, I have no idea. Hey, Ragnar, what are you doing?
Hello, neighborinos. I live here now.
That's an awesome bit of storytelling there.
Amazing. And oh my goodness, all that food. You could also see it was a little bit laggy because of just the amount of food. I would love to live there.
I'll be the neighborino.
That was such a cute video. And yeah, all the building that they've done, beautiful designs, and it feels like in the different sections they also try to do different things with the design as well.
Yeah,
Very cool.
like different styles, like the very cleaned up place. We had a very dirty corner. Let's not mention Great Horse here, and very varied. I like that.
Yeah, they even thought of something like drinking water. I've never really seen anyone talk about this or do something with it in Valheim, and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is where we get our drinking water." Such a cool idea. It really gives a bit more context. It really feels like that server is a world on its own, kind of a story that has been told there. It's very cool.
And
You
a good
really feel
design is
that.
one thing, but if you repeat the same design over and over and over and over again, it gets boring fairly quickly, I'd say. So I think they did a great job.
Yeah, definitely. And that there's someone new that comes in and is like asking all these questions like, "Oh, and this gold pile, is that gonna be mined?" And they're like,
You
it's
see
gonna
the
be.
wheels turning.
Yeah, he's like trying to see what he truly exudes more Viking. He's like, "You're not plundering to get your items?"
What? Yeah. So yeah, guys, go give him a follow and a sub on the YouTube right there. For I think more stuff to come, huh?
Definitely. Let's have a look. We have a beautiful panel coming up with Christy. Let's have a look-see right now.
Yeah, let's do it.
Welcome to the panel discussion for imaginative building in Valheim. I'm Christy with Gaming with Christy, and I'm excited to be here with some of my friends and amazing builders. We have Canarist,
Hello.
Verso,
Hello.
and Chiselchip.
Hello, everyone. Excited to be here.
I'm excited to have everybody here. We're talking about building in Valheim, which has taken over a huge part of our lives for everyone on this panel, I know, at different times. And so I just want to pick you guys' brains a little bit and find out a little bit about building and what it is for you. So first question, just to kick us off, what got you hooked on building in Valheim?
Oh, I could speak to that a little bit. I started the whole survival games thing with Minecraft way back in the day, and as soon as Valheim dropped, when all we had was a few pieces of wood to build with, I just kind of immediately fell in love with the cozy graphic style of something that wasn't blocky, that was super fun, survival, creative, and hopped in with a friend of mine. We kind of got hooked and just kept creating things. I fell in love with the whole terraforming concept, being able to be super creative with actually designing foundations and the late lawn and yard and everything for my builds. So that was a lot of fun, and we just kept going through it as more biomes released and more build pieces and everything just kept updating.
Yeah, I do like the landscaping and terraforming.
Yeah, they did
part.
a good job with that. It was kind of one of the first games that really implemented that in I mean, Valheim was kind of iconic for a lot of survival games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, for me, what really got me into building just chip going from Minecraft. And really, because I was building Minecraft, enjoying it, but I wanted something that was not blocked. And then I saw like a YouTuber, playing Valheim, and it was like, oh, let me see, this kind of what, because the art style was very interesting. I wasn't sure about the building yet, and then there's like I looked some videos to see like what persons have come up with building, and I think one of them in the mix was BetLive, and I think once I saw one of their builds, it's like, that's the game, that's what I'm looking for.
So you kind of got interested in the building mechanics in Valheim before you even were in the game playing Valheim yet.
Yeah. And then when I got in, it's like, yeah, I'm hooked. And
yeah,
and it started off with just something basic. First house I built was really basic, but well, it was crap. Yeah, and then I started building windows.
Everybody's first building is crap. I mean, it's a requirement.
You gotta start with the shoebox.
That's right. Everybody has to live in a shoebox at least once.
Yeah.
It's interesting too. You mentioned like the graphic style of it being special, and you guys coming from Minecraft. How do you think the simple graphic style in the game has ended up making it so popular for builders?
I think it has something to do with it, because it's not too over detailed, and it's not too simple like Minecraft. It's like it's in the middle, just right.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think the simplicity keeps it open for a lot of imagination. I think especially when Valheim was created, we weren't seeing quite as many updates with Unreal Engine 5 and some of the newer concepts for gaming. And with Valheim taking on a very simple but beautiful art style for that, I think just it sparked my interest in it as a game itself, not trying to mimic reality, but just have a ton of fun imagining and building and pretty much just doing anything. And the coziness of it, I think, was what really hooked me there. Like, I remember my first base was a little tree house in an oak tree. I was terrified when the Eikthyr raid started happening, and my friend and I were just camping up there, and like the nostalgic feeling of that is definitely something I remember.
Good times.
Yeah, that first playthrough of Valheim is always like a good memory, I think, for everybody. I remember the first time I got killed by Drake, and I had no idea what happened. There was a mountain nearby, but I'd never been into the mountain. And all of a sudden, the screen said, "Boop," and I was dead and frozen. I'm like, what happened?
I remember that too. We were close to plains. That was when I experienced my first jet ski.
Surprise!
That's very interesting when you say jet ski, because like for me, when I jumped into Valheim, was this my first ever world had the meadows and plains. Now, just to give you guys a little bit of background, like even for building, I come from a background of playing Souls games. So I got into Valheim, first biome, not as much. And then, you go into the plains and it's like, oh, this is like Souls games, Souls game survival. Even the building, coming from that perspective, I took it on as a challenge initially, because it was like, oh, this has, some limitations, some things that stopped me from, going crazy with this. So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, I like the challenge of it more than anything else.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. And that kind of makes me think of something too. And like, how do you think that the limitations in the building system in Valheim lead to more creativity in the builds?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think I also do a lot of Enshrouded since that game has come out, and kind of comparing the two, you know, I love everything building games. Valheim really got me into that. I kind of started my whole channel around Valheim. But the simple style, I just had so much fun creating, whether it was even custom furniture or builds or different textures and roofs or windows or walls, interior decorations, all just using these simple pieces in different ways that they may not have been intended to be used. So it was, yeah, I think the limitations honestly make it really fun to figure out new ways of doing things. And I think the developers were also very intentional about that, to keep, you know, I think their whole motto is keeping it very, very simple, and that simple done well is enough. Like every now and then I'll come back to Valheim for that simplicity, to just challenge myself. All right, here's the pieces I want to do. Let me pick a biome and, you know, create a fun story and a build to go along with that.
I think it's interesting too that you were talking about using things in unusual ways. And that's one of the things that I'm really drawn to. And I come from building in No Man's Sky before Valheim. And I was part of a sub-building culture called glitch building, which is where we would take pieces that they give us for building and literally use the mouse and the keyboard in certain ways, like quickly, to make the pieces do things that they're not supposed to be able to do and glitch them into places. And that really kind of trained my brain to look at things not as what they are, but as what they could be. Like, what's a shape about this? Or what's the backward shape of this? What does it look like when it turns this way or combined with that or phase through something? It's almost like a creative logic puzzle in that way of like, I have something in my head that I want to make, but I only have these pieces and they only have these rules. And how can I get it to do that?
Yeah. So and I agree with what you both you guys saying. And for you, Christy, it really changing from No Man's Sky and coming over to Valheim. It's like, you know, it really gels with you. It's like with people as well.
Yeah.
The No Man's Sky, yeah. It's good that the limitations are there, because not only just for like the creating stuff, because like for Kenros, he mentioned that he's like a Souls player, right? And like how Valheim, how it is, like, it reminds me of that. Now for like most builders, like having those limitations, that's where our challenge. That's our challenge, you know. And it's so surprised. I'm still surprised that till this day, we are still discovering new ways of building. We still discovered. I don't think we reached the limit yet.
Yeah.
Valheim building has come a long way. Yeah, well,
Since they give us more parts every biome too, right? I mean,
yeah.
we're always begging for more parts, even though we're like, oh, it makes it creative when you have to use these, but we always want more parts.
Rope?
Hashtag Valheim rope. Come on.
Ladders.
And ladders.
That would save a lot of space to get that.
Yeah, I think it's fun. Yeah, the way like you do all the roofs versus doing all the pointy roofs on your castle builds and everything. Figure out how to use things like the door to find snapping point and other things like that. You know, that's always what we'll just keep finding new ways of using pieces and building. And, you know, the devs eventually added the alternative placement, which is so helpful in being able to use more pieces in different ways that we never were able to really do before. So yeah, I love how they're catering to that a lot with the building. I was playing Valheim long before like the Hearth and Home update, and before it was really even that big of a building game. I just love that cozy feel, the simplistic feel. And when they started coming out with all that, I was just so excited.
So speaking of using like the doors to do sizing or spacing or anything like that, that's one of the techniques that advanced builders use. What is another technique that you guys use in building that you think in general the building community out there doesn't use or doesn't think about to use a lot? Any tips that you'd give for techniques like that?
I think textures is such a big one. I mean, that's ultimately what goes from like just building a little box to building a really nice looking house, is just noticing, even if you're just walking around or browsing through images of buildings or architecture, noticing all the different textures and what makes those buildings unique and stand apart from each other for the feel that you're trying to go with. And I think just adding, the more depth and pieces we can add to things like walls or roofs, maybe adding different textures with the points on the roofs and things, and just really focusing on, obviously there's a point you have to call the build finished.
Is there though?
Yeah. And then to try to post it on YouTube for us, right? We have to call it like, okay, I'm happy enough with it. But yeah, there's always a point of like, I could always find something to keep adding. And I think going at building with that mindset will just keep improving. If you think you're done and you want to keep improving, there's always things that can keep being added to add the depth, texture, lighting, little decorations, things like that.
Yeah, one of the things I feel that seems to be slept upon the most is the variation in visuals of the pieces being damaged. I think
the
piece has 2 or 3 types of damaged visuals, and those really change, the last impact of how the piece looks.
Yeah, totally agree. If there was like an option or so where you're able to displace those in quickly, then persons would maybe use it a lot. It takes a lot of time. The damage that you have to do to the structure to get the right amount. So, how many levels of it? The damage was like
3 levels for each of them. I think the first one appears at 50%, and then the second one at 25, 75% to be.
And having that broken down look, it really adds to the world building. Like the one I have as a background right now, like ruin, and I love that. That's one of the things I think I built a castle and did that thing. I was like, I love how some parts of the castle is like, it's one part is like fully repaired, one is half repaired. Like, especially for the stone, that's a lot texture and contrast that really brings out the build a lot more.
I think that's true, and I think that it can be used in more ways than just broken down builds. Like, I think people think of that using degrading an object like around graveyards and spooky builds and broke down builds. But if you're just using it for the color and texture difference, it can be used in a lot of ways. Like in my modern mansion, when I built the ceiling, I left it out in the rain until it turned a different color because I wanted a color contrast in the room. And it's not a broken down build, but it gives that extra layer of texture.
Yeah.
I'm always trying to find more ways to add color into the build. And fortunately, they've added some pieces that give us some more options in that. So not everything is brown and gray.
Yeah.
Do y'all have any favored ways of adding color into your build?
I kind of like to think of it as like a trim aspect. So I'll choose pieces that seem like they contrast nicely. Or even if I was doing a brand new beginner build, doing something like what Christy is saying, to change the pieces to make the wood look slightly more gray in certain areas, you could definitely purposely do. But what really took my builds up the next level from like the very first build I ever did was realizing that it's not needed, but just adding trim. I would start like snapping beams to the sides in between the corners of my 2 walls where they meet, and doing roof beams along the roof, or like even in the build the Versag has in his background there, having the wooden trim on the edges of the tarred shingle roof. It just adds a lot of different color contrasts. Or the new ashwood beams, since they're super dark, would be a great way to pair with like a lighter wood with trim and things like that, or a lighter wood with a black marble build pieces, and just adds a lot of depth and color with that.
I'm always looking to use the pieces that nobody uses for trims and details, like the furniture. recently came up with a pillar just made out of the marble thrones and the stones. And it looks really nice. And I topped it off with the Black Forge. Even ended up using that same thing in my booth.
Nice. So go check out Cannerson's booth, everybody. That's a good example of combining those concepts together, adding light and texture and using parts in unusual ways.
Yeah, of lately, like with the new Ashwood pieces, I've really gotten down into mixing the build pieces a lot, and it's kind of just kind of feeling how things work and flow together. Because there was a time that I couldn't use the marble with the stone because I didn't know how to mix it properly, and it was having the right balance, you know. So it was like for marble, because of how pretty it is, I like to use it as a trim, you know, like for like the base part for like grand structures and stuff, your castle or meat hall or whatever. And then like for the Ashwood, now the Ashwood, I absolutely love those because the thing is that how smooth they are. What we have textured, more textured, rough textured build piece, and so kind of mixing them together, you know, it really kind of elevates the build a lot more. You know, initially it was like hard to get used to the smoothness because it tends to look too modern, you know, and you're in a Viking age and you maybe want to work on like medieval or bill or whatever. So with that is that you have to be careful as to use just the right amount, but not too much, because what happens, you have to tone it down some way or another by, you know, adding other things, build pieces make. So I think the Ashwood coming in, well, for me, it's to mix the build pieces much more and get some nice results.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Learning how to mix the pieces in the right ways. And as they add more pieces with each biome, as we're seeing hundreds of new build pieces added, I noticed for myself, sometimes even picking certain pieces to create the concept of like a block palette or a build palette, depending on the story or the feel I'm going for in a build. And I might be like, all right, I'm not going to use this particular Ashwood piece in this build, even if I really, really love the piece. I think like at first I'll be like, oh, add texture, but it's also easy to go overboard with it and just use everything because we love all the pieces so much. So sometimes limitations can actually boost the looks and creativity and the style ultimately in the end as well.
And just to add what you're saying there, Dizzle, I think when you're working on a project, have a theme in mind. Yeah, it's like, and if you start a build, and like if you were working on a village, right? So if you started with this kind of theme, let's keep that and work with it. And yeah.
Also, maybe have a story about this build, like a story about who lives there or what kind of person they are. Is it a family? Is it a single person? Are they a simple person? Are they an elegant person? Because that can really feed a lot into not just the build necessarily as much, but particularly the detailing and the decorating inside, which is one of my favorite things. What do you guys use in your approach for interior decorating to make the build feel more immersive and lived in?
Well, for me, one of the things I'm thinking about, like the cabinet, which decorating is not my thing. I don't like decorating.
You can't say, have me come decorate your house.
But you know, I have to. But yeah, I remember it was like I was doing the build. I was like, it felt empty. There's like putting the furniture that the game gives you wasn't enough. So I think just having like the cabinet, for example, was like a nice little thing that felt it adds to the immersion. It's like having doing stuff like that really helped me to kind of not burst my brain because I don't have that natural decorated talent like you, Christy.
Your decoration always turns out really good, though. And I noticed you use stools a lot in your decorating.
Oh, yes, I love stools.
You multi-purpose them a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's design. From the day when I discovered it could use as windows, like
it was all over.
Yeah,
I would use them as like wine rack because they have the little crisscross pattern. So stacking them And you could also put item stands on the top of them to display potions or other things in the little, diamond shape in between the stools. And using anything like that to just feel like, or I'd use signs or item stands and like just replacing them in a square on the floor to create like a basket of berries, creating like a cutting board with a plank with an item stand and a little knife on it, or just find, interior decorating is where you can really get creative and think about texture and spend a lot of time on it.
I think one of my favorite things they've added is that with the new serving tray, we can just sit things down without eating item stands. Oh my gracious.
It's nice, yeah.
Thank you, whoever's idea that was. That's genius. Ken, what is something that you particularly like to do in your interior decorating of builds?
Interiors, because I'm not that good with interiors and designs. I was mostly inspired by what Sarah does. She's very, very good interior designer. Like everything she does is like, it's next level. So looking at what she does, I started to try and make functional furniture pieces where you could actually sit on, or you could like a dresser where, you can actually put things in. So I think one of my most successful ones is the dresser I make with the black metal chest, and the bottommost drawer of it, it's opened so you can actually interact with the chest. So I felt like that was like the peak I reached so far.
Like when you can combine decorative stuff and functionality, put it all together. Yeah, you're making your own furniture, and it's not just for look.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, though. I mean, we all kind of start decorating interiors and things with the functional pieces of the game. For a larger base, I'll try to fit the forge and the smelter and the workbench and all of those functional pieces. And the more I kind of deck out an interior, finding ways to make them feel more like they're also decorative. I'll place a stool by the workbench with a little rug under the workbench and place the tools in a spot that looks nice. Maybe put some of the little flappy doors. I'll just call them the shutters. I was using them for like half flappy doors to create like a little cabinet above the workbench. So yeah, I think it's ultimately about taking those functional pieces, and a lot of us has kind of learned by just trying to go farther with them and building rooms for them, or specific builds even for that. Doing a blacksmith build, a workshop, or other specific builds to learn how to really use those pieces and decorate with them, to again give the limitation on building a specific build to really challenge the full use out of the pieces.
Yeah.
Well said. And with using these pieces and these techniques in so many different kinds of builds, how do you guys kind of keep coming up with fresh ideas?
For me, building in Valheim early days is like I use concepts to kind of stimulate my imagination. Just kind of learning some little things here and there, how buildings are designed, and then that's one thing. But then the other thing is it possible in Valheim? You have to figure out if how can you have a certain design? How can it work? Will it work? Because sometimes not all of the design or builds able to work in Valheim. It doesn't turn out that great. So when you kind of have these little images here, for like not burning out or not repeating less, I would take one thing that I learned and put it with something new, and I keep on mixing it. And I will keep on doing that until I reach to like the end of it, and then do something again. And like coming up with designs as well, I started to sketch because I think at the point I've seen it on some of the builds. So it's like, all right, can I do something new? Like this one, this meat all behind me, that roof was not possible. And then it's like I did a sketch, and it was like, oh, I had this little thing here. I figured out I can do in Valheim. Can I use that and create a new roof? And it worked out. So you can't have a clear image in your head, put it down on paper, and try it out.
I haven't figured things out, but I have pushed it in terms of building statues and things, because though Valheim has limitations when it comes to height, when it comes to what you can do with the pieces, get organic shapes. I've been focusing and trying more to build statues out of it. So I started with wall monuments where you can build like Odin into the wall, which was obviously inspired by Mad Michael, who was on Jirok's server. So we came together, we did one of the Odin wall monuments, and then it's like, oh, I can maybe push this a bit further. And I started experimenting with that. And eventually, when they added those ironwood angle beams, is when I could do a large version of a wolf head, which was initially just, like a wall monument idea that I had.
That wolf head was awesome.
Yeah.
It's on the Val-Con server.
I was going to say,
Yeah.
can't people go and see that on the Val-Con server right now?
Go check it out, guys. The awesome build.
That's amazing. That's so amazing. It made me completely forget what I was saying. Sorry. Go ahead, Jizza.
I was just gonna say, like, for me, I haven't sketched out as much, but if any of you way back in your childhood built forts or imagined things or played with Legos or whatever, and kind of recall why you wanted to build that thing or why you wanted to create something. And so for building games, this kind of goes along with what we talked about earlier about the concept of simple and not too realistic. I actually really like it to be something that's imaginative that I wouldn't otherwise be able to create in the real world, which kind of keeps it fun as a game for me. So things like, a really fancy, weird Hobbit house or whatever, if I like to create something, or some other crazy fantasy thought up thing that I would be like, what do I feel like building today? Maybe I want to build a little lake town in the middle of the ocean on an island and just explore it and have fun with it and everything.
So we've talked a lot about the things that we like about Valheim building and how we get inspiration and stuff from it, but there's always some stuff that we would like to be different or changed. What is there, if you had a wish, what is the thing that you really wish that Iron Gate would add to or change about the building system? I'll go first. Item stands. Can I get an amen? Hello, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Amen. It's like,
thank you, me. Yeah, I think that more things should be able to be put on item stands. I think that this is an obvious one. The models are there.
Sure.
I think that if it makes sense, if you could lay it on a table, like an arrow or a bow, you can lay it down on the table. You should be able to put it on an item stand. And I think the amount of variation that would give us is just endless.
The decorating community would have a field day with that.
Yeah.
So the possibilities. I totally agree.
I think a lot of things for me, like I really appreciate the simple style, so I'm not gonna, suddenly go asking for like, oh, hey, wait, can we be protected from enemies? Can we dig underground? Can we do all these things? That would be like changing what's already there. But I think based on what is there, some things I'll notice myself getting into that limit my creativity on builds are the concept of irreplaceable objects or items breaking and having like a base related to it. So what I really like, for example, is in the swamp, we have those big trees that are a part of the biome and they're indestructible. So I can build like a treehouse connected to them or do a build related, and a mob or a wraith, could still come and destroy my house. So I still have this sense of like, I have to protect it. It's not like cheating, so to speak, but they can't take out the tree that my house is built on. So I can rebuild my house if something happens. So part of me wishes that maybe some of the rocks in the Mistlands, those giant rocks that are really cool, would be like indestructible. So that we could like be more, it would like make me feel more confident about being more creative with them and doing a really cool build without having to like worry about a soldier seeker coming down, smashing down the whole rock, and there goes my whole build, unless I go back with like Infinity Hammer dev commands and try to like make that rock have infinite health or place it back. So I think like maybe incorporating more items like or indestructible terrain as part of certain biomes Just a few, but it would be like I'd build so many cool things on those rocks if I knew that the rocks weren't the like death of my whole village or my whole house.
Totally.
What I would like for Valheim to add, because the limit of the terraforming now, we can only go down to like about 8 meters, and the thing is that we can't build caves or something like that. I like that parts of I like that kind of stuff where you need to create like an underground village or stuff like that. And another thing too is like the just water itself, how where you can find little areas like maybe that's higher than sea level. You have a little pond or something that you can have that being a part of your build, because the having those little and so really I love that you can add those, and it really elevates some of the builds I've seen out there to make use of that.
I'm curious if they could use the tar mechanic that they developed to put ponds like that elsewhere in the world, and if it gets out of the pond, it dissipates like the tar does.
So on that note, there is something in game that you can actually do. I did it with the castle I was doing on a stream. I dug out a hole, and it has to be like wide enough. I don't remember how wide it has to be. I dug it out, and then I spawned liquid, and it doesn't look as clear as the one that we have in game, but it behaves like liquid. And
what's the command for that? Is it liquid?
Yeah, spawn liquid.
Liquid.
The liquid or liquid water.
Liquid water.
Yeah. So yep, that's in the game. I mean, we wish if that is in the game, maybe they can find a way of implementing it in the world where you can find these little ponds or so.
Maybe it's something they're working on.
The only downside with that, you can't really like bring up any lily pad. We'll have to try it though. All I know is that
it doesn't affect the textures.
Yeah,
right? It doesn't affect textures.
And I think if I raise the ground within the thing there, the water is gonna escape.
It sounds like you've played with this liquid water thing some too, Canara.
Yeah, I'm usually testing things out. Like this is one of the reasons why I have no asks anymore, because I looked at the game code for another reason, and I have kind of developed a sympathy towards the developers and what they have to do to get things into the game. So it's like, oh yeah, I'm not going to request too many things with this after seeing the code side of what they have to deal with. But yeah, the liquid water, initially I was experimenting with it because I had concept in mind to make Atlantis in Valheim. So I looked at all of them, and the liquid water to tar, they only stay when you have the terrain. If you have anything else, it just flows, like it ignores it. And there are some limitations there. I don't know what the code side, obviously, it's going to be a nightmare because Valheim wasn't supposed to have water. That's a whole other story.
Right. Well, thank you guys for chatting with us today about building and sharing all of your wonderful insights. And I hope that this is helpful to somebody or entertaining to somebody. I know that I've learned so much from all of you guys, and I look forward to seeing all of your amazing creations coming up in the future.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Okay, so back to you guys. That sounded cheesy. Okay, back to you guys. It still sounds cheesy. I don't care.
Flippers. That's included at this point.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, there's still so much I have to learn about all this stuff.
Yeah, true. And we also have Christy joining again.
Hello,
awesome.
Christy.
Welcome on in.
Hello. I didn't fall asleep on the couch. You fell asleep on the couch.
Yes.
I'm back.
Good to have you back. I hope you had some good rest.
Thank you. I did. It was so fun doing the panel with those guys, and we could have talked forever. And
yeah,
we actually did have to cut quite a bit out of the panel discussion to fit it into the time frame. So maybe we can find a way to get the rest of that.
You already talked about so many interesting subjects, just so many layers to it. It was very interesting to listen to as well. I was really blown away by some of the subjects, and the last one about the water as well. Very, very interesting.
I know. I was very intrigued. I had no idea that was a thing.
No, I wrote it down.
And now I
You've been
need to
noting down again.
go and do some Valheim science. Am I right?
Yeah. I'm totally gonna see what I can come up with that liquid water. That's really, really interesting.
I look forward to
Yeah.
watching that.
Yeah, and it was interesting. Can had played with it too, and Can does a lot of interesting experiments in Valheim too with building and the different mechanics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so it's always interesting, like he'll know the exact percent. Oh, at 25%, then the wood is degraded this amount. And I'm like, I don't know, I shoot it with a bow and arrow till it looks good, you know?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
he knows
exactly.
exactly.
Yeah, like the stool, if it's like at the bottom of how much damage it can take, it like lays on the ground. And that's a way to like have it in that position in the vanilla game, which is also super cool.
It's so true. It's so true. I remember in Ravenheim, I think it was season 1, V had done that. And I thought, oh, he forgot to fix the stool. And I would repair it. And then he'd come back and he'd like break it again. I'm like, oh, wait. He's doing that on purpose.
It was deliberately. That is so cool. Now let's have a look. See, shall we go on to a nice video of a fortress, unmodded fortress?
Yeah, we have a very nice one lined up, I think. It's going to be another banger.
It's going to be another banger. Let's have a look. It's by Mythic Builds. Amazing.
Let's go.
Have I ever told you the legend of the Seeker King, my son?
Those creatures had a king?
Oh yes, a terribly powerful king. The offspring of a Seeker Queen and a Jotun. At the height of his power, he had grown larger than any creature imaginable. His every step caused tremors, his dreaded form towered over mountains, and his mandibles could split gods in half. As he had done many times during the long war of the gods against the Seekers. Our ancestors called him Behemoth, the Walking Nightmare.
But if he's no longer around, then what happened to him?
As fate would have it, the nightmare would meet its match. After suffering countless defeats, the remaining gods turned to the help of one race. The humans.
Humans? Father, how could humans take down what the gods could not?
You see, my son, what humans lacked in strength and magic potency, they made up in cunning and malice. At the time, they had a civilization far more advanced than any other. The pinnacle of mortality. after hearing the plight and the promises of the gods, the humans decided to help. Few could have predicted what they would do, and even fewer would repeat it. The humans knew that the Titan's carapace was too strong for any of the weapons to penetrate. But the behemoth's insides was a different matter. For weeks, humanity's greatest alchemists were working tirelessly on the most lethal concoction imaginable. Mixing bile bags with torn spirits and ether, and then enhancing the mixture with their own dark, forgotten magic. They had created the world's most powerful poison. A poison strong enough to kill a Titan. And so the day was at hand. The fateful day when a nightmare would meet another in the land of the mist. The imposing beast made its presence known and moved in on the human army. But the humans had a plan. They used their own loxes as bait, and when the beast opened its maw, they launched the vile concoction with their ballistas and catapults. It didn't take long for the poison to take effect. With men and gods as witnesses, the walking nightmare bellowed in agony. Desperate and in pain, the behemoth chased the now retreating humans, but the poison slowed him down and eventually killed him. When the dust was settled, the mighty Seeker King could do nothing but succumb to humanity's worst creation. To celebrate their victory, the humans called upon their brightest architects and builders to build a fortress on top of the Seeker King's corpse. They slowly but surely dug into the beast, using pickaxes granted to them by the gods, building large halls, barracks, storage rooms, and even a mead hall. After the work was done, the place was named the Behemoth Fortress, and to this day it serves as a grim reminder of humanity's frightening potential. If you ever encounter humans, my son, do not provoke them. Defend yourself if you must, but do not start the fight, for humanity's capability to cause harm knows no bounds. Later on, the humans would use the same poisonous weapon against other races, and for a time, even against the gods. They used this weapon on other races? Are humans truly this evil? They are evil indeed, but they are also kind. They care for the ones dear to them, just like we do. They are unmatched destroyers, but also great builders. They make peace and wage war. They spite and make merry. Because for humanity, my son, creation and destruction walk hand in hand.
Another legendary mythical build.
What?
Amazing.
You know when he's calling it behemoth, that it's behemoth.
Oh yeah. Welcome back, Jirok.
Good
Hi, everybody.
Welcome back, Jirok.
I think I got like 2 hours of sleep. I'm not even sure what, like, I felt like I just put my head down and then my phone started
Takes it
ringing.
right back up.
I'm sorry, that was me. Wakey, wakey.
No, that's why I put my phone right there. Just like in case I do fall asleep. And I had like the stream on the whole time. I was like watching it and then, yep. So how's it been going?
Very
Amazing,
good.
I was gonna say good, yeah. I'm having a lot
Yeah.
of fun, seeing a lot of amazing stuff, talk to great people.
It's like almost overwhelming how much amazing content is out there and the
Yeah.
variety of the different types of things that people do.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the build we just looked at, that was vanilla only.
Yeah.
That was vanilla. This is just blowing my mind already.
Mind
Like we've seen
blowing.
so many big builds today and yesterday, but still the small things can get me. Like at one point they put a Lox trophy over motor trophy, so the Lox had horns. Those simple
love it.
things tend to get overlooked. I love that.
Yeah, the attention to detail in some of those
Yes,
builds. I took the
absolutely.
opportunity the past hour to take a little break from hosting, and I let the stream run in the safe hands of Emma and Easy, who did a fantastic job.
Awesome.
And I got a chance to actually log in on the servers and go check out some of the builds, the booths, and the wonders, and so many amazing things. Actually, I saw one of Mythic's builds in there. Again, one of those who just jaw drops to the floor when you see it because it's just so huge. And then I saw a Avatar of Ku's booth, which is completely the opposite, like very cozy but full of so many small little cute details and so much like storytelling around it, which
Yeah.
I really love as well. Like I think that's what gets me most is the builds that have a story to them, and I think that is a perfect transition, isn't it, to what we have coming next.
It
Well
is.
done,
It
Gwen.
is.
Well done.
And that video that was just playing one of Mythic's builds, he had a great like storytelling voiceover to it. So yeah, I think it is a perfect lead in, which
hint.
I believe I see him backstage, right?
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, so for those of you who are tuned in, start texting everybody you know and say, because
You don't
we've
wanna
got
miss
a
this.
VIP interview coming up, right?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's bring him on in. Say hello, everybody, to Lee Williams.
Welcome in, Lee. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Lee.
Hello.
Welcome.
What a build up. I feel really nervous now. I put myself down.
So good to see you and talk to you again. How have you been?
Thank you. I've been great. Thank you. Yes, yeah, and I'm really excited by the event today. I've been out just until a few minutes ago, so I've not been able to catch up with much. But I'm really looking forward to watching everything later. It's just such an amazing thing that you've set up here.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's been a lot of fun, and the best thing was about 2 hours into it. I think I texted Gwen, and I was like, it's just hey, it's working. All this prep we've been doing for months, like, hey, it's working. So that's great. Well, so for the viewers out there, Lee, can you explain to everybody, who you are and what contributions, what your contribution has been to Valheim over the years?
So I'm the writer and the sort of narrative designer for Valheim. So I came up with the basics, the story premise and the lore, the background to Valheim, the 10th world, and so on. And then I've written all of the text for the game, a lot of background text that doesn't even get shown in the game about the world and things, but which sort of informs all of the story, and all the rune stones, the item descriptions, the dreams, all the sort of incidental text in the game. I think there's a couple of NPCs, like the tutorial ones and the quest givers, that I didn't do, but everything else, all the writing I did for the game.
You bring it to life.
Oh, thank you. Well,
Yeah,
it's for me, it's it's that it's just wonderful to see my writing in such a great game. You know, I enjoy Valheim a lot myself, and I think the work everybody else did to create the mood, the visuals, the music, and everything. It's just it's an honor to have my words, you know, in such good company.
Well, it's fun to see what the work, obviously, that everybody else who worked on Valheim has done, but your storytelling too, because I mean, if you've seen some of the videos too that we've been showing, not only are there amazing builds, but everybody seems to be inspired to tell stories around the things that they're building, and it's just like it's so much fun. And like I know that every time I pass a runestone, I have to click it. I don't care how many times I've read it, you know, like I have to click it. It's something that just tickles you in to make it feel like it's a living, breathing world with history. But I'm going to pass the next question over to Gwen.
That's lovely to hear, though. Yes.
Yeah, so we had earlier Patrick Jarlstam, another guest who was involved in the making of Valheim on the music side, the composer, and we asked him the same question. I know you both have been quite involved, you know, with the community itself and the fans, and you know, very generous with your time and in terms of, you know, hopping on for things like this for interviews and stuff. What do you think of this, of Val-Con, like fans coming together to create this 24-hour online streaming event for the 4-year anniversary?
It's amazing. It's phenomenal. And it's just, you know, as I was saying, it feels a real honor to have contributed to something that obviously really, really inspired and touched so many people. It's you know, it genuinely is. It's amazing to see something like this. And to think that I was, you know, I've been able to be a part of that. So it's really satisfying. And for me, just because, you know, although I did the writing for Valheim, I think I can say without boasting that I'm a big fan of the game, because most of it was not, you know, it was not me. So I'm a fan myself, and I've played a lot of Valheim myself. So this event just is great as a fan too. You know, I'm really looking forward to seeing things later, and I'll be watching some with my kids, with my boys when they get back, because we've played a lot of Valheim together.
So Lee, you're one of us too. Then you're a fan.
I am. Yes.
Yes, we're all celebrating together.
Yeah. Yeah, because I still play I've not played actually just recently. I will do when we've got the last when I can step into the last biome and explore that a bit, so I can get some of the writing, you know, finalized for that. But I'm kind of holding off. What I want to do, one of my boys, I've played a lot with one of my boys, and the other one is just getting old enough to be able to manage the controls and things. So he'll. What I really want to do is when we go to like 1.0, have another full playthrough, like with them together. So I'm sort of looking forward to that.
That sounds wonderful. Yeah, I guess the next question for me is actually a little bit in two-part. Like, let's start with the main one. Like how the community's engagement with the lore and all the story has influenced and maybe inspired you over the last 4 years.
A huge amount. I mean, as you know, you mentioned earlier about people being inspired and coming up with their own stories and things, and I think that's been particularly satisfying for me. And I also feel I feel a little bit sort of vindicated by that in the choice I made right at the start, which was that I didn't want the story of Valheim to be too prescriptive. And I remember talking with Richard a lot in the very early days about not. He was on the same page as me. We didn't want to have. We wanted the player to be the player character to be as vague as possible, so that people could project themselves into their players. And similarly, we didn't want the story. We wanted the player to be able to kind of exist separately, almost from the story, so you wouldn't be led through it and feel that you were being forced into playing one particular type of character and experiencing one exact story. So we wanted the lore to be something that just kind of surrounded the world, rather than something which forced the player to go on a particular journey that
I see.
Might not have wanted to. So it's been lovely to see that. I think we succeeded with that there's enough freedom there within the world and within the story that players are able to put their own stories into it. which is that's lovely for me to see, because I think that feels like we did make, people wouldn't have been able to do that so easily if the story had been fixed, fixed around the player.
Yeah, I see exactly what you mean. Like, and the second part was, this is just for me, by the way, are you the face behind Hugin? Because that's what I create the most lore with personally.
Hugin, behind the Hugin,
the storytelling bird.
In what way do you mean? Sorry.
Yeah. So if you join into the game, this raven pops up, tells you what to do, like your very first steps.
I see. Yes. Yeah. I guess in a sense, I've never really thought of that before, but now you've brought it up. I like that. I'm gonna go with that. Because
good.
Yeah, that's a nice. I guess in a sense I am. I think actually, Hugin and Moonin in particular, maybe slightly more. That I do feel. I think my role a little bit. What I've enjoyed writing most are the memories, the very vague memories you get sometimes as a player in dreams and things. And I kind of like that. I suppose do see my role, because I do think a lot, and I think in writing for video games in general, you're always thinking of the player's experience. What's the player going to feel when they read this thing that you've written, and so on. And I think I've always quite liked the thought of, I want to give the player a little bit of mystery and also a little bit of, as I say, nothing too prescriptive about their story, but I would like to give them nudges into making a backstory for their own character, if you see what I mean. So when you get these dreams that you're just a little vague snippets, and I tried to make them all really general. So you get a dream that you're sitting by a roaring fire. All of them will have, any backstory you want for your Viking character in the game, they will have sat by a fire at some point, or they remember the salt spray of the sea. So they're all quite general memories. But I would like to think of them as being, I'm a little bit like Moonin, perhaps, in that I'm nudging them with little memories that hopefully will spark them into being able to create their own character and their own backstory.
Because after multiple playthroughs, I still feel that. Sorry, Emma, go.
You say that you really like the dreams and the story that tells as well, but what would you say is your favorite piece of lore and why?
I think that's very tough. I do like the and I think the bits that I'm proudest of, I guess, the parts of my own writing that I like the most. It always feels weird to talk about the bits of your own writing that you like, but the bits that I'm proudest of, I suppose, are I do like the little touch, the slightly more personal touches sometimes in the bits that I'm particularly fond of are the little bits of humor that I managed to put in there. So now and then when they get jealous of somebody else's beard and write it down on
I love those too.
Because they're annoyed about it.
Like the merchants, or like, did you fart?
Yes, and some of the little bits, the little bits of humor and things, and also some of the bits of sort of. I wanted to have little bits that are a little bit wistful, sort of a little bit of melancholy as well in some moments there. So I think one of the ones I like most was there's a Viking writes something on a runestone about and she remembers a baby from her having a baby, and it's just like a phantom weight in the crook of her arm, and she can't quite place what, there's some little things like that where they have these just quite poignant half memories of a previous life. That sort of thing. So I'm quite proud of those. I'm also quite proud, I think, of the lore for some of the enemies. One of the first things I wrote was the Grey Dwarf, the runestone describing the Grey Dwarfs, and they're like the souls of sinners that rot under the ground, and they're like a cyst in the earth. So I'm quite pleased with some of those bits of lore.
That bit of lore has become kind of a fan fiction favorite, just so you know. I don't know if you're aware,
really?
But yeah. Robin Grimcore kind of started it with his little documentary that he did calling him George, and it's kind of taken off, and now George lives in all of our hearts. I just gotta say, we all love the Grey Dwarf. It's true, the Greyling. There are so many different stories that are kind of all weaved together from the main storyline that's still gives us a lot of freedom, and then all these little different weavings together. If there was one storyline in Valheim that you would kind of like to expand on and do more about, what would that be?
Some of the bosses, Yagluth in particular, I would like to do a little bit more to that. The idea of there being these ancient civilizations in Valheim. I was always quite drawn to that, and there's a fair bit of lore about those kind of behind the scenes that doesn't get shown in the game, but that sort of informed what gets written on some of the runestones. So I think I would quite like to explore that in a little more detail, which might still happen in one way or another. But
that would be really interesting. I mean, I think it's always interesting to find lore, and I check the runestones too. And if I ever find one I haven't read before, I'm so excited. And yeah, more lore behind the bosses themselves. I'm gonna vote for that too. I think that would be really interesting.
100%.
Thank you. Yeah,
did we just confirm more runestones in the plains?
I'm teasing. I'm teasing. I better not confirm anything here.
I'm teasing.
but it's possible. I mean, I would like to. I like adding stuff. I like writing the runestones. So I think certainly there'll be some more in the final biome, and there may well be some more back through the game as well.
It's interesting
because yes, oh certainly, yes.
The runestones kind of throw me sometimes, because if I am in a certain place and I read a runestone that tells a particular type of story or warning or something, I'm literally looking around like, is this about to happen? Is this stone trying to tell me something right here? Like, what's going on?
Yeah. We did have to change some of the early ones because I'd written them a bit too. I'm trying to think of an example now. I'd written them as if something was about to happen there, and it had lots of players were struggling with the same thing, that they interpreted the runestone as being like, you have to do something in this particular place and something will happen, or something is about to happen now. And they were all red herrings. I hadn't realized they were something like that in game. So,
that's entertaining in its own way, I gotta say.
We had to change those because we were getting players. There was one that said that the one that's talked about iron coming from the sky, which is more to do with the fact you find like meteorites essentially. But the way I'd worded that to begin with was as if here at this point at the runestone something was going to happen. So you had lots of players in the game reading it and just being like, where is it then? And they might camp around there for ages waiting for something to happen. And I'm like, oh no, I've tricked them without meaning to. So we had to reword that.
Oh, that is funny. So Lee, how do you balance Norse mythology with this original fantasy that's going on in the 10th realm of Valheim?
Well, I think that was something which I worried a lot about to start with when I began writing. I read a lot. I mean, I'm a fan of mythology and folklore, and I'd read a lot of the sagas and things, so I was already, very keen on doing that. But I did worry. I thought, how am I going to bring in? The nice thing was to start with. I had the idea of it's the 10th world, so that's a nice thing immediately because you're placing it slightly outside of conventional Norse mythology, so it gives us a little bit of license straight away to be a bit fast and loose, and to come up with our own ideas. But I was still worried. How do I reconcile this source material, which lots of people know very, very well, lots of people know much better than I do, with what I want to write. But I think it turned out to be easier than I was expecting. I think part of it is that mythology anyway contradicts itself a lot. If you read, when you read different sources of Norse mythology, actually it's not all the same. It can't all gel together. It is self-contradictory because it was an oral tradition largely, and so it was told and retold by so many different people, so you get different versions of it and they don't all match up neatly, and that's some of the charm of it. And so I think there was a point when I sort of I guess I began to feel part myself, like part of a tradition of retelling and reinterpreting these myths. So I didn't feel so much like I wasn't I'm not like a modern observer who's detached from it and I'm just writing something about it. But I think, you know, I read a lot and I just began to feel like, actually, you know, there's no reason why I can't do this. I've kind of got a right, all of us have to retell these stories as we want to. This is kind of like common cultural material, if you like, and people have been reinterpreting it and retelling it and drawing their own things from it for centuries. So really, you know, I sort of thought I'm part of a tradition, which is a lovely way of looking at it when I began to look at it like that.
Absolutely.
It is.
And then I sort of thought, well, you know, what I can do is be as honest as I can and express what these traditions and these archetypes and these stories mean to me, and kind of filter them through my own point of view a little bit. And when I started doing that, it came quite naturally, I guess. Actually, it was easier than I anticipated.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Norse literature and Norse sagas are all wacky as hell as well. So you've got a lot of room for interpretation and reinterpretation of those. So I love that. That's kind of how you're seeing your work fit into this kind of long tradition.
That's right. Great. Yeah, I think it's not like a sacred canon, and it was almost sort of never viewed in that way. Norse mythology, like all sort of mythological traditions, it was there as something like as a pool for people to draw on, like a common cultural thing. So yeah, as you say, and there's a lot of really, you know, there are a lot of weird and wacky things that happen in Norse myths.
Indeed.
That I sort of feel, well, I can't, you know, I can't go weirder than that. So really, whatever I see is fine.
Well, I appreciate the originality of it too, because we all, like you said, so many people already know Norse mythology, and we're in the 10th realm. It's a new Norse mythology, you know, with hints of the original, but now it's new, and that's one of the things I think so much media misses out. Make something new, you know, and mix it with the already known, and that's just like one of the charms.
Yeah, and that was a great joy of writing it as well, that we were able to do that. And I think a conscious decision was made early on to we steered away a little bit. They're mentioned in the text, but we steered away a little bit from some of the really common, from Thor and from Loki in particular. I think, and not to say that they're not involved and that they won't be involved, but just I think we just didn't want to just.
You didn't want to be on the nose with it.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think, and there's such a lot of good stuff to draw from that we thought, yeah, if we steer away from those at least to start with, then it's it's a nicer way in.
Yeah, that sounds good. And speaking of weird and wacky, what is the weirdest or most unexpected lore theory that you've heard or seen from the fan base?
Oh, I've seen a few. I've seen a few recently.
Probably a lot to do with the Deep North, right? The theories have been.
Yes, there was a good video. Ember, I think.
Yes, she made one about that. Yeah,
I remember that I've seen, and a couple of other similar ones. A lot of people, funnily enough, having just mentioned Loki, a lot of people speculating on involvement from Loki, from Odin himself, Ragnarok. Theories around those kind of some of those big events in the Deep North, which I don't really want to say too much about at the moment.
Of course.
Yeah, for the main reason being that it's kind of we're in the middle of doing it now, so I don't want to say anything that might be subject to change later. But I've seen some really interesting theories, and a lot of the time when I see fan theories. I mean, sometimes I'll go online and I'll see something like somebody on Reddit will say, "Oh, I don't think this and this quite matches up in the lore," and I'll read that and I'll think, "Yeah, they're right. Actually, they've got a point. It doesn't match up." And then I'll read the first
just
comment.
Like real mythology.
Like real mythology. That's my excuse. That's my excuse usually. Well, it doesn't have to make sense. Mythology doesn't. But then sometimes also I'll see in a comment somebody will have written, "No, it does make sense because this and this," and I'll think, "Oh." Bingo. Yes, I'm having that. I'm having that. That's exactly why it does make sense. Yes, that's what I meant.
You're like reaching out, digital fist bump to that person who replied.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Planned it all along.
I planned it that way all along. Yeah, so, and a lot of the theories that I do read, they will. They're great. It's actually a lovely thing, I suppose, about doing it in early access, which I've not done in a game before. When you're writing it and it's in early access like that, we've had so many people been playing Valheim already that some of the lore that I've written has been almost like a bit of a conversation with players in a way that you wouldn't usually have in a game, because normally, of course, you'll write it all before anybody gets to see it, except for testers, and then you can't easily go back and change it. But in Valheim, I've been able to see like what people respond to, what people really enjoy about the lore, get a sense of what direction I feel people might like it to go in. And I've been able to, maybe not always successfully, but I've been able to, I think, kind of let that inform the next piece of writing that I do.
Yeah. You mentioned Reddit, right? You saw some lore on Reddit. Like, it actually hooks perfectly into the next question. Like, have you ever seen any fan art, fiction? What do you think that inspired you or surprised you? Like you said, you're gonna run with that answer, but this one, let's let that play out or something. Like, how did that inspire you, maybe to write something new or for future things?
There've been quite a few occasions like that where I've read things. That video from Ember was one that inspired me actually to, you know. First of all, it's just lovely to get good feedback, and it's just an amazing feeling that somebody has looked at your lore and really thought about it, and you've inspired somebody like that. It's just the best feeling. And then some of that can inspire you in turn. I've seen some amazing I think it was Mythic that did the video just before I came on here, and some of those builds and other builds I've seen some that have definitely fed into my ideas about some of the ancient civilizations in Valheim. And how they might have looked and been. That's, you know, visually, I've seen some builds that have made me think, oh wow, that's, you know, that if Vikings, if sort of settlers in Valheim stayed long enough, which is what we're assuming happened at different ages in the past and so on, then this is the kind of thing. This is how they might build. This is how things might turn out. So, and that's kind of nice, because actually that's what players have been doing. They've been transported to Valheim, and this is what they ended up with. So for me, I'm trying to think of a story about people who've been transported to Valheim. What would they end up building and doing? So I've almost got like a real example of that when I look at some of the art.
Yeah, and that open interpretation in the lore really helps getting them to make their own stories and stuff. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and the art. All the fan art and the fiction and things that I've seen from Valheim, there's so much of it, and it's amazing. You know, like I say, it's just the nicest feeling as well to think, you know, to be part of that.
Yeah. You said before that you also like to play with one of your sons, and sometimes even your younger son as well. Now, if you were in real life, where would you set up camp? In which biome would you set up camp, and why?
I'm going to be I'm afraid really boring and say I would probably not move far out of the meadows.
That's great.
I think I would say this is if I were myself in Valheim. I'm not a hugely adventurous person. I would probably set up in the meadows, and I get something really nice going there, and it's nice and cozy, and I'd probably be fishing. We might take little boat trips, not too far out. The first time we got attacked at sea, we'd probably put a stop to that. I think
you sound like me.
Yeah, I think we just have a nice quiet time. My character in game is actually on the rune stones as well. If you come across rune stones by a character called Ulf, sometimes that's my character in the game.
Yeah,
And,
Wolf.
yeah, well, that's kind of me, because he's my character, and his views on things sort of echo my views. So when he says, like, you know, I can't stand it here, it's too dangerous, I can't throw a spear without hitting something that wants to kill me,
up.
then that's my Ulf that I'm wandering around with him, and when I get to a new biome, usually I get killed a load of times, and then I write a runestone saying, "No, this is I don't like it here." I'm getting killed.
I love that
I
so
want to go back
much.
to the meadows.
Yeah, that is so cool. Yeah, you really add your personal experience to the lore as well as you're progressing, like we all are at that moment. That is really cool.
Yeah,
Nice.
so that's those messages from Ulf are like little messages from me. I've been in that biome beforehand, and I'm just telling you, be careful. You will get killed by lots of things here.
That's cool. So that's cool how the story kind of influences it as well as you're playing. So what do you kind of hope that the player's going to take from the story or from the lore, and how it's going to influence them in the world of Valheim?
I mean, my hope really for the lore is that it contributes to the mood, that it builds on the mood of the game as a whole. As I mentioned at the start, I don't want to force anybody to read anything. I'm a big reader in general, but I'm not a big reader in games. Funnily enough, I skip a lot of text, so I try to keep the lore brief and kind of to one side, optional. So you don't, if people are into it, I'd love you to read it, but it's not forced on anybody. But I hope that it adds to the general mood of the game without seeming restrictive. And I guess I would like to think, if anybody is inspired by the lore, to either come up with their own stories, it inspires their own creativity, which to say is a wonderful thing to see has happened, or also if anybody is inspired by the lore, to read. To maybe go and read for themselves, some of the lays and sagas, Scandinavian mythology, then that would be a big win too, because I think that stuff is wonderful, and there are so many interesting ideas and so much wisdom still in a lot of those old tales, that if it inspires someone to have an interest in folklore and mythology, then that would be.
It has raised questions for me, and I've been like, what is that? And I've gone and looked up, like, wait, what's the story here behind all this? So,
and then you dive onto Wikipedia, and a couple of hours later you're like, what just happened?
yeah, it's very easy to do that. Writing things, I do that all the time. I lose a day. I'm just on Wikipedia.
Lee, so what has been the most rewarding aspect of working on this particular project that we call Valheim, the one we love?
Well, I think seeing the reaction, as we've already mentioned, seeing the reaction of players, and just seeing so many people being passionate about it. One thing I remember being particularly rewarding in that sense was when it was first released, which is at the time of the pandemic and the first lockdown, I think. And it seemed to fill a need for a lot of people to socially, because a lot of people weren't able to get out and see their friends, and just because it's got a lovely what's the word for it? It's got a lovely sort of pastoral feel to it, and it's got a nice open air feel. Sorry.
Escapism.
Escapism, yeah. And it feels like, when a lot of people couldn't get outdoors physically, and I heard from people who said that it had felt like a great escape for them at the time, if they were in a flat and they couldn't go outdoors, but they could enter Valheim and they could feel that sense of escape and freedom, and they could be with their friends socially in that setting. So I think, that was a happy coincidence, really. Not a happy coincidence, obviously not a happy time, but you know what I mean, that it turned out like that when it was launched, that it gave a lot of people some sort of respite, I think, from what was going on at the time. So that was really satisfying. And for me, I guess personally, as I said earlier, playing the game with my kids has been great. As a player, that's been a wonderful experience. And they don't like reading the runestones at all. We know, Dad. We know you did the right thing. You don't read out another runestone to us and explain it. We know.
Always how it is. Always.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well, one of the things I wanted to say was, I love that how you've just hinted at lore in the world. So we kind of fill in the gaps, and you've given us just enough as a character with our past memories and stuff to create, our own story for our character. So I'm not asking for you to confirm anything at all here. I just have this huge wish that I have seen so many people post, especially when Iron Gate posts the preview for like their next big update. It comes in the form of this animated cartoon that's like this little teaser trailer for it, but it's like, somebody beautifully animated this thing, and it's got the music, and we just all get goosebumps when we see it. But I think at some point after Valheim reaches 1.0, I think it would just be criminal to not eventually see a book or an animated movie or an animated show that just explores some of that story that Valheim hinted at, and take one character, Ulf, or somebody else, and get to follow their story and kind of live through them, or have like a novel or any of those other media sort of help fill in a little bit more gaps, so we can say, oh yeah, I'm like them too in this world. It's just like, I'm sure you've thought of it, or maybe you've heard other people express an interest in that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like that too. That would, I can't confirm or deny anything at the moment.
Of course,
but it would be, it would be lovely to see the lore expanded on in that way. And the animations you mentioned at Brick Studios, who making those animations, they do a fantastic job of just conveying, more of the mood of the game. But yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting world, and I think there's lots of potential to tell stories within the world of Valheim. So it's something that, as I say, I can't confirm anything, but I would certainly like to think in the future we'll be able to do a lot more with it.
Yeah. Well, Lee, it's so amazing to hear that you're a fan as well of playing the game, and your children are playing the game too, because we all play it, and I know lots of people play with their family, or sort of create an extended family like we have, in lots of our communities, because sharing something you love is hard to do in real life. Like I find that the people that I generally get close with are the ones that share common interests. So it's so awesome that you're also a fan.
Yes. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your time with us and coming on to indulge us in our fandom of the game, and it's been a great honor having you.
Well, it's been a great honor to be here, really. Thank you so much for inviting me, and it's, as I say, it's amazing to see so many people enjoying the game. It really is.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you a lot.
You're welcome. You're very welcome. Yep. And I'll be watching the rest of the day, the different things that are going on. I'm really looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Such wonderful guests that we have. I always really, really enjoy those conversations with all the people involved, the creative minds behind the game we all love. They have such interesting insights, and it's nice to have like a peek of the behind the scenes of the process of how all of that, comes together.
Absolutely.
That was such an interesting discussion. I love hearing his thought process behind it and coming up with the stones and how he thinks it's going to influence the players, but he doesn't want to over influence the players. And I love that he's off. Now we know he's off.
Yeah, now every time I see Ulf, I'll think of Lee. I'll be like, hi, Lee.
I wish I'd seen it before. Someone in chat was like, does Ulf know the guy that lost his fishing pole at the bottom of the ice cave? I'm like, I should have asked him that.
Isn't it also one of the names that the skeletons that you can spawn in can have as well?
Yes. Yeah, one of the default names.
I'm not sure what happened to him, but that's not a good sign.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, that is so cool that he's such a fan of the game as well. You notice it in his lore that you can see those storylines. It's so cool. So much depth.
Yeah.
Really
yeah. one of the things I absolutely love, and it makes sense now. Like you don't put your thumb on it exactly, but he sort of pointed it out, is that what they did with Valheim is just enough hints for you to create your own story instead of, okay, you have to go here and do this, you have to go here and do this. And a lot of games do that. And I don't know, I think that's one of the reasons why Valheim is so unique, because it has its own story, but it's shrouded in mystery with hints of things. And we come in and we create, like with all the videos that we've seen today, people are creating their own stories rather than going, okay, now I have to go here and do this, and I have to follow this story, this quest line, because it gets old. And you're like, well, then the guy who comes behind me, they're doing the same thing, and didn't I already do that quest? Somebody coming behind me and doing it.
It gives you structure, but it doesn't tell you, now say this, now do this, now do this, now do this. It just provides you the structure and then lets you be creative within it of how you want to do it.
It gives you tools, not necessarily rules.
Yes.
Tools, not rules.
Look at
Val-Con, tools, not rules.
Exactly.
The little hammer, like the
hammer.
With a hammer, yeah.
Easy, I really liked what you asked him too about like him being Hugin or Hunin. I'm like, I never thought of that, but that's totally true. Like he's
the lore writer.
He's giving us little bits here and there.
But to go a bit deeper into that, because that's the first thing I thought about, and also how I am creating lore with Hugin. Like Hugin's been in my bathtub for months now.
Oh, I never took him out. Never.
No, never. No.
Hugin is a creep. He always shows up on your bed and your hot tub.
Yes,
like,
right.
Hugin.
And now I know who's responsible, and I love
it. Well, cool.
So fun.
So we do have a live event to share with everybody. Yes. I'm going to add it to the stage here because I am in game and I am over there.
I'll bring on Helga.
Yeah.
Helga's in a backstage. He's muted, but let me bring him on stage. Hey, Helga, can you hear us? You'll have to unmute yourself.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes, hello.
How is everybody?
Oh, amazing. This has been so much fun.
It's been amazing. The community is amazing. We're fueled by just good vibes everywhere. And we have about what, two hours or so left of it, and it's you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, so this is the vanilla build competition, and we visited earlier before it started. And I'm over here at the rule set just to remind people who either saw it earlier or haven't seen it yet. Can you just, for maybe the people who are just tuning in or don't remember, can you tell everybody real quickly what this event was?
Sure. It's a part 2 of a 2-part event. We had 2 build competitions. This is the second one. It's the global vanilla build competition. So anybody was allowed to sign up. We've got a bunch of people signing up that wanted to just watch the build competition. We got 3 teams of 6 people that are building. They are only allowed to use vanilla pieces. They are given 2 hours to build with a break at 1 hour for about 10 minutes. And then the theme is unity. So there's some teams that are partnered up already. They're couples and stuff. And there's some teams that never met each other before. They quickly discuss what they think, what unity is to them, what unity is to the Valheim community. And then they build that idea. And every team approaches it differently, has different viewpoints and different ideas. And each build is just unique from each other, which is great. Everybody's laughing, everybody's having a good time, and everybody's heart rate is up because they are about halfway through. They're on the, I think they have about 30 minutes left of this before the judges look at everything and judge them. The judges for, I'm sorry?
No pressure.
Yeah,
no pressure.
No, absolutely no pressure whatsoever. The judges for this event is Balron, Berserk the Builder, and Noman Looney. The commentary has been great on the stream. They've been popping in, asking some questions with the builders. Where did you get your ideas from? Are you panicking? Are you thinking you're going to finish? The server's been running great. We've had no problems. There was one slight hiccup, but we resolved it. And everybody, once it was resolved, the building speeds have just increased. And in the end, when they do get judged, they're judged in a matrix from 1 to 10 based on aesthetics, the visual impact and cohesion, the creativity, technique, and uniqueness, the functionality, how well does the build serve its intended purpose, and we also put a poll up in the community to vote on which build they like the most, and then add those points and use it for like a tiebreaker. So the audience and community votes counted from that poll. And if there's any ties, we look at how good their backstory or story were.
If you want to join the stream.
Nice.
There's the link.
So
Did you do that pop with your mouth? That was impressive.
Yeah.
That was that was
good sound effects.
Yeah.
So we have just a few more minutes that we can spend. Can we take a quick look at a couple of these?
Certainly.
I'll follow you. I can fly and wherever you go.
Okay, we'll go to the center here.
Okay.
The one on the left, you can see where the hiccup was, but they got going, and I don't know where they're going with it. They were talking about lotus flowers and mandalays, and then they started putting a roof on it, but it's coming along from where it was, but we don't know where it'll end up with this particular group. It's a dudette, and I believe Avatar of Ku is supposed to be hidden somewhere in there.
Yep. I
there
saw.
she is.
There they are over there.
This will be interesting.
Yeah.
It's
a nice
and
shape.
when you look, each build is unique and just totally something different.
That looks like a piece of art.
It does.
Right?
And how many different spots are there out here? Is it like 5 or 6?
We had 6. We initially we prepared for 21 people joining. A couple of, I think I said about 4 people came just to watch, and the winner of yesterday's event, Gatoth, came to cheer on the competitors in this event. So we ended up having 6 builders in teams of 2, so that's 3 build teams.
Nice.
Cool.
Very
but
nice.
we could handle, I think, up to 10 build sites on this location.
Oh wow.
That's
Oh
a
my
lot.
goodness.
And
And
then
what a time to come in. Oh my goodness. It's like frantic last
Yeah.
building that everybody is doing.
They're like, don't distract me.
Yeah, it's a perfect preview of the work. So we're starting to, we're seeing mostly how it's taking shape, but not quite finished yet. So they got some
Yeah.
finishing touches to do. And
The new
let me run
vines.
inside
Yep.
here real quick. Oh, I love the way that
You see-
window comes out like that. That's awesome.
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Stealing
Very
that,
nice.
stealing it.
Yeah.
This is a nice Canadian couple, and they're working together. And from what I was told, the wife has all the ideas, and the husband helps implement them. So,
Cool.
looking forward to seeing how that one turns out.
That sounds like
Yeah.
a good way to do things, if you ask me. I'm just
I'm gonna
saying.
say good team.
Let's try to visit all of them real quick if we can.
Sure.
Which
and
one
then
should
the
I
last,
go to?
the last one is over here, and this is Astrid and Nefarious.
Astrid.
Oh,
Neff. Wow, my goodness.
And they told me their idea was looking at the biomes and merging all of the Valheim biomes into one build.
interesting.
And then they realized they would have to put a roof on it at some point, and that's where they're trying to problem solve that one right now.
Yeah.
Wow, you got this.
Woo, that's cool.
Yeah, let's give you a little aerial view.
I love the Corwood in there as well on the other side. They really try to incorporate. I don't see Corwood used too often. I mean today
So
and
underrated.
yesterday. Today and yesterday we saw it a lot, but in
Yeah.
general, when you see builds, they don't necessarily work a lot with Corwood, and yeah, it's so cool to see. I love the color of it.
It's just the steps, isn't it? Core
Yeah,
wood.
like a, yeah.
Yeah, I
That's
have
really
seen
cool.
people use it for
Or for
steps. and-
spiraling staircases, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like to make
Yeah.
walls out of it too.
I love the walls out of it as well.
Mhm. Or like before we had the corewood log that you can really sit on in the game. There was I mean people just put down corewood logs just on the ground, and that was also like the bench before there was an actual bench in the game, and I love that too.
We pretended and wished. And our wish came true. Yeah.
It came real.
So when does this competition end?
So there is 32 minutes left, and you will see the judges popping by to each site and letting them know they have a 30-minute warning, a 15-minute warning, and a 5-minute warning.
Ooh.
And then we say hammers down, and building stops.
Wow.
So they are almost about into rushing mode to try to finish the build and make it complete.
So is there anybody streaming these builds right now?
The linky is up on screen.
Oh, cool. So people can check it out. And where can people go to find out the results of this competition?
I believe they're putting them up in the Discord channel. I think we have a competitive channel in the Discord, so certainly join our Val-Con Discord. I think what we're going to be putting them on to some of the Twitch pages or some of the social medias at Facebook, Instagram, and everything. So just to let everybody know who won, and we can always do an announcement later on the stream if there's time.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, that would be exciting because you guys are going to decide the overall winner before the stream is over. Is that correct?
So my understanding is the winner of yesterday's build and the winner of today's build is going to be displayed in the general chat of the Discord, and a community poll is going to be put up, and it's going to be given a period of time in which the Val-Con community can then vote on the build that they like the best, and then that would ultimately determine the winner.
Okay, so be sure to join the Discord so you can vote.
And to do that, go to, let me put the banner up.
Yeah.
Go to valcon.org/join and sign up to the Eventbrite. That's how you get the link to join our Discord. And the people who are on our Discord, by the way, will be the first ones to know about future Val-Cons. They're already part of the Val-Con family, so make sure you get your ticket and join.
Gwen, did they need to check their mail for this as well?
Yes, yeah. So
check your mail.
Yes, when they go to you mean to get notified?
I've heard you mention more often the past few days, like be sure to check your mail, check your spam.
That was
sign up.
So if people go to valcon.org/join and they go to sign up on the Eventbrite page, they will get a confirmation email, which has, you have to kind of scroll down quite a lot, but it has all the server IP and password for the region that you've selected, and it also has the link to the Discord. So that's where you can get a special entry into our special Discord.
And Helga,
sorry, I just had a quick question on that, Gwen. That's for signing up to get into the game on the server, but if they just want to join the Discord without going into the servers,
they will still need to get a ticket because we wanted to basically have people register so that we know who's on the Discord server. Because as we said, it's this we're building up this community, this Val-Con family, so that we can build on that and have future Val-Cons and grow and grow and grow until we have enough people that are willing to go and meet for an in-person Val-Con.
Yes.
Yeah. And before I jump out, Helga, to our next segment, can you just remind people, because I don't think we mentioned it, what is the prize for first place here?
From my understanding, it's a $200 merch gift card, I think, that will be split between, because they're teams of two, the winners are going to be $100 each, I guess, to buy some Valheim or Val-Con merch.
Nice.
Oh,
very nice.
Cool. Well, this is awesome, and good luck to the builders, and thank you so much, Helga, for showing us around.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by, and may the best Viking win.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Best of luck.
Yeah.
That's good so far.
Thank you.
See you soon.
So next up, actually, I was going to ask Easy if you would read that for us, and Gwen can pop up the image for us.
What am I reading exactly?
It's row 103 in our spreadsheet.
Let's go. Yes. Thank you to gtxgaming.co.uk for sponsoring and hosting Val-Con servers. Get high performance and affordable Valheim servers at gtxgaming.co.uk.
Nice. I had to hear that deep, lovely voice of yours. I'm so jealous of.
My pleasure, sir.
Well, awesome. So I think we've got a couple. So quick preview. We're coming to the end. Can you believe it? We almost made it to
last hour.
24 hours. Yeah, last
I'm
hour
a bit
coming
sad.
up.
Yeah,
I
me
know.
too.
Next time we do 48 hours. 48
Yes,
hours.
step it up
Look
each
at Gwen.
time.
She's like, no. So coming up, we got a couple of short videos to show you, and we got one medium length. We've got visit with a live streamer, and
Final live stream visit.
our final live stream visit, which the fun can continue a little past us, but then we have a closing ceremony panel, and we're going to bring on some people who help make all this happen, and chat with them. So that'll be fun. And so let's bring up our first short video now.
Science time with Emma. Bling. Oh, a little nibble in there.
Ooh, what a cool fight, actually. Oh my goodness, Serpent is not happy with that. Oh my goodness. Oh, Ruthless. Oh my goodness. No, stay close. I want to see what happens. Oh, and there the Serpent goes. How much health do you have left? Oh my goodness, that's a lot. Ah!
That's some evolutionary progress, let's say.
Yeah. Isn't that your favorite thing, though, watching mobs from different biomes fight each other? I always just like take a step back, get my popcorn out, and I love watching those fights. Like watching trolls against a fueling village, if you've never seen it.
Yeah.
And then you go into the mountains with a troll after you, and you're like, "Oh, nice, a stone golem. Let's do this." And then you notice, no, they're friends, and then they're both after you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's something I would do. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let's pop up our next short video. Check this one out.
Greetings, traveler. I am Mythic Builds. If you liked this build of mine, leave a comment and subscribe for more Valheim goodness.
And Valheim goodness it was.
Wow. This
So
is making me want to
beautiful.
go build.
Don't you think it's also just not the builds themselves, which are amazing, but the way they're presented and filmed?
Yeah.
Presentation is a lot to do with it. Yeah. Yeah, great camera work. You know, setting up the right time of day and the lighting and using you know, music and just, you know, and then like in this one it's just music, and some of the other ones, you know, we get voiceover and music. So yeah, presentation says a lot.
And Mythic's really good at that too.
Yeah.
So good.
So
good.
So yeah, so we have about an 11-minute video now here to show you, and it's a Roman villa tour.
I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, by Trust Anyone. So sit back and enjoy this one here, and here it comes.
Hey, this is me, Trust Anyone. I'm here with another tour video. Just this one's going to be a long one for Val-Con. This is my friend Slythe's Roman villa that he's built in the 3 biomes. Actually, there's a little bit of the edge here which is in the swamp. The main villa itself is pretty much in the plains, and there's a bit of a kitchen garden behind it that sort of overlaps slightly into Mistlands, and then Mistlands in the corner of the complex. So he's got his port area here with the berths, which I helped to initially build out for him, and he's detailed quite nicely. Then he's extended with some open berths down the flank of the villa on the seaside here, and there's the main villa. It's sort of in a 2:1 ratio. We'll go for a quick fly round here and give you a bit of a feel for what it looks like as we go along the battlements here with all the crenellations and what he's done here with the pillars on either side with the 2:1 blocks to create that crenellation effect. Pretty cool. You can get a bit of a idea for how the villa looks here with the roofs. Freestanding roof. There's no metal wood used for the creation of this. It's all supported by the stone structure and within the mechanics and physics of the game, which is pretty cool. That was from the outset. He designed the roof. He'd done some practice of building for the roof design, and so basically I was just a builder. Literally, I had materials and get at it and build it. It was quite easy. It took a bit of time to do it. There's a fair bit of tar gone in there. We did a few tar pits together, Slide and I, on that one. Here's the Mistlands part you can see here. And we go into the little farm area at the back. Whoa, that's a bit too much. Whoa, okay. This camera is not on. Whoa, okay, yeah. Well, maybe I can get off the camera. Whoa. Alright, we'll do a quick bat down here, and then I'll you get a bit of a preview of what we're going to go and see. Right. Can I have my body back, please? I don't like this free camera flying thing. It's not nice. There we go. Right. Okay, this is better. Now I'm on me, which is great. So you can see the detailing at this level down here. That's pretty cool. So you got a few outside berths and then a couple of berths for ships in here as well, and alongside here as well. This is a berth here as well. So yeah, lots of berths for his ships. Not a lot of ships, only the one there, and I think there was a raft further down. Come into a hallway, not decorated. You could do with a bit of decoration, a bit of a welcoming in, and then you're into this first sort of atrium area. There's a little bit of a pool. No fish in there at the moment. I think there used to be, or he was thinking of having it as a little fish pond. So this is smelting area. So we've got a charcoal kiln, a smelter, a blast furnace, a nitro refinery, with some storage for processing all those stuff. Then we move into a workbench area, so there's all the different stations and storage associated with what you might want to make from those stations. Then a storage area here, just a bit of storage, and you can see the battlements here protecting the compound. Stone portal over there. We go across the hall. We can go through here. This is the arrow factory. So he's got materials for making arrows, and now chest to store the arrows that he's made, and he's got crossbow bolts off to the side, which is quite cool. We'll take you into the roof space. This is not for public really, but it gives you. I spent a lot of time here building this roof, which is pretty cool. So it all pretty much rests on this stone structure. Yeah, we've got the main. You can see he's got all these rested areas, these chimneys and rested areas have all got the max because they've got the maypole and the Christmas tree. We can roll through there. Yeah. These are over a lot of the bedrooms and all the comfort areas that there are. Yeah, we did quite a lot of farming for tar to get all the tar for this roof. I do remember those days, running through the plains together. A few deaths doing that as well back in the day. Anyway. This is a potion and mead making area. So he's got a mead kettle, he's got various storage for either completed meads, got a fermenter in a corner, source materials, he's got recipes on the wall there. Into a little storage area room here, which moves into a portal hub room, quite a big lengthy portal room. I think he is going to work on decluttering it a little bit. It could benefit from hub spoke arrangements. Here is some more storage. This one's for the main stone and wood, and then household stores, so a couple of storerooms. Then this one is the way out, so the halfway point. See, it's now night time. Bad timing. So we go across here. We've got the main arrested area, throne area here. Sit down. We get our rested and map table. Into a little garden area here with a obliterator in the corner here. You can't really see it very well in the dark. And the main banquet area here. So we have all the banquets up to and including the Mistlands, which we've completed. We haven't completed Ashlands yet, so we don't have the Ashlands one. We haven't done the Ashlands boss yet. We're at the early days of exploring that area. This is his kitchen. Can't really see it very well in the night time, can you? Should we go to bed quickly? That's not my bedroom. Be a bit better seeing the daylight. Beauty of time flying. But yeah, don't forget to catch Val-Con event on the 1st and 2nd of February. Let's go back in here so you can sort of see a bit better now. We'll get a bit of daylight coming through. It's interesting that that is the lighting effect in the game, given that like these areas are completely cut off from any natural daylight anyway. But yeah, never mind. So yeah, there's lots of storage for foods, and then produced foods by times. That's the way he goes about it, slightly differently than the way a lot of us do go about it. But hey, works for somebody. 2 bedrooms here. So my friend Krinian's room, my room, Slide's room, slightly bigger room here. He's got it into two areas, 2 sort of chambers here. Not sure what it's all about. He's got all these valuables in there. What's he storing in here? Oh yeah, he's got all sorts of stuff. Look at that. Yeah, nice. Wonderful. Bedroom. So those haven't been claimed yet, so they've got normal beds in, but I mean, I'm sure he could do with upgrading those to dragon beds like the rest of us have got. Lego's room. And the hot tub as well. That's about it. We'll go out and have a quick walk through the garden out the back. There we go. So it's the garden area. Some all the sort of vegetables, some barley. Got the windmill. Got some bit of Mistlands mushrooms in the corner here. We've got a bit of Mistlands, vineberries around the place, and then out into this area here. So hope you enjoyed the tour. Don't forget to check out Val-Con event for more of the wonderful Valheim Convention experience by the community for the community. And you know, enjoy that on the 1st and 2nd of February 2015 and 2025, and yeah, you have a you stay safe and have a great time. Look forward to seeing everybody there. Bye bye.
Thank you, Trust.
Nice.
Very nice.
I
Of
really
course,
like
the
the
link is
room that
down.
had the fermenters and the barrels all stacked up in the storage, like it was a wine cellar storage. That's such a
Yeah.
cool look that we can get going now.
Yeah, a lot of practicality, but with like fitting it into, you know, design elements, right? Like, because sometimes we'll just see builds that they're just aesthetic, like they haven't quite tried to figure out how to live in there and work in there. And then you have the builds that, you know, it's both practical and looks nice as well. So that's,
And I like that aspect a lot, where it's functional too. And you know, I'm probably because I am typically a vanilla player, and so I'm building stuff not just to look pretty, but like I got to actually live here and use this stuff, and I want it to work.
Yeah, like the panel you did this morning, the interview you did also, it was very interesting, Christy. And indeed, the functionality is also so important. You want to be able to have boxes in the kitchen. You want to make sure that you can tell a story a little bit as well. And it's bringing all of those elements together that can really create a very, very beautiful and nice build.
Right,
living
having that
house.
purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Beautiful.
yeah. So we've got a guest. Is our guest ready? Yep.
I
let's see.
am actually I'm
Looking
not
for him.
sure. So we've had a little last minute surprise and change up in plans, but I don't think he is in the studio now. So what we'll do, because I can see that Yvhain and oh no, wait, he's here. He's here. So streamers, hold on. We'll be with you in a sec. Let's get our surprise guest on.
Yes, so we have a surprise guest, and I think some of you might recognize JJ the Builder. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome.
Hey,
I'm-
JJ, how you doing?
I'm sort of trashing your stream, or sort of invading your stream.
Welcome.
Wow.
No, it's perfect. We're at the very end, so we don't have to. If something tries to sneak in somewhere earlier, we had to like juggle everything, and we're like, what do we do? But now we're like, we're at the end. It's like it's fine. What do we have time for?
True Vikings
So-
raid. You're good.
Yeah.
Well,
So go ahead.
tell me.
So JJ, I was just going to ask you to give us a quick teaser about this video we're about to see.
Okay, so I wanted to do something different in Valheim, and I worked on a build, and it's done for months now. And the build is a wizard tower, so that's nothing too special. But I was thinking, like, what's a cool way to show a wizard type? What's a cool way to introduce it and show it in video? So I've been trying to animate a little bit, but the more I got into it, the more I got obsessed, and it sort of became a massive thing. For about 3 months now, I've been animating behind the scenes.
One of your builds became massive. I can't believe that.
Well, the build is not that massive. The video is actually massive. I've been editing the video and animating for 3 months. And so this first thing I sent to you, it's really small. It's 30 seconds. It's just the start of the video, but the other things that are I'm working on for this video, the other animations and special things I'm making, it's going to be really cool. It's going to be something very different.
Yeah, so this is basically a teaser.
Yes, and just a little bit of context, you're going to see somebody in this teaser, and he is a wizard, a Viking wizard, and he's going to do a bunch of magical stuff in the future. Let's just say that.
Nice. All right, let's take a look at this.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah. Love that vibe.
What?
That's not fair. I want more.
So this is
Did y'all see the feather pen moving, or was that just me?
Yeah, so it's a magical feather pen. So just to give a bit of context, all the drawings on the walls are actually screenshots I made from my build, and I turned them into drawings. Then I placed them all over the walls, bit of wind effects, some other stuff. There's a couple other small things you might not have noticed. The crow sort of trophy on the wall, the wings move, the feathers move. There's a bunch of like small things. The second shot, you're going to see the windows. They're going to have a purple light. So there's like a bunch of small things I've added. So the feathers move a little bit, and the paper moves. And then what I'm working on now, the shots I'm doing now are even crazier than this. So just a small tease. He's going to summon a bunch of things through a massive portal. And there's going to be a bunch of magical things happening in this video.
Now I want to pick your brain about how you're doing this.
I'm still wondering how I'm doing this.
Are you using mods then?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you're doing a lot of post-production.
Oh, it's all post-production. So
Yeah,
I'm filming. I'm doing this like a real movie. So I'm filming a clean plate. I'm filming the things close up, and then I cut them out. I add them together. I make them 3D. So so all the camera movements are all 3D. And so this dude, this last shot, the head and the barrel are actually filmed separately, and I edited it later to give it more depth. The things on the table are all added later. Then in the first shot, this shot, the dude and the chair are also added in later, so I could move it a little bit differently in a different speed from the background. So it's all different elements that are all cut out and placed back in to give it a little bit more of a different camera movement vibe.
Nice.
Wow.
So you give yourself a lot of freedom by doing it this way, actually, if I understand that correctly.
Yes, I'm actually doing it like a movie. I'm actually using green screen. I'm actually, filming clean plates and trying effects and then putting them over. And I'm actually looking for sound effects right now, and I'm working on different sounds. And I'm going a little bit too deep. It's been 3 months. I'm not done. And it's insane.
Well, these kinds of projects are super rewarding. Just like once you start to get, figure out how to do the thing you're trying to do in post-production. I mean, obviously being a filmmaker, I've done lots of projects like this. And so, yeah, you're just reminding me of all the post-production that we've done on projects in the past where you have to go in and you have to add all these little elements because they're not there. Right. And so, yeah, you're doing it.
It goes even deeper because the pictures on the walls, because they're not really there, the light from the fire doesn't shine on them. So I had to create light sources to give light to the different pictures on the walls. And I also changed the lighting on the dude himself just to give him a bit more atmospheric light, so a little bit more like one side of his face is a bit darker, and also one of his eyes is purple and the other one isn't. And that's actually a tease because he's using the power of Odin. So one of Odin's eyes is cut out. And later on in the video, you will also see a little bit of Odin helping him with his magic.
Nice. Oh, I'm really excited for this.
It's a lot of fun making. It's been a lot. Let's just say.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Post-production. You're just you're doing the post-production effects. Somebody went out and shot the footage, and now you have to do the post on it. Except you're also the one that shot the footage, so
you get to wear all the hats.
I actually also am writing a small script at the moment in the style of Norse Vikings, and I found a voice actor online, and I might hire him to do a couple of voice lines, not too many, just a few. So I'm really this is really gonna be a story. I'm not just gonna show like a cool little teaser or anything. I'm trying to make a really short video. It's gonna be a couple minutes, but just a really cool story. Yeah.
And you're gonna post this on your YouTube.
Yes, and it's going to be part of a really big video because I'm also showing how I built the build itself, like a normal video. And just a bunch of like building stuff, but it's going to be like all together.
I'm subbing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legit.
Well, I'm going to go over there and unsub just so I can sub again.
Yeah.
I need a bit more time to finish this, but it's been a lot of fun. Yeah. It's been great.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that one, and enjoy the rest of your day. We've got some streamers who are streaming over on Twitch, right, Gwen?
Yep, and they're ready to go. Thanks, JJ, and see you around. Let's bring on Yvhain and Grimgot.
Hello.
Welcome in.
Hello.
Bonjour. Some more fellow Frenchies.
So glad to be here. You're doing a fantastic job. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So you both are doing a special stream, right? You're doing a Immortal Speedrun Masterclass duo. So you're both speedrunners, and you've been doing speedruns for a while. So you're going to teach us all the tactics and the strats.
Yeah, that's the goal actually. Of course, as we all started as casual gamers, casual players, because as you all know, Valheim is a very chill game. And after that, we started to do some hardcore stuff. For instance, for myself, I completed the building armor run, so meaning finishing the game with only the hammer. I know that some other people do the same. Some other challenging, like fishing half of the fish of the game without dying. This kind of challenging. And I met Grimgot, who was originally one of my viewers, and we started to play together. And as we had exactly the same approach of the gameplay, we say, okay, why not speedrunning this game in duo? So right now we have officially 3 official world records. You can see it on the site speedrun.com, Valheim in category extension. And so Grimgot is the solo world record for the 7 bosses, NG RSG, standing for new game, so new character in a new world, but without glitch. Okay. And we have the world record. So all of that is immortal. So immortal, aka deathless, aka permadeath, I think you call it.
That's
the name, aka hardcore. But hardcore is a bit misleading because as well it's kind of difficulty in the game. So we prefer the name immortal. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
So we have the 7 bosses were recorded in 15 hours 42 minutes to Father, and we have the SHG record to the Queen. So SHG means it's a set sheet, so it's a sheet that we have prepared and studied before, and we completed it in 7 hours 27 minutes. Okay.
Wow.
That's the time.
Wow.
Okay. So basically, because of the time difference, because I mean Europe is in Canada. We pay only the Sunday afternoon. That's the only time frame we have to pay. So usually it's kind of a rendezvous where we pay together on Sundays and we perform the runs.
Nice.
That's it.
All right.
Okay. So right now we started a run about 2 hours ago. So for us it's a bit. I know it's controversy, but it's a chilled speed run we have now. So we, I know, and at this step it's around 2 hours. We found the Elder. We install in the troll close to the troll cave. I will show you our base. What is our base? And you see by night. So we have only the base and some chests here to store all the things we need. We have already 2 portals, and we studied some copper as well. I will show you. Okay, so we have the copper for the run. Okay, so it's time now to go to the header and go to the swamp. Okay, so
that's when things get complicated, in the swamps.
No, not for us. Usually we found there's a constraint with official runs that during the first session you have to find the 4 first bosses, the 4 spots. So usually you have to find of course Ektir, the Elder, Bone Mass, and Mother or Yaglut, depending where you go. So usually we find it around all of that in 3 hours and a half. And our best time so far finding Yaglut is 3 hours 40 minutes.
Wow.
Finding the 5 bosses.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is a question that you get so often. I mean, I get it on my YouTube as well. Like, how do you find your glyph? It's you got to be a little bit. Yeah, it can be surprisingly hard to find, but that's crazy.
Okay, there are some tips I can give you. For instance, what is very useful is finding Hildir.
Oh, Hildir.
Hildir, because it gives you the map and the placement of the towers. Usually, the towers are a good source of boss stone for Yaglut, but not always. And another tip is that most of the time Yaglut is close to Bone Mass, so you have to search around Bone Mass in the swamp or the biomes around, and you have a good percentage of chance to find it. But it's not always the case. But it's kind of a tip. So what we like is this pressure to find the bosses.
It's still a bit random, but you know in what area to look first.
Yeah.
No. When we play random, we don't know anything.
Yeah.
Okay, of course.
Okay. So the random number generator, the RNG, actually influences how long sometimes your speed runs will be, right? Because you may get lucky and find these locations, and other times it may take a while extending your speed run, right?
Yes. For instance, in our current record, I spent 1 hour and a half finding Yaglut.
Oh yeah.
I was on the wrong side of the map. Okay, I have to go back. And in addition, we are one of us have to go south to go to the Ashlands. So usually there is one searching in one direction, another the other one in another to go south. That's how we proceed, actually.
Yeah.
Right. And how much longer are you going to be streaming today so people can tune in?
I think around 2 or 3 hours. We want to find the first 4 bosses, as I just said. And that's how we stop usually, because what we do, we stop around 5 hours, because of course, as you can understand, it requires a lot of focus. You have to be very thorough in what you do, of course, because if you make any mistake, it's the end of the run, and it happened a lot already. If you die in the Mistland, that's life.
Yeah, no room for error.
Sometimes we stop our runs after 10 or 12 hours, and we're with S, and that's the end.
Yep.
Cool.
Full risks.
Well, awesome. Have a great rest of your day and great rest of your stream.
Good
and
luck.
Thanks for coming on and sharing with us.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye bye.
All right, we're coming down to the end here. The last almost 26 minutes.
Last half hour.
So actually, Gwen, I just want to point out real quick. I want to end before that stream. The live counter hits 12 because if we go over, it won't be saved on YouTube.
Right.
So let's get everybody in here real quick.
Yeah, while everyone is getting on,
you
we do the last giveaway.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
So,
Final giveaway.
Ooh, giveaway.
It's the final
giveaway.
Free stuff giving away. Get ready to smash that keyboard.
All right, so go and smash in the comments hashtag Vikings Unite for the final opportunity to win one of these prize packs.
Everybody in chat, type.
I'm ready.
Everybody but
Hashtag
Christy.
Vikings Unite.
But not me. No, I'm not doing it.
And thank you again to Heroic Replicas for sponsoring and giving us those amazing offers here on screen. And thank you for also to gtxgaming.co.uk for sponsoring our servers.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're getting a bunch of keyboard smashers in the comments there.
38. I'm going to wait. In the meantime, should we get everyone on stage?
Let's bring them in.
Chad, try to get 69 in at least. Come on.
Yeah, I know. I'll be disappointed
at
if
least.
not.
Please.
We're at 43. Come on. You can do it.
You got this. Come on.
Vikings Unite.
Free stuff. Let's go.
We have everyone on. Some people have
nice.
All the behind the scenes people are in front of the scenes.
The reflection is playing games with your depth, your camera's depth perception.
Yeah.
Confuse the AI.
Playing games with my depth perception.
Oh wait, I think Jirok is getting his he's quickly growing a beard again.
Yes.
He's got to hide while he does it because he thinks we don't know that he's putting it on. It just
what you mean? It was the real one?
Just growing it on demand.
Exactly, grow on demand.
So okay, I'm going to quickly draw before we get into our final half hour. Let's see who is the winner of this last giveaway, and it is drum roll. Sky Dragon! GG!
Congratulations.
One of the amazing Heroic Replicas prize packs. One of the moderators in Twitch chat will be in touch to get your details so we can have you get your prize pack. Nice. Back to Jirok is a Viking again.
He was always a Viking. He's so fast at growing beards.
It's a good skill to have, especially when it gets cold out.
Oh yeah,
that's true.
Gwen, you want to introduce the guests that we just brought on that people haven't seen? Not everybody down there yet today.
Yeah, so let's go from what I can see on my screen is the bottom left, Bjorno. We have had Bjorno on, but for anyone tuning in now.
Nice helmet, Bjorno.
I appreciate it. It's great to be here.
And then we've got Helga, the navigator, with an amazing headpiece. Looks fluffy.
Looks warm.
Ooh, nice.
It is incredibly warm, yes.
I kind of want that hat. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Fair enough.
So Bjorno is one of the kind of the original minds behind Val-Con, along with B-Vitamin, who's on the other end, which we'll get to in a second. Helga has been coordinating all our moderators, our amazing team of moderators. We'll do lots of shout outs in a bit. We have a whole army of people.
They deserve it.
Yes, absolutely. And then we've got the one and only StonedProphet here, who was like going crazy, managing all the servers throughout this like last 24 hours. And thank you for that. And then under me, there's is a wonderful Jingles, who's been basically everywhere. helping behind the scenes. And B-Vitamin, who came back just on time to help us out and also plug all the gaps and help everywhere, and who's been helping managing the whole community we've got here. So that's the whole Val-Con team.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the core Val-Con team, we have, of course, a lot of other people and helpers who have jumped in. And I don't know, Jirok, do you want to? Should we do the shout outs now? We've got a long list of people.
And don't forget yourself, Gwen.
Yeah.
But people have heard me.
Yeah, let's go
Gwen's
through
done
this.
a little bit, right? Just a tad.
Let's see. So for our Val-Con team, not everybody is here. Who are we missing? We're missing Speed, right? So Speed, NZ, some of you may know, technical management and server administration. Shout out, because I know you guys did so much work on those servers.
Yeah,
it was amazing. Hopefully people had fun over there. Then we had a bunch of people contribute just various things to make sure this could happen over the last few months. So we had Canaris, who helped with branding and logos. We had
and merch.
And merch,
yeah.
Yep.
Get your merch, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Rogue Ogre, who helped with the website and our Discord. Rusty, who helped with in-game Val-Con specific assets. Avatar of Ku, and is it Buren, right? The J silent on that one, Buren. Social media. Social media moderation, and just lots of other things. Selen Quell, in-game help and building, and everyone else who helped build and test the in-game world. Thank you to all of you. There's so much work. It's so many people involved with that work.
They were in there 24 hours a day. It was
ValheimGal. There's a lot of people that I think probably should have been on the list that maybe I didn't give you again. ValheimGal, Emma, and a lot of people helped out on the in-game stuff. So big congrats to them. I think it was a big success, along with everything else. So yeah, thank you.
Shout out to our script wizards.
Oh yeah, Raaka, Dhakhar, JP. A lot of the stuff that you guys experienced was not possible. And Yere, who created all the mods, who we were hoping to get on today, but couldn't make it. So yeah.
And Helga, do you want to do a shout out to the moderation team?
I definitely do, because they're amazing. Avatar of Ku, Buren, Tiny Norwegian, Def Rozic, Brianna, Pangia, Helga Blue, Eva, and Crazy Man, Lemon Andrew. I know Crazy wanted to be there, but he got a huge shift, but helped out. Superhuman, super knowledgeable, super friendly. I lucked out with the best moderation team, and they've all been on for like 24 hours with some small naps.
Insane.
Amazing team. There's not enough I can say about them. Thank you.
Nice.
And
I'd also like to add just real quick that I've been jumping from in between, the moderation team and the green room coordinators, who also deserve a shout out for sure.
Oh yeah.
They have helped each and every content creator that you have seen on the stream appear, and they've been the backbone of that department. Those are Half, also known as Half and Green. Of course, Martina and Jules. So they have been extremely helpful, along with the moderator team, of course, who have not only helped in the in-game world, but also with moderating obviously YouTube and Twitch and all those shout outs and everything that we really needed. So I think they deserve so much credit for all their hard work. So thank you so much, both the moderation team and the green room coordinators as well.
Let me absolutely down to them that this has gone so smoothly.
I was just gonna say, let me jump to the green room coordinators and call them out, the ones who helped us, and let me explain. So Gwen and I, we had this big idea for the video portion of the convention, and we obviously worked hard, and with Gwen was a huge. I mean, oh my gosh, she organized so much of this. So shout out to Gwen. Because coordinating people from around the world for a live 24-hour event, like, it was just amazing that worked so smoothly, Gwen. But then somebody had to make it happen, and that was our green room coordinator. So these people, so anybody who doesn't know, these are like movie terms. You have the green room, which is traditionally the room where the actors would show up and they would get ready. Or if you're backstage for a band, this is where the bands would go and they would hang out and they would get ready, little peace of mind before they have to get ready to perform. And so our green room coordinators, and our green room coordinators, that's what they did. They communicated with everybody who was going to be on hours before, just to touch base with them. And then leading up to the time, getting them in, testing technical stuff, camera, everything, and then bringing them to us. So we're just sitting here having fun, going la da da, talking, gabbing away, and then boop, they just appear like magic, like we're a wizard. Poof, they appear. But that's a lot of hard work on the green room coordinators to make sure everybody is ready to go. So huge shout out to Jules, Martina, and Half, and anybody else who I'm missing, who is back scenes helping out with the green room coordination and all that. Because
there's no way we could have done this without them. It would have been impossible. So smoothly. Yeah, it was just like clockwork. It was just like the invisible magic holding everything together and keeping it moving.
And our green room coordinators
anxiety
are super
away.
kind too, and super accommodating.
Yeah.
It makes it super easy as a content creator when you go on stage and the person helping you is very, very accommodating. So appreciate it.
100%.
Incredibly professional, very knowledgeable, very helpful.
And shout out to all of our hosts who came on to help, Gaming with Christy, Kysen, who couldn't be with us here for the end ceremony, Emma T. Potato, JP Valheim, Easy Border, who's here with us, Wadel, and ValheimGal, of course. And then we had Creature, 0D. I'm not sure how is that how he refers to himself?
We just call him Creature.
I just call him Creature. And then Klaus, who goes by Hi, I'm Klaus. And Chisel Chip, of course. Morning Darkness, Gooflump, Spazzy, and thank you all for coming on.
Thank you, Jiro. Staying up like 20 hours to run this.
It's so much fun. I love stuff like this. This is the kinds of things I've done in my professional life, and I have often for film production, because it is so expensive and so many things have to come together, kind of like what we did. So many things have to come together that when the show is on, you just go and you end up doing long hours and long days, and but it's so much fun.
Fueled by adrenaline.
Yes.
Adrenaline running through your veins.
Adrenaline and coffee.
So that's awesome. But we also have some music that we should point out. So StonedProphet, Val-Con rock theme and Val-Con orchestral theme.
Point.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know why my brain is fried. I can't point properly.
And then Plainswalker, the Valheim Holiday. And then is it Hilgarius? Hilgarius? Am I saying that right?
Hilgarius.
For the Val-Con War Chant.
It's a good one.
And Hilgarius and Bjorno for the intro theme that I used to the intro video. Hopefully you guys got to check that out.
It's an awesome video.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, it actually starts both streams, which is good for when people mouse over, they get to see something exciting. rather than just my big orange face at
music
the
be
start of the
available?
video. Yeah, so the trailer itself is already on my YouTube channel, but you can watch the beginning of either stream on Val-Con's YouTube channel and see the same intro trailer. Yeah, absolutely.
And for those songs that Jirok just listed that have been produced for Val-Con, I believe we will, with everyone's permission, of course, with the artist's permission, we will probably be posting them on the Val-Con channel. So a lot of people have asked, where can we get the music? So it will, I'm sure, be at least on the Val-Con channel, if not also somewhere else where you can listen.
Maybe
to
Spotify.
Maybe Spotify, exactly.
Yeah, we have a lot of logistics in the aftermath to figure out like how we'll manage what to do with the server world and what to do with all the great panels and discussions and all that stuff, because there's lots of life after today, after this event, to revisit and of course looking to the future, right? One more person to shout out though for music was Uncle Eiffel. Music played in the world, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, those cool rock tunes that you could hear if you were hopping on the modded world, that was all Uncle Eiffel. And I did ask him because apparently some of the participants were asking, is this music going to be available somewhere? It's really cool. And apparently he's going to try to put them all on his Spotify. So we'll make sure to link to that as well.
Nice.
Win.
And then we have some mod writers that we want to say thank you to. Why don't I let one of you who are working with the server and working with those mods mention those?
Sure. Well, definitely. You called out Rusty, who created the cape and the helmet and the shield and the banner with our logo. Azamat, who we used a lot of his mods and helped us out with a couple things, and also was part of a lot of panels. Let's see, who else? Grave Bear, who did I'm losing my mind. Did the picture frame and the big billboard sign for us. That was kind of last minute, so thank you very much for him for helping out. Yare and the wizards who put together all the rest of the in-game stuff, helping down to the very last minute. Even this morning, they were on in the back end, behind the scenes, helping us put things back together. So, right now everything. Obviously, at the beginning of the stream, things weren't running perfectly in game, and now they are running perfectly. So, so please feel free to keep entering the servers. I think we're going to keep them running for a little bit longer.
I know people were asking about that, like how long a chance do they have to go visit?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe we could shoot out another email, maybe, and just kind of let people know.
Let me actually go right now in Eventbrite and make sure that the tickets don't, the sale doesn't
expire.
End. I'll do that while you talk.
Yeah. I have one other on my notes here for the mod writers. Odin on Demand. I don't know.
Oh, that's right, Val Media. Yeah, I mean, we weren't able to speak to him directly. I had some conversations about some support. He actually did update the mod for us, not really for us, but he didn't even know that it was broken until somebody came and told him. But Val Media, find the mod on Thunderstore. It's a great mod. That's the TV screens and the radio that we used in game. They're lots of fun. Tempting. Yeah,
nice. Well, guys, we have a counter up on the screen over there on the upper left. It is 11:51 and counting down. So we want to end before it hits 12, or nobody will ever see it again. We want to be waving right then. But so we have just a couple of minutes let's start with the server side. And do you guys want to share just, how did everything turn out for you guys? Like, what was the experience like? Were there any lessons you learned that you could quickly share, that you might consider for next time?
For sure. I think one thing we probably would want to do next year is maybe reach out to the modding community as a whole and just verify everyone. It's not going to be releasing an update the day of the Valheim Convention. So that alone would have saved us a lot of heartbreak.
Right.
I'm sure StonedProphet can attest to many more things that we can do better next year.
I mean, it's all a learning process. We're all kind of doing this for the first time, and managing 9 servers live that are being flooded by hundreds of people seemingly at for 24 hours. But we have a great support team. A lot of everybody you just mentioned earlier in the thank yous really stepped up and helped out. And yeah, we went from things kind of not working. I mean, people were able to join the servers, but all the little details that we wanted to get right at at the first junction, we ended up getting right. So it's been a long trip. Oh, and just really everybody coming together as a community, working in the server. 50, 60 people coming in and out for 2, 3, 4 weeks, working on all their booths and stuff like that. It was a lot of work by the community, a lot of building in the world. So just big shout out to everybody that helped out with that again. And everybody's booth looks great. I hope people got a chance to see them.
Yeah, I wanted to give a huge shout out to basically those that made our side of it happen too, not just our hosts and our green room coordinators, but all the amazing content creators who were so generous to give us their time, come on, participate in panels and discussions with us, then share their the videos that they made with us, because that takes a lot of work, or taking time to come on and share what they're doing over there when they're streaming, because basically we're bothering them. They're busy, but hey, please come over and share with us. And everybody was so generous with their time. I remember in the early days, Gwen and I were talking, well, I hope we get enough content. What are we gonna do? I guess the hosts are just gonna have to talk a lot. But then we got flooded, right, Gwen?
Yeah, and that's like the one, so many great moments and so many things that stood out of this whole experience. But the one thing that blew me away from the very, very beginning, when we started reaching out to those first content creators that we knew, we were kind of poking everyone and trying to get